Chapter 1 Traversing the Three Kingdoms. The thunderous beat of a massive drum reverberated through the air, struck by the hands of a dozen robust men. The scorching sun of July blazed down upon the earth, with even the gusts of wind carrying a sweltering heat. The high-flying banners emblazoned with Chinese characters and the emblem of Chao flapped weakly in the oppressive heat. On the training ground, tens of thousands of Han soldiers stood in an orderly formation, their long spears and halberds creating a formidable forest of weaponry. Beneath the blazing sun, the soldiers were drenched in sweat, their faces darkened by exposure, yet each one gazed furiously at the gate of the execution ground, their collective attention fixed on the unfortunate soul kneeling there. However, as the star of the moment, Li Haoren was far from comfortable. He wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Just 2 days prior, he had been a carefree university student eagerly awaiting his paycheck at the end of the month, looking forward to reveling in a few days of leisure. Yet after a long night of work, he was struck unconscious by a glittering object dropped from the sky by some unknown miscreant. When he regained consciousness, he found himself clad in tattered ancient attire, with iron shackles around his neck, imprisoned as a man named Wang Hao. Initially, Li Haoren thought he had fallen victim to a low-budget film crew, dragging him in as an extra, akin to the desperate coal miners in Shaanxi. But as he stood behind bars, before he could protest that he was not a mere background actor, a sudden blow to his head sent him sprawling to the ground, and it became clear had traversed time. Yet that was not his greatest misfortune. The worst was yet to come. Today, he was to be executed for the theft of military provisions. The Chancellor has decreed, the Grand Officer Li Hao, entrusted with the vital task of the army's supplies, has committed the heinous act of embezzlement. He has misappropriated military provisions for personal gain, crime of utmost severity. Although heaven is merciful, the Chancellor must, for the sake of morale, stain his hands with blood, blah blah blah. With a rhythmic recitation, a gaunt figure clad in a yellow robe and wearing a traditional cap, whose appearance did not do justice to the audience, shook his head as he proclaimed Li Jinfan's crimes. The soldiers below, armed with spears and halberds, gazed upon him with mounting fury, their eyes burning with an intensity that chilled Li Jinfeng to the bone. Heaven above, why is this happening? After finally catching up with the trend of time travel, while others become royalty or the offspring of great generals, even if they transform into a woman and rise to prominence, why must I emerge as a death row convict? This is not a game of Skyrim. If only a dragon like Eldraine would appear to rescue me. Yet the fabled world-ending dragon did not materialize. Instead, the grotesque figure, having finished his tirade, viciously spat out the word execution. He then gathered his documents and swaggered off the execution ground. In the terrified gaze of Li Jinfeng, thousands of rugged soldiers raised their spears and halberds, chanting kill, 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 with heavy accents, while a brawny executioner, his armpits enveloped in a thick mat of hair, brandished a large blade. With a flash of cold light, the executioner's blade swung down fiercely, only to see blood erupt as he miscalculated, biting his tongue and twisting his back in agony. It is true that human potential is boundless. At that critical moment, Li Haoren inexplicably grasped the legendary tortoise technique, ducking his neck just in time to evade the fatal blow. A tuft of his disheveled hair was severed, and as his head lay on the ground, he erupted into maniacal laughter. His laughter was peculiar and sinister. In an era where tales of witchcraft were deeply ingrained in the psyche, even the great sage Rangjia could incite a rebellion capable of toppling the Han Empire. Li Haoren's sudden, deranged laughter startled the watching generals, causing them to recoil in astonishment and fear. After listening to his strange laughter for what felt like an eternity, The grotesque figure who had just read the death warrant jumped onto the stake, pointing at Li Haoran and berating him. In broad daylight, in this gathering of troops. How dare you, a demon, cause such chaos? What are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? I'm terrified out of my wits. If you weren't about to execute me, would I be laughing like a fool? Yet, what was I laughing at, indeed? Unable to articulate his thoughts, the executioner's blade hovered dangerously above him. With a surge of survival instinct, Li Haoran forced himself to speak. Straightening his neck, much like a loyal subject in a drama awaiting execution, he swept his disheveled hair back and, shaking the shackles on his wrists, exclaimed, "What am I laughing at? I laugh at the madness of humanity. I laugh at your foolishness. Utter nonsense. You, a man awaiting death, still dare to prattle on. Come, someone, behead him." Wait! A sudden shout startled the executioner, who had just regained his composure. Li Haoran, still standing, pointed at the bewildered soldiers around him and shouted, "Are you all still foolish? There are tens of thousands of troops here. What am I? A mere grain officer, a trivial official, responsible only for transferring supplies from the granary to you. How could I possibly steal thousands of bushels of grain?" He's got a point. Strangely transformed into a loudspeaker, Li Haoran's desperate shouting caught the attention of the soldiers, who began murmuring among themselves. Seeing the military morale beginning to waver, the grotesque figure in charge of the execution could no longer contain his panic, jumping up and down as he shouted even louder, "The evidence is irrefutable. Li Hao, do you still wish to deny it? Someone, kill this man." Seizing the opportunity to speak, Li Jingfeng stamped his foot hard, causing the unfortunate executioner to yelp in pain. He roared with fervor, pointing upward, "I have powerful connections about." Finally, the executioner's realization struck him. He rushed forward to cover Li Haoran's mouth, desperate to silence him, but he underestimated Li Jingfeng's determination to survive. With a cry of pain, he withdrew his hand, now marked with a bite, sucking in air, blood filling his mouth. Li Jingfeng, now resembling a vampire, shouted, "Even if you kill me, what good will it do? You will still go hungry. What you should do is recover the lost provisions, so everyone can eat. Do you wish to starve?" Those who have never experienced hunger cannot fathom its torment. As Li Jingfeng's voice rang out, the clamor of discussion grew louder, especially among the soldiers of Qingzhou who had surrendered to the yellow turbans. Some, hot-headed, began shouting in agreement. "This fellow is right. Whether he lives or dies, we must retrieve the grain. How can we fight on empty stomachs? We cannot kill this grain thief. Let him reveal the mastermind and return the provisions." What was meant to be an execution to relieve the soldiers' grievances unexpectedly ignited their anger. The grotesque official finally understood his role as a civilian, realizing that the matter of execution should fall to the martial man. Clenching his jaw, he pointed at Li Haoran, seething with rage. "Someone, kill him." Not expecting the executioner to manage it on his own, several of the officials' guards charged at Li Haoran. However, this only stirred a hornet's nest. At that moment, Li Haoran had become a startled bird, ready to bite anyone who approached. As he shouted, pointing at his accuser, he howled, "It's him. He is one of my accomplices. He has swallowed 600 bushels of grain. Brothers, he wants to silence me. Do not listen to his nonsense. I hail from the Li family of Taiyuan. How could I? How could you lowly scoundrels possibly be involved in this?" The once orderly formation descended into chaos as the grotesque figure continued to protest. Suddenly, a soldier from Qingzhou leaped upon him like a ravenous dog, knocking him to the ground and pummeling him mercilessly. Amidst his screams, more soldiers surged forward, and the guards tasked with executing Li Haoren were soon overwhelmed, turning their halberds against the frenzied crowd. The sound of steel-piercing flesh filled the air, and the scene erupted into chaos. The long-simmering resentment among the soldiers boiled over as they armed themselves and fought back. The commotion soon drew the attention of the central command, and a troop of cavalry charged in, indiscriminately swinging their blades to suppress the uprising. The entire scene erupted into a full-blown battle, and for a moment, no one paid heed to Li Haoren. Dumbstruck by the bloody spectacle, Li Haoren suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline. If he did not flee now, when would he? Did he intend to wait for his head to roll? With the heavy shackles weighing him down, he stealthily turned to escape. Yet, misfortune followed him relentlessly. Just as he stealthily slipped away from the execution ground, he was abruptly confronted by a short soldier clad in green armor, who blocked his path. "Listen here, my friend, do not obstruct my path, for I am not to be trifled with. When I unleash my power, even I fear myself." With a swagger reminiscent of Tyson, Li Haoren threatened menacingly, yet this diminutive figure was a true overlord of the streets. Before he could finish his threat, a powerful straight punch landed squarely on Li Haoren's nose, causing a torrent of blood to erupt, a classic Pantene advertisement moment, his head thrown back dramatically. The unfortunate Li Haoren was rendered unconscious in an instant. Chapter 2: The head sways on the shoulders. With the blood still fresh, Li Haoren trembled like a quail in the frigid winter of northeast China, thoroughly embodying the image of utter defeat as he lay on the ground. He could not help but shiver. It was in this moment that he comprehended the magnitude of the era he had entered. He had aligned himself with whom? The most terrifying and ruthless warlord of the late Han Dynasty, Cao, the infamous Boss Cao. It was no wonder that he found himself facing the guillotine. One of Cao's most renowned strategies in history was the attack on Yuanshu, during which a shortage of provisions led him to execute the green officer, Shao Dou, to quell the soldiers' fury. He was, indeed, the unfortunate green officer. Adding insult to injury, in a desperate bid for survival, he had inadvertently disrupted Boss Cao's meticulously crafted scheme. As he listened to his subordinates, the civil and military strategists, report the losses one by one, the usually affable face of Cao, cherished by young ladies in idol dramas, grew increasingly pale, his well-groomed black beard trembling with agitation. The sight sent Li Haoren's heart into a tumultuous state. History revealed that those who thwarted the boss seldom escaped unscathed, let alone in this era of unscrupulous overlords. It seemed he was doomed. Moreover, it was unlikely that he would meet a swift end. What tortures awaited him in ancient times? Beheading, dismemberment, skinning alive, perhaps even the fate of Sima Qian, enduring castration. Wait, if it was castration, perhaps he could survive. No, on second thought, if that were the case, death would be preferable. 40 dead in the Qingzhou arms conflict, 23 from Zaihu's troops, and the rear-guard officer Wang Song was killed on the spot. 7 casualties from Wang's faction, with additional wounded. Enough. In an age where appearances mattered most, especially in ancient times, successful figures throughout history shared common traits, striking looks and commanding voices. Suddenly, Cao's deep, resonant baritone cut through the tension, lazily waving his hand. "I am aware. Dismissed." It seemed the departure of the ugly executioner had elevated the aesthetic standards of Cao's army. The officer reporting was strikingly handsome, with a slender face and elongated beard. His voice fell silent as he cast a meaningful glance at the prostrate Li Jingfeng, retreating with a respectful bow. Only 3 remained in the central command tent: Boss Cao himself, disheveled, boorish youth clutching a wine cup, and a diminutive, feminine soldier. Prime Minister, how shall we deal with this scoundrel? Clearly displeased, the tent fell silent as the small, effeminate soldier angrily pointed at Li Jingfang's head. Surprisingly, Boss Cao did not erupt in fury but instead rubbed his temples in exasperation. Li Tuqiu, I underestimated you. With your sharp tongue, even that scoundrel Yuan Shu is rendered helpless against my army, and you've managed to leave it in tatters. If you had mentioned your intentions earlier, what do you suggest I do now? A moment of confusion struck Li Haoran. He realized the name he had replaced belonged to the man before him. However, Boss Chao's words left Li Jingfeng speechless. What did he mean by if you had mentioned your intentions earlier? But with his life in the hands of another, he had no choice but to agree with whatever Boss Cao decreed, as he desperately searched for a solution. Surprisingly, a clever idea struck him. Boss, Prime Minister, a humble citizen and sinner, believe the best course of action now is to organize a patrol group, larger the better, with higher-ranking officials included. Let them roam the army, making their presence known, while we declare that the relevant departments are conducting inspections. In time, as the novelty wears off, the soldiers will forget the incident. In modern times, the so-called relevant departments are the most enigmatic entities. They can be found for anything, yet those who genuinely take charge are few and far between. This tactic, worn thin in later years, was still novel in this era. Even the kneeling Boss Cao raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned to the scruffy youth by his side, who was still drinking. What does Feng Shao think? It seems the position of patrol leader is destined for someone like me. Indeed, competition breeds envy. While Li Haoran trembled in fear, the scruffy fellow exuded an air of confidence, raising his wine cup toward Cao Cao. Yet the diminutive soldier appeared to have taken an interest in Li Haoran, his long, fluttering eyelashes filled with disdain as he pointed at Li Haoran's head, loudly expressing his contempt. Prime Minister, how shall we deal with this scoundrel? Did this little effeminate soldier truly have a grudge against him? With a sorrowful expression, Li Jingfeng lowered his head, awaiting the final verdict from Boss Cao. Fortunately, after days of misfortune, it seemed that luck had finally smiled upon him. After a moment's contemplation, Cao Cao gently shook his handsome head. Tuqiu, did you not say you wished to pursue the stolen grain? Very well, I shall allow you to pursue it. If you recover 5,000 share of millet, I shall pardon your crimes. A wave of joy washed over him. 5,000 share of grain was beyond his means, but as long as he could escape from Chao's camp, he could go anywhere. He refused to believe that a mere scholar from the future could not thrive in this chaotic era. With his knowledge of chemistry, he could surely survive. However, before he could express his gratitude, Cao Cao leisurely added, Red Jie, select 50 guards from the tiger and leopard cavalry to accompany Li Daren in the pursuit. Ensure the grain is returned safely. At your command. As though he had received a cherished thought, the diminutive soldier responded with uncontainable excitement, glancing back at Li Jingfeng with a piercing gaze that made Li Haoran shudder in despair. Good heavens, this fellow was undoubtedly a twisted psychopath. A single man, unable to find a bride. Woe betide the one who marries him. With his name stained by corruption, Li Haoran felt like a rat in the street, forced to hide in his small, dilapidated tent. The only silver lining was that, for the time being, he was spared from death. Sitting on a tattered mattress reeking of sweat, he absent-mindedly packed his belongings. Good heavens, this individual from the past shared his misfortune. His shabby luggage contained hardly a few coins, and he possessed but one long robe, tattered and worn. The fabric was not cotton, but hemp. While it was bearable in the sweltering heat, it would leave him freezing come winter. The most valuable item in his possession was his official decree as a Song Chao clerk, respectable 7th rank position, quite a significant title. Li clan of Jinyang. This era employed traditional clerical script, which he could barely decipher. As he opened the decree, he was surprised to find he hailed from a prominent family. Jinyang was synonymous with Taiyuan, one of the 5 surnames and 7 families of the Tang dynasty. He had unexpectedly come from a prestigious lineage. Should he return to Taiyuan to seek help? Yet this thought barely surfaced before it vanished. If he held a significant position within the Li clan of Jinyang, would Boss Cao dare to make him a scapegoat? Moreover, given that the officer killed during the execution was also surnamed Wang, it was evident where his standing lay among the Wang family of Taiyuan. 5,000 share of millet. Even if he abstained from food and drink for a lifetime, he could never amass such wealth. In this unfamiliar world of the late Eastern Han dynasty, where could he possibly acquire it? Just as Li Haoren grappled with his troubles, a voice he despised echoed from outside, the effeminate soldier cheerfully calling out, "Li Daren, the troops have assembled. When shall we depart?" Was he in such a hurry to meet his demise? With a mournful murmur, he slowly pulled back the tent flap, glancing outside. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming urge akin to a brain hemorrhage. 50 heavy cavalry. Each soldier rode 2 horses, clad in heavy iron armor, their heads protected by steel helmets, with neck guards extending upwards. They wielded large iron spears and carried ring-handled swords at their waists. Historically, it was recorded that Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry required 100 generals for every soldier. Judging by their ostentatious equipment, they were indeed formidable. Yet more importantly, this was not the peak of the Cao Wei dynasty. Boss Cao was still in the nascent stages of his career. At present, there were only about 500 tiger and leopard cavalry, primarily manned by the elite troops of the Xiahou and Chao families. In this context, Cao Cao dispatching 50 tiger and leopard cavalry to accompany him underscored just how serious he was about recovering the 5,000 share of grain. Should he fail to retrieve it, his life would surely be forfeit. Unaware of the turmoil in Li Daren's heart, the diminutive soldier, excitedly adorned in a suit of light armor akin to that of the tiger and leopard cavalry, stood before the heavy cavalry, eagerly inquiring, "Li Daren, where have you hidden the stolen grain? Where are we headed to retrieve it? If only I truly possessed 5,000 stones of grain, how delightful that would be. At present, I find myself at a loss, merely wishing to prolong my existence for a little while longer." With a vacant gaze, Li Jinfeng carefully seized the horse, swiftly mounted, and aimlessly spurred the beast onwards, allowing the steed to meander outside the Chao camp. Although I did not inquire about our destination, it is worth noting that we are a well-trained elite unit. Even the most effeminate among us said little and followed suit, mounting their horses with precision. 50 heavy cavalry, their armor clinking in an intimidatingly synchronized manner, formed 2 neat lines, closely trailing behind Li Jinfeng. Yet, one must acknowledge that Li Haoren has made some strides at this very moment. Cao Cao's chief strategist, Boss Cao, is diligently attending to his affairs, acting as the head of an investigative team, scouring the Chao army for any signs of grain movement and troop transport, speaking as if Cao Cao had indeed lost 5,000 stones of grain. From a distance, he spotted Li Haoren passing through the escort of the tiger and leopard cavalry and greeted him with a smile. Regrettably, in his days, Li Haoren was oblivious to this exchange, his thoughts consumed as he wandered outside. At this juncture, the Chao army was locked in a critical confrontation with Yuan Shu's forces, who had declared themselves emperor in Huainan. The entire Chao army had mobilized, encircling Shouchun city so tightly that not a drop of water could escape. Moreover, There were not only the Chao troops present, but also a contingent of several thousand Allied soldiers stationed behind the Chao camp. These allies appeared to be mere onlookers, and upon witnessing the passage of heavy cavalry, group of seemingly amateur warriors brandishing wooden spears and short swords gathered around the makeshift wooden palisade, whispering amongst themselves in hushed tones. Soon, 3 mounted generals joined the throng by the palisade. The foremost among them had a complexion as pale as jade, with disproportionately large ears resembling enormous earrings, and his arms hung down to his knees like a gibbon's. He seemed quite intrigued by the prospect of becoming acquainted with Li Haoren, the heavy cavalry commander. However, upon hearing a few words from a burly, red-faced man with a bushy beard beside him, he displayed a look of disdain and turned away. As fate would have it, with his vacant gaze, Li Haoren happened to glance in their direction and caught sight of the 3 distinctly featured individuals behind them. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Big-eared thief!" This exclamation proved to be quite detrimental, as he lost his balance and tumbled from his horse with a thud, landing in a most undignified manner. His esteemed position as a 7th-rank granary official rendered utterly ridiculous. Yet, despite his face being smeared with blood, Li Haoren remained exuberant, as if he had been resurrected. In the astonished eyes of the effeminate soldier, he exuberantly waved his hands and declared, "I know where we are headed. To Shuzhou. Immediately. Right away. Lead the way."
Chapter 3. In this chaotic era, one often realizes the essence of happiness only in the moments of loss. The bustling metropolis, with its incessant flow of traffic, the vibrant street markets brimming with food, and the comfort of a plush bed at home. All these once unremarkable, yet readily accessible joys, now seem like distant memories, forever unattainable. The ordeal of traversing through time is indeed a burdensome task. Setting off around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, even on horseback, one can scarcely cover 40 miles. The situation is dire. The roads, once well-maintained, now lie in decay as the dynasty approaches its twilight. The once proud earth roads of the Han Empire are now riddled with potholes, often overrun by wild grass, requiring utmost caution even while riding, lest one suffers a mishap with a horse's hoof. Moreover, there is the matter of Li Haoren's posture, while others transform from ordinary folk into princely figures after their journeys through time. He remains an everyman, a visage of mediocrity both before and after his passage. At this moment, he exudes an air of awkwardness, his unkempt beard clinging to his face as he awkwardly hugs the horse's neck with arms resembling those of a long-armed monkey, his feet positioned in a decidedly effeminate manner. From a distance, he resembles a sloth, sluggish and unrefined. To add to his troubles, the essential gear of a cavalryman, saddle and stirrups, are conspicuously absent in later years. When documentaries on Dunhuang were filmed, a cavalry unit had to be borrowed to portray riders without stirrups. It took them a month of training to adapt, resulting in numerous falls and injuries. Indeed, even without the 3 essential tools of cavalry, there exist formidable iron riders, akin to Gongsun Zan's cavalry and the companions of Alexander the Great, yet such prowess demands specialized skills and prolonged training. It is quite remarkable that Li Haoren, a mere homebody, could navigate this world at all. Observing Li Haoren's unsteady silhouette, the young lady, with her delicate features and dainty eyes filled with disdain, suddenly glanced up at the sun, now sinking below the horizon, and let out a resigned sigh. She raised her hand high to signal a halt, preparing to camp for the night. "That we must stop now. There is neither village ahead nor in behind. Are we to sleep in the wilderness?" Her thoughts raced, contemplating whether they could find a hotel like home in or 7 days, lamenting the absence of private bathrooms, and whether a hot shower would be possible at night. Her sudden exclamation nearly caused Li Haoren to fall off his horse in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The nearest Ping'an County is over 300 miles away. With your incompetence, we won't arrive even if we travel for 3 days." Rolling his eyes with a scoff, the young lady dismounted, retrieving her bow from her back. With a hint of scorn, she continued to mock, "Utterly useless, cowardly, and a parasite of the court. How do you muster the audacity to live in this world. Am I to be your scapegoat? Li Haoran thought bitterly, realizing that the young lady was merely a pawn of the powerful, and that speaking out could endanger his life. Sighing in resignation, he decided not to engage further with her. Camping was camping. Though the times were primitive, there were some advantages, such as the ease of relieving oneself. After all, in these backward times, trousers had yet to be widely adopted to assert her authority. The young lady commanded the tiger leopard riders to spread out and remain vigilant, while Li Haoran rudely lifted his robe and relieved himself on the ground. Unexpectedly turning around, he caught her gaze. In an instant, her delicate face flushed crimson, and she spat in annoyance, hastily turning away. Resigned to fate, she found solace in the minor irritation she could inflict upon him. Reminiscent of a timid student entering a northern bathhouse for the first time, Li Haoran savored his moment of triumph. Draping his robe back over himself, unfortunately, his fleeting sense of pride was short-lived. The culinary practices of this era were not significantly advanced, and with warfare ever present, cooking methods remained rudimentary. That a clay pot, long accustomed to the odor of horse manure, was set over the fire, and as she added millet, the young lady produced a piece of cloth from her armor, cutting it with a knife before tossing it into the pot, stirring vigorously with a large ladle. Li Haoran, suppressing his revulsion, felt a chill run down his spine as he scanned his surroundings, and no wonder the ancients were superstitious. In this era devoid of light pollution, especially during the waxing and waning of the moon, the land lay enveloped in darkness, resembling the bottom of a pot. The desolate wilderness stretched for miles, and the cold, eerie night wind howled through the emptiness, evoking a sense of dread. But that was not all. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes glimmered with avarice, lurking just beyond the camp, fixated on the flickering firelight. Before his journey through time, Li Haoran had lived near a bar in a dangerous alley, where brawls and robberies were commonplace. Yet compared to this, that bar seemed like a sanctuary. The environment was more thrilling than any horror film. As he curled up, trembling and peering around anxiously, initially, the young lady observed him with disdain. But as his anxiety became more pronounced, she grew irritated. Suddenly, she tossed her wooden spoon into the pot, removed her bow from her back, and brandished an arrow as she stepped away from the campfire. To Li Haoran's astonishment, the green-eyed creatures encircling the fire suddenly retreated in fright. Moments later, she returned triumphantly, dragging a small, yellowish beast, about the size of a cat, its mouth dripping blood. With a casual flourish, she dropped it at Li Haoran's feet, proclaiming, "Though you are a worthless fool, I am charged by Prime Minister you to protect you as long as I live. You shall not perish, so stand tall and act like a true man." Staring blankly at her as she resumed stirring the pot, Li Haoran stood frozen for several seconds. Then impulsively, he snatched the ladle from her hand and filled his bowl with a thick, dark porridge. Gulping it down without a moment's hesitation, the scalding mixture caught in his throat, forcing him to cough, tears streaming down his face. Yet after catching his breath, he continued to shove the porridge into his mouth. In ancient times, when King Zhao summoned Lien Pe, the latter feasted on a bushel of rice and 10 pounds of meat, donning armor and mounting a horse to demonstrate his readiness for battle. At the Hongmen banquet, Fan Kuai shielded Liu Bang, while Xiang Yu praised the brave man, offering him a pig's shoulder, which Fan Kuai used his shield to support as he cut into it with his sword. Savoring the feast. Eating was a display of masculine allure in this age, and as Li Haoran voraciously devoured his meal, the young lady's previously disdainful gaze softened slightly. This was perhaps the longest night of Li Haoran's life. Despite the young lady's assurances, the sounds of the night, ghostly wails and the howls of wild creatures, kept him from sleeping. Coupled with the previous night's ordeal in prison, he found himself wide awake, his eyes red from exhaustion. However, the young lady's actions had stirred something within him, not merely her words, but her audacity in hunting the beast. This was no longer the peaceful world he once knew. To survive, he must adopt a more feral nature, adapting to this world rather than expecting it to conform to him. In the early morning, the tiger and leopard cavalry led their steeds for a brief grazing session. Meanwhile, Li Haoran took out his precious belongings, his only worn-out long robe, and under the astonished gaze of the young lady, incessantly cut and fashioned it with a small knife borrowed from her. He then gestured animatedly towards the yellow steed he had been embracing for quite some time. As the sun rose, They set out again after a hearty breakfast of salty, thick porridge. Not long after, this small troop hastily resumed their journey. The young lady was taken aback to see Li Haoran, who just yesterday had clung to the horse's neck like a clumsy duck, now sitting upright on the saddle, confidently holding the reins, after a brief period of familiarizing himself with the horse. He even began to trot, swinging the reins with abandon. Having also endured the initial fear of riding, she could not help but admire his newfound prowess, shaking her head in astonishment. The disdain in her expression diminished somewhat. With Li Haoran no longer a burden and 2 horses to alternate riding, the marching speed of the tiger and leopard cavalry noticeably increased, reaching over 100 miles a day. After a continuous march, they finally arrived at the border between Yangzhou and the stronghold of Cao in Xiao County by midday on the 3rd day, near Ping'e County. In stark contrast to the bustling crowds he detested in his past life, crammed buses in the morning, haggling for taxis at night, and throngs during festive shopping. Li Haoran found himself traversing over 300 miles for 3 days without encountering a single soul. The roadsides were barren. The 2 villages they passed appeared to have long been in disrepair. And the overwhelming solitude was maddening. At last, when a settlement appeared on the horizon, he felt a flicker of nostalgia for his homeland, and, unable to contain his excitement, urged his self-made fabric stirrup and galloped towards it. This area had already been seized from Yuanshu by Chao's forces, marking it as a significant stronghold in the conflict between Chao and Yuan. Observing the dilapidated earthen walls, the young lady momentarily relaxed. However, before she could fully let her guard down, her body stiffened abruptly. After a couple of heavy sniffs, her expression turned deadly serious, and Chao Hongjie swiftly drew the dagger from her waist, following her lead. 50 spears and halberds were readied in unison. Chapter 4. Life is as fragile as grass. Ultimately, the exuberant Li Haoran did not enter the city. As they approached the town of Ping'e, merely a couple of 100 meters away, a horrific stench assaulted their senses, overwhelming even Li Haoran, who had grown somewhat accustomed to the rigors of travel over the past 2 days. Gripped by shock, he circled the panicking yellow steed, while Chao Hongjie and the other tiger and leopard cavalrymen quickly assembled in a defensive formation. Being once again caught in the middle, Li Haoran, pinching his nose, curiously asked, "Is the pillar industry of Ping a county selling stinky tofu?" Ignoring his question, Chao Hongjie too pinched her nose and kicked her warhorse, hastily making her way to the tightly shut gates of Ping'e County. With a forceful kick, she hurled the heavy wooden door open. As he peered into the town, Li Haoran was suddenly overwhelmed, blood rushing to his head. The sight before him was horrific. This was not the sanitized violence depicted in dramas where not a drop of blood was shed. Instead, there lay a gruesome scene of carnage, with bodies strewn across the streets, blood painting the earthen roads a deep crimson. Amidst the overwhelming stench of death, crows and wild dogs feasted unashamedly on the corpses, while swarms of flies buzzed incessantly. Li Haoran was no hero, nor did he possess the callous mindset of tyrants like Cao Cao or Dong Zhuo, who viewed human life as expendable. As an ordinary person who had only traversed into this era 4 days prior, the gruesome spectacle before him rendered him utterly speechless. The entire population of the county, over 3,000 souls, had been mercilessly slaughtered, without regard for age or gender. The corpses stretched from the city gates into the labyrinthine depths of humble straw houses. Vendors lay lifeless beside their stalls, tavern owners were slain at their counters, and several women hung from rafters. Their eyes, now sunken and decayed, stared in horror and despair at Li Haoran and his companions. The massacre had persisted for over 2 days, and under the relentless autumn sun, the bodies had begun to rot. Countless flies buzzed around, drawn to the stench. Using torn clothing as makeshift masks, Li Haoran followed Chao Hongjie into this nightmarish town. The sound of buzzing flies was deafening, akin to the roar of a truck engine, while the crows perched upon the corpses, their blood-red eyes unafraid of humans, screeched warningly at the tiger and leopard cavalrymen. As Li Haoran's scalp tightened in dread, he finally reached the county office, which was in utter disarray. In the face of death, humanity achieved a grotesque equality. There, on the steps of the office, lay the corpse of an official clad in a Han Dynasty yellow robe. Surrounded by the bodies of local officials and gentry, dressed in dark colors and adorned with caps. With the body face down, the official's face had completely decomposed. Chao Hongjie kicked it over, and repulsive maggots tumbled down. However, officials in that era always carried their seals, and from the deceased's waist, Cao Hongjie retrieved a small pouch, revealing a seal in her palm. Pinge County, Pinge Ling Chen Quan has also been killed. Holding the small seal, Cao Hongjie could not help but shake her head gravely. Sensitive to the name Chun, she scanned the surroundings warily. Suddenly, Li Haoran, momentarily forgetting his fear, blurted out, Chun Quan. What is his relationship with Chun Gui? The deputy of Shuzhou? Cao Hongjie cast him a surprised glance, but after tucking the seal away, she explained in a measured tone. Chun Quan is a distant descendant of the Chun family of Guangling. He went to Luoyang early on to serve as a clerk, later fleeing with the emperor. The prime minister recognized his talents and, noting his strong ties to Shuzhou, appointed him as the county magistrate here to support Lu Yuzhou's grain supplies. Whoever these bandits are, their cruelty knows no bounds. They have utterly slaughtered the city. Cao Hongjie ordered. Quickly send someone back to inform the prime minister and warn him of the imminent threat. This place is no longer safe. We must leave at once. Demonstrating decisive leadership, she swiftly organized the next steps. After receiving orders, 3 cavalrymen mounted their horses and galloped urgently towards the city gates. Following suit, the rest of the group hastily retreated, covering their noses. Though unlike before, when they had appeared like frightened chickens, they were now merely trembling slightly. Li Haoran forced himself to scrutinize the corpses around him. On one hand, much like the Count of Monte Cristo from Damas's pen, who in seeking vengeance, observed executions across various lands for over a decade to harden himself, Li Haoran believed that only by confronting the gruesome reality of death could he steel his own heart. On the other hand, this was a matter of his own survival. Cao Cao demanded 5,000 stones of millet from him. Where could he possibly procure such a sum? He could only seek alternative means. After recalling that Su province had a devoted follower of Cao, the deputy of the Grain Bureau, Chen Deng, he remembered the infamous chapter in Romance of the Three Kingdoms where Chen Deng sold Elbu out. In reality, those who fancied themselves noble gentry often found themselves at odds with warlords like Elbu, who hailed from Shiliang. Moreover, despite the chaos reigning across the land and the devastation wrought upon Su province, especially around Pingcheng, where they had suffered under Cao Cao's merciless slaughter, Chen's family, which owned vast tracts of land, should be able to muster 5,000 stones with relative ease. Leveraging the tensions between the two factions and claiming a mandate derived from his connection to Cao, Li Haoran felt confident he could persuade Chen Deng to provide the necessary grain to save his own life. Yet, at this critical juncture, such a calamity had unfolded. The town under Chao's command had been massacred, blocking the escape route for Liu Bei of Yuzhou. The officials killed were relatives of the Chun family from Guangling. The stench of conspiracy was overwhelmingly potent. Using his experience from years of watching suspenseful dramas, Li Haoran began to detect certain unusual signs in the chaos surrounding him. In a tea house not far from the county office, the proprietor lay lifeless on a tea stool, with bloodstains trailing over 2 meters away. Judging by his position, it appeared he had been standing at the entrance, engrossed in the commotion, when calamity struck unexpectedly that he managed to flee only a few steps before succumbing to a fatal wound. Struggling for a mere 2 meters before collapsing onto the bench, he was not an isolated case. Nearby, the fallen gentry and officials seemed to form a faint semblance of order. The visage of Chun Quan had already begun to decay, rendering his expression unrecognizable. Yet the position in which he fell faced directly towards the county office, indicating he was not desperately resisting bandits, but rather appearing to welcome someone instead. Moreover, signs of slaughter stretched from within the city all the way to the city gates. Pinching his nose, he kicked at the corpse beside him, turning the tea house owner's remains over with a thud. A deep, grotesque wound emerged from his back, resembling a triangular puncture, akin to a bird's beak, with a long, shallow gash trailing beneath it. Grabbing the sleeve of the young man beside him, Li Haoran asked in astonishment, what sort of weapon could inflict such an injury, while he held his nose and frowned. Cao Hongjie impatiently shouted back, "It's a halberd." This reply caused Li Haoran's eyes to twitch violently once more. In this era, the halberd was the primary weapon of the northern infantry. Before him, several tiger and leopard cavalry rushed forth, carrying great halberds, their leather boots thudding heavily against the ground. The plan to rest in the city was dashed. Even the elite tiger and leopard cavalry exhibited a slight dip in morale. The young man's expression darkened as he lowered his helmet, remaining silent, while Li Haoran, stepping into his own stirrups, hung his head low, furrowed in thought over the recent events. It seemed that anyone could have a motive. Yet the gang of robbers reported by Cao Hongjie was immediately ruled out. Even if the renowned Master Zhang Jiao were to rise again, he would not possess the audacity to have the county magistrate Chen Quan personally welcome him. The perpetrator could only be someone familiar within the Han army. Elbu was a possibility. He had been exchanging glances with Yuan Shu and even nearly wed his daughter to him. Furthermore, with the fall of the lips, the teeth would suffer. An attack on Chao's forces would alleviate his precarious situation in Shuzhou. However, Elbu's culpability was minimal since he was close to the border of Shuzhou, making him the first suspect. Now that Cao had allied with Yuan Shao, wielding the Emperor's authority to command the lords, it was a time of unparalleled strength that To provoke Cao would be sheer folly, making Elbu appear as the perfect scapegoat. The second suspect was Liu Bei, who indeed had a motive for murder, though it seemed the city of Ping had been slaughtered, severing his supply line from Shuzhou. Making him a victim, one must consider that this was a city conquered by Prime Minister Cao, where his officials had been slain. The animosity towards Cao would not be easily forgotten. At present, Liu Bei stood alongside Cao against the rebellious usurper Yuan Shu, and with his backline under siege, he could easily shed suspicion. Meanwhile, Elbu, having preserved his strength without deploying a single soldier, naturally became the prime suspect. Liu Bei and Elbu harbored deep-seated enmity, exemplified by the events at the White Gate Tower that Elbu had expressed a willingness to surrender and serve Cao as cavalry. Cao, valuing talent, hesitated and consulted Liu Bei, who, with gentle words, questioned the fates of Dong Zhuo and Ding Yuan. His gentle inquiry solidified Chao's resolve to eliminate Elbu. After Elbu's demise, Liu Bei, having aligned with Cao, briefly regained control over Shuzhou to ask for the esteemed Liu Huangshu. Whether he could commit such a heinous act as city slaughter was beyond Li Haoran's contemplation. Those who carved a bloody path through the chaos of the late Han were not to be underestimated. However, there remained a possibility that Li Haoran dared not fully consider. The one slain was Chen Quan. What could compel this county magistrate to receive him with such deference? This year, Huainan faced a severe drought, and continuing entanglements with Yuan Shu would yield no benefits. 5,000 stones of grain was neither too much nor too little, but if transported from Shuzhou to the foot of Sichuan, the battle might well be over by then. Yet, Cao seemed unusually invested, dispatching 50 heavy cavalrymen to accompany him in pursuit. The fact that he sent his trusted aides along was enough to send a shiver down Li Haoran's spine. Chapter 5. If one must pretend, let it be grand. The first impression this era left on Li Haoran was not one of backwardness, but rather the stark reality of a dwindling population. Departing from Sichuan, modern-day Yangzhou, to Chao County, now known as Boizhou and Anhui, a distance of approximately 400 kilometers, Li Haoran and his party took a full 10 days to traverse it. The first 5 days, they found themselves in Yangzhou, a vast expanse devoid of human presence, until they entered Chao County, where they began to see signs of life. Even in Chao County, the ancestral home of Prime Minister Cao, the situation was not particularly robust. As autumn harvest approached, the fields flanking the official roads lay mostly fallow, and of every 10 villages they passed, roughly 5 or 6 were abandoned. The devastation wrought by the Yellow Turban Rebellion had yet to heal, and the even harsher reality of warlords' conflicts loomed ominously. The atmosphere of impending doom was palpable. However, for the moment, Li Haoran had little inclination to fret over the plight of the nation. He was preoccupied with the precariousness of his own existence. Having departed the ravaged Ping County, he suffered from a persistent headache for several days, although he had yet to ascertain who was responsible for the ruthless slaughter of an entire county. He increasingly suspected that Cao was complicit in the foreknowledge of these events. Given this context, Cao's willingness to dispatch 50 tiger and leopard cavalrymen to accompany him was surely not merely for the sake of the inconsequential 5,000 stones of grain. The success of this mission was vital to whether he could return with his head intact and continue to eat his meals in peace. His life was on the line, compelling Li Haoran to exert his mind with an intensity surpassing even that of his college entrance examinations. Formulating a preliminary plan. True to the reputation of Chao's homeland, Chao County had fared relatively well amid the chaos. Despite the drought that plagued the two Hawaii regions, verdant fields surrounded the county town, albeit not with familiar crops like wheat or rice. Instead, there were lower-growing golden plants, their grain heads resembling clusters of small round balls, and farmers could be seen leisurely dozing by the rice paddies. The young man, indeed a close aide of Cao, did not lead the troops directly to the county office, but instead guided them to the Cao family estate outside Cao County. This was a quintessential feudal manor, situated by a river, from which vast fields radiated outward, dotted with a few tenant villages. However, the area was eerily quiet, as most of the men had accompanied Cao in his campaign against Yuan Shu. Upon sighting the returning troops, the elderly and women gathered in small groups along the roadside, their expressions filled with hope. Unfortunately, the meager contingent of fewer than 50 left the majority disappointed, with some cautiously approaching the troops inquiring about the fates of their men. Cao Hongjie displayed remarkable tolerance. Even when a few tiger and leopard cavalrymen paused to exchange whispers, she feigned ignorance. The manor was not as lavish as Li Haoran had envisioned, while there were more buildings. They resembled the thatched cottages of rural areas from decades past, with low earthen walls made of compacted soil and straw. To the west lay a stable, while to the east, a large training ground was adjacent to a blacksmith shop, where thick smoke billowed skyward. The back quarters were slightly better, consisting of a few large tiled houses. Upon returning, the young man appeared somewhat relieved, exchanging a few words with the steward at the entrance before leading his men inside. The tiger and leopard cavalrymen adeptly tended to their horses in the stable, while Li Haoran was assigned to a guest room in the center. However, just as he began to remove his heavy armor, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Instinctively, Cao Hongjie pressed her left hand against her chest and drew her saber with a flourish, pointing it at him, causing Li Haoran to stumble back in alarm. Hastily waving his hands to "It's me," he exclaimed. "Who permitted you to enter? There must be an imperial edict within the Prime Minister's old residence. Hurry and fetch me 1 or 2 copies, and be quick about it." Before the young man could express his anger, Li Haoran, drenched in sweat, began to shout urgently. The request was decidedly peculiar, leaving Cao Hongjie momentarily taken aback, her ire forgotten as she asked in astonishment, "What do you need an imperial edict for?" "Never mind that. Do you want to complete the Prime Minister's task and secure the grain? Curse that greedy dog of a bureaucrat. Even returning ill-gotten gains is fraught with complications. Do not speak." This tactic of intimidation proves remarkably effective that a sharp rebuke from Jia caused her to relinquish half of her composure. Donning a garment, the delicate young lady exited in a flurry of frustration. Her efficiency in handling matters was commendable, and before long, several sheets of earthy yellow silk edicts were unearthed and flung upon the table. Indicating them carelessly, she exclaimed, "Here is the decree you requested." The decline of the Great Han Court was evident in this, for during the height of its power, who would dare to treat an imperial edict so roughly? This item starkly contrasted with the bright yellow edicts depicted in dramas. The fabric was a muted earth tone, adorned with archaic dragon patterns reminiscent of the Qin and Han eras, embellished with cloud motifs. Yet we must give thanks to Kai Luan, for as she unfurled the scroll, it revealed fine paper crafted from mulberry silk, inscribed not in seal script, but in the increasingly popular traditional clerical script that the curious gaze of the delicate young lady. The next moment saw Li Haoran perform an act that nearly made her choke with indignation, as he seized the inner lining that bore the edict's contents and tore it away with a flourish. "This is the decree. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to forfeit the grain?" The phrase proved effective, causing the flustered Cao Hongjie's face to flush crimson, her petite fists trembling for a moment before she begrudgingly retracted them. "Wait for the recovery of the stolen grain. Go find a radish, procure a small knife, and also fetch an old scholar who can write." She truly seemed to consider herself a servant, watching as Li Haoran furrowed his brow, fighting the urge to unleash a fierce rebuke upon him before he tragically exited once more. Once again, the radish and knife were procured, yet the old scholar had yet to arrive. Observing Li Haoran's discontented expression, the delicate young lady proudly pointed to herself with a thumbs up. "You are supposed to be a civil official, yet cannot even write. Is it not merely writing? This general can handle it. What do you wish to inscribe?" "Oh, just copy the first half of this decree, and I will tell you the rest." The knife sliced through the radish with a crisp sound, and in a fit of indignation, Cao Hongjie clutched the torn inner paper of the edict as Li Haoran ripped it into 2 pieces. holding the latter half, which bore several grand seals, and began gesturing wildly with it. Fearing that a prolonged glance might provoke an overwhelming emotional response, she seized the front half of the decree, and with a brush in hand, began to write with fervor. The partnership flourished, and both toiled diligently from afternoon until nightfall, that in the midst of Cao Hongjia's peculiar gaze, Li Haoran brought forth the seal fashioned from the radish and pressed it heavily against her forged decree, leaving several vibrant red impressions that paled in comparison to the original. In this newly crafted decree, Li Haoran had audaciously promoted himself from a mere 7th-rank official to the esteemed position of 5th-rank Yellow Gate secretary, transitioning from a local official to a court officer, brazenly appropriating the accolades previously bestowed upon Chao's promotion to Grand General. The essence of the entire decree conveyed the emperor's recognition of Li Haoran's talents, appointing him as an imperial envoy to pacify Shuzhou. Forging an edict was a grave offense in ancient times, punishable by the annihilation of one's family. Li Haoran dried the ink and affixed the inner paper to the outer yellow silk with glue. Cao Hongjie could only shake her head in resignation. And oh wonder you dare to embezzle military provisions. Engaging in such audacious acts, you truly deserve to meet your end. Pray, it was your superior, Cao, who mismanaged the grain, compelling me to use a small vessel for distribution. When dissatisfaction arose, I was unfairly blamed for the embezzlement. Just thinking about this fills me with ire, Li Haoran retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically. Hey, do not forget that you were complicit in this forgery. If it leads to our downfall, let it be our downfall together. Shall we? Enough of this nonsense. Quickly fetch me a decent set of official robes, and that festive attire. I hear it requires a mink tail. Why are you staring? Do you still wish to secure the grain? Resisting the urge to transform Li Haoran's head into a chamber pot, Cao Hongjie reluctantly turned once more to exit the room. After merely resting for a night at the Cao family estate in Xiao County, the team tasked with recovering the stolen provisions set out once again. However, this time, Li Haoran had upgraded his appearance. The disheveled, filthy hair that had been infested with lice was now washed clean by the gritted teeth of Cao Hongjie, who styled it into a proper scholar's topknot, securing it with a sandalwood hairpin borrowed from Cao. His tattered long robe was discarded into an unknown corner, replaced by a set of court attire in red and white, complete with a sash. After cleansing his face and grooming his sparse mustache, he belted a grand sword at his waist. Remarkably, his ordinary visage seemed to rise several points in attractiveness, coming close to the supporting characters from the dramas. The cavalrymen accompanying him bore long spears adorned with banners inscribed with the character for king, while the orderly retinue wielded clubs, with Li Haoran, now draped in a mink tail, leading the way. The imperial envoy's entourage exuded a commanding presence that Li Haoran had initially planned to disguise himself as a merchant to infiltrate Shuzhou, seeking grain from Chunding under the guise of being Chao's representative. Yet, the realities he had observed over the past few days revealed that due to the ravaging wars, even the farmers had fled. Let alone merchants. Should he attempt to masquerade as a merchant in Shuzhou, he might be mistaken for a spy and executed by Elbu before even returning to face Cao's wrath. Rather than risk such a fate, he resolved to make a bold move. He would boldly declare himself an imperial envoy, openly soliciting grain in Shuzhou, under the watchful gaze of Cao Hongjie, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation despite her pursed lips. Li Haoran pointed decisively eastward. Onward. Chapter 6. The social leader Elbu. Shuzhou's earliest administrative center was located in Pingcheng, the city Liu Bang once seized with an army of 600,000, defeating Xiangyu. However, a few years prior, Chao's father, Cao Song, had fled through this area, only to be ambushed and killed by the subordinates of Shuzhou's inspector, Tao Qian. In a fit of rage, Cao exacted a bloody revenge, slaughtering countless Shuzhou citizens, leaving Pingcheng and its surroundings in ruins. After Elbu took command, he relocated the administrative center to Shuzhou's relatively distant city of Xiaheng. In later years, coastal regions flourished, enjoying the benefits of fish and salt. Compared to the war-torn Central Plains, Shuzhou remained relatively unscathed by conflict, and its population was significantly denser than that of Chao's territory. Yet, under the command of the renowned General Elbu, the common folk of Shuzhou were no better off than those in Yanzhou. Despite the thriving fields of millet and wheat, Li Haoran observed that the villagers and townspeople of Shuzhou wore haggard expressions and tattered clothing. Certainly, This plight was not solely El Bu's fault. It was reflective of the broader societal context. Over 2 centuries of development had allowed powerful families to consolidate land to an extreme degree, with entire counties and villages falling under the control of a few households. Consequently, 80 to 90% of the population had to rely on these families, becoming tenant farmers or serfs. Such circumstances were pervasive throughout the vast Han Empire. In the early Han dynasty, the social inequality that had been subdued by the Green Forest and Red Eyebrow rebellions reemerged, leading to the near extinction of the self-sufficient peasant class. The unchecked aristocracy indulged in extravagance, ruthlessly extracting wealth, while the common folk were left in dire poverty, barely scraping by from one meal to the next. Observing the chaotic end of the Han era, the most benevolent figure for the people was not Cao Cao, nor was it Liu Bei. Rather, it was Yuan Shao, whose indecisiveness made him a laughingstock across the realm. Liu Bei, who claimed descent from the royal lineage, found himself in a world where the Liu surname was exceedingly common. In his early years, he was forced to make a living by selling straw sandals. Truly a man of humble origins that to compensate for his lowly background, he had to ingratiate himself to the powerful families to gain their support, earning a reputation for humility and benevolence. However, the extent to which he could address the grievances of his subjects is readily apparent. Conversely, the Yuan family boasted 4 generations of high-ranking officials, with Yuan Shao himself holding a prominent position among the nobility, that he looked down upon those of lower status, and the title of 4 generations of high officials required no special recruitment from him. As the sons of aristocracy flocked to his side, this allowed Yuan Shao to cleanse the land of its inhabitants in Hebei without restraint, all while greedily extracting resources from the people. Yet it was this very arrogance that rendered Yuan Shao deaf to the counsel of others, ultimately leading to his downfall at Guandu, proving the adage that one's rise and fall often hinge on the same factors. As for Shuzhou at this time, the Yellow Turban Rebellion had little impact here, and the chaos of the Central Plains had yet to reach the heart of Shuzhou. The local aristocracy had not yet suffered the acute pains experienced by the landlords of the Central Plains. Thus, their plundering of the commoners was conducted with even greater audacity. The dilapidated Eastern Han infrastructure bypassed the withering Pengcheng, continuing eastward along the Sea River, to the moment when Li Haoran was keenly observing the unique juxtaposition of prosperity and poverty at the end of the Han. Heavy footsteps suddenly echoed on the road, followed by clouds of dust rising on the eastern horizon. Moments later, a formidable troop of cavalry approached fiercely, blocking the main road, having traversed nearly half of Shuzhou. The forces under Lord L finally made their delayed appearance. This army, a mixed force of infantry and cavalry, comprised only about 300 to 400 horsemen, while the infantry numbered at least 1,000. They charged heedlessly into the surrounding fields of wheat and millet, trampling down the crops that were on the verge of ripening. The villagers previously toiling in the fields scattered in terror at the sight of the soldiers, fleeing as if from a plague. Among the cavalry, a large flag emblazoned with the character Zhang fluttered in the wind, and amidst the throng of horsemen stood a robust military commander wielding a long, narrow-bladed spear. These cavalrymen were likely El Bu's elite troops from Bingzhou, identifiable by their distinct attire, which included studded leather armor and felt hats, even in this warm weather, some adorned with fur collars. While others exhibited distinctly foreign features as for the infantry, they appeared to be remnants of the Danyang troops under Tao Qian. Yet compared to their illustrious name, their equipment was rather unremarkable. Some wore worn leather armor, while others donned simple blue garments, wielding seemingly antiquated halberds. Their formation was somewhat disordered, but their carefree demeanor conveyed a sense of ferocity. With a spear pointed at Li Haoran's head, a cavalry general with a slight curl to his beard and a serious expression bellowed, "I am Zhang Wenyuan of Yinmen. Who are you? Why do you trespass in Shuzhou?" To claim he was unafraid would be a lie. Facing thousands of imposing figures wielding weapons, there was a palpable threat to his life. Zhang's booming voice reverberated, causing even the most composed to feel a twinge of fear, as Li Haoran, gripping the hilt of his saber nervously, felt his hand tremble. Nevertheless, summoning his courage, he concealed his quaking hand behind his back, stood tall, and proclaimed in a loud, forced voice, "I am a descendant of the Wang clan from Jinyang, and Wang Hao is my lord. By the emperor's command, I have come to pacify Shuzhou. Are you not subjects of the Han? Why do you not kneel to welcome the envoy?" In that critical moment, surrendering would mean defeat, but he had to project the confidence of a health supplement salesman, shouting with fervor before the gathered crowd, as if to convey that not purchasing would be a grave mistake. Remarkably, Li Haoran's bold proclamation momentarily stunned Zhang Wenyuan, who regarded him with uncertainty, glancing at the flags fluttering behind him. Yet it must be acknowledged that the Han Dynasty's envoy bore a reputation and market recognition of considerable repute. After a few seconds of hesitation, Zhang dismounted heavily and knelt before Li Haoran, bowing his head and exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the envoy of the Han." Following suit, the once imposing cavalrymen and infantry finally submitted. Kneeling in unison, chanting "Long live the Emperor," the once haughty Li Haoran, relieved, gazed at his newfound followers with a mix of admiration and disbelief, yet he could not help but roll his eyes at the absurdity of the situation as he pounded his chest. Feigning breathlessness. Once he regained his composure, Li Haoran resumed his role as the successful salesman, adopting an air of seriousness as he declared, "Rise. I command you to escort me to Xiapi." In that moment, Li Haoran experienced the sensation of a ghostly presence, as the area surrounding Zhang Wenyuan's army turned desolate. Within a 10-mile radius, not a blade of grass remained. From afar, common folk fled at the sight of the troops. Leaving behind a ghost town by the time Li Haoran arrived, that it was no wonder they ran. The discipline of this army was woefully lacking. On several occasions, the cavalry led the charge into villages, rummaging for valuables and food, returning laden with spoils. The only aspect of the troop that puzzled Li Haoran was the commanding horseman, Zhang Wenyuan. As the soldiers scattered to plunder, he did not intervene. Yet he sighed deeply at the chaos, casting a glance back at Li Haoran, as if hesitating to voice his thoughts. Logically, one would expect the areas closer to the administrative centers to be more prosperous. However, upon reaching Shuzhou, the reality was starkly different. The closer they got to Xiapi, the more desolate it became. While the villagers had fled for safety, those near the city had turned into completely abandoned hamlets, with fields overgrown with weeds and thatched huts long collapsed. Having traveled for 3 days, taking their time to pillage along the way, they finally reached Xiapi. It seemed Zhang Wenyuan had dispatched someone to report ahead. As the western city gate of Xiapi was already bustling with crowds, prepared to receive them, at the forefront, a large white flag bearing the character L stood proudly, flanked by elite infantry in full armor. Arranged in 2 massive formations, that a throng of riders was enveloped within these formations, likely the local leaders of Shuzhou. The tales of Elbu's famed halberd were so deeply ingrained that Li Haoran instinctively searched the crowd for the legendary weapon. Yet, there was not a halberd to be found among the ranks. Instead, at the forefront, a towering figure clad in robust armor, with a massive iron spear slung over his saddle, exuded an intimidating presence. His muscular physique suggested he could easily have sculpted abs, and his broad cheeks were filled out, with furrows etched into his forehead, as he gazed down at Li Haoran, that if one were to describe his expression in colloquial terms, it would convey a sense of indignation and defiance. The same could be said for the officials flanking him, whether they were the civil officials on his left or the military leaders on his right. Their stern faces resembled those of individuals who had been wronged. Staring coldly at Li Haoran, that it was evident that not all expressions of disapproval were equal. While one man's displeasure hinted at a debt of 400 taels. The old fellow closest to Elbu, adorned in a cap resembling a brick and a brown-black robe, bore a countenance that suggested Li Haoran owed him 800 taels. He scrutinized Li Haoran with a piercing gaze before dismissively turning away. Much like a salesperson at the end of a long day. "Shuzhou welcomes the envoy of the Han. We humbly invite you to enter the city," proclaimed the Shuzhou Inspector Elbu. "Why do you not bow before our envoy?" At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The gates of Xiapi fell silent, as the local officials appeared as if they had encountered a dinosaur reborn, their mouths agape in disbelief. In the center, Elbu's muscular visage flushed with anger, turning a deep shade reminiscent of a pig's liver from the northeast. Chapter 7. The Twist. My flamboyant Group 1 could liken Li Haoran's bravado before Elbu to a mere show of strength. His audacity seemed misplaced in the presence of such a formidable figure. Not only did the leaders of Shuzhou appear stunned, but even the fearless Chao Hong, who accompanied them, looked momentarily pale. The tension in the air was palpable, ready to ignite at any moment. Did Li Haoran feel fear? How could he not? His calves had grown weak, and fortunately, he had fashioned himself a fabric stirrup which prevented him from toppling over. Brother L's head was held high, his gaze as lethal as a blade, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, he had no choice but to maintain this facade, much like Li Wei when he assumed authority. Presently, he was playing the role of an imperial envoy and needed to embody the audacity that such a title demanded. Otherwise, who would regard him as anything but a mere trifle? If he failed to accomplish the task assigned by Prime Minister Cao, a task he still had not fully comprehended, would he not return to find his head on the chopping block? Fortunately, while El Gu was poised to draw his dagger, another boisterous figure among the generals of Shuzhou, whether it was Wei Su or Song Xian, pointed an accusatory finger at him, cursing, "You wretched scoundrel! What are you to warn our general's respect?" Li Haoran had been eagerly awaiting this provocation. The opportunity presented itself, and before either Wei Su or Song Xian could finish their tirade, he straightened his posture with righteous indignation, exclaiming, "What is this? How dare you?" Once again, the officials of Shuzhou found themselves momentarily stunned, the two elderly men in the back likely struggling to catch their breath, while only the young gentleman among them wore an expression of wariness. A fortnight prior, Li Haoran had nearly incited rebellion among Cao Cao's troops with his audacious remarks, and she was acutely aware of his cunning as expected with a sudden thump of his chest. Li Haoran commenced his fervent performance, delivering an impassioned twist to "I am but an unnamed lowly soldier, devoid of wealth, and in terms of status, I am unworthy even to lead General L's horse or carry his shoes. How could I possibly merit a bow from General L? And who is General L? A paragon of loyalty, a most loyal servant of the court, a man of unwavering dedication, who has vanquished the rebel Dong Zhuo, ridding the court of a grave peril, a monumental benefactor." As he extolled the virtues of El Bu, Li Haoran found himself increasingly exhilarated, his voice rising higher, nearly matching the fervor of the renowned comedian selling crutches. His demeanor almost hysterical as he brandished his fists toward the heavens. "But I stand here as the Emperor's appointed inspector of Shuzhou. I hold the Emperor's scepter. General L's bow is not a mere gesture of respect to me, Wang, but a tribute to the Emperor himself. Though my status is humble, I would never dare tarnish General L's name of loyalty. Therefore, I boldly declare that without a bow from the general, I shall not enter the city." El Bu, the loyal minister? One can only imagine the laughter of Ding Yuan, Dong Zhuo, and Lu Dai from beyond the grave. Yet El Bu remained oblivious to this flattery to Li Haoran's praises elevated El Bu's notorious deed of slaying his own foster father, Dong Zhuo, to celestial heights, and the sycophancy made El Bu, the fierce steed, feel as though he were galloping in joy. His previously menacing eyes softened as if gazing fondly at a comrade, high in the midst of Li Haoran's impassioned oration. El Bu unexpectedly laughed heartily and dismounted, leading the way in a deep bow toward Li Haoran. "Your Excellency reminds me. I, having dwelled in the wilds of Shiliang for so long, have regrettably forgotten the etiquette due to the Emperor. This is indeed a grave offense that I ask the governor of Shuzhou, I, the Marquis of Wen, El Bu, bow to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Is this truly happening?" In disbelief, the young gentleman's bright eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. With their leader dismounting to pay his respects, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Amidst the clattering of hooves, dozens of Shuzhou officials and generals dismounted, bowing deeply alongside El Bu. Even those who had just mocked Li Haoran now shuffled forward with smiles, eager to pay their respects. Among them, the nearest official, who owed 800 taels, found it exceedingly difficult to bow, his expression growing increasingly sour, as if he were owed 1,200 taels instead. Meanwhile, 2 positions back, a young Shuzhou scholar in his mid-20s could not suppress a faint smile at the absurdity of it all. Though they did not kneel, their gesture sufficed to fulfill Li Haoran's objectives. Having compelled El Bu to bow, he could boast of this achievement for the rest of his life, with a beaming smile. He continued to feign humility. "The loyalty and righteousness of the Marquis must surely delight your Majesty. Please, everyone rise. What a sycophant." Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, the young gentleman could not help but roll his eyes in frustration. Yet the surprises were not over. Seemingly pleased by the flattery, El Bu took the reins of Li Haoran's horse, walking alongside him as he bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and welcome the envoy into the city." What a toady! Just moments ago, he had been baring his teeth in anger, and now, upon turning around, Wei Su and Song Xian immediately bowed and led the way. Please, Your Excellency. This way, Your Excellency. The history of Xiapi City is quite extensive. The very same Zhou Ji, who once admonished King Qi, was initially granted the title of Marquis of Xiapi, establishing the city here, after enduring centuries through the warring states and the Han dynasties. This nearly millennium-old city had been utterly ravaged under El Bu's rule. The ordinary populace had all but vanished. The streets were now teeming with El Bu's Liangzhou troops, their families, and the craftsmen. Women and servants they had captured. Life as normal had ceased to exist, and the ancient charm of Qi had been thoroughly desecrated, the air thick with the pungent stench of livestock. How could it not reek? The Huai River flowed through the city, which had once been a haven for scholars to compose poetry, but now served as a stable for the troops of Bingzhou. Horse manure flowed downstream, permeating the air with its foul scent. The ancient wooden architecture, once a testament to Qi's elegance, now lay in disrepair, collapsing in places, with many roofs missing tiles. The city resembled nothing more than a cattle pen. Yet, Li Haoran found himself admiring his own audacity, marveling at the filth and chaos akin to a derelict settlement by the Ganges. With a nonchalant demeanor, he earnestly extolled, General L is indeed the pillar of the court. Look at Shuzhou. Under the general's governance, its military is robust, and its people are fierce. Truly, the responsibility of pacifying the realm lies solely on your shoulders. I am deeply impressed. Li Haoran's words rang hollow. Yet the simplicity of the times allowed for such flattery to be received earnestly. After all, why did Yuan Shao's most sycophantic subordinates, like Guotu, thrive? With Li Haoran's insincere praise, the young gentleman felt nauseated. Yet El Bu accepted it wholeheartedly, nodding in agreement as he led the horse. Your Excellency is too kind. I am but a simple man, lacking knowledge of governance or agriculture. However, when it comes to leading troops, none dare claim superiority over me. In this time of chaos, brave warriors like El Bu were essential to suppress the unscrupulous scoundrels. His valor reached the heavens. I am left in awe. My respects are boundless. Perched upon his steed, Li Haoran beamed, clasping his hands, his face glowing with delight as he flattered El Bu, who grinned broadly in response. The once fearsome general, who had once nearly driven Cao Cao to despair, was now easily charmed by this seemingly inconsequential individual, appearing as a simpleton in his merriment. This was no exaggeration. El Bu was simply a man easily swayed by praise. Years ago, when Dongzhuo tempted him to betray Ding Yuan, it was through the persuasive words of Li Su that he was convinced to commit the act. Subsequently, he presented Ding Yuan's head to Dongzhuo, his new master. Then came Wang Yun, who frequently invited El Bu to feasts, further ingratiating himself with flattery. After establishing this rapport, the infamous liaison with Diao Chan, Dongzhuo's concubine, was orchestrated, leading to Dongzhuo's demise. Moreover, during El Bu's final battle at Xiapi, Chen Gong suggested that El Bu station cavalry outside the city while he defended it with infantry. Once Cao Cao attacked, El Bu could flank him, leading to a swift victory. However, this plan never materialized as Diao Chan, fearing betrayal, dissuaded El Bu from trusting Chen Gong. Consequently, El Bu rejected the advice and relinquished all external positions, ultimately allowing Cao Cao to flood Xiapi. Even as Li Haoran managed to amuse El Bu, it bore little significance. Regardless of Ding Yuan and Dongzhuo's treatment of El Bu, or Liu Bei's previous kindness in taking him in, El Bu's treachery was ever present. When he aligned with Yuan Shu, he turned against Liu Bei, seizing his territory and capturing his family, displaying a treacherous nature that could not be tamed. However, the threat of such betrayal was a long-term concern. Li Haoran had no desire to subjugate El Bu or harness his strength. For the time being, he simply needed to flatter him without inciting his wrath that in a fleeting moment, he managed to extract provisions for survival, subsequently revealing the news from Ping'e County to fulfill Boss Cao's concealed mission, allowing him to make a swift exit. As for the potential repercussions in Shuzhou, Li Haoran deemed them beyond his concern. With a blend of persuasion and flattery, upon arriving at the residence of Lord Wenho in the city center, had it not been for the rigid-faced scholar Chen Gong, who owed a debt of 1,200 taels and advocated for him, El Bu might have almost forged a brotherhood with Li Haoran. In this context, the fear of his deception being unveiled dissipated. And standing at the entrance of the Wenhou mansion, after proclaiming the fabricated imperial edict concocted with the effeminate youth. It was carelessly ordered by El Bu's subordinates to be discarded without a glance that Li Howren let out a profound sigh of relief. The first step of his life-preserving ruse had indeed been accomplished. Just as he momentarily lost himself in thought, Lord Wenhou had already tugged at his sleeve, his face flushed with excitement as he strode into the mansion, calling out joyfully to the inner courtyard. Bring forth the banquet, serve the wine. Chapter 8. Classic online deception, as the ancient generals proclaimed. Employing military strategy is akin to the natural ebb and flow of gatherings and dispersals. Sima's doctrine asserts, when foot soldiers are united, 1,000 men move as one, akin to a solid rock. When the Marquis commands cavalry, they may soar through the heavens or conceal themselves in the depths, erratic and unpredictable. Such strategies from antiquity had previously eluded Wang. But now, observing General L's troops, he suddenly found enlightenment akin to a revelation in a restroom. On the parade ground, the colossal war drums resounded with a thunderous beat amidst the fervent shouts of battle. The fully armored infantry marched forward, shields on their backs and long halberds held aloft, resembling an unyielding wall. Beside them, the cavalry, spears tucked under their arms, moved like serpents poised to strike, ready to claim lives with a single lunge. Underneath several grand canopies, Li Howren engaged in a verbal duel, his eloquence causing spittle to fly. Regrettably, he lamented not having chosen a more stable path, perhaps working at a modest company instead of a career in commentary or live broadcasting, thus avoiding the late-night toil that had unexpectedly transported him to this era. However, life, much like a stubborn vine, must be accepted if one cannot resist it. With a slight sigh, Li Howren renewed his vigor in pursuing his ambitious endeavors. With such formidable cavalry, it was no wonder that the flying general had repeatedly charged into Zhang Yan's ranks, returning with severed heads like clusters of grapes. Truly an eye-opening spectacle for Wang. Amidst his eloquence, the effeminate youth, Cao Hongjie, behind him had grown numb, his eyes glazed as he drifted into a reverie. Yet to El Bu's ears, Li Howren's words were a long-awaited melody, for his flattery was not mere sycophancy. It was interwoven with insights gleaned from future military treatises, coupled with references to past battles that Li Howren, who had not received formal education, articulated strategies that El Bu could not express, highlighting their intricacies, providing El with a sense of satisfaction akin to a long-sought itch being scratched. Indeed, Master Li is truly a confidant of El. Let us raise our glasses. With a hearty laugh, El Bu lifted a bowl of wine, downing its contents in one go. Following suit, Li Howren filled his own cup and drank it all in a single gulp, though he couldn't help but grimace slightly afterward that it was no wonder the ancients drank in barrels. This yellow wine brewed from rice was only about 10 degrees strong, comparable to modern beer. Yet, the brewing techniques of this era were clearly subpar, and amidst the chaos of war, Li Howren found the taste rather unbearable. Truth be told, he struggled to comprehend why these bearded ancients willingly consumed such unpalatable concoctions. Nevertheless, this could also be a lucrative opportunity, in an age devoid of distilled spirits, if he survived this calamity. He intended to experiment that if he could manage to intoxicate a few historical figures, it would be a change in history, wouldn't it? Once the wine was finished, Li Howren raised his fists in salute. Once, I heard of Lord L's prowess in archery, striking down thousands with a single arrow. I am in awe. Might I have the fortune today to witness the arrow skills of General L. Akin to the legendary Yang Yu, merely a trivial skill. Since Master Li desires it, how could I hesitate? Haha, bring forth my bow. Stepping down from the platform amid the thunderous drumbeats, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed. There appeared El Bu atop the steed Redhair, emerging from the ranks of the iron cavalry like a serpent ready to strike, drawing his ornate bow back like a crescent moon. However, while Li Howren watched with keen interest, several pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon him. Where there are people, there exists intrigue. The waters of Shuzhou were particularly deep. The old powers in Shuzhou were held by Tao Qian. Yet he, having risen to prominence by quelling the Yellow Turbans, was not a native force. His primary support came from the renowned Danyang troops, one of the top 10 elite forces of the Three Kingdoms. Hailing from Yangzhou, his most trusted general, Cao Bao, later became El Bu's father-in-law, and together they plotted to seize Liu Bei's Shuzhou, merging most of the Danyang troops into Elbu's army. The Danyang troops lacked outstanding generals. And after Cao Bao was slain by Zhang Fei, the core leadership consisted of Elbu's men. Ho Chung, Wei Su, Song Xian, and several capable officers left behind by Tao Qian. Yet among them was still a talented individual, Chun Gong. In the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, this fellow escaped with Cao Cao, joining him in a frenzy that led to the massacre of Elbo's family. Upon hearing Cao Cao's famous words, "I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me," he deemed Cao unworthy and swore allegiance to Elbu. However, the romance is but a tale. The true reason for Chun Gong's rift with Cao Cao was far less noble. Hailing from a prestigious family, he gained fame at a young age, mingling with renowned scholars. Note, renowned scholars. After Cao Cao's appointment as the inspector of Yin province, he became a friend of Chun Gong. But a multitude of local scholars, bolstered by their fame and family influence, openly defied Cao, failing to recognize that the era of aristocratic dominance was waning. The chaotic times had arrived, and the feudal rituals established by the Eastern Han were crumbling. Warlords wielding military power had become the true authority. For these scholars, Cao was unhesitatingly ruthless, executing them on the spot. This provoked Chun Gong's ire. Perceiving himself as a member of the aristocracy, he viewed Cao Cao as a usurper of their power, and thus regarded him as a mortal enemy. Subsequently, like a modern-day femme fatale, Chun Gong demanded luxuries from his husband, Cao, while cavorting with Elbu, the neighbor next door. During Cao Cao's eastern campaign against Shuzhou, he conspired to lure Elbu into Yin province from behind, nearly costing Cao his life. Yet, due to his childhood friendship with Yuan Shao and his exceptional cunning, Cao Cao ultimately reclaimed Yin province, forcing the disgraced Chun Gong and Elbu to retreat to Xiaopei. Thus, among Elbu's ranks, the most vigilant and deeply resentful of Cao Cao was none other than Chun Gong. Now, with the court reduced to a puppet, the emissaries dispatched by Emperor Xian were no different from those sent by Cao Cao. On Li Haoran's first day, Chun Gong exhibited overt hostility, wearing a face as long as if he were owed 1,200 taels. However, as the days passed, Chun Gong found himself increasingly perplexed, unable to decipher Li Haoran's intentions. This young man was excessively sycophantic, almost a professional flatterer. His obsequiousness bordered on the absurd, threatening to overshadow Cao Cao's reputation. Such abject servility conveyed a political message. The faction he belonged to was on the brink of collapse, resorting to pleading for mercy. Yet was Cao Cao truly in decline? Although he had not taken the field himself, Chun Gong had planted informants within Liu Bei's ranks, gathering intelligence that indicated Chao's forces were advancing relentlessly, with Yuan Shu unable to withstand them, having fled from Shochuan. Though this battle seemed nearly concluded, the reality was that Chao's provisions could not sustain a prolonged siege, yet the outcome was undeniably a decisive victory for Chao's army. Leading to a demoralized Yuan army, Cao Cao's downfall was still far from imminent. Thus, the next likely target was the pretext of attacking Gua, with Cao Cao's sights set on his former ally, Elbu and Shuzhou. That he had sent this young man as a probe, seeking to ease tensions within the region. Regarding the extent of this fellow's probing, it remains uncertain. However, in terms of lowering his guard, Li Haoran has truly excelled. Observing below, Elbu, lost in exuberance as he celebrates his 3 consecutive hits, raises his sculpted bow high, calling out with fervor. Chun Gong, with a sullen expression, cannot help but shake his head in dismay. Suddenly, he glances back, reflecting the helplessness of this era, fully aware that the enemy is right beside him, yet utterly powerless against him. The representative of the local Su province faction, Chen Ding, sits less than 2 meters away, also furrowing his brow in contemplation, seemingly lost in thought, but he slightly tilts his head, and the gazes of the 2 esteemed gentlemen intertwine awkwardly before they simultaneously snort in disdain and turn away. The grand parade meant to showcase Su province's martial prowess unfolds with resounding success. That evening, Elbu, in high spirits, commands another banquet. Despite the disheveled state of Xiamping City, El's residence is indeed well appointed, a spacious house adorned with red pillars and green beams. The only discomfort lies in the absence of tables, necessitating a kneeling posture, which leaves Li Haoran's thighs numb, even with soft cushions beneath him. Underneath, A dozen musicians clutching sun and striking bells play a melody that drags on lethargically, inducing drowsiness in the listeners. The sole source of stimulation for Li Haoran is the sight of the maidens performing the mulberry-picking dance, their modest attire captivating, though lacking the boldness of the Tang dynasty. Clad in authentic pale green hanfu, their slender waists and flowing sleeves are truly a delight to behold. Yet, tonight holds paramount importance. After merely glancing at the maidens, Li Haoran quickly adopts a serious demeanor. Shedding the lively and playful facade he'd worn for days, revealing a visage burdened with anxiety that Elbu, lacking in emotional intelligence, fails to inquire about his change in demeanor, instead remaining half-drunkenly fixated on his wine cup. "Brother Chochian, we are like old friends at first sight. Come, let us drink another cup." The elder's ignorance compels Li Haoran to take the initiative, lifting his cup and sighing deeply. Yet he soon sets it down again. "Brother El, I cannot drink." Elbu's capricious temperament leaves Li Haoran fearful of losing face. He hastens to express his sorrow. When the Lord is troubled, the ministers are humiliated. When the Lord is humiliated, the ministers perish. I have come at His Majesty's behest. While here, I enjoy luxurious food and sweet wine, yet His Majesty suffers in Su Palace, deprived of sustenance and clothing, unable even to light a lamp. The Chancellor Cao is in dire straits, with the people of Xuchang eating but once a day, and even His Majesty can barely manage 2 meals that I end the dead of night. Hunger gnaws at the belly. It is a lamentable sight. Reflecting on my previous life of comfort, with ample food, drink, and leisure, I find myself in this era, scraping by on husks and vegetables while fearing for my life, as he mutters. Tears genuinely well up in Li Haoran's eyes, and he lowers his head, wiping his face with his sleeve. After a prolonged moment, as Li Haoran eagerly awaits, the dazed Elbu finally exhales deeply. Shaking his head in lament, His Majesty suffers thus. That old rascal Cao truly lacks the qualities of a minister. Where are the granaries? Dispatch some cloth and provisions to Brother Wang. Let this be a testament to my loyalty. Having secured the outcome, Li Haoran, amidst tears, nearly bursts into laughter. Chapter 9. A major undertaking art springs from life, and strategies are no different. What Li Haoran is executing is nothing short of a classic online scam from a later era. First, he adds you on WeChat, engages in conversation, and after a period of emotional investment, he begins to borrow money with tales of sudden hospitalizations and household misfortunes. Once the funds are out, he vanishes without a trace. However, in this age, lacking the internet, Li Haoran does not masquerade as a maiden, but instead bears his masculine charm to win over Elbu and the officials of Su province, leveraging the emperor's plight to elicit sympathy and procure resources. Thus, the provisions are secured. Furthermore, Elbu's promises are far from over. Another young gentleman, wearing a hat reminiscent of Zhuge Liang from television dramas and donned in elegant attire, passionately declares, "What you say, Master Li, is entirely correct. When the Lord is troubled, the ministers are humiliated. When the Lord is humiliated, the ministers perish. His Majesty is in hunger and cold, while we indulge in luxury." Hearing Master Li's words, my heart aches. The Chen family is willing to contribute 5,000 measures of grain, 3,000 bolts of cloth, 100 servants, and 300 jars of wine and oil to support His Majesty. What a magnificent overachievement. Surely, the surplus can be pocketed. With a facade of heartfelt gratitude, Li Haoran, amid tears, nearly bursts into laughter. Yet a roadblock arises. Just as everyone is eager to contribute money and goods, a heavy cough suddenly disrupts the atmosphere. Since His Majesty suffers so greatly in Xuchang, and Chancellor Cao is unable to support him, why not invite His Majesty to Su province? With the proximity to the sea, the bounties of fish and salt abound, ensuring His Majesty's comfort. The disparity is stark, even among those sharing the surname Chun. Chen Deng, a kind-hearted and cheerful young man, contrasts sharply with Chen Gong, whose demeanor resembles that of a scheming old ghost. With a face as grim as though someone owed him a significant sum, he rises from his seat and bows deeply. Initially, the gathering enjoyed the prospect of contributions, but upon hearing this suggestion, the joyous countenance of the maiden falters, her face tightening in anxiety as she fixates on Li Haoran's back. Li Haoran himself is momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the suggestion, using the emperor to command the lords. What a fanciful notion to bring such a grand advantage to Su province. However, after a brief pause, he unexpectedly responds with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Indeed, the venerable General Chun is a true loyal subject of the Han. I trust that upon hearing your sincere words, His Majesty will gladly accept. General, please prepare for the construction of a palace that I am unsure whether it should be situated in Pingcheng or Xiamping. Additionally, the royal family and esteemed officials, including Dong Cheng, Wang Zifu, and Zhong Shun, will also be arriving. Please, esteemed elder, assist in arranging accommodations for them, and where shall the royal estate be established? His Majesty will also require 3,000 skilled female weavers." And, Master Li, Chun Deng's expression shifts slightly green. Even he who had been generous moments ago reaped the benefits of leveraging the emperor. One must also bear its burdens. The expenses of the royal household are no trifling matter. And the former Han noblemen were hardly easy to manage. Will there be enough space for the return of so many? And where will the Su province gentry find sustenance? Hastily interrupting Li Haoran's excited tirade, Chun Deng, with resignation, clasps his hands in a bow. Xuchang is near Luoyang, the heart of the realm, while Su province lies by the sea, somewhat isolated. It is not the place of dragon energy that if His Majesty relocates to Su province. What shall become of Guangzhou? I implore you, esteemed gentlemen, to ponder this carefully. In a moment of profound disappointment, Li Haoran finally concedes, offering a bow. What you say is indeed valid. I have acted rashly. Meanwhile, Chen Gong's countenance shifts from irritation to a deeper displeasure. He had not anticipated the emperor's arrival, knowing Cao Cao would not allow it. His intention was to suppress Li Haoran, prompting him to decline the offer that El Bu's volatile temperament would naturally elicit dissatisfaction. The material provisions could be overlooked, but the rising hostility towards Cao Cao from Su province was a significant gain. To his surprise, Li Haoran's audacity was truly remarkable. His eloquence rendered Su province speechless, leading them to relinquish the proposal, as if it was he who suggested the emperor's relocation, rather than El Bu's inability to provide. This granted El Bu considerable face, leaving Chun Gong's own expression twitching in agitation. However, Chun Gong's astuteness becomes evident. He recognizes when to advance and when to retreat. Despite suffering a significant loss of face, he remains silent, returning to his seat and pouring himself a drink in solitude. After this interlude, Li Haoran, relieved of his pressing concerns, feels a newfound lightness that El Bu, seizing the opportunity, pours himself another drink, his face beaming with mirth as he raises his cup. Today, with such esteemed guests gathered, and with a hero like Brother El present, I am filled with a sense of camaraderie. How about I recite a poem to elevate the spirits of the gathering? In the Qin era, the bright moon shone upon the Han's borders across 1,000 miles. The traveler has yet to return. As long as the divine general, Lord One, is present, what need have we for the Hu cavalry to cross the Yinshe mountains? Drink! Excellent poetry. The resounding praises fill the air. Even Chun Deng, despite being loyal to the Han while seated among L's ranks, cannot help but shake his head in disbelief, wondering where Chancellor Cao found such a master flatterer, capable of leaving El Bu utterly bemused. Though the alcohol of this era may be mild, Li Haoran, in high spirits, drains several jars, finally becoming tipsy, that he stumbles about, slurring his words, shouting without end, "Drink! I can still drink. In our company, I am known as the immortal of wine. Bring it on. I, General L, am formidable. El Bu, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei. What is Zhang Fei? He ranks only 6th. The small face was filled with helplessness as she clutched his sleeve, the delicate young man stumbling step by step towards the exit. However, before they could leave the courtyard of the banquet hall, a servant clad in blue suddenly appeared, bowing his head and urgently blocking their path. Lord Li, please wait. Today, General L is hosting a grand celebration and has specifically invited you to the inner residence. Please allow me to escort you there. In this era, it was considered a refined and elegant affair among noblemen to entertain esteemed guests with maidservants and concubines. Having been by Cao Cao's side, Cao Hongjie was naturally accustomed to this practice. Although she let out a disdainful snort, she nonetheless supported Li Haoran and followed the blue-clad servant into the inner residence. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows, the aged face of Chun Gong appeared, his eyes, though aged, gleaming with a sinister coldness akin to that of hell's demons. watching the pair's retreating figures with a smirk of disdain. He shook his head and departed with a swift flick of his sleeve, reflecting on how many men had fallen due to their desires. Under the moonlight, following the servant, they traversed through 2 courtyards. Just as they approached the next one, Li Haoran suddenly grasped his throat and abruptly released the young man's arm, rushing to the base of a large tree to heave violently, the stench of alcohol wafting through the air, prompting Cao Hongjie to wrinkle her nose in disgust. "Just ahead. The bathing water is ready for you, my lord." The servant's voice was tinged with urgency as he attempted to assist Li Haoran again, only to be violently tossed aside, stumbling in shock. "Where are you taking me? Don't think that just because I'm drunk, I will fall for your tricks. I won't be fooled," seeing the man babble nonsensically. Cao Hongjie grew anxious, her irritation boiling over as she shouted, "General L has arranged for a concubine to serve you. What nonsense about tricks? They are merely trying to show goodwill. And you wretched creature, should hurry." However, her words ignited all of Li Haoran's pent-up grievances, and he pointed an accusing finger at Cao Hongjie, roaring in defiance, "Serve me? I refuse. I've set my sights on you today. You will warm my bed. You dare." Half indignant and half incredulous, Cao Hongjie's large eyes widened in disbelief, her fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage that in the astonished gaze of the blue-clad servant. The alcohol-fueled bravado surged within Li Haoran, and he arrogantly waved his sleeve, declaring, "Dare? I command you to warm my bed. What of it? Do you want food or not?" Shaking with fury, the mere mention of food struck a nerve with Cao Hongjie, for it was the first time she had been tasked by Cao Cao, and she was desperate to fulfill it. Watching Li Haoran behave like a drunken lout after a quarrel with his wife, she hesitated for several seconds before gritting her teeth and hastily following after him. "Lord Li, General L is truly anxious to the point of blood vomiting," the blue-clad servant called out urgently from behind. But just as they approached the courtyard he sought to enter, a sharp reprimand rang out. "Who dares to make such a ruckus in the dead of night? Do you wish to lose your head?" "Madam Run." The servant trembled as if struck by lightning, dropping to his knees and repeatedly knocking his head against the ground, that in response to Madam, the court envoy, Lord Li, has barged into the inner residence, causing a commotion that startled you. I am ready to face death for this transgression." Flushed with indignation, Madam Run was about to scold him when she suddenly furrowed her brows and inquired hastily, "This Lord Li has intruded into the inner residence. Where is Lord Ho Chung, the guard? Why was he not stopped? Lord Ho." The servant was struck dumb, his face turning as pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, in the outer residence, the envoy's quarters, with a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut, as if preparing to confront Elbu. Cao Hongjie's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing, yet her steps felt heavy as she finally made her way to the window. "You worthless fool, do you truly expect me to warm your bed? Indeed, you shall warm my bed. Otherwise, you can forget about food." The inebriated Li Haoran, with a stubborn resolve, lay sprawled on the bed, gritting his teeth and holding up a finger defiantly. Ironically, he encountered the equally obstinate Cao Hongjie, her face flushed with anger, as she growled through clenched teeth, "Do you wish to die? I shall gladly accommodate you." In the midst of her words, she suddenly yanked at the belt around her waist, the sound of the heavy armor clattering to the ground resonating as her coarse battle robe fell away, revealing a soft and delicate form beneath. Chapter 10. This assassin is a bit timid. The morning began with the chaos surrounding Cao Hongjie, followed by the shocking intelligence revealed by Chun Deng at noon, leaving Li Haoran stunned until evening when he finally regained his composure. It was then that he noticed a head, filled with terror and horror, hanging at the entrance of L's residence, the very servant who had led him to the inner residence the previous night. And no wonder Chun Deng had congratulated him so fervently at noon. It turned out that the L residence harbored hidden peril. Thankfully, Cao Hongjie had risked herself to divert the danger, or else the head hanging there might well have belonged to Li Haoran himself. Reflecting on this, as he followed the servant to the banquet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. However, it seemed that Cao Hongjie was still upset with him, as she rolled her eyes at him, her demeanor proudly haughty. Everything unfolded as anticipated. Despite Li Haoran's incessant boasting about El Good during the banquet, it was evident that El Didi's enthusiasm had waned considerably, his demeanor cold and taciturn. Merely sipping his drink in silence on Chun Gong's side, he too appeared displeased, likely due to the incident with the blue-clad servant, his expression dark and unyielding, as if someone owed him a significant debt. Yet, with the impending union with Yuan Shu, he chose to refrain from causing further disturbances that evening. Maintaining his grim silence, that in light of the circumstances, Li Haoran tactfully excused himself from the gathering, leaving behind an empty promise to recommend El Bu for the position of Left General and Shuzhou Governor before taking his leave. This mention finally coaxed a smile from El Gu, who exchanged a few polite words, though he offered no farewell gift, revealing a complete ignorance of official decorum. Thus, an insipid banquet concluded, and the following morning, equipped with over 300 ox-drawn carts laden with heavy grain, Li Haoran commenced his journey homeward. Despite the ox carts providing some transport, the return trip was fraught with discomfort, forcing him to lament the state of the roads in this era, riddled with potholes and ditches. Recalling a time in his youth when he had ridden in his uncle's tractor, he had thought that was the bumpiest ride imaginable. However, he had now found a worthy rival in the jolting, two-wheeled carts devoid of any soft tires, their wooden wheels jostling him relentlessly, making him feel as though he might vomit from the upheaval, that if he survived this journey, the first order of business would be to acquire proper tires. With a pale face, Li Haoran grumbled to himself. Fortunately, as an official, he enjoyed certain privileges, allowing him to sit leisurely in the cart filled with grain, while Cao Hongjie and another member of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry were not so fortunate. Each wielding a chosen rough stone, they relentlessly polished the precious crystal gifted by Chen Deng, as the era lacked effective methods for processing hard gems, leaving them to laboriously grind by hand. After more than an hour of toil, their wrists aching, they finally stripped the crystal of its outer layer. Frustrated, Cao Hongjie tossed the now bare stone into the grain basket, seizing Li Haoran by the collar and baring her small tiger teeth as she hissed fiercely. "What on earth are you doing with this? Speak. Are you deliberately tormenting me?" Indeed, there is a subtle intention to temper her temperament. Yet, of course, one cannot speak the truth outright, with that expressionless, elderly visage. Li Haoran dramatically gestured towards the south with a thumbs up, exuding an air of aloofness and refusal to explain. With the leverage in this fellow's hands, he sorrowfully released his grip on Li Haoran's collar. Unable to avoid the task, Cao Hongjie reluctantly retrieved the half-ground crystal, her small face etched with dismay as her little hands resumed their gentle caress over it. Casting a triumphant glance at her, Li Haoran then shifted his gaze towards the rear of the convoy. On a hillside approximately 200 to 300 meters away, a few cavalrymen meandered alongside the convoy, casually trotting while seemingly engaged in lively discourse. It appeared that Chen Gong's vigilance was indeed formidable. Ever since their departure from Xiapi City that morning, these fellows had been tailing them. With a contemptuous snort, Li Haoran averted his gaze from the tailing figures, only to turn his head high-handedly to one side, elegantly expelling a torrent of air to the ground. That in this age, where superficiality reigns, even the tailing scouts lack professionalism. After camping by the banks of the Sihu Lake for a night, they had yet to leave the confines of Xiapi. By the next morning, those cavalrymen dispatched by Chen Gong to surveil had inexplicably disappeared. However, Li Haoran remained vigilant, directing the convoy to proceed westward for half a day, subsequently dispatching cavalry to search the vicinity. Once he confirmed that no one was following, he finally assembled the Tiger and Leopard cavalry bestowed by Cao Cao, eliminating the 3 who would return with news. A total of 47 heavy cavalrymen remained, alongside 99 steeds that as for Cao Hongjie, adorned with an iron helmet and attempting to present herself as formidable. She was promptly disregarded by Li Haoran. It is no wonder this formidable troop ranks among the top 10 renowned armies of the 3 kingdoms. They indeed possess their unique strengths. Unlike the ostentatious white horse Yitzhong, the 40-odd heavily armored cavalrymen lined up in 3 neat rows. Their faces beneath the heavy iron helmets remained stoic and unyielding, exuding an indifference to life and death, perpetually maintaining a silence that seemed impervious to any emotional sway, even in the face of calamity. These seasoned warriors, battle-hardened, evoked in Li Haoran a sense that there was no need for rousing speeches. Simply leading them would suffice to charge into the fray, even amidst fire and flame. Nonetheless, some preparations were necessary. As his own life was at stake in this gamble, that he retrieved the most robust piece of cloth Chen Deng had provided, slicing it into strips with the crisp sound of a blade cutting through fabric. Each person received 2 strips, and emulating Li Haoran, They securely bound a cloth stirrup beneath their saddles. Curiously, Cao Hongjie playfully tested the cloth stirrups, even releasing the reins to stretch her arms and legs, exclaiming in astonishment, "No wonder you've managed to ride so well in just 2 days. This clever method is indeed convenient." Ignoring her, Li Haoran dramatically unsheathed the iron sword he had appropriated from Elbu, wielding it under the slanting rays of the sun. Amidst the astonished gazes of the Chun family servants transporting grain, the heavy cavalry advanced, trampling the dust-laden earth towards Li Haoran's pointed direction. Ah, how fortunate it is that this era is sparsely populated, for after the ravages of war, Pengcheng is a desolate expanse. Moreover, with Li Haoran exhibiting notable experience in dispatching scouts ahead, they avoided any populated villages, ensuring their movements remained concealed. The crystal that Cao Hongjie had been grinding proved useful. 2 exquisite, naturally rounded pieces had been reduced to thin lenses, which Li Haoran rolled up in a paper tube, crafting a rudimentary telescope. Yet, standing at the lakeside of Hongxi, as he gazed down with ambition, Li Haoran was momentarily taken aback. This is the envoy of Yuan Shu. Under the magnification of the convex lenses, a densely packed throng was disembarking from the black canoes and small boats. The guards at the front, wielding ceremonial spears over 3 meters tall, formed 4 rows bearing flags, while 5 double-wheeled carts were sequentially unloaded from the large ships and pushed ashore from Hongzhe Lake. The only piece of good news was that cavalrymen were relatively scarce in this age, and due to the necessity of crossing Hongzhe Lake, the oxen-drawn carts occupied considerable space, resulting in only 6 cavalrymen accompanying the contingent. However, over 500 infantry, clad in light and heavy armor, brandishing halberds and spears while bearing bows and arrows, had arrived in full force that in later forums, numerous experts would gnash their teeth, adamantly asserting that on the plains, 1 cavalryman could defeat 10 infantrymen. Yet, gazing upon the carefully selected envoy from Yuan Shu's army, and then at his own meager contingent of tiger and leopard cavalry, Li Haoran felt a pang of insecurity. The 2 quality crystals, coupled with Li Haoran's keen eyesight, allowed him to observe from over 1,000 meters away, yet he remained fixated on the scene. However, Cao Hongjie lacked such long-range vision, being a morning by the banks of Hongzhe Lake. The humidity was particularly dense, and her view only permitted her to see ant-sized figures. She hopped anxiously beside Li Haoran, struggling to comprehend the situation, eventually growing impatient and urging him. "What are you waiting for? Since we've located you on the thief's envoy, charge down and slay him." Unfortunately, Li Haoran chose to maintain his aloof demeanor, disregarding her entirely as he continued to observe the procession of Yuan Yin's envoy until they organized themselves and proceeded onto the official road, remaining still as a statue. Only after they vanished from sight did he finally lower the paper tube telescope, rubbing his eyes in discomfort. "Are we not making a move? Soon they will vanish without a trace." It is truly perplexing what sort of upbringing Cao Hongjie had. This young girl brandished weapons with more fervor than men. Her incessant chatter was overwhelming, causing Li Haoran's head to ache. He simply rolled his eyes in exasperation. "If you wish to court death, do so yourself. Relay my orders. The cavalry shall maintain a distance of no less than 800 paces from Han Yin's envoy. Follow closely," as Li Haoran sheathed his sword and leisurely descended from his horse. The envoy seeking a marriage alliance receded further away. Cao Hongjie couldn't help but flush with impatience, pointing at Li Haoran's retreating figure. Her teeth gritted in indignation. Coward, craven! Although the tiger and leopard cavalry stationed below Cao Hongjie were somewhat dissatisfied with Li Haoran's decision. Their rigorous training compelled them to endure his orders. They followed at a distance behind Yuan Shu's envoy. However, what caught Cao Hongjie's attention was the prolonged agony of waiting. In the sweltering autumn heat of September, the cavalry trailed Han Yin's rear for a full 2.5 days without launching an attack. What a pitiful bunch! Each day, she observed Li Haoran mysteriously holding that paper tube. Yet he refrained from commanding an assault, driving Cao Hongjie to the brink of exasperation. Chapter 11. The Bo Lang one spike. Fortunately, the appalling transportation of this era meant that after disembarking from Hongzhe Lake, it took 3 days for Han Yin's envoy to remain 150 kilometers away from Elbu's stronghold in Xiapi. However, as they drew closer to the core region of Shuzhou, The population of villages began to thicken, making it increasingly difficult for Li Haoran's small assassination squad to conceal their presence. Moreover, their provisions from Shuzhou were nearly exhausted, while the men could still endure. The horses, reliant on coarse grasses and dry twigs, were losing strength. Even the steadfast tiger and leopard cavalry began to grow restless. In the mountainous terrain of Shuzhou, atop a small hill, Li Haoran still clutched that damned paper tube, gazing vacantly downwards. Not far from him, Chao Hongjie dismounted, squatting in the shade with her knees hugged, observing his silhouette. The anger within Chao Hongjie was bubbling to the surface, and suddenly, like a leopard, she sprang into action. Seizing the long halberd beside her, and striking it towards Li Haoran's back with a resounding clang. Caught completely off guard, Li Haoran stumbled and fell from his horse. Fortunately, the thick grass cushioned his fall. And without regard for his own well-being, he hastily picked up the crystal lens that had fallen to the ground, turning around in a fit of rage. "Are you out of your mind?" In this age, the concept of madness had yet to be recognized, yet it was clear that Chao Hongjie was unwilling to comprehend. With her halberd pointed at Li Haoran's nose, she shouted in fury and disappointment. "If you lack the courage to intercept Yuan the thief's envoy, then just go back. You've already deceived us out of food and can report to the Chancellor. You fear death, but I do not. Step aside, and I shall lead the tiger and leopard cavalry to slay Han Yin." Seeing her chest heaving with anger, Li Haoran could only shake his head in disbelief, but in the next moment, he unexpectedly yanked the halberd towards himself. Being a woman, Chao Hongjie was caught off guard, letting out a surprised cry as both the halberd and herself were pulled to his side. Without concern for her willingness, he dragged her small hand to his warhorse, commanding her in a tone that brooked no dissent, "Mount up." With a huff, Chao Hongjie climbed onto the saddle, albeit with a hint of awkwardness in her movements. As she settled, Li Haoran coolly remarked, "Have you heard of the Bo Lang One Spike? I am not uncultured." The esteemed Zhang Liang, while Emperor Shi traveled east, set an ambush in the Bo Lang sands to assassinate the emperor, only to fail miserably, mistakenly targeting the secondary carriage. "Then tell me, which target am I to strike with this iron spike?" The telescope was also handed up, and Li Haoran, in a fervent state, pointed towards the main road at the foot of the mountain. It was the first time in these days that he utilized this contraption, which he had so masterfully conjured. Indifferently imitating his demeanor, I raised the paper tube to my eyes, but at first glance, Chao Hongjie suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness!" And unable to maintain her grip, the first lens slipped from her hands with a clatter. "Be careful. If you break it, it will be of no use," she scolded, bending down to pick up the lens with a pained expression. Meanwhile, Li Haoran was frantically shouting. Yet at that moment, Chao Xiaonyang was completely unfazed. Instead, she seemed to have discovered something delightful. Eagerly reassembling the makeshift telescope to gaze down the mountain once more, her lips moving in astonishment. "I can't believe it can see so far. How did you manage that? Wow, there are 5 horse-drawn carriages. Which one is Han Yin in?" Li Haoran, exasperated, spread his hands. This was also the reason he had refrained from launching an attack for 3 consecutive days. Likely having learned from Qin Shi Huang, this fellow had managed to gather 5 ox-drawn carriages, with notably large gaps between them. More importantly, for 3 whole days, this man had not disembarked from his carriage, conducting all his business within, while having meals delivered to him, leaving Li Haoran in a quandary as to whom he should target. There was but one opportunity. Should it be missed, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another. However, even the most cunning fox has its vulnerabilities. Just as the two were in a state of despair, Chao Hongjie, perched on horseback and peering intently, suddenly burst out, "Oh no! Elbu has sent someone to assist Han Yin." Upon hearing this, Li Haoran's hair stood on end, and he reached for the telescope, but fearing he might be too late, a sudden surge of joy rushed through him. He shouted urgently to Chao Hongjie, "Identify which carriage it is. Since Elbu has sent reinforcements, Han Yin will certainly disembark to pay his respects." "Understood." With her senses heightened and her large eyes wide with focus, Chao Hongjie kept her gaze fixed. Moments later, her words made Li Haoran's heart leap once more. "All 5 carriages have men in official robes alighting. Damn it. Don't rush. Make sure to see clearly." The 5th carriage revealed a tall, thin figure with an exceptionally long beard who stepped forward to greet Qingong. "That must be Han Yin." Elbu's subordinate was indeed cautious, but little did he know that he would be caught off guard by the existence of a telescope in this era. Through the watchful eyes of Cao Hongjie, Han Yin emerged from the carriage, leaving 4 decoys behind, and personally engaged in a cordial conversation with the arriving Chen Gong, only to return once more to the last carriage. Chen Gong likely brought around 1,000 men, almost all infantry. Perhaps heaven truly favored Li Haoran. It seemed that Chen Gong was overly confident in his domain, for his troops did not join in a protective formation, but instead shifted roles from rear to front. Leading the way down on the mountain, amid excited whistles, the previously scattered tiger and leopard cavalry regrouped, with one drawing a sword to display bravado that a murderous intent flickered in Li Haoran's eyes, this time with his horse closely following him. Cao Hongjie too was fiercely clutching a long spear. The Suzhou infantry, clad in rudimentary armor, trudged wearily under the blazing sun, while Chen Gong's face remained dark, as if someone owed him 2,400 taels. The sudden arrival of the imperial envoy in Suzhou had been dealt with, though it had ignited significant conflict between him and El Bu due to the entangled matter of guiding Li Haoran to dishonor El Bu's favored consort, Ren Hongchang. This had stirred some dissatisfaction in El Bu towards Li Haoran, but Chen Gong found this outcome tolerable. Yet the more daunting issue lay in Xiapai, with the Chen family, Chen Gui and his son, posing a potential threat. Although Yuan Shu's envoy had returned to Xiapai, caution was still necessary, especially given the open resentment the Guangling Chen clan harbored towards Yuan Shu, stemming from his earlier kidnappings of Chen Gui's sons to compel his service. A confrontation with the Chen family was inevitable upon his return. However, just as Chen Gong was deep in thought, the urgent sound of galloping hooves suddenly erupted. His eyelids twitched, a cloud of dust billowed from the hillside, and a mass of heavy cavalry charged down, aiming straight for the envoy's group. The cavalry raced towards them. A fierce glint appeared in Chen Gong's eyes. Had he known that the traitorous Cao would dispatch envoys at this moment with ill intentions, he would have been better prepared. Protect Master Han, he bellowed, unsheathing his sword. The Suzhou infantry, previously jogging, abruptly turned to encircle the second carriage, erecting a formidable spear formation, while the Yuan Shu infantry formed a solid shield wall. Determined to safeguard the second carriage at all costs, in this era, cavalry was highly prized, especially heavy cavalry. It seemed that Chen Gong could already envision the bloody carnage that would ensue as Cao Cao's precious tiger and leopard cavalry clashed with the superior infantry surrounding the carriage. The cold smirk on Chen Gong's face grew increasingly malevolent. But who could have anticipated that, just as the spearheads were about to collide, the charging tiger and leopard cavalry would neatly hook their long weapons onto the saddle, drawing arrows from behind. From over 30 meters away, they swiftly turned southward, launching the arrows with the force of their galloping steeds. Amidst the cacophony of arrows striking, several Suzhou spearmen who had rushed to defend fell, taken down by the onslaught. Not good. These traitorous Cao have internal support. Protect Master Han. Chen Gong was nearly driven to the brink of fury, waving his sword frantically as he hurried towards the rear of the carriage, while the Yuan Shu infantry behind him anxiously moved to encircle the rampaging tiger and leopard cavalry. Yet again, the situation took a turn for the worse. From behind the entire convoy, a sudden chorus of battle cries erupted. Li Haoran, who had previously been at a disadvantage, surprisingly divided his forces. This division, however, struck at the very weak point of the envoy's group. The Yuan Shu infantry guarding the fifth carriage barely had time to react before they were sent flying by the overwhelming charge of the tiger and leopard cavalry. With their hands free, the heavily armed cavalrymen brandished their polearms, ruthlessly cutting down the defending infantry, ripping through them like a blade through cloth. With a couple of sharp thrusts, 2 3-meter-long cavalry spears pierced through the carriage. And Li Haoran himself leapt off his horse, sword in hand, eyes ablaze with determination as he rushed towards the interior of the carriage, intent on a life-or-death confrontation. With his left hand, he swept aside the curtain, while his right brandished the sword ready to strike. Yet this time, Li Haoran had overestimated his prowess. Before his blade could descend, a sword from within lunged forward, aiming directly for his head. The blade startled him, causing him to drop his sword and stumble backward in shock. Seemingly recognizing him as the leader and unwilling to relent, the long-bearded scholar Han Yin charged out of the carriage, sword slashing towards Li Haoran's head once more. The blade pierced through him, and Li Haoran wore a face of despair, realizing his life was hanging by a thread. The long sword had passed through his chest, blood soaking his official robe. With a swift draw and a turn, Han Yin struck once more, cleanly severing the head from its body. As Han Yin's unblinking eyes stared wide in disbelief, Cao Hongjie disdainfully remarked while picking up his cap. A mere scholar, and yet he plays with swords. Wincing from the pain of his fall, Li Haoran managed to rise with great difficulty, abandoning the iron sword he had taken from Elbu. As he sprinted back to his horse, he grimaced in agony, shaking his head in dismay. Indeed, a mere scholar. What folly to wield a sword. Chapter 12. A bit arrogant in the year 1520 on the American continent. The decisive Battle of Otumba erupted between Spanish colonizers and the Aztec Empire. The disciplined Spanish conquerors, relying on a few hundred cavalry, broke through the vast ranks of the Aztecs, executing several of their military leaders publicly, leading to the collapse of thousands of Aztec warriors, with over 20,000 slain on the spot. Now, Chun Gong could surely empathize with the Aztecs' helplessness. He had 1,000 troops at his command, 20 times Li Haoran's forces, yet he was painfully aware that 2 legs could not outrun 4, as he watched helplessly while his envoy was cut down, people slain, heads taken, and then Li Haoran turned and fled. Whom could he blame? Elbu. His intelligence was not as formidable as his muscle, yet he insisted on maintaining a balance of power. The cavalry was primarily under the command of his loyal generals from Bingzhou, while Chun Gong and the other eastern leaders were largely left with infantry. Had they even a mere 30 cavalry, it would not have been so easy for Li Haoran to kill and escape unscathed. Seeing the unfortunate Han Yin sprawled in a pool of blood, Chun Gong's face darkened as if someone owed him 4,800 taels. Raising his sword, he thundered like a storm. Send word. Issue a nationwide bounty. We must capture Wang Hao and behead him. Overwhelmed by fury, Chun Gong found himself in a precarious predicament, lacking even the heart to collect the corpses in Tong County. He began to scatter heroic proclamations, offering a bounty for the head of Li Haoran, determined to corner him on the road back to Yinzhou. Yet, in his frenzied desperation, Chun Gong remained oblivious to the audacity with which Li Haoran could act. Utilizing the swiftness of cavalry and creating a time discrepancy, beneath the slanting rays of the sun at the foot of Xiapi City, the old farmer bent over, harvesting the crops from the fields. Although he had to relinquish a portion to the gentry and the government, a year of labor barely sufficed to stave off hunger for 6 months, merely ensuring survival, even if the harvest bore no expectations. Life must go on, mustn't it? With a large banner aloft, Zhang Wenyuan led his horse slowly out of the gates of Xiapi City, in this era devoid of telephones and television signal towers. The proclamation of the Bingzhou group's dominion over various cities and counties relied on such military parades. Yet, as he observed the gaunt old man in the fields, occasionally rising to wipe the sweat from his brow, this general of Bingzhou, a rarity among the warlords of the late Han, sighed with a rare sense of compassion. Hailing from Yinmen County, he had witnessed the rise of the Xinbei power, which had nearly reached the heights of the northern Huns of yore. In his youth, his homeland frequently suffered from the plundering of nomads. Once, in a fit of desperation, the people of Yinmen banded together with the southern Huns to retaliate against the Xinbei, only to return in utter defeat. Witnessing his fellow townsfolk, maimed and dejected, he had vowed to join the military to protect his homeland. However, now, though a soldier, he found himself far from home, and the chance to ever return had become an uncertain luxury. Furthermore, he had become the very scourge that he had once loathed, a mirror of the brutality he had despised that if General Zhang had been born 2,000 years later, he would surely lament. In the world of men, one is often not in control of their own fate. Zhang Liao's musings were abruptly interrupted by a subordinate, who pointed urgently ahead. The commanding shout snapped him back to reality, and as he looked up, his expression turned grave. Just beyond the gates of Xiapi City, shadowy figures of cavalry approached, their elongated forms grotesquely distorted in the crimson sunlight, although they bore no banners. The glint of their ornate armor made Zhang Liao's eyelids twitch. With a tightening grip on his horse's belly, he waved his banner and hastily advanced. Who dares to trespass in Su province? Ah, Wang Lingguan, how is it you have returned? He roared like a tiger. Just as he began to unleash his fury, Li Haoran's increasingly contemptible visage came into view, his leopard-like eyes now filled with disbelief. Zhang Liao's voice took on a sharper tone of surprise. What a coincidence! Though I still know not who this bearded giant is, your familiar face brings me no small comfort. Li Haoran greeted with a broad smile. Holding aloft a box, "Greetings, General Zhang. I have returned to commend General L. Jiang." Commend? The Hall of Elbu became lively once more, yet the atmosphere starkly contrasted the harmonious melodies of a few days prior. Now replaced by an eerie silence that in the center. A grotesque display of severed heads emanated a foul stench, while LG's countenance darkened ominously, akin to the calm before a storm. Below, various civil and military officials wore expressions of disbelief, their faces resembling masks of indifference, save for Chen Gong, whose features betrayed a glimmer of Li Haoran, meanwhile, stood in the middle of the hall, cupping his fists in salute. "I have brought the severed heads of the envoys who sought to curry favor with Elga, and I now present them to seek my reward." Li Haoran's audacity was remarkable, yet it was backed by the confidence of a time traveler, as the daughter was already offered in marriage. Elbu, despite his reluctance, had pursued the matter and even executed Han Yin and Su Du, indicating the complexity of his alliance with Yuan Shu, that Elbu was known for his fickle nature. And the historical precedent set by Chun Deng encouraged Li Haoran to seize this opportunity for glory, that had not said, "Take a gamble, and a bicycle becomes a motorcycle." With his confidence bolstered, Li Haoran persisted, undeterred by LG's darkening expression. "I pay my respects to Lord Wen. On my journey back to court, I encountered a pest, which I promptly dispatched and present its head to you." "Presumptuous! Lord Han is a distinguished guest of our general. You dare to kill subjects under our jurisdiction and return to incite discontent. Do you think Su Province's blade is dull?" A discerning voice erupted from the assembly. And she was the first to furiously accuse Li Haoran, before bowing deeply to Elbu, demanding, "I request that this rogue be executed." "Ha!" Before he could finish, Li Haoran's laughter echoed through the hall, leaving the assembly in shock. "What are you laughing at, you fool?" Sushi retorted, his face contorting in anger. "Fool? You are as foolish as a donkey, yet still dare to boast. Who else should I laugh at if not you?" In this era, the most potent insults were mild compared to modern standards, and Li Haoran boldly called she a foolish donkey, nearly provoking him to fury. Pointing at Li Haoran, Sushi trembled, yet could not utter a word in retort. "Let us settle this. Su Kanjun, in the eyes of justice, who is Yuan Shu? A traitor who dared to declare himself emperor, a scoundrel without honor. And who is General L? The one who slayed Dong Zhuo, a loyal minister of great virtue." This rhetoric had previously endeared itself to Elbu, yet now it only served to draw a scowl. Realizing the implications of his own words, Elbu's broad face wrinkled with displeasure. Despite the 30-odd strategists in his military household, none dared to counter Li Haoran, for his flattery echoed sentiments they had all tacitly accepted. Yet, Li Haoran's next words struck a chord with Elbu's indignation. "And personally, how did the traitor treat you when you were down on your luck? Such ungrateful and blind wretches. How could you ever be compared with them?" Elbu recalled how he had been driven from Guangzhou by Li Ju and Guosi, forced to seek refuge with Yuan Shu, only to be cast out by the very man who had once welcomed him. His resentment toward the Yuans festered, and as memories of their contempt surfaced, he could no longer contain his rage, slamming his hands on the table. "Yuan Gonglu, that old scoundrel, I would gladly slay him. General, the lips are gone, the teeth are cold." Su Shi, sensing the gravity of the situation, faltered. Like Chen Gong, he had defected from Cao Cao's ranks, and with the current turmoil in the Central Plains being a contest between Cao and Yuan, he was particularly averse to Cao. However, he found himself outmatched in wit compared to the likes of Li Haoran and Chen Deng. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Chen Deng interjected. "Your Excellency, intelligence reports indicate that Chao's forces have retreated from Shochuan, and Liu Bei has returned to court alongside Prime Minister Cao." Following that, he re-entered Xiaopei. With Yuan Shu's defeat, Su Province remains firmly in Liu Bei's hands. That to ally with Yuan at this juncture would be unwise. I believe it would be more prudent to take this opportunity to petition the court and solidify the position of Su Province. Having previously contended with Cao for Yenzhou, Elbu was well aware of Chao's strength. Chen Deng's counsel resonated deeply, and as he regarded the submissive Li Haoran, he pondered for a moment. Ultimately, LGE's resolve softened, and his expression became more amiable. "Wang Lingguan's efforts in slaying this rogue have greatly pleased me. Let it be known, reward Wang Lingguan with 10 pieces of gold, and hang this scoundrel's head at the gates of Xiapi for all to see." Your wisdom is unparalleled from Chun Ding onward. Over 50 Bingzhou warlords rose in unison, bowing deeply. And as they did, Li Haoran's spirit soared to the song encapsulated his feelings. Ah, the common folk, today is a day of great joy. A bicycle has transformed into a motorcycle. With this merit, I shall at least return home. And next time when a scapegoat is needed, Cao Cao will find it difficult to pin the blame on me. Chapter 13. Nothing at all this time. Li Haoran truly returned home. Although he was uncertain whether Suchong could be considered his home, having a place to go was certainly better than having nowhere to turn. Was it not? Moreover, during the late Han dynasty, from Chao Wei to the Western Jin, had he lived a somewhat shorter life, it is likely that he would have enjoyed a lifetime of peace. Furthermore, he has now become acquainted with the wealthy, leisurely riding alongside them. The representative of beauty from Shuzhou, Chen Ding, could not suppress his curious inquiry. Li Xian, the other day you instructed me, stating that cutting sashimi from sea fish is far safer than from river fish, and that frozen sashimi does not carry the fishy disease. What might be the reason for this? I have scoured ancient texts, yet found no mention of it. I hope you might enlighten me. Chun Ding's visit was ostensibly to present the head of Han Yin, to secure the position of governor of Shuzhou for Lu Bu. However, Li Haoran was acutely aware that it would not be long before Chen Ding divulged every detail. Even the color of Lu Bu's undergarments. To Cao Cao, a prominent figure from a distinguished local family, renowned for his talent, Chen Ding thrived under Cao Cao's command. The only lamentable aspect was his short lifespan. He passed away at a mere 30-something, and tragically, it was due to his own words that I end this instance. The two could be regarded as comrades in a trench, should Chen Ding live a long life. It would undoubtedly benefit Li Haoran, providing him a place to eat and drink freely should he find himself in dire straits. Therefore, he meticulously began to explain. What I refer to is a contemporary observation, not something recorded in ancient texts. Brother Chen, river fish thrive in environments where many creatures, including humans, bears, tigers, wolves, and dogs, can consume them. Thus, the parasites and toxins within river fish have proliferated over countless years, allowing them to infect humans after consumption, leading to illness. However, sea fish are different. The deep ocean is seldom traversed by humans or beasts. Most sea fish are preyed upon by larger fish, and the parasites that inhabit them are specific to those larger fish, rendering them incapable of parasitizing humans. Consequently, consuming sea fish is safer than river fish. Furthermore, freezing is an extreme means. If humans can succumb to the cold, how much more so for parasites? Brother Chen, if you prefer raw fish over boiled, then freezing is indeed the alternative. After this explanation, it is likely that Chun Ding's favorability towards him increased significantly. With a deep bow, this middle-aged gentleman expressed his admiration. Li Xian, your attention to detail is remarkable. I am truly inferior. Nonsense. Were it not for Brother Chen's guidance, how could I fulfill the Chancellor's commission? Li Haoran replied, You are indeed wise, far surpassing me. As the two exchanged compliments, they were oblivious to Chao Hongjia rolling her eyes behind them. Fortunately, she had her own distractions. After Li Haoran intercepted Han Yin, the rudimentary telescope she had painstakingly crafted became redundant and was promptly passed into her hands. Slowing her horse slightly, she trailed behind the two, gleefully peering through the telescope, scanning left and right. With events set in motion, even if Qin Gong were to hasten back to Xiaopai, it would be of little consequence. Amid their mutual admiration, Li Haoran navigated smoothly through Pengcheng, returning to Cao Cao's territory. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but lament the abysmal transportation of this era. His return from Shuzhou took place in September, and by the time he arrived in Xuchang, it was already late November. With the first snow beginning to fall to Li Haoran arrived just as the army returning from the campaign against Yuanshu was trickling back into the capital. The ancients truly possessed a resilience to the cold. Even wrapped in 3 layers of clothing, he found himself shivering, while the soldiers of Chao's army marched on in mere straw sandals, crunching through the snow. Along the roadside, numerous civilians eagerly scanned the ranks of soldiers, some women waving excitedly upon spotting their husbands, while others, having searched for days without finding their loved ones, wore expressions of despair. As the throngs of soldiers surged forward, Li Haoran found himself unable to proceed, relegated to the roadside as he observed the poignant scene of reunions and partings that a wave of sorrow washed over him. Before his time travel, regardless of his misfortunes, He could always expect the warm smiles of his parents upon returning home. Yet in this unfamiliar era, all traces of his past had faded away, leaving him devoid of any sense of belonging. "What troubles you, Li Xian? You appear rather glum, which is unlike you," Chen Deng remarked, having grown accustomed to the modern ideas Li Haoran occasionally voiced, which had left him in awe. Initially, Chen Deng had sought to cultivate a polite rapport with Li Haoran to gain favor within Cao Cao's camp. But now he regarded him with newfound respect, recognizing him as an equal among distinguished scholars. Turning his head in curiosity, Chen Deng inquired with concern that it is becoming clear why the ancients wrote poetry. Li Haoran sighed, gazing at the snow-laden city of Shudu, a cup of murky wine, 1,000 miles from home. The Yinzhan inscription remains unwritten, and the Chong flute echoes amidst the frost. The current trend favored Han Fu. While Song Ci would not emerge for several centuries, yet this did not diminish its charm. Chen Deng, touched by the sentiments of nostalgia, could not help but shake his head in empathy, just as he was about to offer words of encouragement. A sudden realization lit up his face. Waving towards the distance, he laughed heartily, while lament in self-pity. Is this not the joy of having friends arrive from afar? Following the direction of Chen Deng's gesture, Li Haoran was taken aback to see a familiar figure approaching. It was none other than Guijia, the foremost strategist under Cao Cao. Accompanied by a retinue of knights, he parted the ranks of soldiers. Li Haoran felt a twinge of embarrassment, slightly recoiling. After all, he had merely self-appointed himself as the Yellow Gate clerk, a minor grain officer, and a scapegoat. It was indeed surprising for Guijia to come to greet him, and he dreaded the thought of being exposed in such a manner. As anticipated, upon their meeting, Guijia clasped his fists and respectfully addressed Chen Deng. "I, Guijia of Yingchuan, pay my respects to you. Brother Chen, upon hearing of your arrival, the Chancellor was most pleased and has specifically instructed me to await your presence." Guijia continued, "I have prepared warm water and a feast at the residence. Please follow me into the city." "Oh, the Chancellor's hospitality is overwhelming. I cannot accept such honor." Chen Deng replied, "Thank you, Brother Feng Xiao, and to you, Li Xian. I have benefited greatly from our journey together, though we part ways today. I shall visit you in the future." Guijia's omission of the title Li Songling brought a sigh of relief to Li Haoran, who hastily bowed in farewell. "Brother Chen, you are too kind. I shall escort you." Chen Deng's reputation during the late Han period was akin to that of contemporary celebrities. His cordiality towards Li Haoran and his words of gratitude left even Guijia astonished. Casting a curious glance at Li Haoran, straightening his demeanor, Guijia then clasped his fists towards him, stating, "Li Lingguan, the Chancellor has commanded that upon your return, you report directly to the Chancellor's residence." Hearing this made Li Haoran shiver, for while Guijia's tone was grave, the latter part of his statement exuded a sense of schadenfreude, sending chills down Li Haoran's spine. Yet, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead, he had no choice but to comply. With a heavy heart, Li Haoran once again clasped his fists in response. This subordinate obeys. With Guijia paving the way, entering the city became a tad easier. However, at this moment, Li Haoran wished for the journey to slow down. The city gates. He bid farewell once more to Guijia and Chen Deng. Finding the Chancellor's residence was not a challenge, especially with Chao Hongjia as the secretary. Excitedly chatting away, she led him through the winding paths, and as they navigated through the grand thoroughfare, the imposing golden sign of the Chancellor's residence loomed before him. In this era, it was not customary to display lion statues at the entrance. 2 stone beasts resembling dragons stood guard. Upon their arrival, the guards initially bore proud expressions and attempted to block their passage. However, upon recognizing Chao Hongjia, they promptly knelt in deference, exchanging a few words before she joyfully beckoned Li Haoran. "Come in. Hurry in." With a sigh of resignation and a heart full of trepidation, he dismounted. Following Chao Hongjia into the residence, upon returning home, she was elated, darting through the flower beds, seemingly lost in her exuberance. Li Haoran, muddled, attempted to keep up, but before long, he found himself separated from her. Just as he pondered how to catch up, a servant from the Chao residence intercepted him from behind. "You are Li Lingguan, correct? This way, please. The Chancellor is awaiting you." This was the home of the formidable Cao Cao, and he certainly did not wish to create a scene akin to Lin Chang's clash with the White Tiger Hall. Listening to the servant's words, Li Haoran obediently bowed. "Thank you for guiding me." Ancient architecture adhered to certain principles. Significant structures were typically aligned along the main axis. After passing through 3 courtyards, the servant led Li Haoran to a grand hall supported by thick vermilion pillars that he gestured for Li Haoran to enter. Peering inside, he noticed several attendants fanning a charcoal stove, and the room, though spacious, remained rather cold. Draped in heavy robes, Cao Cao sat upright at a large desk lined with bookshelves. Engrossed in a bamboo slip, his brow furrowed in concentration. One must concede that to ascend as a historical villain, Cao Cao was indeed a striking figure, with prominent brows, large eyes, and a meticulously groomed beard that radiated authority. After hesitating for a moment, Li Haoran slipped inside and stood at the base of the desk, casting furtive glances. Suddenly, Cao Cao coughed loudly, slamming the bamboo slip down with such force that it startled Li Haoran into kneeling on the floor. Criminal Li Haoran pays his respects to the Chancellor. What could he have done to incur such wrath from Cao Cao? Last time, he wanted to behead him, and this time he looked even more displeasing. Akin to someone suffering from constipation, General Cao, infuriated, slammed the table with great force, his tone severe as he roared, "Li Tuchio, you possess an audacity most brazen. You dare to defile the imperial decree, impersonate a celestial being, and still have the gall to allow Hongjia to warm your bed. How many heads do you have that are fit for beheading? My lord, it was you who permitted this humble official to act with leniency. Recovering the grain is in accordance with your orders." As for General Cao, that was entirely unforeseen. Qin Gong sought to harm me, leading me to the abode of Lu Bu's beloved run. And in the urgency of the moment, I had no choice but to allow General Cao to warm her bed. Had I fallen into their trap, Lu Bu would have revolted. So you, Li Tuchio, would have me believe you are in the right? With an exasperated glare, General Cao was momentarily rendered speechless, watching Li Haoran as he knelt, head down and rear up. After a while, the anger turned into amusement, and he waved dismissively. "You may leave," as if granted a reprieve. Li Haoran stumbled out, but after merely 2 steps, a sudden realization struck him. How could he have been unjustly blamed and nearly met his demise in Shuzhou, only to return empty-handed? This was an egregious loss. Observing General Cao pick up another bamboo scroll to review, he knelt again, summoning his courage to plead, "My lord, since you have spared my life, it must mean you acknowledge my modest contributions, correct, Cao Cao?" His gaze darkened, inquired, "What do you mean?" "Your Excellency, I beseech you to grant me the favor of Hongjia, for after all, we are merely minor officials." "You are most magnanimous." Gesturing with his fingers, Li Haoran expressed his joy. But his words seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest. With eyes wide and fury palpable, Cao Cao rose, his voice thunderous as he bellowed, "Get out." Chapter 14. The Heartless Boss? Truly delightful. Life is often filled with disappointments. Yet nothing compares to the chill of a snowy day when one's pockets are empty, clothing scant, and stomach hollow. That ungrateful Cao Hongjia did not even spare him a glance. He could not even summon her for a midnight rendezvous. Clutching his famished belly, Li Haoran exited the Prime Minister's residence, his gaze vacant as the snowflakes fell around him, echoing the sorrow within his heart, a poignant backdrop to his tragic fate. As he wandered through the towering gates of the Prime Minister's residence, he observed the bustling street filled with a cacophony of carriages and people, tears welling up in his eyes as he realized he had no destination. It was a mystery how his consciousness had inexplicably landed in the body of Li Hao, this unfortunate grain official, bearing all his memories, while the original Li Hao's fate remained unknown, whether he had dissipated or shifted to another parallel world. Returning to Xuchang, he found himself lost, not even knowing where his home resided. Even if he managed to locate it, the meager belongings he had brought along would likely reveal a life of poverty. Having narrowly escaped disgrace and death, returning to the indifferent Prime Minister's residence only fueled his ire. "Damn it. If I cannot stay here, I shall find another place," with a determination that burned within him. He contemplated seeking refuge with Yuan Shao. Who knows what power could emerge with the advent of machine guns and tanks? Perhaps he could approach Qindeng, return to Shuzhou, and subsist. Venturing south to Sun Quan's territory was also a possibility. After all, the south was still a wild frontier, and bearing the name of the Jin Yongli family, he could surely secure a minor official position that as he plotted his future, the cold wind seeped through his thin clothing. prompting him to wrap his threadbare garments tighter. Oblivious to a gathering group at the street corner, he was suddenly surrounded by a throng of burly men. "What do you want?" he exclaimed, startled in broad daylight. "If you come any closer, I shall call for help." The crowd parted, revealing an elderly man who stumbled toward him, eyes glimmering with recognition. "The be why the heavens. Have I stumbled into the Han Dynasty?" Li Haoran, taken aback, instinctively reached into his empty pockets, only to be met with the old man's enthusiastic proclamation. "Old servant, I greet you, Li Lingguan. You know me? Who are you?" As confusion clouded his mind, the old man continued. "I am Qin Fu, a servant bestowed upon you by the young master Qin Deng. Do you not remember me?" Finally recalling the encounter at the crossroads in Shuzhou, Li Haoran's frustration boiled over. "You are from the Qin family sent to serve the emperor. What do you want with me? Do you not see the Prime Minister's residence over there? They will take care of you." With a sigh of exasperation, he attempted to push through the crowd, but the old man clung to his sleeve, kneeling once more. "My lord, we have already been to the Prime Minister's residence, and Lord Gua has instructed us to settle in your household. Hence our wait for your return." "What do you mean, settle in my household? What are you talking about?" Li Haoran's confusion deepened as he struggled to comprehend the situation that in the biting cold. The old man broke into a sweat, while another robust servant, over 6 feet tall, also knelt in the snow, echoing the old man's sentiment. "Servant Li Gan greets the master," as if awakening from a dream. The old man joined in, shouting, "I Li Fu greet the master." Surrounded by this unexpected entourage, Li Haoran was left bewildered, feeling the weight of embarrassment as onlookers gawked. "Get up. Can someone please explain what is happening?" What did this mean? It signified that Li Haoran had struck gold. Enveloped by 10 or so enthusiastic followers, he was led through 2 streets into a courtyard that, while smaller than the Prime Minister's residence, was still spacious and grand. That Li mansion. "Welcome, my lord." At the entrance, a group of delighted women greeted him, their excitement palpable. This was the first time he experienced such a grand reception. Amidst their cheers, Li Haoran felt a warmth spread through him. Despite the chill of the winter air, though the heating was inadequate in the main hall, with only a few braziers, it was still a slight improvement over the outside cold. Yet in that moment, Li Haoran's heart was ablaze, for the old man, now alternating between Qin Fu and Li Fu, trembled as he placed a heavy stack of bamboo scrolls before him. "My lord, this is the household registration, the official seal from the Prime Minister's residence, and the land deeds bestowed upon you. This is a grain ledger that on the way we encountered bandits, resulting in some of the grain being lost. Currently, there are still 5,530 stones of grain remaining. Goodness, he has acquired the grain through deceitful means from Shuzhou, along with servants, wine, and cloth. That it turns out that Cao Cao seized all of it, and now it has returned to his possession. These servants, gifted by the Qin family, according to the customs of this era, must change their surname to Li under Li Haoran's jurisdiction. This explains why the old man alternately refers to himself as Qin Fu and then as Li Fu. Not only are his labor's fruits his own, but he also boasts of being conferred an official title. Based on this, Cao Cao granted him a promotion that he calls himself the head clerk of the Yellow Gate under the minor minister, with a rank equivalent to 400 stones. Cao Cao reassigned him from the minor minister's office back to the chancellor's office, bestowing upon him a genuine salary of 400 stones and 500 acres of land. Thus, this naive youth, during the time when Cao questioned the guilty, managed to protect his employer. Otherwise, the normal procedure would have been for Cao to pardon him due to his seemingly sincere attitude and reward him with a plethora of gifts. Of course, Li Haoran did nothing wrong. If he hadn't stood up for himself, how could he demand Cao Hongjie? The only thing that slightly vexed Li Haoran was the warehouse manager. It seems that throughout his life, Li Haoran will remain intertwined with accounting. However, this minor annoyance pales in comparison to all that he has gained. With all of this, Li Haoran is not merely a 400-stone official of the Han Dynasty. He has stepped into the ranks of minor aristocracy with land and servants that if we were to translate this to future generations, people would undoubtedly refer to him as Mr. Li. Observing Li Haoran staring intently at several bundles of bamboo slips on the table, one might mistakenly believe he was furious over the lost grain. That Li Fu trembled, clasping his fists. "Master, it was my oversight. The household servants have done their utmost to resist, but alas, those thieves are cunning. If you wish to punish, then punish." Bang! Li Haoran slammed his palm on the table, startling Li Fu, who nearly fell to the ground, yet cautiously glancing at Li Haoran, who knelt before the table with a dazed expression. A smile began to spread uncontrollably across his face, nearly reaching his ears. Amidst Li Fu's confusion, Li Haoran grinned broadly, exclaiming joyfully, "What a splendid master of the Han dynasty! Could it be that my own lord has gone mad?" Near the brink of a heart attack, Li Fu laughed for quite a while until Li Haoran suddenly composed himself, assuming the role of a tyrannical feudal lord, and began to bellow, "What are you still standing there for? Go prepare me a meal. I am starving. And Chin Bieja has sent cloth, hasn't he? Choose the thickest and make me some clothes immediately. I'm freezing. And bring forth the most beautiful maidens. Choose 10 for my bed. Well, perhaps not for that. What are you still lingering for? Hurry. Serving this master requires a stout heart." Trembling with trepidation, Li Fu hastily exited the hall, with another shout from Li Haoran. This newly established Li residence instantly erupted into chaos under his commands, and a warm stream of smoke began to rise from the kitchen, while Li Haoran was reveling in his newfound authority. He remained blissfully unaware that not far from his gate, in the alley, a heavily armored man sported a disdainful smile, coldly snorting and shaking his head. "This lad knows his place. Cao Bing, keep watch over this night with your men. The rest will return to camp." The officials under Chao's command are certainly not easy to deal with. Li Haoran's audacious visit has caught Cao's attention. If he cannot be utilized, he must be eliminated. Fortunately, the days Li Fu had been waiting at the Chancellor's gate, or else Li Haoran might have left the city in a huff, leaving behind a corpse. Fortunately, fortune favors the foolish. Amidst the swirling snow of Xuchang, hundreds of Chao's soldiers retreated, their footsteps crunching in the snow, while the oblivious Li Haoran comfortably sipped his warm millet porridge. Slurp, how delightful! Chapter 15. The joyful life of the master. The bliss of becoming a landlord aristocrat lasted precisely 4 hours and 13 minutes. Approximately that long. There was no avoiding it. That night, in his grand estate within the city, Li Haoran was shockingly awakened by the cold. Cao had been rather generous. The spacious estate with 30-some rooms and 2 large communal dormitories could rival that of a genuine 1,000-stone official. Moreover, the house was furnished. Yet the furniture of the Han dynasty was utterly inhumane. The rigid wooden bed and the 3-sided screens provided little warmth that in this era, cotton fabric had yet to be popularized. And due to Li Haoran's insufficient rank, he had no leather clothing or blankets, only coarse linen to wear and cover himself with. While this was a comfort in the summer, it was sheer torture in the winter. The house was poorly insulated. In those times, Cao only read bamboo slips. Although the selfless Kai Luan had simplified the papermaking process, much like cotton, this too had not been widely adopted, and glass was still a millennium away. The only thing blocking the windows was the wretched linen cloth. Could this truly shield against the wind? The only warmth in the spacious room came from 2 bronze braziers burning charcoal. Yet Li Haoran, fearing suffocation, had placed them far from the windows that in this vast chamber during winter. It was a wonder he hadn't frozen to death. Now, Li Haoran greatly missed Cao Hongjie during those snowy days. At least she had kept him warm in the tent, allowing him to embrace her while they slept, thus sharing body heat. Now, he truly experienced the meaning of sleepless nights. The room was colder than camping outdoors. Summoning a maid to warm his bed, clutching the icy blanket for what felt like an eternity, Li Haoran ultimately extinguished that tempting thought, curling up into a ball and despairingly bellowing, "I refuse to believe, I cannot sleep." With a swish, he rolled the linen blanket tightly around himself, cocooning his head entirely. However, sometimes defiance against fate proves futile. The following morning, as the sun barely rose, Li Haoran emerged from the house, dragging a long string of snot and sporting dark circles under his eyes. Hastily moving toward the sunlight to stretch, master. Alongside him, rising at the same early hour, was Li Fu, the elderly servant gifted to him by Qin Deng. The saying, having an elder in the house is akin to having a treasure, proved true. Although Li Haoran had been away, the estate, with its 100 servants, remained orderly under his management. 2 cooks and 5 kitchen maids had already begun preparing breakfast in the back kitchen. This time, Qin Deng had sent over 100 ox carts and more than 200 cattle as a gift to Li Haoran. 9 grooms were busy feeding the animals, while over 70 people were bustling about, clearing the snow, Noticing so many people moving around, Li Haoran felt somewhat dizzy. Li Fu, meanwhile, cautiously clasped his fists and reported, "Master, during your absence, I was unable to make decisions. Our household does indeed have a surplus of personnel. The 20 Li sisters can be provided with weaving looms to stay and assist with weaving and miscellaneous tasks. The 10 from Li Gan, although lacking skills, are strong and robust enough to serve as domestic aids. The blacksmith Li Chui, the mason Li Ni, Li Hu, the carpenter Li Banchui, and the planter Li Zhong can be kept for repairs around the estate. The cooks Li Shaozi and Li Gaizi are also necessary. In total, they amount to 53, which is sufficient for our needs. The remaining ones can be sent to the countryside to tend to the fields or sold at the market." Li Fu truly proved to be a professional steward, having long had plans for the estate. However, the era's ruthless nature had taught Li Haoran a lesson. A living person could be sold at any moment. Watching the newly appointed servants diligently clearing the snow while nervously glancing at him, Li Haoran shook his head helplessly. "Since the Chancellor has granted me ample land, let's not sell any of the people. Just as you mentioned, procure the necessary items, then take my land deed outside the city to reclaim the fields. For those not needed here, let them work the land in the countryside." Though farming was less appealing than remaining in the city, in this era of survival of the fittest, being sold could very well lead to starvation. The surplus servants not included in Li Fu's plans breathed a collective sigh of relief. After making arrangements, Li Haoran pondered his wealth of human resources and felt a surge of excitement. Rapping his knuckles against his head, he turned to Li Fu and urgently instructed, "By the way, is there any coal for sale in Xuchang? I believe it's called stone coal. Acquire some for me. Danti, we have mud workers. Have them build a furnace to make bricks for me." Alas, this era lacks cement. What was the formula again? Previously, during idle moments, he had either wandered the world or explored the cold. But now it was proving useful. Amidst Li Fu's anxious and fearful expression, Li Haoran diligently recalled the simple formula he had once seen. Limestone, clay for brickmaking. Yes, and perhaps some slag for iron smelting. Get me several sacks of those and grind them in a powder with a stone mill, that I have use for it. A multitude of matters left Li Fu feeling utterly dizzy, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Fearful of forgetting any detail, that he nodded repeatedly while murmuring to himself. Before he had ventured too far, Li Haoran, who had suddenly sneezed, began to gnash his teeth and shout, "Right. Chickens, ducks, and geese. Procure another 20 or 30 of them for me. I am freezing. Achoo, it is no wonder everyone aspires to hold official positions. The benefits for officials in this era are quite favorable. With the sun shining, one need only commence work at 9 o'clock after tidying up the household in the morning." It was around 8:40 when Li Haoran, amidst the adoring company of several servants, boarded a grand horse-drawn carriage and swayed his way to the Prime Minister's residence, despite having endured a frigid night. His mood today was in stark contrast to that of yesterday. As he approached the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, adorned with 2 peculiar statues, he hummed a cheerful tune, guided once more by the inner court attendant who had shown him the way the previous day. He proceeded to the office of the 12 departments under the Prime Minister, that in terms of rank, his position as the granary supervisor was rather minor. Throughout the centuries of the Han Dynasty, the management of the central granaries was overseen by high-ranking officials like the Grand Minister of Agriculture, the Chief Granary Supervisor, and military officers responsible for grain storage. However, in this chaotic end of the Han era, after Emperor Xian fled eastward, the authority of the Grand Ministers and 9 ministers was entirely usurped by Cao Cao. Thus, this new official found himself rising alongside the tides of fortune, now managing the wealth of Yenzhou and Yuzhou under Cao Cao's command. Akin to 1/3 of a minister of the Board of Revenue in the Ming Dynasty, that he was not without subordinates. Upon entering, over 30 officials of similar rank to his own greeted him with clasped fists, exclaiming, "Greetings, Granary Supervisor." While this display of respect was evident, genuine sincerity was scarce. The Granary Supervisor was newly established this year, and many grain officials were scrambling towards this position, completely unprepared for it to fall into the hands of Li Haoran, a man of ill repute. That a few of the more prominent officials displayed jealousy, causing Li Haoran, who had never managed such affairs before, to feel a pang of anxiety. This was not an easy group to lead. However, there were some who knew how to navigate social nuances. After exchanging some superficial pleasantries, the officials returned to their respective duties. That a rotund figure, clearly representative of the corrupt grain officials, approached with a furtive demeanor. I have the honor of meeting the granary supervisor. I am Yu Bing from the county of Gu. I have long admired your esteemed name. Though I may not possess much talent, I have served in this granary for some time. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. Please retrieve the account books from all the warehouses in the Grand Granary and prepare for my inspection this afternoon. This command caused the bodies of all the grain officials present to involuntarily shudder. Even Yu Bing, who managed to maintain a facade of respect. The atmosphere grew thick with tension and hostility. Yet Li Haoran paid them no mind, turning to enter his designated signing room, that in truth, he knew that as a newcomer. He was merely a subordinate official who had parachuted into this newly established granary system under Cao as command, that it was imperative that he cultivate good relationships with his subordinates. Otherwise, he would find himself isolated and powerless. Unfortunately, the situation depended heavily on who he served in these crucial years for Cao. With warfare rampant, it was said that before troops are mobilized, provisions must be prepared. Should he fail to properly account for the supplies before the next military campaign, he could very well lose his head in Cao's wrath. It was rare to find a clean official in charge of grain storage, and his immediate call for a thorough audit would inevitably offend many. Yet, in light of preserving his own life, he could not afford to worry about offending anyone. He needed to compile a clear report for Cao, distancing himself from any previous corruption. However, Li Haoran underestimated the difficulty of this auditing task. While he fiddled with the official seal in his signing room, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside. The door creaked open, revealing 6 strong men carrying 3 bundles of bamboo slips, each weighing several hundred pounds, which they deposited heavily on the ground. It was evident that the grain officials outside wore expressions of schadenfreude. Their faces slightly contorted to Yu Bing, suppressing a grimace, bowed respectfully. "My lord, the account books for the Grand Granary's income and expenditures are all here for your perusal." As Li Haoran gazed at the dust-laden bamboo slips, he nearly burst into tears. In the courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, sitting despondently on a stone bench freshly cleared of snow, Li Haoran awaited with gritted teeth. After a while, Cao Hongjie finally bounced out with enthusiasm. "What do you want?" It was a mystery why Cao had chosen such a seemingly frivolous girl as his aide. Though she was not clad in armor today, she sported a warrior's attire, exuding vigor. However, even if she appeared in a bikini for winter swimming, Li Haoran lacked the heart to admire her. As the newly appointed official, he found himself in dire straits, although immediate dangers were absent. An overwhelming sense of crisis drove him to safeguard his position. He directly thrust a handful of counting chips into Cao Hongjie's small hands. "Help me." "Hey, you're the granary supervisor. Why should I assist you?" "I'll split the credit for capturing the thieves with you. I'll write a commendation for General Cao Hongjie's assistance. Afterward, I'll treat you to a lavish meal." This girl was undoubtedly a glutton for rewards. The moment she heard of a shared credit, her face lit up with delight. Deal. Chapter 16. The official Li Laoi. If one were to assess the boldest individual in Xuchang, it would undoubtedly be Li Haoran, who audaciously coaxed Cao's little confidant back home in broad daylight. Li Haoran found himself in a predicament. If he intended to audit the Grand Granary, it would mean confronting a multitude of granary officials. Could he possibly expect them to report the true state of their storage? "I've embezzled so much. Dear Granary Supervisor, please investigate me, a madman." This marked Li Haoran's first challenge after his promotion. He could not rely on any subordinates and would have to conduct the audit himself. Should he fail to accomplish this task, he would soon find himself seeking ways to resign and return home. For he had no idea when Cao might mobilize troops again, that if there were any discrepancies in the grain supply, he would surely lose his head. That, of course, it would be splendid if no one had embezzled a single grain. However, in this era, such a notion was nearly impossible. Yet with 20 granaries in the Grand Granary, along with the incoming and outgoing records scattered across hundreds of bamboo slips, expecting Li Haoran, who was no accounting expert, to manage the audit alone would surely drive him to madness. In Xuchang, aside from Cao Hongjie, the only literate individual he knew was Chen Deng. That if he divulged the city's dirty secrets to Chen Deng, who still had international connections, Cao would undoubtedly have his head. Thus, he had no choice but to seek help from Cao Hongjie. Once more, with the assistance of several servants, the officials of the Prime Minister's residence transported the grain records outside. They loaded the heavy bamboo slips onto the cart, with Li Haoran sitting sideways at the edge of the cart, while Cao Hongjia leisurely rode her horse, transporting the items back home. However, Li Haoran, being a youth from a later era, was still somewhat naive in his eagerness to save his own skin. He had not considered the myriad interests tied to the grand granary. Just as they parked the ox cart and shut the gates of his residence, shadows began to creep out from the alleys, with one individual even attempting to scale the wall of Li Haoran's courtyard. Yet at that very moment, the whistle of an arrow pierced the air, and the shadow fell heavily to the ground. Amidst the dull thuds of footsteps, a group of soldiers clad in official military armor emerged from the alley. Under the slanting rays of the setting sun, a tiger general, bow in hand and armor glistening crimson, surveyed the surroundings with a fierce gaze that his murderous intent radiated. The gathered inwells scattered like frightened mice into the alleys, having driven away the lurking threats. The tiger general, who had already crossed paths with Li Haoran, couldn't help but wear a bitter smile as he looked at the smoke rising from the back courtyard of Li Haoran's residence. Report to the Prime Minister. We cannot escort the young lady back to the residence. There is something amiss with Li Haoran. Chao Bing, take the armored squad to patrol the vicinity, that if you encounter any suspicious individuals, kill them. Outside, amidst the clashing of swords and blades, a life had already been lost. Yet inside, Li Haoran remained blissfully unaware of the chaos, his mind preoccupied with the matters in the back courtyard. True to the inefficiencies of a decaying feudal era, the efficiency of serving the family head was remarkably high. Several cages filled with chickens, ducks, and geese were piled in the kitchen. In this age, lime was a building material, albeit an expensive one, used alongside glutinous rice to construct walls, making it readily available. The capital of Cao Cao, Xuchang had pottery workshops nearby, ensuring an ample supply of clay. At this moment, Li and I and others were already busy firing bricks in the back courtyard, while others were using a stone mill to grind lime and clay. Observing this, Li Haoran felt a bit dazed. In this era, stone mills existed, yet flour was so scarce he had seen many fields of wheat, yet the Han people's method of consuming wheat remained primitive, akin to boiling it for porridge, leaving the culinary result far from palatable. What are you daydreaming about? Aren't you supposed to be auditing the grand granary and eliminating pests? Hurry up. It was surprising how proactive Cao Hongjia had become, urging him from behind. Hearing this, Li Haoran snapped back to attention and shouted, "Where's the paper? Bring me a stack of paper. Then we must pluck the finest down from these materials. Remember, it's the innermost fine fluff." In a moment of mischief, I find myself exclaiming, "How dare you?" as Li Haoran waved his hand. A swarm of sycophants from noble families viciously charged towards the kitchen, causing a cacophony of distressed cries from the unfortunate chickens, ducks, and geese that echoed throughout the courtyard. Accompanied by Cao Hongjia, Li Haoran returned to the main house's freezing master bedroom. However, in the dim light, he unfurled a series of still rough, coarse sheets of paper. Gazing at the murky surface, he slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting the scarcity of resources in this Lifu. Wasn't it said that there are carpenters and weavers? Have them bring their measuring tools and report to me at once. Truly, he was adept at delegating tasks. Amidst Cao Hongjia's dazed gaze, several young weavers accompanied by a hunchback carpenter in his 40s entered the room, as the entire Li residence spun in chaotic obedience to Li Haoran's commands. As the night wore on, the dim flicker of the oil lamp illuminated their industrious efforts, and it was no wonder that knowledge in this era was monopolized by a select few aristocratic families. The dissemination of written words was exceedingly arduous. A bamboo slip weighed at least 2 or 3 jin and contained only a mere couple of 100 characters. Moreover, carving a single character with a knife took an eternity, and transcribing a book could consume years of a person's life. This was the reason why a group of incompetent clerks allowed Li Haoran to easily seize the account books, with hundreds of jin of bamboo slips needing to be re-registered. Even with 4 hands, Li Haoran would require at least half a year to complete the task. During that time, it would be ample opportunity for them to devise means to eliminate him. However, the group of clerks never imagined that Li Haoran had come equipped with a cheat. Though crude and inferior, paper was still paper, light and thin. Having never been an accountant, he had at least observed company accountants at work and understood the general format of account books. He instructed the weavers to draw grids according to proportion and the carpenter to stretch the measuring line, while Cao Hongjie read aloud from the bamboo slips. Li Howard swiftly recorded the information, utilizing barely a scroll of bamboo slip or half a sheet of paper. The records of grain origins, distributions, and remaining quantities were clearly documented in an organized manner. In just one night, he managed to clarify the grain inventory information for 11 granaries. A serious man is most captivating. And for the first time, as she watched Li Howard diligently calculating and writing, Cao Hongjie found herself entranced. It must be said that this seemingly useless fellow possessed a modicum of talent. Even a prime minister would have struggled for days to untangle such a chaotic ledger, yet he had managed to do so in a single night. Upon closer inspection, she noted that he was somewhat handsome. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, it was quickly dismissed as she witnessed Li Howard completing the final entry with impatience, only to erupt into a colossal sneeze, causing a torrent of snot and tears to flow uncontrollably. "The sun has finally risen," he exclaimed. "I nearly froze to death." After enduring a sleepless night, with dark circles under his eyes resembling those of a panda, he paid no heed to wiping his nose and rushed out of the room. Exclaiming loudly, his disheveled appearance left Cao Hongjie utterly dumbfounded, prompting her to shake her head vigorously in disbelief. How can I possibly find this man appealing? Early in the morning, misfortune struck once more as one of the chickens that had contributed feathers yesterday met its end. Unlike the future, where supermarkets offer vegetables that will during winter, the only taste of greens available in this season came from radishes. After plucking the feathers and cleaning the chicken, it was briefly blanched before being placed in the pot. Although lacking in Sichuan pepper and spices, the pure and simple clear chicken broth had Li Howard slurping down several bowls, despite being derided by Cao Hongjie as a glutton. After breakfast, he urged the servants to continue making bricks and instructed them to soak the feathers from the chickens and ducks in alkaline water. With the freshly prepared account books in hand, he set out for work, humming a tune alongside the diligent Cao Hongjie. Yet, as he opened the front door, he was taken aback to see a long line of over 20 soldiers marching past his home, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously. "Uncle Xiahou?" Li Howard stood in astonishment as Cao Hongjie exclaimed in surprise. The marching troops suddenly halted, and the leading officer on horseback turned back with a slight smile. "I have seen Miss Jie." The general's appearance caused Li Howard to blink in disbelief. He was indeed a formidable figure, with a gaunt yet noble face adorned with a traditional thick beard. The only peculiar detail was the leather eye patch covering his left eye, leaving his right eye glimmering with intensity. Single-eyed Xiahou Dun, a character usually only encountered in games, now stood vividly before him, prompting Li Howard to involuntarily shout out loud. However, this remark stirred discontent. In ancient times, the disabled were often looked down upon, and upon hearing the term one-eyed, General Xiao's expression darkened, casting a shadow over his previously cheerful demeanor. Startling Cao Hongjie. Before she could offer a word of caution, Li Howard, overwhelmed with excitement, clasped his fists and bowed deeply. "Are you not the valiant general who shot an arrow into the eye of the enemy, exhibiting loyalty and filial piety by forcing Elbu to flee? Your reputation is resounding, General. It is truly an honor to meet you today. Please accept my humble bow." Li Howard's sincere admiration caught even the irate Xiahou Dun off guard, momentarily leaving him speechless before his expression softened, and he scratched the back of his head in bashful amusement. "Such trivial matters. Master Li, you flatter me." The normally stoic Xiahou Dun was rendered speechless by Li Howard's flattery, while Cao Hongjie muttered in irritation, "What a sycophant!" With the increase in goodwill came benefits, and Xiahou Dun, now beaming with delight, clasped his fists once more. "I have heard that Master Li is currently investigating the granaries. By coincidence, I have received orders from the Prime Minister to head to the granary in Taicang to procure grain. Would you care to accompany me?" "Excellent, with such a figure to lend him authority." Li Howard readily agreed, nearly bursting into laughter at the prospect. His ox cart rumbled along, while Xiahou Dun's horse trotted beside him. On the way, Li Howard animatedly recounted Xiahou Dun's exploits from the Three Kingdoms. For a warrior takes great pride in their achievements, that to be praised by a scion of the prominently family brought a flush of embarrassment to Xiahou Dun's cheeks. However, from time to time, his singular eye would glance nervously towards the streets, causing shadows to shrink away in fear. Another political message was sent forth. The inquiry into the granaries was not merely Li Haoran's newfound authority, but rather the Prime Minister's directive. Many began to feel a sense of trepidation. Chapter 17. The Great Rat. It seemed that Li Haoran's streak of misfortune had been washed away with his arrival in this era, and a mere compliment had afforded him the company of Xiahou Dun. Before they even reached the granary located outside Xuchong, a large group of soldiers suddenly emerged from the roadside, brandishing their weapons and surrounding Li Haoran's party with an intimidating presence. Boldly, "Who are you? How dare you besiege the granary of the Prime Minister?" Indeed, as the favored aide of Prime Minister Cao Hongjie, undeterred by the situation, brandished her weapon and roared defiantly, yet akin to every villain portrayed in dramas. A thunderous laughter erupted from behind the soldiers' 400 stone granaries. "What a grand official you are! I, the officer in charge of grain, am here to take you down. That official is Li Mi. Come forth, capture this corrupt bureaucrat at once." Li Haoran, taken aback by the cowardly figure cowering behind the crowd, turned his head in disbelief toward Xiahou Dun. "Why am I being accused of corruption again?" Xiahou Dun, having anticipated this scene, pounded his iron spear into the ground with a resounding thud. His solitary eye blazed with fury as he bellowed, "Xiahou Yuan, once again, I shall see who dares to lay hands on someone from the Prime Minister's residence." With a thud, the officer in charge of grain, Li Ji, fell onto the ground, rolling away in a frantic attempt to escape the soldiers. His pampered face appeared as crumpled as a steamed bun as he approached timidly and bowed deeply. "I pay my respects to the former general. How have I been accused of corruption? Must I trouble you, Officer Li, to detain me?" In the face of adversity, with Xiahou Dun absent, Li Haoran found himself at the forefront of anger. Unable to contain his frustration, that he had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. Xiahou Dun's valor was known far and wide. Moreover, he was accompanied by over 10 soldiers, despite commanding more than 100 men himself. He could not be certain of their superiority, that he had already vented his anger on a few scoundrels who had deceived him into becoming their pawn. Anxiety consumed him as he clasped his fists and hastily distanced himself from the situation. Li Lingguan, this subordinate, is merely acting on orders. Someone has reported to the Grand Minister of Agriculture that the granary has been embezzling grain stores that I must— No, please, Your Excellency, return to inquire. The political climate of the late Han Dynasty was exceedingly dark, and Li Haoran had come to witness this firsthand. Please? A phrase that sounded pleasant, yet he was faced with menacing figures adorned with weapons and shackles that he doubted that without Xiahou Dun present, these ruffians would hesitate to execute him. Naturally, one cannot spare their own life. Standing in his luxurious open-top chariot, Li Haoran resolutely clasped his fists. "General Xiahou, since someone has accused this subordinate before the Grand Minister of Agriculture, and I am considered a suspect, I implore you to apprehend me, along with this officer Li, to confront the Chancellor personally and ensure that no villain escapes justice." This matter escalated significantly among the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. Aside from Chancellor Cao himself, the others had long been rendered powerless to at this critical juncture. One of the 9 ministers, the Grand Minister of Agriculture, sought to meddle with the Chancellor's affairs. Given Chao's suspicious nature, Li Haoran doubted he would remain indifferent. Yet Xiahou Dun proved to be far more unruly and domineering than Li Haoran had anticipated. He dismissed Li Haoran entirely, instead directing a swift slap at Officer Li. The forbidden grounds of Shudu. "It is unforgivable to act without the command of the bastion. Seize this man and deliver him to Lord Sun Yu for further disposition." Such a display of bravado disregarded Li Mi's more than 100 troops. Xiahou Dun's subordinates promptly seized the dignified 1,000-stone Officer Li, fitting him with shackles, while those accompanying Xiahou Dun, likely his elite guards, became increasingly audacious, pointing at the Li family's troops and bellowing, "Why don't you scram quickly? Are you waiting for me to invoke military law and behead you one by one?" They were clearly on a different level, wielding spears and clad in armor to intimidate, yet upon hearing this Captain Chao's tirade, the Li troops shrank back, retreating several meters in fear. Many still harbored concern for their lord, yet dared not advance, lingering at a distance. After dispersing the onlookers, Xiahou Dun's men indeed exhibited immense ferocity. Under the watchful gaze of over 100 onlookers, 3 men escorted Li Mi toward the city. As they walked, Li Mi, with a large wooden collar around his neck, lamented desperately, "General Xiahou, spare me. This subordinate is merely following orders. Officer Li, Lord Li, Uncle, please say a word. Your humble nephew is of the Jin Yongli clan. We are of the same ancestry. Blood is thicker than water. His pleas for mercy left Li Haoran feeling quite vexed. The last executioner, the scoundrel Li Sun, was also of the Jin Yongli clan, and now appeared another of his relatives wishing for his life. Was his reputation among the Li family truly so poor? Officer Li? The inquiry from Xiahou Dun jolted Li Haoran back to reality as he smiled and clasped his fists helplessly, saying, General Xiahou, please forgive my predicament. After this incident, Li Haoran, seated in his open-top chariot, eventually arrived smoothly at the granary of Shudu. This establishment was distinct from the Emperor Xingluo granary, being constructed after Cao Cao relocated the capital to Xuchang, and was noticeably smaller, consisting of 20 granaries with 20 pits each, theoretically capable of storing 320,000 stones of grain. However, upon arriving, Li Haoran realized why his investigation into the granaries had even summoned Xiahou Dun. The granary was in a state of alarming depletion. Uncertain if Li Mi's recent troubles had any connection, he observed the granary steward, Yu Bing, nearly in tears upon his arrival. Granary steward, General, this is the first pit you should check. The exterior of the granary resembled a basket, but within lay a vast expanse, dug down over 100 meters in diameter and several dozen meters deep, revealing a spacious pit. Yet, despite its size, the contents were woefully scant, with only a few scattered baskets, hardly amounting to 2,000 stones. The unmistakable stench of decaying grain wafted through the air, and upon removing the cover from the source of the odor, he was horrified to find moldy millet sprouting white filaments. Seeing this, Cao Hongjia erupted like a fiery pepper, furiously bellowing. The account for pit number 1 in the Bing granary should reflect 3,700 stones of grain, all of which should be new. Why is there so little? And why is so much spoiled? You incompetent official, how could you be so corrupt? Hey, I am the granary steward, as Cao Hongji appeared ready to draw his sword against Yu Bing. Li Haoran quickly pulled her aside. His face transformed into a warm, affable smile, reminiscent of a cunning wolf, as he soothingly remarked, the changing weather, pest infestations, even copper coins can corrode. How much more so grain? Losing 100 or so dough is not impossible, is it, Lord Yu? With Xiahou Dun providing support and clearly aware of the underlying issues that could undermine Li Haoran, Yu Bing was nearly brought to tears as he faced the imminent threat of being attacked. Unable to conceal the truth, Li Haoran guided him gently, allowing Yu Bing, like a soft persimmon, to be the first to confess amidst his fear and despair, kneeling as he nodded. In the first pit, there is still 1,800 stones of grain, excluding the spoiled ones. There are still 1,620 stones, granary steward. I swear I did not embezzle. Please see for yourself. He knelt, lamenting as Li Haoran maintained his fade of a smiling tiger, first instructing Li Gan and the others to remove the decaying millet before turning back with a beaming smile. Why the rush? Did I not just say? The changing climate and grain spoilage are quite normal. Who said you embezzled? As he spoke, he picked up the ledger, striking a heavy line through the latest entry. 2,008 stones spoiled. Remaining grain storage 1,620 stones. Onward to the next pit. In Li Haoran's effortless banter, Yu Bing led the way to the next granary with a sorrowful countenance. Throughout the morning, Li Haoran inspected 4 granaries, discovering that Yu Bing was indeed more honest than his counterparts. Some granaries reported grain levels at barely 1/5 of the ledger, and in 2 instances, there were less than 700 stones of edible grain remaining, with none intact. Overall, the stored grain amounted to only about 1/4 of the recorded figures, totaling around 60,000 stones across the 4 granaries. While this may sound substantial, in an era lacking in meat protein and oil, an adult typically consumed between 1.5 to 2 pounds of grain daily. Thus, 60,000 stones would only suffice for 36,000 troops for 100 days of warfare. And that calculation did not even account for the needs of logistical support and livestock. The attitudes of the 4 granary stewards who received Li Haoran varied greatly. For instance, Yu Bing and Xiahou Ying were exceedingly respectful, trembling in fear. Conversely, Yang Yong and Dong Chong exhibited arrogance and bravado, showing no awareness of the remaining grain in their granaries. Their ignorance was not feigned. They genuinely did not know, which forced Li Haoran to personally tally the amounts, wasting much of the day on their oversight. Upon exiting the granary, Xiahou Dun was already awaited by others, likely due to Cao Cao's orders. After offering his apologies to Li Haoran, he left his captain of guards to escort Li Haoran back to the residence before departing himself. However, seated in the chariot, Cao Hongjie could no longer contain her frustration, pounding her fists against the chariot's frame in a fury akin to an anti-corruption crusader. And no wonder we run out of military provisions so quickly. It's all due to parasites like you. Upon returning, I shall report to the Chancellor and insist that these vermin be apprehended and executed. Li Haoran felt quite exasperated. Why was this being thrust upon him? Was he not living a life free of corruption? If he were truly guilty, would he be reduced to mere tattered robes? Feeling utterly helpless, he shook his head as he grasped Cao Hongjie's hand. If you intend to execute them all, who will manage the grain for the Chancellor in the short term? Furthermore, can you guarantee that the next batch of granary stewards will be entirely innocent? And if you put them to death, where will you pursue the embezzled goods? A series of inquiries left Cao Hongjie's mind spinning with confusion. She helplessly spread her hands before him, exclaiming, "Then what do you propose we do? First, let us return home and build a proper hearth." As he arrived at the entrance of his home, Li Haoran could hardly contain his joy as he leapt from the carriage. Chapter 18. No wife, no children, yet still warm at the calm. This night, the number of soldiers patrolling outside Li Haoran's residence had increased, seemingly a result of Cao Cao's growing concern for the Taizong following reports from Xiahou Dun. However, while the troops diligently braved the frigid weather to ensure Li Haoran's safety, his thoughts were far from administrative matters. After 2 sleepless nights in the biting cold, Li Haoran had had enough of this miserable existence. In just 2 days, the coal stove in the backyard had been kept ablaze without pause, producing several hundred newly fired bricks. The technique for this had been lost to time, but its quality was unparalleled, robust and enduring. Moreover, as per Li Haoran's orders before his departure, the lime and clay had been finely ground and fired for an entire day, now spread out in the courtyard, radiating heat that I in the depths of winter. A few sturdy men were so warmed by the fire that they shed their shirts and worked bare-chested, all amidst the cruel realities of feudal society. The only regret was the failure to procure coal. In those times, affluent families burned charcoal, while the less fortunate gathered firewood and whatever they could find. The true value of coal had yet to be realized, and without it, the furnace could only reach temperatures of around 1,000 degrees, resulting in subpar cement from the rudimentary methods used. Fortunately, the construction of a Kong did not demand the highest quality. What an unpleasant smell! What on earth was this for? Once again, Li Haoran was drawn back home. Upon entering the courtyard, Cao Hongjie was immediately assailed by the pungent odor of lime, wrinkling her small face in annoyance. Yet upon seeing the materials, Li Haoran's eyes sparkled with excitement, disregarding her altogether as he eagerly waved at Li Fu, who had come to greet him. "Where's the big hammer? Let's get to work." Having lived in a heated Kong house during his childhood, where he tended the stove himself, the memories of roasting sweet potatoes and corn in the coal stove, and the warmth of the Kong in winter, lingered vividly in his mind. Under the allure of the heated Kong, amidst the astonished gazes of the household, the master of the house took it upon himself to wield the hammer, creating a gaping hole between the thick walls of the bedroom and the tea room with a series of resounding clangs. "Bring the bricks, you lot. Mix the cement. Use this powder. Add water to combine it. Where's the trowel? Aren't you supposed to be masons? We have no trowels." A flurry of servants busily scurried about, mixing cement on the floor, while 2 masons looked on with admiration as Li Haoran personally took charge of laying the bricks to construct the furnace. However, after erecting a square furnace, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to shape the iron furnace ring. That could be addressed later. Once the furnace was built, amidst Li Haoran's loud commands, the servants, drenched in sweat, carried the freshly baked bricks into his bedroom. To be honest, he could hardly recall the internal structure of a Kong, but understanding its general functionality did not hinder his imagination. He began stacking the bricks along the walls, inserting half bricks every 2 full bricks, and at the other end, placing a complete brick to form a third. This created a series of gaps, akin to the decorative openings often seen in rural courtyard walls in later times, allowing heat to circulate freely. As he labored, using a wooden board and trowel, he found himself panting after laying a row of bricks. Upon turning around, he noticed the sun was setting, and behind him stood a group of servants along with Cao Hongjie, all looking rather forlorn. Li Howren, channeling his authoritative demeanor, exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and help. If we don't finish today, you'll all get a beating." Upon hearing this, Li Fu was the first to spring into action, stomping his feet in frustration. "Why aren't you all working? How can the master do such rough work? What use are you if you let him do it? I'll sell you all at the marketplace." This threat ignited a fervent work ethic among the laborers. With a flurry of activity, bricks were being moved, cement mixed, and in no time, the rough shape of a Kong, 8 meters long, over 3 meters wide, and more than half a meter high, began to take form. In those times, with no electricity, work became challenging once the sun set. With the servants now taking over, Li Howren could focus on the final hurdle, the chimney. Luckily, this was something that existed in this era, and with the assistance of the skilled masons gifted by Qin Deng, they began stacking bricks at one corner of the Kong. The more hands, the greater the strength. 3 servants passed bricks from outside, while 2 others constructed the chimney on the scaffold. Finally, just as the last rays of sunlight faded, they managed to raise an unsightly chimney atop the roof. All that remained was to smooth the surface that a row of bricks was neatly aligned on the Kang's top, and then a layer of the remaining lime was applied. The typical northeastern Kong was nearly completed. Yet as Cao Hongjie watched in silence, Li Howren suddenly burst into tears, realizing that the cement would need a full day to dry. He gazed longingly at the warm Kong. He knew he would have to endure another night in the cold. Fortunately, when one plan fails, another can be devised. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Howren suddenly snapped his fingers in realization. "What about the duck down we collected today? Call all the spinners under my command." In response to Cao Hongjie's incredulous gaze, a large basin filled with feathers soaked in alkaline water was brought forth by the servants. Under Li Howren's enthusiastic direction, they began drying the down by the fire, while a piece of luxurious silk was ruthlessly cut into small squares. Following Li Howren's orders, several maidservants began working diligently as dusk fell, stuffing the dried chicken and duck down into the silk squares and sewing them into little pouches. Unable to withstand Li Howren's eager gaze, resembling a lovesick fool enchanted by an unparalleled beauty, Cao Hongjie firmly tugged at his ear, clutching the ledger, and pulled him out of the room. As they walked, she boldly shouted, "Get to work! Get to work!" As expected, another night passed in a shivering daze. By the late hours, Cao Hongjie, accustomed to the harsh cold of the era, managed to doze off beside the fire, while Li Howren could not sleep a wink, remaining awake until dawn. Yet he had meticulously reviewed the entire inventory of the 20 granaries in Xuchang, completing a thorough assessment after a year of storage. Including earlier records, he had compiled a total of 171 scrolls on bamboo slips, weighing over 300 pounds. Yet transcribed onto paper, it amounted to only 20 volumes, with each volume containing merely a third of the information. It was no wonder that in ancient times, mobilizing troops and supplies took an eternity. This inefficiency was evident. The following morning, before Li Howren could even enjoy a hearty bowl of chicken soup, there was a loud knocking at the gate. With dark circles under his eyes, he accompanied Li Fu to open the door. As soon as the crimson doors swung wide, Xiahou Dun, clad in full armor and wearing a black eye patch, bowed deeply, the clattering of his armor echoing with a resounding clang. Li Lingguan, we must inspect the granaries. In matters of state, there were many concerns for Cao Cao, and the supply of grain at Taicang did not seem to be among them. Cao Cao himself was unaware of the actual grain quantities in his warehouses, and it was likely that the figures Xiahou Dun had brought back the previous day had shocked him. Not only had Xiahou Dun been dispatched today, but he had also brought along a dozen scholars from the Chancellor's office to assist Li Howren in the inspection, with additional hands on deck. Progress accelerated significantly that day. They swiftly completed the inspection of the remaining 16 granaries and 320 grain cellars. However, the situation remained dire. Aside from the spoiled stock, the actual reserves hovered around 1/3 of the total. The entire inventory of Xuchang's Taicang was listed at a staggering 97,000 sure, yet only 29,000 sure were actually consumable. Li Howren's task for the day was completed. After finishing the inventory, he handed over the 20 ledgers to Xiahou Dun for him to return to the Chancellor's office, that if there was any ire to be had, let Cao Cao bear it himself. With the actual reserves documented, and with a vigilant eye on every grain entering and leaving the warehouse, he could absolve himself of any blame from Cao Cao. However, today also brought back an unexpected visitor, drowsily riding in a two-wheeled cart back to the residence. Li Fu went out to greet him. A startled Li Haoran suddenly exclaimed, "The ledgers are all checked. Why have you come back?" Trailing behind him, Chao Hongjie, as always, elegantly rode her chestnut mare, following closely behind his carriage. Still groggy, he had not even noticed her presence. Hearing his exclamation, Chao Hongjie proudly lifted her chin, indignantly huffing, "Are you tearing down the bridge after crossing it? What about the promised feast you owe me? You haven't treated me yet. I won't let you off the hook until you do. Have I not treated you to chicken soup over the past few days?" Li Haoran muttered to himself. Nevertheless, he had already come to regard her as a close companion. Her returning was of no great concern. Accustomed to the life of a feudal lord, he lazily nodded at Li Fu, helped the young mistress down and back into the house. "What young mistress? I'm not that old." In this era, the term young mistress did not exist. Huffing, Chao Hongjie cheerfully jumped off her horse, disregarding Li Fu's assistance, and boldly trotted into the residence. Li Laoguan, the housekeeper, wore a beaming smile, while Li Haoran let out a significant yawn. "Old Li, have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" "Your Excellency, aside from the ongoing search for coal, the clothing has been expertly stitched. The stone bed you commanded to be crafted yesterday has also been aired out for an entire day and is now nearly dry. Regrettably, there is still no coal, which has indeed caused a bit of disappointment for Li Haoran. However, the down jacket and the heated Kong have been successfully prepared, ensuring he will not have to endure the cold tonight." Upon hearing this report, Li Haoran could not help but feel a surge of joy. Promptly leaping from the carriage and making his way inside, as he entered the courtyard, beside the main hall, he found that in his spacious bedroom, the meticulously smooth cement had indeed dried completely. The craftsmanship was so refined that there were hardly any cracks to be seen. Chao Hongjie was sprawled on the floor, rolling about. Upon noticing Li Haoran's entrance, she snorted disdainfully. Why go through such effort for something so hard and cold? On the other side, the large down jacket that Li Haoran had requested was finally complete. That it retained the appearance of an official robe on the outside, but a layer of silk had been added within. Small silk pouches filled with down had been sewn in, causing the exterior to bulge in little lumps. Casting aside the tattered robe he had been wearing, Li Haoran hurriedly donned the large jacket, which instantly elevated his body temperature by several degrees, allowing him to exhale a satisfied breath. With a cheerful grin, he exclaimed, "Of course, one cannot truly appreciate it now. The magic will only reveal itself once it's lit. Li Ganzi, bring on the coal. Such a shameless creature, prancing about in feathers. What is there to be proud of?" she teased, though as she watched Li Haoran head towards the kitchen clad in his new garment. Her curiosity surged, prompting her to rise and follow him. Curiosity, as they say, killed the cat. Women share this trait with cats. Despite her pretended indifference to Li Haoran's extravagant display the previous night, her intrigue was undeniable. The dark coal fire glowed crimson, fervently blazing within the stove. With the lid closed, the heated Kong radiated warmth, and not only was Chao Hongjie rolling about in delight, but Li Haoran, now clad in the down jacket, too, reclined heavily, releasing a long exhale of contentment. With the promise of warmth now within reach, he rejoiced, "Finally, I shall not have to suffer the cold any longer." Chapter 19. A push to action. Li Haoran, this unfortunate time traveler, found himself in a dire predicament. While others reveled in abundance and beauty upon their arrival, he had toiled for over 3 months, merely resolving his basic needs. Yet the heated Kong brought with it a sense of bliss. After several consecutive days of grueling labor that had left him chilled to the bone, he finally slept soundly upon the warm Kong, awakening to the bright light of dawn. The coal fire, having burned through the night, still radiated residual warmth, and the bedding enveloped him in comfort. Stretching luxuriously, the yawn that escaped him brought tears to his eyes. Turning his head, he called out to Chao Hongjie, who lay at the other end. "Xiao Jie, rise and join me for breakfast. We must be off to work soon." As the lingering fragrance of a delicious breakfast filled the air, Li Haoran rubbed his eyes in confusion and exclaimed, "Where is my down jacket?" The myths of sumptuous feasts and harem delights in ancient times were nothing but illusions. Take food, for instance. Carrots and tomatoes were introduced only after the Tang dynasty. The fruits available were limited to pears, apples, and dates that if one wished for stir-fried dishes. The large iron wok was a novelty of the Song dynasty. Flour was still in its infancy, with the populace primarily consuming grains. As for seasonings, spices such as cinnamon and star anise were still quietly resting in Southeast Asia, leaving only scallions, ginger, garlic, and chives as the primary flavoring agents. The typical fare of the era involved boiling millet in earthen pots or pickling radish strips for winter. And for a minor gentry like Li Haoran, consuming meat once a day was considered extravagant, with every 3 days being the norm. Moreover, the meat of this time had not undergone proper refrigeration or aging, making it less palatable that a simple breakfast of chicken soup made from an old hen was perhaps the only luxury he could afford, gnawing on a chicken leg while the rest of the carcass simmered for broth. Though the resulting soup resembled the clear broth served in university canteens, it still added a bit of flavor to the otherwise sparse winter diet. However, as he knelt at the low table, Li Haoran struggled with the discomfort of kneeling, sipping his porridge while contemplating how to procure a few sheets of paper and some furniture blueprints at the Prime Minister's residence today, in hopes that the carpenters could craft some higher quality furnishings, with the Kong providing warmth and the chicken soup replenishing his strength. Li Haoran finished his meal with a rosy glow on his face, sweating slightly despite his thin linen official robe. Today, he would not enjoy the close protection of the formidable General Xiahou Dun, but he still had a squad of 10 guards accompanying him. Stretching lazily, he climbed onto the ox cart, accompanied by Li Ganzi and a group of sycophants, as they headed towards the Prime Minister's residence. However, before he could settle into a pleasant routine of tea and newspapers, he was intercepted at the entrance by the Prime Minister's aide. Sun Yu Li Lingguan, the Prime Minister summons you. You are to report to the residence immediately. Seeing the stern expression on Sun Yu's face, Li Haoran's heart sank. This could not bode well. It quickly became evident that Xiao Hongjie, the spendthrift, was not one to marry. Following Sun Yu through the series of courtyards, they arrived at the spacious and imposing office of the Prime Minister, where Cao Cao sat regally behind a long table, exuding authority. The down jacket that Li Haoran had joyously crafted just yesterday now adorned Cao Cao, warming his pale face, which had taken on a slight flush. Yet today, the atmosphere was decidedly grim. The table bore Li Haoran's 20-volume inventory ledger, and Cao Cao's expression was one of concern as he perused the documents, dark circles under his eyes betraying signs of sleeplessness. To Cao Cao's side, the strategist Guo Jia was present, meticulously arranging a proposal, unusually serious for a man known for his carefree demeanor. As Li Haoran knelt, shivering in the draft from the entrance, he sorrowfully prostrated himself, addressing Cao Cao. This humble official, Li Haoran, pays his respects to the Prime Minister. Still lost in his ledger, Cao Cao took a moment before responding. Rise, however, he quickly added, bring forth a seat. A low table was set before Guo Jia, and with trepidation, Li Haoran approached and seated himself at the left hand of the Prime Minister. Cao Cao finally lifted his gaze, but immediately delivered a heavy blow by slamming the ledger Li Haoran had prepared down before him. You, as the Minister of Supplies in the Prime Minister's residence, are responsible for overseeing 400 stone of court rations. How can it be that you possess no skills and present a document riddled with errors? What sort of conduct is this? Errors. Trembling in fright, Li Haoran scrambled to retrieve the ledger, glancing over it and realizing with a start that the Han dynasty employed traditional characters, while he had written in simplified form. A practice that only gained popularity in the era of Sun, yet Dachshund it was no wonder that his writing was deemed incorrect. Nonetheless, holding the ledger aloft, he boldly replied, Prime Minister, can you comprehend what I have written? In the grand city of Su, is there anyone who can match my efficiency in reconciling a year's worth of chaotic accounts in just 2 days? Cao Cao was momentarily rendered speechless. In ancient times, seating arrangements were of utmost importance. Had it not been for Li Haoran's display of capability, Cao Cao would never have granted him this position or allowed Xiahou Dun to provide protection and assistance. Seizing the moment, Li Haoran pressed on, Prime Minister, my so-called errors are merely simplifications of the old characters that I in the past. Writing a single account on bamboo slips would take over an hour. Now I can record it in mere moments on paper. If military supplies are urgently needed, the old methods would take 3 days to transport a single warehouse of grain. In times of urgency, missing accounts could lead to opportunities for miscreants to embezzle public funds. This method allows for the simultaneous management of supplies and accounts, ensuring accuracy. What do you think of such a strategy, Prime Minister? This proposal is indeed commendable, but I fear the antiquarians in the court may oppose it. Cao Cao replied thoughtfully. Guijia, however, appeared contemplative, his face reflecting interest. The efficiency of clearing a year's worth of accounts in just 2 days would be enticing to any warlord. Yet he also voiced his concerns. Cao Cao's faction was unlike any other, as he held dominion over the court, with the old aristocracy of the Han still present in Su, wielding the advantage of commanding authority while simultaneously being constrained by these antiquated individuals. Should Li Haoran's simplified characters be promoted, it would undoubtedly incite a wave of protests from the old guard. That is of little consequence. Within the Prime Minister's residence, both simplified and traditional characters may coexist. Those who wish to use simplifications may do so. Those who prefer traditional forms may continue their use. However, those with the lowest efficiency shall face penalties that as for the officials in the court. Let them continue composing poetry and prose with their traditional characters. After all, they serve little purpose. Furthermore, regarding official documents, the Prime Minister's residence may utilize both paper and bamboo slips, with the residents providing paper. While officials must procure bamboo slips at their own expense, facing penalties for the lowest efficiency, as well as Li Haoran's exceptional proficiency in his duties was so striking that even Cao Cao found himself utterly bewildered. Observing Guijia lost in thought, he began to ponder deeply, and after a considerable pause, he gestured emphatically to Li Haoran that Tu Qiu, return and organize your simplified characters. Now is not the time for idle musings. I shall obey your command. Li Haoran responded, promptly rising to make his exit, fully aware that his visit today was fraught with misfortune. Alas, Cao Cao had summoned Guijia, his chief advisor, precisely to identify any shortcomings. While Cao Cao had been momentarily deceived by Li Haoran's simplified characters, Guijia was not so easily fooled. Noticing his lord's furrowed brow in contemplation of the pros and cons, Guijia bowed with a smile. My lord, the matter of simplification requires careful deliberation. The purpose of summoning Tu Qiu today was not to assign blame, was it? Cao Cao's habitual opening remarks involved a firm reprimand followed by a sweet morsel of praise. During the initial inquiry, Li Haoran had vehemently defended himself, even managing to turn the tables on Cao Hongjie. The second round, originally intended to confront him with a litany of errors, had been sidestepped by Li Haoran's clever use of simplified characters. Realizing this, the usually composed Cao Cao's countenance turned pale with anger, his beard bristling as he slammed his hand on the table, causing Li Haoran to flinch. Bold Li Haoran, with Taicong suffering a deficit of 9 out of 10. Do you not have any explanation for me? As the saying goes, matters rarely come in triples. If Cao Cao were to be deceived once more, and he suddenly regained his wits and unleashed his wrath, Li Haoran would find himself in a most perilous position, left with nowhere to lament. Did one not remember how Yang Xiu met his end? Seeing the veins on Cao Cao's forehead pulsating, Li Haoran could only clasp his hands in a mournful gesture. I acknowledge my guilt. With this small concession, Cao Cao's expression softened somewhat, yet his tone remained authoritative as he inquired, since you admit your fault, how shall we proceed? I shall ensure rigorous patrols upon my return, apprehend any thieves, and increase the presence of cats and dogs to eradicate the rodent problem, that we will maintain proper ventilation and dryness throughout, ensuring such a large-scale grain spoilage incident never recurs. Yet this explanation, which stemmed from Li Haoran's own mismanagement, failed to satisfy Cao Cao, who sought a remedy for the staggering 2/3 shortfall in Taicong stores. In an instant, the once pale-faced Cao Cao erupted into a furious red, resembling a tomato on the verge of bursting, causing Li Haoran to tremble in fear as he prostrated himself on the ground. Prime Minister, I am but a mere grain steward, not even a proper official. My connections are limited to the Right General Eugene and the 2 generals of the Xiahou family. My responsibilities only allow me to monitor the grain stores and accurately record all transactions. What more can you expect from me? The most successful strategist of the 3 kingdoms was neither Zhuge Liang nor Sima Yi, but rather the cunning Jia Su, whose treacherous schemes ignited the chaos of the late Han dynasty, enabling Zhang Xiu to deal a significant blow to Cao Cao. After surrendering to Cao Cao, he adeptly preserved his own life, managing to thrive through the transitions of the Han, Wei, and Jin dynasties. His survival strategy hinged on being neither incompetent nor overly capable, Li Howard aspired to adopt this old man's pragmatic approach. Having showcased his capabilities by swiftly assessing Taitsong's inventory, he understood that his value had been acknowledged. Henceforth, it was prudent to refrain from excessive involvement, as meddling only breeds animosity. With no regard for face or pride, he resolved to endure any humiliation that came his way. As he prostrated himself. Tears streaming down his face, he lamented his predicament. Although Cao Cao was domineering, he was not unreasonable. It was unrealistic for a mere grain steward to challenge the intricate web of interests at play. Moreover, his pitiful demeanor only served to further irritate Cao Cao, who cast a disapproving glance at the prostrate Li Howard. Finally, in exasperation, Cao Cao waved his voluminous sleeves. "You may leave. Your humble servant." Just as Li Howard was about to express his gratitude and depart, Guo Jia, who had been feigning indifference, stood up, fanning himself. "My lord, Taitsong is crucial for the stability of the court. With 2/3 of the inventory lost, we must pursue a thorough investigation." Yet, as Minister Li has stated, the implications are vast and caution is warranted to prevent unforeseen complications. Having uttered these two platitudes, Guojia's smile morphed into something more sinister as he cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling Li Howard. With a sly grin, he addressed Cao Cao. "Therefore, I propose that Colonel Cao Hongjia, close to the Prime Minister, temporarily assume control over this matter to oversee it." Before Cao Cao could respond, Li Howard nearly choked on his own blood. Good heavens, when it comes to cunning, it seems the Guo family reigns supreme. What ties did he have with Cao Hongjia? Were they not practically bedfellows? How could she possibly handle such investigations? Ultimately, would he not be dragged into conflict as well? Dumbfounded, he turned to glance at Guijia, then back at the nearly bloodless Li Howard. Cao Cao, initially despondent, instantly transformed into a shrewd and calculating figure, his beard relaxing as he nodded with a smile. What Feng Xiao has suggested is indeed commendable. Summon Hongjia. Chapter 20. The glutton solution. The courtyard was filled with the clattering of tools and the sounds of labor, with servants and maids bustling about joyfully. Following the successful renovation of the heated Kong, Li Howard had boldly decided to convert the entire estate, main house, guest rooms, and corridors, into heated spaces, resulting in a total of 55 heated kangs. Amidst the excitement, the servants worked tirelessly. Amidst the cheerful sounds of labor, the anguished cries of geese and ducks could be heard. The first down-filled coat had been shamelessly appropriated by the ungrateful Cao Hongjia to curry favor with Cao Cao, leaving the unfortunate geese to endure a second wave of merciless plucking. The household staff toiled joyfully, yet their master appeared deeply troubled, slumped on the heated Kong, grappling with two pressing concerns. First, he realized he had been deceived. Upon returning home from work, Li Fu had eagerly reported the discovery of a coal mine in the Funyo Mountains near Xuchang. Li Howard, brimming with excitement, rushed to purchase the land, only to be disheartened upon opening the box of gold bestowed upon him by Elbu, finding only 10 pounds of brass ingots. The second issue was the unexpected guest occupying his Kong. With her long legs crossed, the exuberant Cao Hongjia had tucked her small hands into her sleeves. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she urged him on. "What are you waiting for? Let us hurry and catch those rats." It baffled him why this woman was so obsessed with her official duties, wanting to seize grain from the greedy officials, a thankless task. True to Li Howard's predictions, she sought him out the moment she received her orders. "What are we setting off for at this hour?" he lamented, sprawled across the warm Kong. Yet before he could finish, Cao Hongjia, her eyes wide with indignation, slammed her hands on the edge of the Kong, exclaiming, "Hey, when you sought my help, I came without hesitation, regardless of day or night. Why the reluctance now? Had I known you were such a useless waste, I wouldn't have come. Fine, if you don't want my help, I'll go alone." This fiery spirit was truly remarkable. She declared her intent to leave, and Li Howard, seeing her retreat, let out a groan and scrambled to grasp her sleeve. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't help. Then hurry up and let us go." It wasn't that she truly intended to depart, but Cao Hongjia paused, her face still flushed with irritation, resembling the expression of a colleague's partner demanding the latest iPhone. "But where are we supposed to go now?" Li Howard, feeling like a floundering fish on the heated Kong, raised his hands in exasperation, only to be taken aback as she suddenly drew a gleaming dagger from her waist. The sight of the glinting blade startled him. He feared she had gone mad and intended to dismember him on the spot, prompting him to plop back onto the Kong. Unbeknownst to him, in his eyes, she had transformed into a maniac. Yet Cao Hongjie, her eyes sparkling with excitement, brandished the sword triumphantly toward the drafty window, exclaiming, "The Prime Minister has entrusted me with the task of detaining the corrupt officials who have embezzled Taizong's grain. We shall interrogate them severely until they confess." Imagining herself as a female avenger, she posed dramatically with her weapon. That critical moment, Li Haoran doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. And then what? If we execute these corrupt officials, where will we find 20 others familiar with the grain storage to manage Taizong? With Yuan Shao to the north and Yuan Shu to the south, and Elbu to the east and Zhang Xiu to the west, who knows when the Prime Minister might need to muster troops? If we cannot supply the provisions, we shall both end up kneeling on the execution ground, losing our heads. Truly, we do not seek to be born on the same day, but rather to perish on the same day. Observing Li Haoran's woeful expression as he dramatically threw up his hands, Cao Xiaonyang was equally taken aback. Dragging her halberd, she finally widened her almond-shaped eyes in astonishment and asked, "What shall we do? Shall we allow that group of corrupt officials to roam free? Water that is too clear harbors no fish. Even the Prime Minister does not wish to eliminate everyone. What he seeks is a well-regulated granary, one from which he can draw grain when needed. Moreover, do you truly believe that a mere 100-share granary can embezzle tens of thousands of share of grain? Understanding how this grain has gone missing is crucial. We must prevent future losses. For that is the expectation the Prime Minister has in appointing you. Of course, given the current situation, someone must bear the brunt of the consequences, and among these 20-odd individuals, one unfortunate soul must be chosen as a scapegoat." Li Haoran, helplessly pinching his chin, provided a lengthy explanation. But Cao Hongjie, listening, was left utterly bewildered, her beautiful almond eyes swirling with confusion. With a clatter, she sheathed her halberd at her waist, adeptly perched her small bottom upon the heated Kong, crossed her long legs, and, arms folded, she pouted and shook her head. "Just tell me what to do. Anyway, Guo the drunkard said to find you if there was an issue." Indeed, it seemed Guo Jia had orchestrated matters. Yet despite this, their deep revolutionary friendship could not be overlooked that Li Haoran had no choice but to concern himself with Cao Hongjie's affairs. His aged face, drawn like a bitter gourd, turned as he glanced at the heavy brass box resting on the Kong. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and declared, "Just listen to me. First things first, we must buy a sheep that— no, wait, this is official business. Go to the Prime Minister's residence and fetch the head sheep." Sheep? In a display of grand generosity, Cao Hongjie rushed back to the Prime Minister's residence and returned with a flock of sheep, causing a commotion in the Li family's courtyard, filled with the sounds of sheep and ducks. Leaving Li Haoran utterly perplexed, had he known, he would have asked Cao Hongjie to bring back more copper. However, given Chao's generosity, he could not be stingy. He readily offered the 10 pounds of copper gifted by his brother El and sketched plans on some paper he had borrowed from the Prime Minister's residence. Li Haoran promptly handed these to the family blacksmith, Li Tietue, who, with his simple-minded yet burly physique, was soon dispatched to forge the items. That it was hard to determine whether it was the era's lack of restrictions on women or simply that having shared a bed, they had reached a point of no return. That night, Cao Hongjie did not return home, but instead stayed on Li Haoran's warm Kong. Although physical contact was off-limits, she had amusingly scattered a line of yellow beans between them, declaring that crossing it would make one a beast. Yet, despite sharing a bed with this spirited girl, Li Haoran felt a strange happiness in being a beast for the night. The next morning, before Li Haoran could muster the will to rise, a messenger from the Prime Minister's residence arrived, announcing that due to Li Lingguan's successful inventory, he was granted a paid leave of absence. As for the duration of this leave, the envoy did not specify, but it was likely contingent upon resolving the affairs of the granary. Regardless, Li Haoran knew he could not escape the repercussions of offending others. So he graciously accepted the official document and crawled back into bed for a few more hours of rest that he slept soundly until the afternoon, when Cao Hongjie, unable to endure any longer, kicked him awake. It must be noted that while the feudal era was often slow-paced, at least the servants worked quickly for their masters. After studying the plans Li Haoran had provided, Li Tietue, with his bald head and the last 2 strands of hair standing on end, indeed managed to craft what Li Haoran had requested. All 10 pounds of brass were utilized, resulting in a shiny orange-yellow object placed upon Li Haoran's heated Kong, a large, semicircular bowl with 5 claws supporting it, and a copper chimney rising from the center, distinctly different from the mainstream cooking vessels of this era, with its odd shape. However, if a foodie were to traverse into this time, they would surely exclaim in delight, "Isn't this a hot pot?" Indeed, the grand creation Lee Howren had orchestrated was, in fact, a hot pot. Having grown weary of chicken soup, he was eager for a change of flavors. Well, all of this was for official business. His heart was devoted to Prime Minister Cao. With the pot ready, the next step was to prepare the ingredients. Here, one must express gratitude to Zhang Qian. After traversing the western regions, he had brought back sesame seeds, providing Lee Howren with the basis for his sesame sauce. As for the meat, one of the sheep Cao Hongjie had brought back was slaughtered, and the fresh mutton hung to age for an hour before being buried in the snow overnight, now frozen solid. Reluctantly, and with 100 complaints, Cao Hongjie's dagger, forged from Uzi steel from the western regions, was borrowed by Lee Howren to slice the mutton. There was no choice. In this era, the quality of tools was abysmal. Only this weapon could cut through the frozen mutton, and even then, it was the old steward Li Fu who took charge of the task. It was hard to tell whether this old fellow had once been an executioner or had simply dealt with fish scales in his youth, but he sliced the mutton into translucent, paper-thin pieces which were then arranged beautifully on a plate, perfect for hot pot. With the meat prepared, the congealed sheep's blood was also deemed a dish, along with slices of sheep liver, totaling 4 to 5 pounds of meat, enough for a banquet. However, the vegetables Lee Howren had previously disregarded became a source of embarrassment at this moment. Sweet potato slices? None, still lounging comfortably in the tropical rainforests of South America. Corn rings? None, still basking in the sun on the North American plains. Furthermore, even if you were to find them in this era, they would be of no use, as they had not undergone the centuries of selective cultivation by the Native Americans. At this point, corn cobs might be smaller than sheep's hooves. Cucumbers were available in this era, but in the dead of winter, there was no means to procure them. Spinach and kidney beans were also available. Yet even the emperor could not find them in winter. How could Lee Howren? In the end, he could only unearth some stored winter radishes from the autumn harvest and slice them into a plate of radish shreds as a makeshift addition. He promised himself to remember to ask Chon Deng for some seaweed the next time they met. Stroking his little mustache while gazing at the plate of radish shreds, Lee Howren muttered in frustration. The next step was the main event. The stone mill for grinding lime and making tofu had been cleaned, and the small bucket of wheat, which Li Fu had procured days ago, after much effort, was poured into it. With the old ox provided by Chon Deng pulling the grinding stone, the flour and bran began to flow out below, and wonder flour was unpopular during the Han Dynasty. The flour mixed with bran indeed produced unpalatable results. The black bread that had been the staple in Europe for over 1,000 years was made directly this way. Dark, hard, requiring soaking in broth to soften before consumption. In later years, Lee Howren had read on forums that this stuff could even be used as a hammer in the era of cold weapons. It is unclear who, in history, invented the method of sifting out bran, allowing noodles and steamed buns to flourish during the Tang and Song dynasties. However, this foodie was replaced by Lee Howren, who lavishly ordered a piece of precious gauze to be tied around a bamboo ring as a sieve. A dozen weavers swayed their slender waists in the courtyard, sifting the flour that fell into the bucket. Eggs were available at this time, and Lee Howren personally mixed the flour and water with the eggs, rolling out long strands of noodles that gracefully landed in a black ceramic dish, all while his face was dusted white with flour. Looking at the abundance of ingredients on the dining table, Lee Howren clapped his flour-dusted hands in satisfaction. Yet before he could bask in his triumph for long, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. Turning in astonishment, he was met with Cao Hongjie's face, which was contorted in rage, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Grinding her teeth, she pointed at the hot pot and the array of side dishes, erupting into a frenzy to Li Tuccio. "Is this your brilliant method for investigating the granary?" Cold sweat broke out on his back, and Lee Howren, filled with despair, was just about to wave his hands in explanation when a hurried voice from outside interrupted. "Master, Yu Chuan has arrived outside the residence." Yu Bing was not empty-handed. In this day and age, fabric was harder currency than copper coins that he had managed to bring a whole box of shoe brocade, the value of which, when compared to the future, was tantamount to gifting Lee Howren a luxury car, specifically a 666,000 model with oil leaks, For a small official like him, with a mere 100 salary, this was a significant sacrifice. Yet, even in his sacrifice, Yu Bing was generous, and no one expected that this newly appointed granary minister would be so capable. Within 3 days, he had resolved the chaotic accounts of the granary and presented them to the prime minister. Now, the 20 granary officials and 4 supervisors were all anxious, for in this era, corruption could lead to beheadings. At such a critical juncture, the granary minister Li Lingwan had not invited anyone. Instead, he had only invited himself to the residence for drinks. Although it did not guarantee that matters would be resolved, it at least indicated that he had a chance. Upon receiving the invitation, the diminutive, whiskered, rotund figure hurried over, almost skipping with delight. However, as he alighted from his carriage, before the warm and cordial offering of gifts could be presented, Li Haoran had already seized his hand, exuberantly complaining, "Pray tell, my dear fellow, we are merely colleagues seeking to strengthen our camaraderie. What is the need for such presents? I am but a humble official with empty sleeves. Should this news spread, our reputations would surely suffer. King Cao, this is shoe brocade, transported down the Yangtze from Bashu. I understand. My dear brother Yu is one who values face. If I were to refuse, would that not be a slap in your face? Come, move it inside. Let this be a lesson for future occasions." With a mere gesture from Li Haoran, several servants eagerly began to carry the boxes inside. Yu Bing's chubby visage flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "King Kao, this is shoe brocade. You lot, take Yu Sanchuan's cart to the courtyard go, the wine is ready, and I have prepared some new delicacies. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated." He was not granted the opportunity to extol the worth of his gift, as Yu Bing was forcibly ushered into the house. Observing this, he could only feel a wave of frustration rising within him. Upon entering the second courtyard, he was bewildered by the layout of the main bedroom in the third chamber that I in this era. The custom of divided dining was still prevalent. The modern concept of a large family gathering around the table had yet to emerge. Typically, the host would have one table and the guests another. To his astonishment, Li Haoran had set up only a single table, and at the far end sat a rather androgynous young lady, absent-mindedly tapping her chopsticks against the bowl. However, the dining utensils were rather exquisite, crafted entirely from precious brass, marking the first time someone had brought a pot directly to the table. "Brother Yu, please take a seat on the Kong. Li Fu, do assist Brother Yu in removing his outer garments." "Oh, no need. I fear the cold." Uncertain if he was still accustomed to the inadequate warmth of this era, or if he dreaded Li Haoran claiming his attire as a gift, Yu Bing vehemently waved his chubby hands. "Guests follow the host's lead," Li Haoran said, disregarding his protests, as he removed his coat and hung it up, then seated himself cross-legged on the Kong. The Yu Bing gingerly followed suit, but suddenly, as if stung, he leapt up in surprise. "Goodness! The King Kao's bed is surprisingly warm." "Ah, just a trivial skill." Li Fu hastened with the wine. With a flourish, he scooped the prepared sesame paste, seasoned with salt and chive flowers, onto a plate. He then made a gesture of invitation. Having grown accustomed to his whimsical antics, Chao Hongjia unceremoniously ladled a generous spoonful for herself. Meanwhile, the plump Yu Bing, his face flushed with heat, imitated Li Haoran, briefly dipping slices of lamb into the bubbling fish broth before tasting it with the sauce. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with delight as he gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. "King Kao, you are indeed a master chef. To have such a delightful soup and tender meat in the depths of winter is truly a great indulgence." As he lavished praise, Chao Hongjia, whose mood had shifted from sunny to cloudy, swiftly grabbed a large piece of lamb for her second helping, her crimson lips smeared with chive sauce, causing Li Haoran to stifle a laugh and shake his head. "Brother Yu and I hit it off splendidly. Let us raise a glass." After downing 2 large bowls of yellow wine provided by Qin Deng, both men bore a rosy hue upon their cheeks that in Shuzhou, Li Haoran had to defer to the likes of El Bu. But here, it was his turn to bask in the compliments as Yu Bing continued to flatter him. Though his praise was somewhat repetitive, revolving around phrases like talented and accomplished, noble and righteous, leaving Chao Hongjia, who was slurping up meat soup and sesame sauce, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Yet he had come with business in mind. Several times, Yu Bing raised his wine bowl, anxiously inquiring, "King Kao," regarding the matters of the tide song. The Chancellor, but each time, Li Haoran interrupted with a smile. "Today, we speak only of flowers and moonlight, not of official business. Let us enjoy ourselves. Cheers. Seeing Li Haoran's raised bowl, Yu Bing could only gulp it down in one go. In the tales of old, it was common for ancients to drink in copious amounts, as if demonstrating great capacity for alcohol. However, from Li Haoran's perspective, it was merely a light drizzle. Firstly, this era lacked distillation techniques, resulting in low alcohol content. This yellow wine was only around 10 degrees. Comparable to modern beer, that in later times, boisterous drinkers were common, and it was not unusual for some to consume multiple jars at once. Moreover, liquor was quite precious during this period. A minor official like Yu Bing could hardly afford to indulge daily. With no practice, his tolerance for alcohol was even worse by the time the jar of yellow wine was nearly empty. Yu Bing, influenced perhaps by Li Haoran's own capacity, was already beginning to exhibit signs of intoxication, his speech becoming increasingly slurred. As he struggled with the noodles for the first time, Cao Hongjie was suddenly poked in the arm by Li Haoran, who then solemnly remarked, "Brother Yu, you are the nephew of General Eugene, directly overseeing the granary. I find myself rather envious. When one drinks deeply, one's tongue tends to loosen," and hearing Li Haoran's veiled insinuations, Yu Bing, who had been extolling praises, finally shifted his tone. "King Cao, do not make sport of me. Upon your return, you were granted a residence and 500 acres of land, along with provisions from Shuzhou. You are the fortunate one. We lowly clerks can only envy." Although still flattering, his slurring words were laced with unmistakable jealousy, and with the warmth of the calm, his face had turned a shade resembling that of a ripe tomato. Li Haoran pondered thoughtfully, while the blunt Cao Hongjie could no longer contain herself, scoffing derisively. "The granary holds 68 million stones, yet only 25,000 stones are truly stored. How can you Kinko bemoan poverty when such discrepancies exist?" With a sudden thud, Yu Bing surprisingly leapt up, startling both Cao Hongjie and Li Haoran. However, he quickly became irate, lamenting in a loud voice, "Sister-in-law, you do not understand. If there truly were over 40,000 stones of grain, I would gladly offer my head to the executioner. The truth is, there is none. You have no idea how arduous our officials' lives are. According to the land records, we should receive this much grain. Yet those scoundrels in the locality never deliver the full amount. Just take my granary in Qinlu. On paper, we should receive 17,000 stones this autumn, but in reality, only 1,700 stones, half of which are rotten and moldy. As for Wai Huang, barely 5,000 stones, not even 400. The little grain we do have was only procured because I dared to offend those impoverished counties like Zhejiang and Shaohuang." Plopping back down onto the Kong, he poured himself another drink, grumbling as he downed it. "Indeed, while we who oversee the granary may not be entirely clean, we merely scrape by with a few stones to support our households. With so many mouths to feed and no land like King Cao's, life is a struggle. Yet King Cao here claims a deficit of 40,000 stones, leaving me, after a few drinks, the truth spilled forth." And he lamented at the table, tears streaming down his face, leaving Cao Hongjie exasperated while Li Haoran stroked his chin in contemplation. Since the counties are falsifying records and failing to deliver sufficient grain, why not report this to the chancellor and hold them accountable? Would it even matter? The subordinates in the city are largely composed of local gentry, and their officials outrank us by 3 levels. A single word from them could drown us. Truly difficult, he muttered, becoming increasingly inebriated, and before long, he slumped over onto the warm Kong, snoring heavily. Observing his flushed face, Li Haoran sighed, and with another piece of lamb, he resumed eating, chewing thoughtfully that he had completely misjudged the situation. Initially thinking the issues stemmed from the central government, or perhaps the old ministers of the Han exploiting their power to oppress these granary officials and embezzle vast amounts of grain. But from Yu Bing's account, the problems originated at the local level, with far fewer grains recorded than expected. However, upon reflection, this was not entirely implausible. Following Dong Zhu's final blow to the central court, the Han dynasty had effectively become a mere shadow of its former self, and the local governance that once provided stability had entirely collapsed. While it seemed that Prime Minister Cao currently held sway over the Qing, Yu, and Yin provinces, in truth, his internal control was exceedingly lax, with local power firmly in the hands of the noble families. Such a scenario was not uncommon in the late Han era, a prime example being Tao Qian. When he took control of Shuzhou, The scholar Zhao Yu from Guangling once pointed his finger at him in defiance that in order to secure the support of the Suzhou gentry, Tao Qian was nonetheless compelled to begrudgingly appoint him as the governor of Guangling. Another example is Cao Cao himself. During his rule over Yenzhou, he executed a number of scholars who opposed him, which promptly incited discontent among the gentry, such as Chen Gong, who conspired with L. Bu to invade, nearly leading to the total annihilation of Cao Cao's enterprise. Had it not been for Sun Yu's steadfast defense of the last 3 counties, which afforded Cao Cao a glimmer of hope for a counterattack, history might well have forgotten the illustrious Wei Gong, known for his poetic prowess. Furthermore, consider Qin Deng of Guangling. His family was immensely wealthy, capable of sustaining a large army with over 5,000 stones of grain for more than a month. He declared that he could produce such provisions at will. But from whence did this grain originate? By oppressing tenant farmers and seizing the wealth from the state as taxation. Would these avaricious, noble families adhere to the tax rolls? What then? Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Cao Hongjia's gaze turned anxiously towards Li Haoran. Just as he was about to roll his eyes, Li Fu, who had been waiting outside, suddenly entered with a bow. Announcing, Master, the Deputy General, Lord Li, has sent someone with a message for you. Chapter 22. Estrangement from kin. Damn it. When his life was at stake, there was no assistance from the Li family. When he was in need of provisions, they were nowhere to be found. Now, a member of the Li family appears, and he is none other than a relative. To be frank, Li Haoran had no desire to acknowledge such relatives. However, he had no choice in the matter. Having learned of the formidable power of the gentry during the late Han dynasty, he glanced at the still bewildered Cao Hongjia and helplessly waved his hand at Li Fu. Have the servants prepare a guest room with a heated Kong for me to rest and sober up, and then accompany me to greet our guests. The servant complied that the second down jacket had yet to be completed. Li Haoran had to wear several layers, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards. To welcome the guests at the door, that a young man arrived, likely in his teens, shivering in a coarse cotton robe, yet he held his head high, exuding an arrogance as if he had just achieved a monumental goal. You are Li Haoran? Upon reaching the entrance, before Li Haoran could utter a word, this young man arrogantly declared, not lowering his gaze, but instead pointing his chin at him, commanding with unrestrained haughtiness, My family elder commands you to release the grain officer Li Mi at once. Yes, you have grain. Do you not? Deliver 5,000 stones to the office of the West Garden Cavalry. The audacity of his demands nearly caused Li Haoran to spit blood. Good heavens, had he known that the power of the gentry was so vast, he would not have expected such brazen behavior. Yet now, he truly could not afford to offend the Jin Yongli family. He could only grasp Cao Hongjia, whose face was flushed with anger, and with a sorrowful expression, plead, "This esteemed brother, Li Mi has been apprehended by the Chancellor. I am merely a minor warehouse officer, and have no authority over this matter. Moreover, 5,000 stones of grain is far too much. My household is already overburdened with people, that if I comply, we shall face starvation. Could we possibly reduce the amount?" His tone was sufficiently humble, yet the Li family youth responded with a furious glare, his eyes bulging in indignation as he pointed a finger at Li Haoran, berating him. "You wretched, illegitimate child, how dare you defy the words of Lord Li Zifu? Do you seek death?" "Who?" The moment he introduced himself, Li Haoran felt as if struck by lightning, and after a brief moment of shock, he exclaimed in disbelief. However, the young man continued to elevate his arrogance. "Lord Li Zifu is our legitimate family elder. It is an honor for you, a mere side branch, to be commanded by him. How dare you be so picky? Do you believe?" Bang! Amidst the collective disbelief, the young man's haughty words were abruptly silenced as he staggered back several steps. Blood gushing from his nose, dazed, he regained his balance, wiped the blood from his nostrils, and incredulously exclaimed, "You a lowly side branch, dare to strike me? My apologies, I couldn't restrain myself. That it was inappropriate of me to use my fist against you." While feigning contrition, Li Haoran seized the water and fire stick from the bewildered Li Gan and swung it in a full arc. "I ought to have used this stick to eliminate your insolence." Bang! Another resounding crack echoed, striking the young man squarely on his high cheekbone and sending him crashing to the ground. Not yet satisfied, Li Haoran descended into a frenzy, pummeling the young man with several blows, sending the stick flying and delivering a few kicks to his face, breaking his lips and knocking out 2 bloodied teeth that fell to the ground. At this juncture, The astonished servants and the now awakened Chao Hongjie rushed to restrain him, anxiously advising, "Are you mad? You dare strike the scion of the Jin Yongli family? Master, do not act impulsively. If this continues, someone may lose their life. Let go of me," Li Haoran roared, shaking off Li Fu. His face twisted in fury as he pointed at him. "Are you my steward or that of Li Zifu? Get out of my way." While Li Haoran was unleashing his wrath, the young man managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. Remarkably, despite the fierce blow, he still held his head high, shaking off the snow and blood from his disheveled hair. With a defiant expression, he proclaimed, "Li Tuchio, you have the audacity to strike a legitimate scion. Upon my return, Lord Li Zifu will expel you from the clan, leaving you a wandering soul. Expel me. Was it not your lot that took advantage of my family's decline, bullying the orphaned and widowed to seize the clan title? With your presence here, you dare flaunt your power. Let him try to expel me. He would not dare, for he is no better than a dog. Get lost. If I see you again, I will strike you once more." As he spoke, Li Haoran raised the stick as if to strike again, which truly frightened the Li Zifu scion into retreating hastily to his ox cart. As the servant drove the cart away, he turned back to shout, "Li Haoran, you wait." A filthy shoe struck his face, sending him tumbling into the cart, and silence enveloped the scene, save for the retreating ox cart, which kicked up a flurry of snow. With one foot bare and in a foul mood, Li Haoran discarded the stick on the ground and glanced back at the astonished Chao Hongjie and the other servants from the Li residence. He violently flicked his sleeve, declaring, "If any messengers from the family elder come again, no need to announce their arrival. Beat them senseless." Killing 3,000 while suffering losses of 800, that last blow had been quite forceful. Leaving Li Haoran's fist bruised, breathless, he returned to the main hall, where Chao Hongjie, with rare tenderness, helped him bandage his hand while chiding him. "You truly are insane. To strike your own kin, if they truly expel you from the Jin Yongli family. How will you manage here in Xuchang?" In this era, being expelled from one's family was a fate worse than death. The distinction between the Jin Yongli family and the common folk was stark. Li Haoran was acutely aware of this. Yet had it been anyone else, he would have begrudgingly delivered the 3,000 stones of grain and spoken a few kind words. But who could he regard as his family elder? None other than the unfortunate Li Zifu. Even if he had not read the Romance of the Three Kingdoms multiple times, he could recite the names of the unfortunate souls within its pages. Dong Cheng, Li Zifu, Zhong Yi Wushua Wu Xilan. Among this lot, only Lu Huangshu had managed to escape calamity, still being pursued by Cao Cao and Shuzhou, ultimately seeking refuge with Lu Biao and Jingzhou. The rest were all met with the fate of extermination. And associating with Li Zifu was no better than forming a brotherhood with Lord Yin Li. However, he could not voice such thoughts in front of Chao Hongjie. Standing tall, Li Haoran mimicked the young man's haughty demeanor as he raised his chin defiantly. "Even if I were expelled from the clan, what of it? Would that mean you are no longer my friend? Besides, what was that young man attempting to do? Defend Li Mi. Li Mi is a crucial figure in the Taitsong embezzlement case. For the Chancellor's sake, even if I am expelled from the clan, I cannot let him go." Strangely enough, his flattery seemed to have an effect, as the softness returned to Chao Hongjie's large, watery eyes, though her words remained tinged with irritation. "Stop with the flattery. Today, you struck the son of Li Zifu, the grandson of old Li Tuesday. These ancient gentry will not let you off lightly. Earlier, hadn't you asked me what to do?" At the mention of this, Li Haoran's countenance, which was not particularly handsome, morphed into a fierce scowl as he coldly retorted, "Now I have thought of a splendid plan. Let us seek out Guojizhou." Thus, the ox cart rocked its way out once more. During the holiday, the official had his mind set on the state and stormed into the Chancellor's residence. Remarkably, as evening approached, he indeed found Guojia. However, the state of Guojia left Li Haoran utterly speechless to end this frigid weather. Within the Chancellor's official residence, Guojia appeared to be in high spirits, enjoying a melody while drinking, surrounded by several young ladies, laughing heartily like a fool. This fellow drank daily and, with a poor tolerance, had managed to empty 1.5 jars of wine. His face flushed, displaying a drunken swagger. Upon noticing Li Haoran and Chao Hongjie's arrival, Guojia greeted them with a slurred, jovial laugh. "Li Lingwan, come, let us drink." "I, Guofeng Xiao, admire your courage to court Miss Jie and to bring the second Miss home every day. Smack! Before Li Haoran could fully comprehend the situation, this fellow unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground, prompting Li Haoran, who had just offended someone, to hurriedly assist him. With Junshi, do not slumber. Significant matters are at hand. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed, and as dusk descended on the following evening, several shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the dungeons beneath the Prime Minister's residence. Truly a dungeon, half buried underground. It was perpetually shrouded in a chilling gloom, harboring an untold number of prisoners. The air was a nauseating concoction of excrement, urine, sweat, and decay, a foul stench that was almost unspeakable to add to the horror. Rats or snakes occasionally slithered by, making the days feel interminable for Li Mi, the grain supervisor, who had been crouching in the dark for several days. Hearing footsteps approaching the entrance, he lamentably pressed himself against the prison door. Extending his hand into the inky darkness, calling out, "Is anyone there? I am truly wronged. I was merely fulfilling the orders of Grand Minister Yang Feng to apprehend corrupt officials. I demand to see." Suddenly, a flame flickered to life before him, illuminating a face that oscillated between grim and ghastly, causing him to recoil in terror. Observing this, Li Haoran felt a tinge of jealousy. The disparity between individuals was striking. When he nearly lost his head, the Li clan of Jinyang offered him no assistance, and to make matters worse, a certain ugly Li was there to oversee his execution. Meanwhile, this Li bastard was plotting against him. And even more infuriatingly, the old Li bastard, Li Zifu, was pressuring him to save him. Why should that be the case? In the Li family, why was Li Haoran treated as the discarded child? Why was everyone deemed more important than him? It is worth noting that when he concocted a tale about Li Zifu's son, Li Jian, he had unwittingly struck a chord that in the third year of Jianning, roughly a decade ago, the Xianbei invaded Taiyuan. Li Haoran's grandfather, who was the governor of Taiyuan, along with his father, perished in battle. Seizing the opportunity, the second branch led by Li Zifu ascended, and naturally, they sought to suppress the descendants of the original clan head. With Li Haoran dead, the elders who had usurped the family title could finally rest easy. But that is a tale for another time. Watching Li Mi's cowardly demeanor, a mix of disdain and contempt bubbled within Li Haoran, prompting him to scoff derisively. "Li Mi, what is your surname?" "Li, and what is mine?" "Also Li, assisting outsiders against your own kin. Have you been kicked by a donkey?" Chapter 23, Slaughtering the Fat Sheep in Later Years. Even a small company could spawn several factions, let alone the intricacies of power ensued even within Prime Minister Chao's treasury. There were three distinct factions. The first comprised the local wealthy clans that had risen alongside Chao, such as Yubings. The second consisted of the old Han aristocracy that had followed the court, exemplified by figures like Yang Yong and Dong Chong, one hailing from the Hongnong clan and the other an imperial relative from the Hejiandong family. Li Haoran should have belonged to this second faction, yet he found himself marginalized and suppressed within the Jinyang Li clan. Since they looked down upon him, Li Haoran chose to affiliate himself with the capable but background-less impoverished gentry, which numbered only three: himself, Zhang Xiao, and Su Ping. Now, regarding Prime Minister Chao's stance, the investigation had already commenced, and it was imperative to hold someone accountable. The meritorious faction formed the core of Prime Minister Chao's inner circle and could not be offended. Even if the impoverished gentry were attacked, it would not be glorious. Furthermore, Zhang Xiao and Su Ping were destitute and could not possibly yield anything substantial. Thus, the most suitable target for this unjust scapegoating was undoubtedly the old Han aristocracy. After determining their target, the sensational Taicang embezzlement scandal reached its conclusion after 5 or 6 days of turmoil within the Prime Minister's residence ensued this time. The Grand Minister of Agriculture, Yang Feng, was present, for he was nominally in charge of the granaries at that moment. His aged visage was clouded with an ominous shadow, as kneeling before him was his distant nephew, Yang Yong, who had committed the offense. Meanwhile, Li Mi, his subordinate, was passionately denouncing the errant granary officials that in May of the second year of Jianan, the granary released 2,000 stones of grain, yet there were no records. In June, another 3,000 stones were released. Again without evidence. In October, the taxed grain from Taiwan amounted to 30,000 stones, but only 3,000 had actually arrived at the granary, with the rest unaccounted for. This month also saw 3 major incidents of granary theft linked to him. Yang Yong, the granary official, guilty of gross malfeasance and deserving of death by law. His family should be confiscated. Yang Yong was chosen for several reasons. He had numerous incriminating pieces of evidence against him. Brazenly stealing grain, and not just once. His granary was the most poorly stocked. More importantly, Cao and the former Grand Commandant Yang Biao were political adversaries, having clashed over differing ideologies years ago, when Cao welcomed Emperor Xian in Shuxian. It was rumored that Yang Biao had secretly ambushed him with warriors, but Cao managed to evade them and subsequently pressured the emperor to have Yang Biao appointed, thus sealing their enmity. As for the last reason, this era was rife with aristocratic families that had produced multiple generations of officials, and the Hongnong Yang clan was no exception, though their vision was not as far-reaching as the Yuan family. Nevertheless, their influence remained formidable, making it advantageous for Cao, as political faction, to exploit such a blemish to suppress the Hongnong Yang clan. Equally distressed was the Vice-General Li Zifu, who, as the chief palace guard, had also been summoned to the court. Listening to Li Mi relentlessly attacking his family members, Yang Feng's gaze bore down on him like a branding iron, occasionally shooting him with a fierce glare. Yet, the head of the Jingyuan Hall of the Li clan, over 40 years of age, had grievances of his own. Several times, he had signaled to Li Mi, but Li Mi remained oblivious, unbeknownst to him. All of this was falling into Li Haoran's calculations. Upon arriving at the prison, Li Haoran had spun a tale, deliberately informing the grain supervisor Li Mi that the Hongnong Yang clan was using him as cannon fodder, while the Jinyang Li clan had already severed ties with them. However, out of respect for the Grand Minister of Agriculture, the clan head would still give him a signal. He must not acknowledge it, lest he become embroiled in the repercussions that could ensnare their Li clan. Li Mi truly believed it, not due to any simplicity on his part, but because the influence of the aristocratic families during this era was overwhelming. He could not fathom that Li Haoran, a member of his own clan, could betray them. More so, fueled by resentment toward Yang Feng, he denied sending him to assassinate Li Haoran. Meanwhile, witnessing Li Zifu's expression contorted with agony, he felt even more triumphant. A.S. Li Mi concluded reading the documents. Prime Minister Cao, who had been seated on the throne, finally cleared his throat, his gaze shifting to the Minister of Personnel, Su Shu. Beside him, gently inquiring, Su Lingjun, what do you think? His black official hat trembled slightly atop his head, yet Su Shu's weathered face remained impassive. He merely bowed stiffly to Cao, stating, the evidence is irrefutable. He should be dealt with according to the law. Below, Yang Yong, who had been maintaining a facade of calm, finally began to panic that he had thought that his accomplishments in serving the Hongnong Yang clan would exempt him from blame. Now, however, everyone was calling for his head that in a moment of desperation, Yang Feng, filled with dread, knelt and began to fervently bow his head. Prime Minister, I am wronged. There are 20 granaries in Taicang, each one similar. If there are deficits, it is the fault of Dong, you, and Li. Why am I the only one apprehended? Uncle, I am innocent. Please say something. The expression on Grand Minister Yang Feng's face darkened further as he remained silent. Seated behind the desk, seeing this, Cao simply waved his hand sternly. Take him away. Several guards seized Yang Feng, dragging him away while he continued to shout in panic, having lost one of his shoes in the chaos. I refuse to accept this. I have been wholeheartedly devoted to the Hongnong Yang clan. It must be that grain supervisor Li Haoran seeking revenge. I will not accept this. Poor Yang Yong remained oblivious, having already become a pawn in the game. After he was taken away, Grand Minister Yang Feng stood, bowing deeply to Cao. Prime Minister, such a defiant and unrepentant court criminal is a disgrace to my Hongnong Yang clan. We will rid him from our ranks, and I believe the punishment is too lenient. He should be executed along with his entire household. Yang Feng was indeed ruthless, cutting ties with Yang Yong. As many in his household were complicit in the grain theft, he feared dragging the entire Hongnong Yang clan into the scandal. Yet upon hearing this, Cao merely smirked coldly, turning once more to Su Shu. What do you think, Su Lingjun? Maintaining his expressionless demeanor, Su Shu's voice carried a hint of weariness. The law must not be disregarded. I believe it should be handled in accordance with the law. Very well, it should be so. The court trial at the Prime Minister's residence was rife with intrigue and tension, yet Li Haoran chose not to attend, and as he put it, he was merely a granary official. Not concerned with the LAWAT that moment, he was engaged in overseeing the new granary official as they initiated their work. With a thud, a thick stack of documents was hurled onto the table. Sitting in a kneeling position, he assumed a leadership demeanor, speaking in an official tone. The granary officials who betray their duties, engaging in corruption and misconduct, are a disgrace among us. All must take him as a cautionary example. Diligently serving the Prime Minister and the court henceforth. This is a summary of regulations. Another volume serves as the Taizong account book to enhance work efficiency and ensure confidentiality. I propose that future transactions be recorded in shorthand on paper account books. Furthermore, all grain transactions below 1,000 stones must be recorded within the same day, while those exceeding 1,000 stones must be logged within 2 days. The loss of grain must not exceed 1/10. Otherwise, it will be punished according to the law. Clear waters harbor no fish. In later generations, the corruption rate during the Ming Dynasty seemed to be about 30%. However, Li Haoran believed that even at this rate, General Cao would remain dissatisfied. Thus, he set the threshold for corruption at a mere 10%, seizing the opportunity to promote his simplified characters alongside the account books, sparing himself the late-night toil he had endured just days prior. Yet, the reactions among the assembled crowd were decidedly mixed. The 9 loyal followers of General Cao bowed with somber faces, while the 2 from humble backgrounds offered nonchalant gestures. The remaining 9 from noble families wore expressions of disdain. Not a single individual approached to claim Li Haoran's simplified characters or account books. He merely inclined his body in a respectful bow. Witnessing this scene, Li Haoran maintained a stoic expression, but inwardly, he could not suppress a cold smirk. Testing their character, he wouldn't allow these aristocrats to weep in rhythm. He would write the character for his surname, Li, in reverse. In later years, everyone was subservient to leadership. He had never served as a class monitor. Now, transmogrified into a mid-level official, Li Haoran was entitled to the privileges of a 4-dish and 1-soup meal. That he had temporarily secured his position and managed to keep nearly half of his subordinates in line, which he deemed quite an accomplishment. Whistling a cheerful tune, he departed from work in a swaying ox cart. However, just as he disembarked with a sense of triumph, he was taken aback to find 4 or 5 horse-drawn carriages neatly parked before his residence. Numerous unfamiliar servants were busily transporting bundles of bamboo slips inside. Upon seeing Li Haoran return, the old steward, Li Fu, rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, you have returned. What is going on here? Have these been bestowed upon me by the Chancellor?" "Master, these are the possessions of Guojia, the esteemed scholar." His good mood dissipated in an instant, and a wave of frustration washed over Li Haoran as he hurried into the courtyard. Indeed, Guojia was there, oblivious to the fact that he was an outsider, energetically directing the movement of his belongings. The main room of Li Haoran's guest house was now overflowing with bamboo slips, piled high like a small mountain on the newly repaired heated bed. What vexed him further was that the second completed down jacket was being worn perfectly by Guojia, who, even in its bloated state, managed to exude an effortless elegance. The young and attractive maidservants of the Li household, who were busy assisting with the move, cast furtive glances at him, their faces blooming with shyness that if Cao Hongjie were to move in, it would be one thing. Although they had merely been a fleeting couple, they could at least be considered partners. But why was a grown man intruding upon his territory? He was encroaching upon Li Haoran's domain and even vying for the attention of his maidservants. This was simply intolerable, that if the old uncle could endure, the old aunt could not. Gritting his teeth, Li Haoran approached with a fierce demeanor and bowed. "I pay my respects to Scholar Guo. It is truly an honor for you to stay at my humble abode for a few days." There was no recourse. He was the beloved son of General Cao. While Guojia basked in the lavish feasts and fine wines at Cao Cao's side, Li Haoran was still on his knees. However, he made his intentions clear. "You may stay for a few days, but do make haste to depart afterward. This is my home." Any normal aristocrat would likely take offense and leave within 2 days. However, Guojia was no ordinary aristocrat. He was a wild talent from Yingchuan, and as Zhuge Liang once remarked, "I have never encountered such a brazen and shameless individual," completely unperturbed by the disdain or the prospect of being dismissed. He flashed a smile as radiant as a flower and replied, "I shall not merely stay for a few days. I intend to reside here for the entire winter." "Brother Li, you truly have a delicate touch. This heated bed is more comfortable than the Chancellor's office, and this down jacket is both warm and lightweight, simply remarkable. I have never encountered such a brazen and shameless individual." Watching Guo Jia flaunt his down jacket, Li Haoran felt his cheeks twitch with anger and resignation. He bowed once more, saying, "Scholar Guo, while my humble abode is indeed warm, it is rather impoverished, and I fear there is little in the way of culinary delights. You are accustomed to the sumptuous offerings of the Chancellor's residence. I truly fear I cannot provide adequately. My household is modest and cannot afford to host such a grand figure. You ought to leave soon." To Li Haoran's utter dismay, Guo Jia, with his thick skin, dismissed the notion effortlessly, waving his hand with a grin. "As long as I have wine, I am content. The illustrious Chun Deng of Guangling has gifted you 100 jars of fine wine, enough for me to last the winter. Moreover, Miss Jie has mentioned that your sesame sauce noodles are exquisite, as well as your lamb hot pot. Once I finish moving in, I must indulge in these delights." Was there no sense of propriety? Just as Li Haoran was about to explode in frustration, Guo Jia, with a beaming smile, waved a feather fan used for show. "Brother Li, fret not. I come bearing good news as well. Today, the Chancellor has taken action against Yang's household. Yet the matter concerning Taizong remains unresolved. I have recommended that the Chancellor allow you to continue overseeing the situation. Just moments ago, he felt like he might vomit blood. Now, Li Haoran felt as though he might bleed out 5 liters. He was no divine being capable of conjuring grain from thin air. And now they wanted him to continue bearing this responsibility. Did they wish to take his life? Observing Guo Jia's pale complexion, even he felt a twinge of helplessness. To be favored by Cao and hold authority over local grain collection was a coveted position, sought after by many. Yet here was Li Haoran, content with mediocrity, dragging his feet in reverse. However, when pushed to the limit, this man could always devise miraculous strategies. A person with talent yet no ambition could truly drive one to despair in resignation. Guo Jia revealed his trump card, pointing outside as he spoke. "I have also recommended that Miss Jie continue to assist you in collaborating with Cao and myself. She will be moving in shortly. Will that suffice for my lodging expenses?" "Thank you for your recommendation, Scholar Guo." Using the words of Kong Jie from the blade, at this moment, Li Haoran felt like a dog, immediately shifting from a clear sky to overcast. He performed a deep bow and turned, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and bring out the wine and hot pot to welcome Lord Guo." Dumbfounded, Guo Jia once again shook his head in disbelief at Li Haoran's frantic efforts to short-sightedly Tuchio. Chapter 24. Li's proposal. The feeling of enduring both pain and pleasure was precisely this. A short while later, Cao Hongjie indeed moved into Li Haoran's residence alongside Guo Jia. Although she had brought none of the typical feminine crafts, she instead carried a bundle of large whips and had taken over one of the finest guest rooms, not sharing a heated bed with him. Yet, the fact that this girl resided next door still brought Li Haoran a certain joy. This was the blissful aspect. Then came the painful part, sitting across from Guo Jia. He watched as Cao Hongjie sat beside the esteemed scholar, dutifully massaging his back, and Li Haoran felt a pang of envy as he looked on. The situation was far from over. He still had to contend with the pressing issues of money and grain. After a long silence regarding the account books, Cao finally sighed, tugging at his bushy beard in frustration. Though the corruption issue in Taizong has been addressed, effective governance still eludes us. The grain in Taizong can barely sustain us through this year. And by the time autumn harvest arrives next year, it will be nearly depleted. Yet the impending war cannot be avoided. Zhang Xiu of Wancheng, with Liu Biao's support, has become a significant threat to Su. If we do not eliminate him soon, once war breaks out in the north with Yuan Shao, we may find ourselves unable to defend the west. Li Ju and Guisi in the west have become nothing more than decaying corpses in their graves. Without the court, they are merely bandits. Still, we require troops to subdue the east. This year, Lu Bu has shown signs of instability and has political inclinations to ally with Yuan Shu, though Li Haoran managed to thwart those plans. Lu Bu has always been unpredictable and treacherous. Faced with the formidable military pressure from Yuan Shao in the north, he too must be eliminated before the war commences, with so many military tasks at hand. It is simply unsustainable to rely on such limited grain resources that it is no wonder that during this year's campaign against Yuan Shu, we were forced to resort to drastic measures to maintain troop morale. Even using human flesh as military provisions during the campaign in Shuzhou 2 years prior. Such a strategy is certainly not viable in the long term, that Li Howren's recent initiation into office has merely ignited the fuse. The long-standing issue of local finances has long been on Cao Cao's mind. However, adjusting these financial burdens is no simple task. We are living in tumultuous times, with public sentiment in disarray and the lower classes rebelling against the upper echelons. The once clear hierarchy of the Han dynasty has been shattered. Cao Cao has relied on military force to intimidate the local aristocracy in Yin, Yu, and parts of Qingzhou into acknowledging his authority. Yet, if strict grain collection is enforced, it will disrupt the monopolistic interests of these local elites and may incite further unrest within his jurisdiction. Such aristocratic families cannot be counted on for loyalty. They are a group who will side with whoever offers them the most. A bloody example of this is Chun Gong's collusion with Lu Bu in rebellion, which nearly shattered Cao Cao's ambitions. The memory of that near catastrophe still haunts him. Thus, while the desire to reform local governance and establish effective rule is present, Cao Cao dares not act. The burden of responsibility has thus fallen upon Li Howren. After pondering for a while, Cao Cao finally asked Tu Qiu, "What are your thoughts on the Taicang deficit?" "I shall simply observe from behind the desk," Li Howren thought but dared not voice it. Instead, he feigned contemplation before raising a finger. "Chancellor, I have 2 proposals regarding the Taicang deficit." Guijia stared at his single finger, bewildered. One finger. 2 proposals. However, amidst the nodding and shaking of heads, Li Howren had already laid bare to General Chao his plan to deceive him, which he had concocted while squatting on the toilet the previous night, that I believe that to resolve the court's predicaments, we need to implement both land reclamation and maritime agriculture. Land reclamation, maritime agriculture. Land reclamation is hardly a novel concept. It has been regarded as a golden opportunity by countless time travelers. Cao Cao, too, is quite familiar with it. The Han Emperor Wu initiated large-scale military colonization in the northeast. In the 4 counties of Han, as well as in Jichuan, Dunhuang, Zhengye, and Wuwei, firmly establishing the Han Empire's presence in those regions through military settlements. But that was all at the borders. There has never been a precedent for land reclamation in the interior. Furthermore, while land reclamation may yield favorable results, it is fraught with numerous drawbacks that in this era, land is of secondary importance. The primary requirement for reclamation is an abundant supply of manpower and resources. Currently, General Chao is embroiled in a critical struggle for supremacy, and he would rather send every able-bodied man, from septuagenarians to children under 15, in a battle than allocate his resources to land reclamation, which he is rather reluctant to do. More importantly, he is uncertain of the efficacy of land reclamation. Should the army be disbanded without yielding a significant harvest, it would be tantamount to crippling his ambitions. After a moment's hesitation, Cao Cao first brought forth Li Howren's second suggestion. What is maritime agriculture? Danger arises from the sea, yet wealth also flows from it. The deep sea teems with countless fish, including the colossal kuan, whose flesh alone can sustain over 1,000 men for more than a month. Upon mentioning the ocean, Li Howren spoke with such fervor that he nearly leapt from his seat, his saliva flying towards Guijia, who was occupying the plush down jacket opposite him, provoking a look of exasperation from Gua, who desperately wiped his handsome face that seemed to invite a slap. The Prime Minister governs Qingzhou, which borders the sea, that if we select a suitable harbor to construct grand vessels, sailing northward to the shores of Hua, we would encounter schools of fish that are inexhaustible. We could catch them, salt and sun-dry them along the shore, preserving them for over a year. Moreover, the oily fish, when consumed alongside grains, would reduce the soldiers' daily rations from a pound to merely 5 ounces, thus enhancing their physical strength, truly a double benefit. Li Howren's passionate discourse, however, elicited only a look of disappointment from Cao Cao, who had already lost interest halfway through. Good heavens, constructing ships and setting sail would require even greater investment than land reclamation. We are currently in the nascent stages of our enterprise, the most arduous period. Where would we find the funds, grain, and manpower for such endeavors? As Li Howren continued to exuberantly extol the 48 healthy preparations of tuna, Cao Cao raised his hand to halt his relentless flow of words. Enough. The remnants of Qingzhou cannot support shipbuilding. Just go and tend to your own affairs. With both proposals dismissed, Li Haoran found himself momentarily stunned. Gazing at his superior's expression of disillusionment, as well as the despondent Xiao Hong beside Cao Cao, he felt a sense of despair. If he failed to win over this client, the girl he had considered a down payment would surely return empty-handed. Gritting his teeth, Li Haoran bowed deeply once more. Lord Chancellor, I still have one more strategy. It could gather grain for the Chancellor, but this plan is akin to quenching thirst with poison, and it would only take effect after next year's autumn harvest. Oh, do elaborate. This suggestion piqued Cao Cao's interest, prompting him to lean forward and sit up straight, gesturing to Li Haoran once again with his robe sleeve, with a countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and determination. Li Haoran, with an intensity akin to one preparing to bite, delivered his proposal with a heavy fist. Lord Chancellor, I propose we revise the clan registry. Excellent plan. Just as Li Haoran had begun to explain the twofold benefits, Guojia, whose appearance was already disheveled, could hardly contain his excitement, clapping his hands and rising abruptly. Among the three proposals, Li Haoran believed maritime agriculture was the most advantageous that in later centuries. Europe thrived through maritime fishing, with nations like the Netherlands rising to prominence, even leveraging the infamous herring to dominate the seas for over a century. This era lacks a grand canal in Huaxia. Had maritime trade been developed earlier, perhaps Huaxia could have evolved into a seafaring nation, potentially discovering the new world years ahead. Alas, at this juncture, Cao Cao chose the horse that would ultimately falter. Fortunately, regardless of which horse Cao Cao selected, providing the boss with a clear direction for the company's development ensured Li Haoran a period of relative tranquility. As winter continued its relentless grip, thick snow blanketed the earth, concealing the fertile plains of the Central Plains beneath a heavy mantle. Yet, irrespective of this age or the future, land symbolizes one thing: wealth. This marked the first occasion since returning to Shuzhou that Li Haoran ventured out of the city, riding the yellow steed he had acquired from the tiger and leopard cavalry, reveling in the swirling snowflakes as he spread his arms wide, exclaiming, "Goodness! If this were the future, how much compensation would I receive for land development?" Clad in the third, plump-down jacket fashioned from the last remnants of feathers from the estate's chickens, ducks, and geese, Li Haoran felt like a pompous landowner, prompting a dramatic eye roll from Xiao Hong. Despite Xiao Hong's disdain, it could not alter the reality of Li Haoran's status as a landlord. The clangor of bronze gongs echoed as Li Haoran and his entourage of horses and oxen approached the outskirts of Funyo Mountain, where over 300 tenants, young and old, had gathered at the village entrance. Kneeling in trepidation to greet him, that we pay our respects to the master. Having temporarily resolved the bureaucratic matters concerning the Chancellor, Li Haoran finally had the energy to attend to his own affairs. Having been subservient to superiors throughout his previous life, he now found himself with over 300 employees of his own, bringing a broad smile to his face. Amidst Xiao Hong's scornful gaze, he began to deliver an impassioned speech. Please rise. Today marks a significant day, the day you all join the Li family enterprise. From this moment on, we are one family. You must treat this enterprise as your home and dedicate yourselves to your work. Cast aside the self and embrace the greater good. Together, we shall realize your life's ideals and values. Remember, the Li family enterprise will grow alongside you. When he first graduated and began working, Li Haoran had been swept away by such rhetoric from a small manager, and now he replicated it with fervor. However, instead of applause, he was met with the bewildered stares of over 300 villagers, who regarded him as though he were a fool. Not only them, but Li Fu, who held the gong, and loyal sycophant Li Gon, with his fire stick, wore equally astonished expressions. Xiao Hong nearly burst into laughter, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. Li Haoran, frozen in the act of embracing, finally commanded in frustration, "From now on, all dung balls from the two villages are to be collected and stored." Chapter 25. The fragrant night warehouse with his resources expanded, Li Haoran now oversaw 500 acres near Funyo Mountain, encompassing two villages with a total population exceeding 300, but according to the customs of the late Han dynasty, these individuals were beholden to Li Haoran, deprived of personal freedom as tenant farmers. Although the village's demographics were predominantly elderly, women, and children, with only 60 to 70 able-bodied men, they still represented a labor force. Additionally, over 40 surplus individuals from the estate were also dispatched to the manor, alleviating Li Haoran's estate from resembling a zoo. The 200 oxen offloaded from Chun Deng's cart were also brought to the manor. As in this era, oxen represented the pinnacle of wealth. Possessing oxen enabled the cultivation and reclamation of more land. With an average of 2 oxen for every 3 individuals, the Zhao and Niu villages under Li Haoran could be considered the wealthiest in the vicinity. However, the newly minted lord garnered little goodwill from the tenants. There was no remedy. Li Haoran was an unabashed construction enthusiast that on the very first day of inspecting his land, he summoned 2 bricklayers, instructing them to construct a spacious shed in Niu village, closer to Xuchang, complete with a deep cellar several meters below ground, all built with bricks and cement that in this era. Even building a toilet was a considerable task. To meet Li Haoran's demanding 3-day completion deadline, the villagers, despite the harsh winter, were compelled to toil alongside him, braving the biting cold as they felled trees and mixed mud. Everyone worked diligently, their bodies trembling from the chill, and they managed to complete the task within the stipulated time. Yet, just as the construction was completed, before the villagers of Niu village could exhale in relief, their home had already become the most infamous place in all of Xuchang. Not the kind of stench associated with falsehoods, but a genuine, overwhelming odor. Firstly, as per the instructions of Lord Li, the excrement from both villages must not be discarded, regardless of whether it is horse dung, cow dung, dog feces, or human waste. All must be collected and piled into the constructed underground cellar. Furthermore, within the confines of this stone shelter, 2 braziers must also be placed to provide warmth for the various foul substances. Under such care, a fragrant aroma soon permeated half of Niujia village. This could be tolerated, but on the 3rd day following the completion of the cellar, upon inspecting the accumulation of waste while pinching his nose in distaste, Li Haoran, dissatisfied with the progress, proceeded to undertake an even more outrageous endeavor. He, with a sense of embarrassment and disdain, covered his face and visited each notable household in Shudu, effectively monopolizing the night fragrance of the entire population of approximately 70 to 80,000. In the span of just over half a month, the 2 cellars became filled to capacity. Amidst the villagers of Niujia lamenting their misfortune, Li Haoran waved his hand and ordered the excavation of 3 additional pits for waste storage. However, this entire debacle not only sullied the reputation of Niujia village, but also tarnished Li Haoran's own name. Even if Li Haoran had refrained from this audacious and odious undertaking, his reputation within the aristocratic circles of Shudu had already been severely compromised. Initially, the slander spread by Chao Hongjie accused him of embezzling military provisions, branding him a corrupt official. Following this, he executed Yang Yong, the steward of the granary, confiscating over 37,000 stones of grain from the esteemed Yang family of Hongno, whose lineage had produced 4 generations of officials. Their resentment towards him was palpable. Subsequently, Li Haoran audaciously struck a direct descendant of his own clan and defiantly challenged the clan elders, further alienating a significant portion of the Taiyuan Li clan. The fierce and vengeful Li Zifu, a military officer, personally erased Li Haoran's name from their family registry. Yet, Li Haoran shamelessly sought the night fragrance from every household, causing his name to echo not only in the scholarly circles but also among the common folk. The aristocrats were more than willing to part with their night fragrance, all while mocking him with vicious words behind his back, while others in his position would have either fled in shame or faced a collective backlash leading to their demise. Li Haoran remained unscathed. This was largely due to the fact that Guijia was residing in his household, a clear indication of the Chancellor's stance. Even with the expulsion from the Taiyuan Li clan, they could do nothing to him. Thus, despite his notoriety akin to a rat scurrying across the street, Li Haoran continued to live comfortably in his decadent lifestyle as a landowner. Moreover, even Qin Hui had 2 or 3 friends. And Li Haoran too had his own acquaintances among the literati, including some renowned figures from Shuzhou, that in that warm room, with a brass hot pot steaming on the table, thinly sliced lamb meat, as delicate as paper, was merely dipped twice in the boiling broth before transforming in color and becoming tender. Rolling it in sesame sauce, he savored it, his eyes sparkling with delight, giving a thumbs up in approval. Chun Deng was also a glutton. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to a parasitic disease from overindulging in raw fish, leading to his demise. This fresh lamb hot pot would surely captivate even the foreigners of later generations, let alone an ancient like Chun Ding. His chopsticks moved with such swiftness that they hardly paused as he stuffed the lamb meat into his mouth. These days, he had been dragged along by Li Haoran to demand his share of delicacies. Chao Hongjie, in a state of delirium, stared blankly while slurping noodles, while Guijia, at the other end of the table, examined a plump white bun with an expression of a rustic who had never seen such fare. In a display of gluttony, all 4 plates of lamb were consumed solely by Chun Ding. Only then did he realize that the other 3, particularly the host Li Haoran, had barely touched their chopsticks. His face flushed with embarrassment, he ladled some soup for himself, attempting to portray an air of elegant refinement while simultaneously praising the meal, diverting the conversation. "Brother Two, your eloquence is sharp as a knife," he mused, indulging in the leisurely ambience created by the warm earthen Kong and the unmatched delicacy of the lamb. Chun Ding found himself wishing he could remain in Shuzhou indefinitely. Yet one matter puzzled Chun. Li Haoran, with his astute intellect and refined knowledge, why had he recently decided to tarnish his own reputation, seeking the basest of pleasures and inviting gossip among the common folk? Suddenly, before he could finish his thought, Chao Hongjie hastily covered her mouth and rushed outside to vomit, while Guijia, seated near Li Haoran, slightly trembled with a handsome visage that Li Haoran, who had been lost in thought, finally regained his composure, his spirits lifting at the mention of this topic. "Brother Yuan Long, have you heard of the 6 paths of reincarnation?" "Oh, it seems to pertain to the doctrine spoken by the bald sorcerers from the foreign lands at Bema Temple, discussing the division of fields into 6 paths, of merits and demerits, and the endless cycle of life and death for both humans and animals." Chun Ding remained half convinced. "What does this have to do with your actions?" "Brother Two, while I have not personally experienced the 6 paths of reincarnation to speak of belief or disbelief, I do believe in the cycle of grains. The earth produces grains, which nourish humans. And returning the grains to the earth completes a natural cycle. Otherwise, if one continuously plunders from the land without giving back, its fertility will soon be exhausted." Having dealt with ancient individuals for so long, Li Haoran too had adopted a flourish of eloquence, displaying a pretentious air. Yet his expression gradually shifted towards lewdness, and his next statement startled Chun Ding significantly. "Brother Yuan Long, do you believe that next autumn, I, Li, shall harvest 4,000 stones from my 500 acres?" At this proclamation, not only Chun Ding, but even Guojia, who was munching on a bun, nearly choked, coughing violently as he clutched his chest in disbelief. "Is this true, Brother Two? You haven't drunk too much, have you? Let us make a wager. If you succeed, I shall abstain from grain-based alcohol." To be frank, Guojia was skeptical. While grain yields were high in later generations, averaging around 375 kilograms per mu, which equated to approximately 3 stones. In the Han Dynasty, 2 stones per mu was considered excellent land, with average yields often ranging from 1 stone 3 do to 1 stone 5 do. For Li Haoran to claim over 1,000 pounds of grain per mu during this era was nothing short of astronomical. However, wine was Guijia's lifeblood. For him, to forego grain-based alcohol was tantamount to a death sentence. Moreover, given that Li Haoran had managed to preserve his head under Cao Cao's rule, what if he truly achieved such a feat? Observing Guijia's fluctuating expression, Li Haoran chuckled and shook his head in resignation. "If I succeed, Brother Gua, you will have to drink only fruit wine from then on, with grapes having been introduced to the country through Zhang Qian's expedition to the western regions." Grape wine had begun to gain popularity among the Han nobility, albeit still lacking the potency of grain alcohol. Yet, it could at least quell his craving. Guijia slammed the table in agreement. "All right, I'll take this bet. If you succeed, I shall never touch 5-grain wine again. I will also assist you with something. However, should you lose, you must also fulfill a request of mine if you succeed. I, Chun Ding, shall also fulfill a request of yours, no matter how perilous." As soon as Guojia finished speaking, Chun Ding unhesitatingly joined the wager. Seeing their resolute expressions, Li Haoran could hardly contain his delight. Feeling as though he had struck a tremendous bargain, he eagerly raised his wine cup. Once a word is spoken, even a team of horses cannot retrieve it. What a splendid deal this was. From the Han Dynasty through to the Song Dynasty, grain production had hardly seen significant growth, primarily due to the ignorance of ancient peoples towards fertilization. It wasn't until the Ming dynasty that meticulous farming practices began to emerge in the south, though still not widespread. Even during the Qing dynasty, rural areas paid little attention to the collection of fertilizers. Nevertheless, among the few examples of successful meticulous farming, the yields achieved were remarkable enough to be etched in history. Showcasing the immense power of biogas and liquid fertilizer, that Li Haoran was well aware of this. He observed Guijia and Qinding, both appearing confident of their victory. A mischievous grin spread across Li Haoran's face, increasingly evident as if it were about to burst forth. Today marked the celebratory banquet for Qinding's departure. Tomorrow, he would bid farewell to Cao Cao and return to Suzhou with the title of governor of Guangling. After an afternoon of revelry, both self-proclaimed wine enthusiasts found themselves somewhat inebriated, prompting Li Haoran to instruct his servants to carry Guijia home while escorting Qinding to his waiting carriage. Alongside the now queasy Chao Hong, they watched Qinding's majestic steed grow smaller in the distance. Li Haoran suddenly had a clever idea regarding their recent wager. Grinning wickedly, he grasped Chao Hongjia's hand. "Hongjia, let us make a bet. If our fields yield 4,000 stones this year, will you marry me?" However, Li Haoran overlooked one crucial detail. Guijia hailed from a humble background and had first-hand experience in farming, while Qinding, as the head of his family, was well-versed in agricultural yields. In contrast, Chao Hongjia had never lifted a finger in the fields, possessing no concept of harvest whatsoever. Thus, while Li Haoran awaited a reaction of disbelief from her, accompanied by his lewd grin, he was abruptly met with a swift kick landing squarely on his backside. Go to hell. Chapter 26. Energy. A long line of officials weaved patiently along both sides of the eastern city gate of Xuchang, awaiting the arrival of Qinding. Cao Cao, ever the gracious host, not only mobilized officials to send him off but also personally escorted him beyond the city limits. Beneath the splendid canopy, Qinding, the esteemed envoy, solemnly bowed to the imperturbable Prime Minister Cao, clad in his down jacket amidst the swirling snow on this frigid day, before stepping into the luxurious carriage bestowed upon him by the Prime Minister. He couldn't resist smiling at Li Haoran, who stood among the departing officials, and casually brushed off the down jacket identical to Chao's before finally lowering himself into the carriage. This scene left Li Haoran, still clad in a coarse linen robe, with a bitter expression on his face. Let us move on. The next matter is finally mine. A dozen knights cleared the way, and Qinding's carriage gradually vanished into the thickening snow mist. His departure ignited a metaphorical fuse, subtly igniting the smoke of turmoil above Suzhou. However, that would be a tale for the coming year. Once the farewell ceremony concluded, the ever-astute Cao Cao was the first to mount his steed and return to the city, causing the assembled officials to disperse in a flurry. Before Li Haoran could comprehend the unfolding events, several of his colleagues scattered like frightened birds, pinching their noses in disdain. Li Haoran stood momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile, folding his arms as he made his way back to where his carriage awaited. This was the consequence of offending the aristocracy, wherever he went. Xuchang officials pointed at his retreating figure, their faces twisted in disdain, some even mockingly pinching their noses. Guijia and Chao Hongjia had rushed off to accompany the Prime Minister, leaving Li Haoran alone, a solitary figure in this sea of disdain. Yet, solitude was perhaps preferable to incurring the wrath of the three clans. He consoled himself with this thought as he trudged towards his carriage. The master felt downcast, and the servants mirrored his gloom. It seemed that Li Gan and his fellows had also faced setbacks at the hands of other households, their spirits equally deflated. However, upon returning to the Chao residence, Li Haoran's mood lifted somewhat. After a month of turmoil, this place at least began to feel like home. The courtyard and interior were warmed by large stoves, with hot water readily available, and various high-legged stools and dining tables had been brought in, allowing them to dine comfortably rather than kneeling on the floor. Most importantly, the oak bathtub he desired had been crafted. Nothing was more delightful than soaking in a hot bath on such a cold day, especially since he wouldn't need to return to the Prime Minister's residence for work today. As he jumped down from the carriage, he waved cheerfully at Li Fu, who had come out to greet him. "Boil some water. I wish to bathe." "At your command, my lord." In the morning, water was contained in bags, and in the afternoon, the bags were filled with water. A homebody, Li Haoran took great care of his little domain. He had just resolved the servants' heating and accommodation issues during the renovations of the Li residence when he turned his attention to the bathing facilities. The entire bathroom had been raised by about 30 centimeters, with the floor covering transformed into a low-heated platform. Given the era's rudimentary ceramics, not to mention the absence of tiles, the bathtub was crafted from cypress wood, leaning against the inner wall, with a water inlet for the maids to pour in hot water from the boiler room. The entire bathroom quickly filled with steam. After hanging his clothes behind a screen, Li Haoran happily leapt into the tub, reclining against a specially designed sloped edge, feeling so comfortable that he could have rolled his eyes back in sheer ecstasy that as he soaked in the warm water, his mind began to wander again. Currently, he was living off past achievements. The funds supporting the Li residence stemmed from his persuading Chen Deng to pay tribute to the Han Emperor, with the only remaining income being the 400 shur salary bestowed by Cao Cao. Yet, due to the initial scarcity of funds and grain, this amount was granted as land, with his 500 mu of fertile land near Funyo Mountain serving as collateral for years of wages. Now, having sullied his reputation, he monopolized all the fertilizer in Xuchang, ensuring that next year's harvest would certainly exceed 400 shur, though that was contingent upon the autumn harvest that in this chaotic era of the late Han. The variables that could arise in a year were countless. And then there was Cao Hongjie. That night in Shuzhou, she had been crossed off the list of Cao Cao as close aides. Yet, being constantly by his side, she was either his adopted daughter or a relative of the Cao family, and given their intimate relations, Li Haoran felt obliged to provide an explanation regarding her. However, with his current reputation, wealth, and social standing, persuading Cao Cao to allow him to marry Cao Hongjie seemed a daunting task. Thus, further efforts were required. But where to begin? In the novels he read, those who traverse time often amassed wealth through commerce. Assessing the present, Li Haoran found himself in possession of several commodities that could be offered for sale. After all, in this era, resources were scarce. However, he had yet to don the down jacket that Chen Deng had nearly bitten his tongue over. And just as swiftly, he dismissed the thought of these two items that on one hand, wealth could purchase thick clothing, and restaurants were frequented by high-ranking officials, or at least members of the aristocracy. He had already offended the prominently clan of Taiyuan and the Yang clan of Hongnong, that on the other hand, within Cao Cao's meritocratic faction, he was still a mere minnow, making it exceedingly difficult to penetrate both markets. Moreover, Xuchang lacked a commercial environment. It was a political capital built by Cao Cao to welcome Emperor Xian of Han, akin to the American Washington, where even the most ingenious marketer would likely perish from hunger. The city comprised primarily of official buildings and residences of the elite, leaving little room for commercial endeavors. Outside the city, vast estates of powerful families functioned as independent economies, producing textiles, grains, ironware, pottery, and medicinal herbs, all from their own lands. The serfs working these estates were impoverished, having little more than the clothes on their backs, and the idea of indulging them in hot pot seemed utterly ludicrous to T.O. engage in commerce. He needed to supply essential goods indispensable in this era. What were the essentials? Grain. The over 4,000 shur of millet in the granary were indeed essential. Selling it would leave him without food, and he couldn't dare to part with it for emergencies. Salt? That could not be produced through natural economy. However, leveraging his relationship with Chen Deng, acquiring some for Xuchang wasn't out of the question. The problem was that Cao Cao also relied on it for profit. And Li Haoran didn't wish to complicate matters for himself. What else? Firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. This era's desire seemed remarkably low, with perhaps half of them not qualifying as essentials. What else could be profitable? His mind spun in circles, and gripping the edge of the bathtub, he contemplated climbing out, but in that moment, he heard a distant quarrel at the door. The voices belonged to Li Gan and Li Fu, father and son. Filled with complaints to Li Gan whined like a disgruntled spouse. Father, you should counsel the master. Our family, too, is a name among the aristocracy, yet we find ourselves at other households collecting night fragrance. Now they call us the Night Fragrance Manor. When we encounter others, their servants laugh at us, and we can barely hold our heads high. How can we continue like this? Yet the usually good-natured Li Fu was uncharacteristically irritable this time, giving his son a sharp slap on the back of the head. How have I raised you? You ought to know your place. Is it your role to gossip about the master? Others speak of you, and you can't lift your head? In this vast Xuchang, which household servants have corn and meat soup for every meal. The servants of the Honglu and Dienong offices have perished from the cold due to insufficient charcoal. The master returned and provided you with heated platforms to ensure you sleep warmly at night. Yet you have the audacity to complain? You ungrateful wretch, with a creak that released a puff of warm air. Li Haoran, draped in a robe, hastily pushed open the door, excitement bubbling within him. What is going on? How did people die from the cold at the Honglu and Dienong offices? Startled, the father and son nearly fell to the ground. Their expressions filled with despair. Li Fu, trembling, replied, "Master, this year, the weather in Xuchang is unbearably cold, compounded by the significant deforestation in the mountains over the past 2 years. Several households in Xuchang have numerous servants, and the distribution of charcoal has been inadequate, resulting in many deaths from the cold. Our household has been fortunate due to your generosity, and we have not lost anyone. Yet this wretch remains ungrateful. I will teach him a lesson." As he spoke, Li Fu struck Li Gan again, causing the stout lad to shrink back. Witnessing this scene, Li Haoran hurriedly gestured for them to cease. "All right, enough theatrics. Is there truly no firewood left in the mountains?" "Master, there is genuinely no firewood left before his time travel." Li Haoran had accompanied his mother outside, and she had lamented that so much straw, weeds, and dry branches went uncollected. Such a waste in earlier years. These would have been gathered for firewood to at that time. Li Haoran Henti felt much about it, but now he believed it wholeheartedly. Xuchang was not far from Funyo Mountain, and the vast majority of the region consisted of plains. Yet, the nearby hills had been stripped bare, leaving hardly a blade of grass to grow. The entire mountain range stood stark and desolate. Do not speak of weeds and shrubs. Even the once lush forests of trees have been ruthlessly felled, taken by General Cao to construct palaces for Emperor Xian of Han. Even the roots have been uprooted, used by the common folk for firewood. It is no wonder that in later times, only the northeast retains its primitive forests. Given the current pace at which humanity plunders nature, how many more patches of ancient woodland will be completely cut down? When it comes to the essentials of life, firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, firewood takes precedence at this moment. Li Haoran, who would later rely on natural gas or gas cylinders, is beginning to grasp the significance of such resources. That it is no surprise that in investiture of the gods, Zhang Zia's apprentice must discreetly assume the identity of a woodcutter, while in water margin, the heroes of Liangshan frequently carry firewood to evade detection. In this era, fuel is indeed a scarce commodity, indispensable for the livelihoods of the common people, intricately linked to their daily existence. Beholding the barren mountaintop and sensing the suffering of the world, Li Haoran's sympathetic gaze sparkled like a light bulb, reminiscent of a husky released at home. Dashing halfway up the slope, he hurriedly seized the shoulder of the breathless Lao Lifu, eagerly inquiring, "Lao Lifu, where's the coal pile that the woodcutter found last time?" Chapter 27. Public Relations with General Cao. A grand map illustrating the vast territories of the Han Empire hung prominently on the wall, depicting mountains, rivers, and marshy cities with striking clarity. With his hands clasped behind his back and his flowing robe elegantly trailing behind him, Cao Cao scrutinized the map with a predatory intensity, his sharp eyes akin to those of a hunter, selecting his next target for conquest. That moment, a rustling sound emerged from behind. In an instant, Cao Cao turned with authority, only to furrow his brow in perplexity. After a brief silence, he erupted in irritation. What is the meaning of this disturbance? Startled, Li Haoran, already trembling with trepidation, followed Cao Hongjia into the palace. Promptly bowing low, "Your humble servant Li Haoran, pay my respects to the Chancellor." "Chancellor, Li Haoran has something to present to you." Cao Hongjia, brimming with excitement, chirped like a lively sparrow. "What is it this?" Li Haoran swiftly opened a specially crafted box, presenting it to Cao Hongjia, who eagerly hopped up the 3 steps to place it before Cao Cao. Having grown accustomed to others presenting bamboo slips while he held paper, Cao Cao seized the scroll with a single hand. But his brow furrowed slightly. "What is this?" In response to the Chancellor, "It is a heated Kong." Li Haoran explained my family has constructed such a device. It provides warmth at night and is far superior to a charcoal stove. The Chancellor's residence cannot be recklessly altered, so I have taken the liberty to draw up plans to present to you. Having trained her well, Li Haoran observed how Cao Hongjia resembled a young girl eager to please her father. Following her lead, He grinned awkwardly, but to his dismay, Cao Cao abruptly tossed the drawing to the ground. Yes, the Chancellor bears the weight of the world. Even the great King Gojian endured hardship. In these chaotic times, how can I indulge in comforts? Speak no more of this. Wang Tuqiu, you may possess talent, yet do not squander it on such trivial pursuits. Should you present this again, I shall not show mercy. Alas, having misjudged the situation, Cao Hongjie wore a frozen expression, while Li Haoran's countenance fell into despair. Yet perhaps due to the peculiarities of his time travel, Li Haoran's mind was sharper than before, grasping Cao Hongjie's eager desire to argue. He clasped his fists and bowed once more. Chancellor, my intention in presenting this design is not solely for your comfort, but truly for the benefit of our great Han. Please consider my words. Just as he was about to turn back to the map, Li Haoran's insistence visibly irked Cao Cao. However, glancing at the flushed face of Cao Hongjie, he suddenly swept his sleeve back with a scowl. Very well. Explain how this benefits the Han, that if you cannot provide a valid justification, I shall punish you for your scheming. Your command is my duty. I have heard that Shudu is in dire need of firewood. With places like the Grand Minister's and the Chancellor's residence witnessing death from the cold, is this true? It is indeed true. Cao Cao sighed, troubled by the situation. Yet, like the scarcity of grain, he was not a miraculous figure like Zhang Jiao, who could conjure wood from thin air. The suffering of soldiers and civilians could only be endured. This realization piqued Cao Cao's interest, his gaze riveted on Li Haoran. Chancellor, I have studied the combustion of coal. Its warmth is accompanied by smoke, which can be toxic. Presently, both noble families and commoners utilize fire pits for warmth, venting the smoke outwards, thereby only deriving a fraction of the warmth. 1 part warmth, 9 parts waste. My heated Kong contains the smoke within, allowing it to gather and release warmth before venting through the chimney. Thus, instead of needing 10 stoves to warm a room overnight, only 2 to 3 stoves are necessary. Chancellor, the bitter cold is detrimental. Illness and death from the chill diminish the strength of our Han. This is a benefit to the realm at large. I implore you to support it. For a moment, Li Haoran elevated the discussion from mere flattery to a matter of national importance, leaving Cao Cao somewhat bewildered. After stroking his beard thoughtfully, he finally declared with a fierce tone, Very well. Today you, Wang Tuqiu, shall summon craftsmen to my residence to construct this heated Kong, that if your claims prove true and conserve firewood, I shall reward you. But should you be found to have spoken falsely, you shall face double penalties. Truly, one cannot receive rewards while maintaining a stern countenance. Li Haoran inwardly lamented, yet on the surface, he quickly adopted a pleasing demeanor befitting a respectful son-in-law. I obey your command. This was a matter of public relations, targeting one of the most powerful figures in the Han dynasty, and arguably the most influential in the future. Time was of the essence. Accompanied by the cheerful Cao Hongjie, Li Haoran hurried home, loading cement, bricks, and tiles onto the cart like a diligent foreman, then made his way back to the Chancellor's residence, buoyed by excitement. Remarkably, with Cao Hongjie leading the way, they encountered no obstacles. She guided him directly to a guest room in the back of the Cao residence, and work commenced amidst the winter chill. This was a task undertaken in service to the esteemed Chancellor of the Han. The 2 skilled laborers, akin to intoxicated revelers, lifted the bed with such enthusiasm that they nearly stumbled. As the sounds of construction echoed, members of the Cao household were drawn to the commotion, peering over the walls with wide, curious eyes. That Li Haoran's heart raced with trepidation, recalling how he had narrowly escaped disaster last time with Cao Hongjie's involvement. Should any mishaps arise in this hidden haven, 10 heads would not suffice as penance. Indeed, this was a high-risk endeavor. As the sun set and rose again, he found himself toiling into the early hours. And by mid-afternoon the following day, the cement had finally dried. After meticulously inspecting for any signs of smoke leakage, Li Haoran cautiously invited Cao Cao to inspect the work. To his surprise, Cao Cao not only arrived but brought along a host of esteemed officials such as Sun Yu, Guo Jia, Eugene, Xiahou Dun, and Xiahou Yuan. This assembly of the Han dynasty's most powerful figures gathered to witness a humble earthen Kong. The honor made Li Haoran break into a sweat. A throng of dignitaries, seemingly unaccustomed to such sights, moved from the tea room to the main chamber, then to the bathing area Li Haoran had dedicated to his father-in-law. Guo Jia even climbed onto a stack of bricks to step into the empty bathtub. only to emerge wistfully after enjoying a moment of luxury. Presently, the only structures in the royal courtyard were Li Haoran's heated Kong and the bathtub, neither of which he had yet enjoyed. After examining the constructions, Cao nonchalantly remarked, "Light the fire. Chancellor, may the prosperous year commence. I invite General Xiahou Dun to ignite the heated Kong. The opportunity to curry favor cannot be monopolized." Li Haoran exclaimed as he handed the torch to the curious-looking Xiahou Dun. Momentarily taken aback, the one-eyed giant excitedly thrust the torch beneath the stove grates, akin to a child discovering candy. Before long, puffs of smoke began to rise, and the heated area of the Kong became noticeably warm. Lord Cao was indeed meticulous. With a wave of his hand, he instructed his attendants to move the case files and documents to the warm Kong that he settled cross-legged at the head of the Kong to conduct his business. While the literati such as Sun Yu and Guo Jia followed suit, arranging the cases on the Kong, all eager to see how long this pile of coals would provide warmth. However, among them, Guo Jia appeared particularly self-assured, retreating to a cooler end of the Kong with a sly grin. Naturally, the head of the Kong was reserved for Prime Minister Cao, while generals like Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan, who were responsible for leading troops, had little paperwork to address. Idling about like mushrooms sprouting from the ground, Li Haoran and Cao Hongjia huddled at the foot of the Kong alongside Guo Jia. Indeed, under Guo Jia's mischievous smile, it wasn't long before Prime Minister Cao could no longer remain seated. He tossed aside his down jacket and moved his desk closer to Sun Yu, while Guo Jia grinned widely. Yet in Li Haoran's innocent gaze, Cao's piercing glare fell squarely upon him. "You moved over there yourself. I am truly wronged. If the king's heat retention were inadequate, it could not have been a staple in the northeastern rural regions from the late Qing dynasty until Li Haoran's time. The pile of coals burned until midnight, providing warmth for over an hour." As for the bathing facilities, Cao did not gather his ministers for a group experience. Grasping his magnificent beard, he nodded with satisfaction. "This item is remarkable. It is warm and fuel-efficient. Prime Minister, if this Kong were to be popularized in the cold regions among the border troops, the soldiers lost to cold-related illnesses would be significantly reduced. Coupled with these down jackets, even the wolves of the far north could not hinder our soldiers." Sun Yu, one of Cao's oldest subordinates and a contemporary of Xie Zhichai, had navigated the political arena for so long, yet he still maintained a fervent passion. At this moment, he excitedly patted the head of the Kong and spoke with great enthusiasm. His sincerity impressed Li Haoran. However, Sun Yu was an idealist who remained loyal to the Han dynasty. Ultimately, he fell out with Cao over the appointment of the King of Wei, leading to his forced seclusion and eventual suicide. Despite Li Haoran's companionship, he dared not forge a close bond with him. "Very well, since this item can save firewood for warmth, let us promote it throughout Xuchang." Seeing his ministers and military officials approving of it, Cao viewed it as a political achievement. Not only would he gain a good reputation, but he would also avoid the cold. Cao, stroking his long beard, chuckled heartily if not now. When is the time for flattery? Li Haoran donned a face of eager admiration, bowing deeply. "Prime Minister, the name Fire Kong does not quite suit it if we are to promote it. I hope the Prime Minister will bestow upon it an elegant name." Cao was fond of naming things. Thus, in the future, as this invention spread, he would also be remembered in history. Without delay, the old man tugged at his beard, contemplating intensely, and finally slapped his thigh decisively. "This item, warm as spring in the depths of winter, shall be called Spring Kong." Spring Kong. What a name that could easily be misconstrued. Li Haoran was momentarily speechless. Yet at that moment, he witnessed the true art of flattery from Cao's subordinates. Guo Jia, Sun Yu, and Xiahou Dun all joined in, nodding vigorously in agreement, exclaiming in unison, "Spring Kong. A splendid name. How refined." Chapter 28. Through the greatest back door, Cao was a man of letters. And with the addition of Sun Yu, and other literary officials like Han Fu and Cheng Yu, they settled onto the Spring Kong, indulging in poetry and wine. The martial generals were more pragmatic, directly engaging Li Haoran's craftsmen to learn the specific construction methods of the Kong. Each expressed their intention to replicate it at home for a warmer winter. However, in his exhilaration, Cao overlooked one of the most precious items Li Haoran had brought, the cement necessary for constructing the Kong. With a face as sweet as if meeting his father-in-law, Li Haoran struggled to engage in conversation, But the disparity in values and education between him and Cao Cao's literati was vast. They could chuckle for hours over classical texts, while Li Haoran found himself unable to join in, smiling awkwardly as if he had bitten into sour grapes, trapped in a painfully awkward conversation. Fortunately, this era had night curfews. The awkward exchange came to a close around 6 in the evening, and yet the officials were eager to return, determined to actively promote the use of the Kong, elevating the fuel-saving initiative for the Han Empire. The matter was nearly concluded, primarily concerning the repair of the Kong in the military camp outside the city and the Prime Minister's residence. Ensuring that the scholars and soldiers under his command would not freeze to death as for the other ministers and nobles, Cao Cao was indifferent, even if their servants perished from the cold. Of course, the task was not entirely accomplished. With dark circles under his eyes, Li Haoran stubbornly lingered, seeing off each departing official, until even Prime Minister Cao became helpless, letting out a long sigh of resignation. "Your Excellency, I am here. To offer unsolicited flattery is either treachery or theft. For Li Haoran to come here to stir up matters, it must either be for his own neck, under duress, or because he has his eyes on something, attempting to draw it to his own household. Why else has he remained a silent grain official for all these years?" During this time, Cao Cao felt he had seen through Li Haoran completely. Why could his officials not be as flawless as the sages of old? With a furrowed brow, Cao Cao, in a rather sardonic tone, remarked, "I am clear in matters of public and private, rewards for merit, and penalties for faults. You have built the Spring Kong, alleviating the suffering of the people and soldiers of Xuchong. Speak, what reward do you seek?" "Thank you, Prime Minister." Li Haoran eagerly directed a gleeful glance toward Xiao Hongjie. But in their silent contest, Cao Cao merely rolled his eyes, tilting his head slightly, his beard twitching in disdain. "Get lost. How stingy. It's just one girl. You already have so many," with a face full of grievance. Li Haoran had no choice but to present the prepared map. "Prime Minister, earlier while observing the Funyo Mountains, I discovered a coal mine. Rather than leaving it unused, it would be better to bestow it upon me for some utility. I seek your favor. Coal." Indeed, during the Han Dynasty, coal began to be utilized, and in some places it was even used in metallurgy. However, due to its significant smoke and unpleasant odor, and the necessity of mining it from the ground, its application was not widespread. The mention of coal momentarily bewildered Cao Cao until he recalled what it was. He did not regard coal highly, seeing it merely as a kind of fuel. Cao Cao waved dismissively. "Fine, I'll speak with the Ministry of Revenue later. That coal mine is yours." Having built a Kong and flattered his way into becoming a coal baron of Hunan, Li Haoran was overjoyed, promptly bowing deeply. "Thank you for your gracious gift, Prime Minister." Li Haoran had promised to procure coal for himself, crafting an exquisite sword. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Hongjie was too engrossed in her own joy to notice the silent exchange. The formalities concluded, the matter was essentially settled. Amidst Cao Cao's awkward gaze, Li Haoran dusted off his knees and prepared to leave with Xiao Hongjie, both buoyant with joy. Yet, after only a few steps, Cao Cao unexpectedly called out to him from behind. "Wait, Prime Minister." Furrowing his brow, hesitating for a moment, Cao Cao asked gravely and in a low voice, "A few days ago, I made a wager with Su Xiao regarding your 500 acres of land. Could you indeed yield 4,000 stones of grain this autumn?" Guojia, with his big mouth, Li Haoran momentarily stunned, mentally chastising the drunken rogue, then lowered his gaze and clasped his hands, responding, "Indeed, Prime Minister." "That is the case. Do you truly possess such confidence?" "Yes, Prime Minister. I have been collecting night fragrant manure in Xuchong to enrich the soil. 500 acres will yield more than sufficient." His words were filled with confidence. Yet seeing Cao Cao's unusually serious expression, Li Haoran's heart tightened. He quickly added with a hint of despair, "However, the fertilizers in Xuchong are limited. Based on what I have collected, exceeding 3,000 acres would prove challenging." It was prudent to prepare for the worst. Should Cao Cao demand that he amass 20 or 30,000 acres, expecting 8 stones of grain per acre, he would surely be driven mad. After all, where could he find so many large heads to deceive? Cao Cao's expression remained grave as he stroked his beard, deep in thought for a long while. Suddenly, he made a firm decision and sharply flicked his sleeve. "From the coal mine you wanted the land beneath the Funyo Mountains. All of it is yours that if you can cultivate less than 3,000 acres, you may outline 3,000 acres nearby. However, for this year's autumn harvest, you must remit half to me. Oh, an unexpected gain. With abundant organic fertilizer, dense planting, and employing deep plowing techniques, examples of 8 stones per acre existed by the Ming dynasty. Li Haoran was not about to believe he was so unfortunate. Even after remitting half of the harvest from 3,000 acres, he would still profit. However, to not seize an opportunity would be foolish. At present, it is evident that General Chao's grandiose claims have piqued his curiosity, providing an opportune moment for negotiations that Li Haoran, shaking his head vigorously like a rattledrum, exclaimed, "My lord, we are short on manpower. Moreover, it is uncertain how long the manure supply from Xuchang will last, that if it ceases, my fields will immediately suffer a decline in yield, and I shall find myself unable to provide grain for you. My lord, additionally, I lack sufficient cattle and farming tools. Enough of your ramblings. You have at least commandeered 200 head of cattle from Chindeng. I decree that all the night soil from Xuchang is yours. Without exception, you shall recruit as many from the throngs fleeing the drought in Yangzhou this year, which number at least several tens of thousands, as you see fit. Have Xiao done issue you a travel permit? As for farming tools, the army will furnish you with 10 blacksmiths. Procure your own iron ore. Now, it is settled." In the midst of General Chao's impatient shouts, Li Haoran bowed deeply, responding, "This humble servant obeys. By the way, you are indeed becoming quite the local magnate. I permit you to have 300 troops. The idle Red Jie can train them for you. When I next go to war, I expect to see these 300 elite soldiers." The Han Dynasty retained many traditions from the Warring States period, and the concept of troops is one such legacy. These are private militias nurtured by nobles on their own lands, often regarded as the loyal defenders of a clan. In the famous Battle of Ziyijin, recorded in the records of the Three Kingdoms, Ling Tong's 300 valiant defenders perished while protecting Sun Quan, exemplifying the significance of these troops, which also formed the backbone of various warlords' forces during this era. Cao Cao's personal endorsement of Li Haoran's troop formation indicates that he perceives him as a significant figure. However, part of this favor likely stems from a desire to provide Li Haoran with a means of self-preservation, as he has offended 2 formidable families, the Jin Yang Wang family and the Hong Nonyang family. Regrettably, Li Haoran is not particularly keen on this privilege that in his mind, a battle entails vast armies, and 300 men are hardly visible amidst such grandeur. What use are they? Moreover, the expense is considerable. Sustaining a strong man consumes 1 to 2 jin of grain daily, amounting to a staggering 1,000 shur annually. Not to mention the cost of clothing and weaponry. Tio put it into perspective. Even maintaining 100 men could bankrupt a small noble family. Reflecting on this era, he realizes that the safety and stability enjoyed in later times, where one could leisurely enjoy drinks and barbecues at night, is indeed a precious rarity. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Li Haoran has successfully opened a passage into the second largest backdoor of the Han Empire. With over 1,000 mu of mountainous terrain and 3,000 meters of fertile plains now belonging to the neighboring Wang family, standing atop the towering Black Tree Ridge, he gazed downwards. Feeling the biting cold wind whip against him, causing his sleeves to flutter, as he surveyed his land, Li Haoran felt an overwhelming sense of authority, akin to a sovereign surveying his kingdom that in an age where even apartments are rented. The prospect of owning such a vast expanse of land is exhilarating, akin to cruising down the street in a Rolls-Royce. This all belongs to our Wang family. As one ascends the ranks, so too do those around him prospered. Li Haoran's newfound status as a landlord brought pride to Wang Gan and his associates, who trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, henceforth, our Wang family shall be among the powerful." To commemorate this new identity, he entrusted Wang Gan with a vital task. Return to Niujia village and dig out a dozen large manure pits for me. The gravity of this task left Wang Gan trembling with anticipation. He suddenly knelt, bowing deeply, and solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, my lord, even if I must shatter my bones, I will ensure the pits are excavated." More manure pits," the beleaguered Wang Gan exclaimed, raising his head in disbelief. Yet, having anticipated this scene, Li Haoran strolled down the mountain, leaving behind a half-hearted servant lamenting in the cold wind that it seems the night soil collection in Chao's domain will continue for some time. Chapter 29, Recruitment. Dig, dig, dig. I truly do not understand what my lord finds so fascinating about these filthy tasks. In the frigid winter, Wang Gan grumbled as he swung his hoe. Suddenly a sharp blow struck his forehead, startling him to turn and find his father glaring at him, prompting him to lower his head in submission and fervently resume his work. However, the villagers of Niujiao were not as averse to digging manure pits as before. For atop the first completed pit, a warm flame was gently billowing from a brick-flued vent, biogas. To facilitate the fermentation of these fertilizers amidst the biting cold, Li Haoran had been stoking the fire within the shed for days. As the temperature rose, the decaying fertilizer began to emit flammable gases. Currently, the vicinity of Shidu was experiencing a shortage of firewood, and the populace was pragmatic in their approach that a little less firewood during the day meant more warmth at night. They cared not whether the fire was fueled by manure. Even residents from the nearby Zhao family village were coming with pots to cook and warm themselves. With this convenience, the villagers were increasingly motivated to construct biogas pits. Their attitudes having done a complete turnaround. Brother Zhuzi, once we finish this pit, let's head over to Zhao family village to dig. We have plenty of people ready. Wang Zhuzi, still harboring complaints, was suddenly interrupted by the voice of old Zhao, the village elder from Zhao family village, who was bending over and shouting. Just days prior, when Niujia village protested to have the manure pits relocated to Zhao family village, this old fellow had vehemently opposed the idea. Now, why was he so eager to accept this burden? Before Wang Zhuzi could process this development, Niu Wanjin, the clan leader from Niujia village, who had limped back from military service, hobbled over, shouting in a thick accent. You lot better scram. The Lord has locked it down. This night's soil pit is going in your village. Go find a cooler spot to stay. Why should it go to your village? Our village doesn't plant for Lord Wan. Who says your village has better feng shui? The pit is going to your village. In disbelief, Wang Zhuzi watched as the two elders, who collectively exceeded 100 years in age, bickered like fighting cocks. Brandishing their canes, the villagers from Niujia, who were digging the pit, and those from Zhao family village drawn by the commotion, soon joined the fray. That in this era of simple folk, disputes between villages often resulted in tangible conflict, with blood and teeth scattering across the ground. Seeing his father, Wang Fu, swinging a peacekeeping staff in a desperate attempt to quell the chaos, Wang Gan sighed in frustration. Is it really worth it over a manure pit? This year, Wang Gan remained blissfully unaware, but by the next he would come to appreciate the adage, without the stench of manure, where comes the fragrance of grains? The truth behind this agricultural maxim would soon unveil itself. At this moment, however, Li Haoran was not inclined to educate him, for he was busy preparing to embark on a journey. As a few naked ducks squawked in protest, Li Haoran donned his down jacket, stowed another in his pack, and placed a string of copper coins borrowed from Chao Hongjie atop his belongings, ensuring his official seal and documents were secure. With a carefree air, he stepped out of the warm room. In the courtyard, Chao Hongjie had everything prepared. Not in military attire, she had donned women's clothing for this outing. Her hair elegantly styled and adorned with 2 jade hairpins, her alluring form enveloped in a down jacket akin to a loaf of bread, impatiently tapping her foot. This time, Wang Gan was not permitted to accompany them, for Li Haoran had acquired a new cadre of formidable subordinates, 9 troops from the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, drawn from the Xiahou and Chao families, now forming the backbone of the Wang family forces. With these professional fighters, Wang Gan and his companions had sadly been relegated to backup status. Upon seeing Li Haoran emerge, the group offered a synchronized salute. Head of the family, you are not a woman. Why are you taking so long to pack your belongings? Chao Hongjie's frustrated complaints fell on deaf ears as Li Haoran, reminiscent of the protagonists in modern dramas who are often accompanied by loyal and formidable bodyguards, reveled in the newfound strength of his entourage. With an air of satisfaction, he waved his hand. No need for formalities. Mount up. Understood. Now this is what a soldier looks like. As the words echoed, the 9 men mounted their horses in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, resembling a single entity in their precision. Though visibly pouting in frustration at the scene before her, Chao Hongjie did not linger on the matter. She elegantly mounted her exquisite saddle on the Yinji horse, giving a gentle kick to its belly, prompting it to trot ahead. Li Haoran, shaking his head in resignation, swiftly followed suit, climbing onto his steed with the aid of the saddle and stirrups. It is noteworthy that both he and Cao Hongjit now found themselves atop dramatically transformed saddles, leather encasing wooden frames. Rising majestically upon the horse's back, the perfectly arched saddle pommel and cantle enveloped the rider, while the supple leather provided a cushioning effect between horse and rider. With the support of the high-bridge saddle, none could discern that Li Haoran was merely a novice, having ridden for just a few months. Their destination was Lucian County, under the jurisdiction of Chancellor Cao. This year, Yangzhou had suffered from an unprecedented drought, compounded by the brutal warfare between the Cao and Yuan factions. Once teeming with population, the Huai River Basin had turned into a veritable hellscape, littered with bones and overrun by wild beasts. Natural disasters and man-made calamities had driven countless refugees to flee in all directions. Some sought refuge in Shuzhou. A significant number ventured toward Liu Biao's Jingzhou, while others braved the treacherous Yangtze River to seek their fortunes in the still desolate Jiangnan. And yet others fled to the Central Plains. However, the granaries were scant. Both Cao Cao and the Han court in Shudu feared the swelling numbers of displaced persons. Currently, the military officer Li Dian commanded 8,000 troops, along with his own contingent, to block the influx of tens of thousands of refugees from advancing north into the Central Plains. That in ancient times, population was equated to wealth. The vicinity of Shudu now boasted few self-sustaining farmers. The majority of the populace were tenants bound to esteemed families. The Zhao and Niu villages under Li Haoran's command had been allocated to him from the Cao family holdings. The war had resulted in significant depopulation, leaving many idle lands around Shudu. Yet the population hovered around a mere 100,000. Li Haoran sought to recruit individuals from the refugee camps to develop coal mines and cultivate the land. However, recruiting from the displaced populace presented numerous challenges, primarily concerning loyalty. Generations of tenant farmers had developed a sense of identity akin to an independent kingdom, with native-born children often displaying the utmost loyalty. In contrast, the external refugees, battered by years of hardship, tended to be unruly and difficult to tame. Additionally, the refugees might carry various diseases. Following great disasters, epidemics frequently erupted, causing the landowning families of the Central Plains to regard these displaced individuals with trepidation. The Qingzhou soldiers recruited during the Yellow Turban Rebellion exemplified this issue, as they had never truly assimilated into Cao Cao's faction, remaining loyal only to him. Last autumn, it was these very soldiers who, driven by discontent over food shortages, instigated a rebellion, resulting in the brutal death of an official. As the ancient saying goes, cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. The importance of personal and familial order before governing is now evident. If one cannot manage a household of hundreds or thousands, how can they possibly govern a nation? Amidst the light snow falling as they journeyed southward, Li Haoran, newly appointed to such a significant enterprise, found himself deep in thought, contemplating how to recruit the refugees and subsequently manage his burgeoning enterprise. Simply posting a recruitment notice, akin to later generations, would certainly prove ineffective. He would need to devise a strategy to dismantle the tightly knit groups of refugees and select those who were diligent and trustworthy. Yet, relying solely on a group of honest individuals would not suffice. A few sly and ambitious individuals would also be necessary for effective management. As for numbers, in this era, a standard family of 7, with 3 able-bodied men, could tend to 30 acres of land. With 2,500 acres of flat farmland and several hundred acres of hillside woodland, recruiting 700 individuals and dividing them into 3 villages seemed optimal. Furthermore, for the coal mines, he aimed to recruit robust single laborers, starting with 100 men. The most pressing concern was the 300 troops that Chancellor Cao had instructed him to organize. Currently, among the 9 Tiger and Leopard cavalry, there were 9 captains and lieutenants. If necessary, he could also incorporate a dozen strong servants from Wang Gan's household, which would account for 20 or so slots. Perhaps even including the coal miners in the tally could save over 100 able-bodied individuals' rations. Recently, he had been spending liberally. In this era, trade was primarily conducted through barter, with food being the most common currency. He had received over 5,000 sure of millet from Shuzhou, leaving him with 3,900. If he began trading with cloth, he could comfortably sustain the food needs of 1,500 people, along with the equipment and training for his troops, until the autumn harvest, while also potentially profiting from the sale of coal. Master, We have arrived. The southeastern region of Xuchang belonged to the North China Plain, characterized by its flat terrain. With all 11 individuals mounted, they departed from Shudu in the morning, reaching Lucian by approximately 3 in the afternoon, just as Li Haoran was mentally drafting plans for his enterprise. A rather emotionless announcement jolted him back to reality, that he lifted his gaze to behold the dilapidated remnants of an ancient city, its walls crumbled in countless places. Adjacent to the ancient city, a series of wooden and straw shelters formed a military encampment, with wisps of smoke rising into the sky. Let us pay a visit to General Li Dian, retrieving the official pass issued by the Chancellor's office from his satchel. Li Haoran exuded the confidence befitting a significant enterprise leader, straightening his posture as he commanded, "Proceed." Chapter 30. A disastrous turn of events. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The notorious reputation of the grain merchant Cao had reached Lucian, and Li Dian regarded Li Haoran, the dung collector, with palpable disdain, maintaining a distance of over 3 meters from him during their reception. Even the pass from Chancellor Cao was delivered by his personal guards, who merely glanced at it before tossing it aside, as if to avoid the stench, incensing Cao Hongjie to the point of wanting to strike him. However, Li Haoran remained blissfully unconcerned by this slight, even feeling a twinge of excitement. The fact that Cao was willing to purchase half of his grain surely indicated that it was meant to supply the army. Since the people were so averse to filth, he planned to promote his grain as fertilized by dung during the autumn harvest, that if the generals were to turn their noses up at it, would that not leave all the grain for him? With this delightful thought in mind, Li Haoran cheerfully followed behind Li Dian, who still wore a disdainful expression. This stout, 30-something man, resembling a millstone, covered his nose with one hand while gesturing toward the snowy expanse with the other, exclaiming, "It's all up ahead. You can choose your men yourself." "Thank you, General Li." "Oh, please don't leave, General Li," as he watched this fellow scurry back to the military camp in heavy armor, as if fleeing from a plague. Cao Hongjie clenched her small fists in frustration. "This insolent wretch dares to treat me with such neglect. When he returns to Shudu, I shall make him pay." "Very well. That can wait until we return to Shudu." Li Haoran replied with a resigned shrug, cheerfully waving his hand forward. "For now, let us select the tenant farmers from the troops. I'll work hard to earn the bride price for you in the spring and marry you." Just moments ago, her face had been pale with anger, but now his words left Cao Hongjie blushing furiously. Castigating glances at the expressionless soldiers of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry, she angrily punched Li Haoran on the shoulder. "Go die. Who would want to marry you? You good-for-nothing? Ah, just a certain willful yet beautiful ghost. How dare you, yikes." Their playful banter marked a light-hearted beginning as, amidst their frolic, Li Haoran led the way, guiding the horses out of the military camp. The plight of the northward-bound Yangzhou refugees was truly pitiful. Unable to advance, nor gain entry into the desolate Lucian ravaged by countless wars, they found themselves trapped in this forsaken wilderness, amid the icy expanse. Some constructed makeshift homes from wood and straw, while others, driven by desperation, built shelters from the thick snow for warmth, creating a vast encampment just a mile from the military barracks. For the first time, Li Haoran found himself in the role of an interviewer, and his arrogance was palpable. Passing by the first ice hut, he tilted his head when one of his Tiger and Leopard cavalry bodyguards kicked open the rickety straw door, ushering him inside. His head nearly struck the doorframe as he bent to enter, observing a family huddled together for warmth. He puffed with pride, declaring, "I am a high-ranking official with 400 sure. I am Li Haoran from the Chancellor's granary. You are fortunate to be hired by me as tenant farmers. Monthly salary of 10,000, meals and lodging included. Weekends off, with 5 insurances and 1 fund. A relaxed job, with annual leave for good performance. The unit even covers travel expenses. It is an extraordinary opportunity. Will you join us?" As he spoke, Li Haoran could hardly contain his saliva. Such a fortune had eluded him before his time travel. Alas, his embarrassment grew as the family seemed oblivious to his presence, remaining huddled together in silence. His eyes widened in disbelief, but fortunately, he had loyal bodyguards. The first to enter, a former member of the Xiahou family, now surnamed Wang, roughly kicked the door open. "Your Honor is asking you a question. How dare you show such disrespect?" However, in that instant, Li Haoran was so startled that his head collided against the snow-covered ground. creating a dent. With that kick, the family of five fell backward, tightly embracing one another, crashing heavily onto the icy ground with a resounding thud. The cloth covering their foreheads was lifted, revealing the woman in the center. Her frostbitten, sunken eyes staring at him with an eerie expression. What is happening here? A chill ran down his spine as Li Haoran instinctively recoiled, exclaiming in shock. Yet Wang Tsonga appeared unfazed, delivering a kick with his boot before turning to Li Haoran with a salute. Master, they have all frozen to death. Though he had never taken a life with his own hands, Li Haoran had witnessed bloodshed in this timeline. He had even seen the entire county slaughtered, littered with rotting corpses. Nevertheless, the sight of an entire family, elderly and children alike, frozen to death was still profoundly shocking. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stumbled out of the snow-covered hut. But this was merely the beginning. The grotesque reality of the apocalypse was laid bare before him in this refugee camp. Families upon families perished from the cold, one after another. Yet, even this was a form of liberation. As he entered a dilapidated wooden house that still managed to emit a faint wisp of smoke, he was immediately overwhelmed by the stench, rushing outside while covering his mouth, retching violently against the wall. Inside the pot, something was boiling, with the flames beneath it still crackling, a sight he never wished to see again in his life. Moreover, the blood-red eyes of several individuals, glimmering like wolves, gazed hungrily at him, sending shivers down his spine. What is wrong with you? Are you that scared? Useless. Taken aback by Li Haoran's demeanor, Cao Hongjie, ever the loyal companion, grasped her knife and was ready to charge and to defend him. However, Li Haoran, displaying unexpected strength, seized her small hand without uttering a word and pulled her back. Having ventured deep into the refugee camp, they suddenly encountered a slightly sturdier, dilapidated house, from which several burly men emerged. The leader, upon surveying Li Haoran and the fully armored tiger leopard guards behind him, immediately donned a sycophantic smile and bowed deeply. I am Chunyu Hu, paying my respects to this esteemed lord. Have you come to recruit house slaves? Look at us, brothers. We are worthy. This area was well known, with each man aware of who had beautiful wives and who toiled like beasts if you take us in. We will ensure these wretches serve you diligently. The group of men bowed respectfully, yet the sheen of their faces and the remnants of grease around their mouths filled Li Haoran with intense revulsion. However, cannibalism was the only means of survival for these refugees in their dire straits. That Li Haoran was not a deity. He had no right to condemn their methods of survival, since he lacked the power to support all the refugees. He merely waved his sleeve dismissively. No need. Step aside. Hey, don't go. Just as Li Haoran attempted to sidestep with Cao Hongjie, Chunyu Hu unexpectedly blocked their path with an outstretched arm. The humility on his face vanished, replaced by a menacing demeanor, resembling a dog ready to bite. That I end these times of disaster. It is not easy for us to survive, that if you do not grant us a way out, should we become desperate. Your life may be worth less than ours, wouldn't you agree? Following suit, several ruffians closed in with malicious expressions. One particularly brutish man, exposing his arms in the frigid winter, brandished a child's skull, gleefully taunting. I've eaten living brains before, but never the flesh of an official. What do you think? You are threatening me. Li Haoran's gaze darkened, yet his tone remained eerily calm as he replied. Who would dare? We rely on you. With a sudden thrust, the sound of a knife piercing flesh echoed through the air, leaving Chunyu Hu staring in disbelief at the blade embedded in his chest. His eyes bulged in shock, akin to a wolf realizing its impending doom, as he pointed a trembling finger toward Li Haoran's face. That he killed our elder brother. Cut him down. Eat him. The atmosphere erupted in chaos, with the skeletal man baring his teeth as he drew his axe, and the other ruffians brandishing their weapons. However, they were met with the tiger leopard guards, fearsome beings that rose from the grave. With a series of swift, decisive strikes, the sound of cleaving flesh resonated, and the warm blood that fell to the ground froze almost instantly. Within moments, these cannibalistic ruffians lay dead, their bodies strewn across the ground. One who attempted to flee caught Li Haoran's attention, and in a swift motion he seized Cao Hongjie's bow, drawing it taut. With a resounding thud, his aim was less than perfect, yet the arrow struck true, piercing the thigh of the skeletal ruffian, who collapsed with a horrified scream. Meanwhile, the ever-assertive Cao Hongjie darted forward, decisively severing his head. Agitated, Li Haoran kicked open the wooden door of the hut, only to be met by a shadow lunging at him. Instinctively, he thrust his blade forward, the sharp edge piercing through flesh. In the next moment, a figure collapsed before him. "Please, if you must eat, consume me. Spare my child. Please." The fire crackled beneath, consuming human bones and fat, while skeletal remains hung from the wooden beams like livestock. Gazing at the woman before him, missing a leg and spewing blood, yet still bowing desperately, Li Haoran's heart sank that he noticed a child cowering in the corner. Trembling in fear, overwhelmed by shock, he let his bloodied blade slip from his grasp, clattering onto the snow. Master. Chapter 31. The price of sorrow. Gasping and begging, the woman ultimately exhausted her last breath, collapsing into a pool of blood, her wrists smeared with crimson. What happened? Whether it was the allure or the tragedy of this era, Cao Hongjie, a mere girl, entered nonchalantly, holding the severed heads of the ruffians. Noticing Li Haoran's stunned expression, she inquired urgently, "Are you hurt?" I killed the wrong person." Casting a glance at the woman's lifeless body, Cao Hongjie tossed the heads before her, then patted Li Haoran's shoulder with her bloodied hand. "Don't overthink it. Even if you hadn't killed her, she would have eventually become fodder for those ruffians that by eliminating them. We've avenged her. Let us go. Master, we must eradicate the roots of evil." From the side, Wang Tsonga's voice rang out, bowing deeply to Li Haoran before pointing to a corner. There, beneath the skeletal remains, a small boy stared vacantly at Li Haoran, his expression numb and hollow. Li Haoran shivered involuntarily, recalling the tale from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Cao Cao slaughtered the entire family of El Bosch, but he had never believed it, as the protagonist Chen Gong had abandoned him due to narrow-minded clan views. Yet now he found it believable. It was no wonder Cao Cao acted so ruthlessly, for this era was one of survival, where each person acted in their own interest and lives were deemed valuable or worthless. To survive, one might even consume others without a second thought. Li Haoran understood that in these chaotic times, one must be more ruthless than anyone else to stay alive. But could one truly abandon their humanity? A mere child, there was no need. Let us take him with us. In time, he will forget. Pushing past Wang Tsonga, Li Haoran stepped closer to the boy, and he felt a pang of fear as he glanced at the hanging bones. Pulling the boy from under the remains, he bent down, forcing a smile as he asked, "What is your name?" However, the child merely stared blankly, as if completely dazed. They locked eyes for several seconds before Li Haoran, feeling helpless, shook his head with a bitter smile. "Never mind, come with me. At least you'll have something to eat, and won't need to worry about being eaten." Taking the boy's hand, Li Haoran turned to leave. The child followed like a marionette, but as they reached the door, he paused, staring at the corpse of the woman on the ground. "That my father's surname is Su. My mother said I am the last male descendant of the Su family." "Preposterous. The master has taken you in. From now on, you shall be a servant of the Wang family, and should bear the surname Wang." Wang Tsonga scolded fiercely again, truly a loyal servant. However, once more, Li Haoran raised his hand to stop him and turned back to the boy. "Su, is it a good surname from now on? You shall be called Su-Yu. No matter how difficult life may be, live joyfully." A cacophony of reproaches echoed around him, and the boy's expression seemed to revert to a state of stupor. Listening to Li Haoran's voice, he merely nodded absently. The body of the recently deceased woman, still soft, would soon become fodder for others if left unattended. Although death extinguishes life as a candle is snuffed out, it might serve to assuage Li Haoran's own feelings of guilt. Under his command, the guards swiftly severed the pillars of the dilapidated house with a few swift strokes, then extracted firewood from the hearth to ignite a roaring blaze, which quickly billowed upwards above the refugee camp. Just as he intended to brush the dust from his hands and depart, Cao Hongjie tugged at him, glancing warily towards the now dimmed camp surroundings. That it was then that Li Haoran observed. One by one, the houses emerging from the snow, the paths trodden by gaunt refugees who peered at his group with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, akin to meerkats. "How dare you encircle an officer of the court? Depart at once, otherwise the county's army will decimate you all." With a fierce flourish, Wang Tsonga brandished his sword, its blade stained with the remnants of battle, causing several nearby refugees to cower in terror. Collapsing onto the ground, Yet the throng of onlookers remained, drawn to the spectacle from a distance. Master, the hour grows late. Let us return to General Li Dian's camp. Surveying the eager, yet despairing eyes around him for the third time, Li Haoran patted the alert Wang Tsong on the shoulder, pushed past both him and Chao Hongjie, and stepped forward. The flames raged behind him, crackling and casting shadows that enveloped half of his figure. Taking a deep breath, Li Haoran suddenly bellowed, "I am Li Haoran of Jinyang, summoned to gather tenant farmers. In these chaotic times, I cannot guarantee your survival, but as long as I have food, I will not allow you to starve." Silence enveloped the scene for several moments, until the small cluster of men, women, and children in front of him sank to their knees in the snow. One by one, they followed suit, until, except for Li Haoran and his entourage, not a single person remained standing. The journey on horseback took only half a day, yet the return spanned 3 arduous days, marked by unprecedented brutality that in the frigid landscape. Frail elders, women, and children succumbed, unable to find time even for burial. Their remains hastily covered by frost and snow, as their kin offered silent prayers before turning away in despair. Along the way, at least 600 or 700 souls fell, with frozen corpses appearing every couple of 100 meters. Once in the annals of history, during times of great upheaval, the population of Huaxia had dwindled to a mere fraction. Half, 1/3, 1/4, even 1/5 of its former self. That Li Haoran had dismissed such claims, yet now he believed. The refugees from Yangzhou numbered no less than 100,000. Yet those who would survive this harsh winter might not exceed 20,000. However, Li Haoran felt powerless in the face of this reality. His limitations were starkly evident. His initial plan to recruit around 900 had left his supplies perilously low. Now, despite the tragic toll of lives lost, over 3,000 still followed him back to Xuchang, far exceeding his provisions. The biogas pits he had constructed proved invaluable during this harsh winter. In such bitterly cold months, he lacked the means to gather sufficient timber to build shelters for the newly recruited tenant farmers. The land granted to him by the newly appointed Cao Cao had originally belonged to the Yang family of Hongnong, who harbored deep resentment towards him. Had they been wealthier, they would have been inclined to salt the earth to prevent him from farming. The original 4 tenant villages had been utterly dismantled, yet the 17 or 18 biogas pits now ablaze with methane had become a lifeline. Large cauldrons hung over the fire pits, where snow was mixed with millet to prepare porridge. Some of the disaster-stricken had not tasted grain for days, surviving on roots and tree bark. Upon seeing the steaming porridge, they could no longer restrain themselves, reaching out with their hands despite the burns. Unwilling to relinquish their grasp until they were forcibly repelled by Wang Gan and others, who wielded sticks to control the chaos, they distributed ceramic bowls brought from the Wang estate, restoring some semblance of order. Food was indeed a matter of life and death. After consuming a warm bowl of millet, many faces previously ashen and gray began to regain a hint of color and vitality. A twist of irony. Zhao Laotian of Zhao Village and Niu Wanjin of Niu Village ceased their quarrels and instead confronted Li Haoran together. "Master, this biogas pit was built through the hard work of our men in Niu Village. How can these outsiders encroach upon it?" Niu Wanjin exclaimed, his cane banging against the ground in frustration. Zhao Laotian chimed in, "Indeed, master. Our young men from Zhao Village contributed as well, and now these outsiders take it for granted. Every household in the village is dissatisfied." Leadership proved challenging. While new recruits were not yet organized, the old guard had already begun to voice their grievances. Fortunately, in this era of feudal exploitation, discontentedly Li Haoran merely shrugged, folding his arms and grunting. "Those who wish to labor may do so. Those who do not may leave. Master, we are your loyal tenants. How can you speak so harshly? Are you not disheartening us all?" They protested. "You dare defy the master. If you refuse to serve as tenants in my estate, I shall fetch the household registration and have you expelled." Wang Fu, the ever-loyal steward, stepped forward to reprimand them. In most great families, stewards handle the minutiae, and in the spring and autumn period, they were referred to as family ministers. Upon Wang Fu's intervention, the 2 village leaders wilted, offering several bows of apology before retreating in disarray. Yet as they departed, Wang Fu could not suppress his own worries. Bowing slightly, "Master, our resources are limited. You have indeed overreached this time. Li Haoran was acutely aware of this, gazing at the queue of refugees lining up for porridge. And he could not help but sigh. But to follow me means survival. To be left behind is to perish. Thousands of lives hang in the balance. Wang Fu fell silent, observing the crowd with folded arms. For a moment, Li Haoran too was lost in thought, but after a few minutes, a fierce determination flickered across his face. Damn it! Is it merely a matter of sustaining 3,000 or 4,000 people? Wang, return home and exchange all our millet for wheat on the market. Also, procure iron tools and 10 grinding mills. Starting this winter, I shall embark on a grand endeavor. Suddenly, Wang Fu felt as if his languid, indulgent master had transformed before his eyes. Perhaps this was the legendary spirit of resilience. Regardless, Li Haoran's unwavering determination instilled a sense of trust, as if no challenge could thwart him. With newfound vigor, Wang Fu straightened his stooped back and clasped his hands in salute. Your servant obeys. Chapter 32. The struggle begins. Li Haoran was oblivious to his immense fortune that in the Chancellor's office, a thick stack of bamboo slips lay piled high, all detailing accusations against him for illegally recruiting refugees that moment. The Grand Tutor Dongcheng stood at the foot of the dais, bowing deeply with palpable distress. Chancellor, the filth of Xucheng disrupts the feng shui of the Han and has led to the unlawful recruitment of over 5,000 refugees as troops. His treacherous intentions are glaringly evident. Such a disloyal and unfilial individual cannot be permitted to remain. Very well, I shall investigate. Li Haoran, replied Cao Cao, his tone dismissive. After a lengthy tirade, Dongcheng received only this curt acknowledgement. His frustration was evident. Yet before he could bow once more, Cao Cao's voice rose impatiently. Recently, court order has been in disarray, and even the Imperial Guard dares to pilfer royal treasures. Grand Tutor, you must pay closer attention. Hearing this, Dongcheng visibly shook, beads of sweat forming on his brow, but he dared not utter another word, hastily bowing before retreating from the hall. Once he was gone, Cao Cao lifted his head, a shadow of annoyance and helplessness crossing his features. Merely an accidental death of a woman, and yet, in his emotional turmoil, he has gathered over 4,000 elderly, weak, and young souls. Such sentimentality cannot nurture greatness. I shall see how he resolves this predicament. While Cao Cao lamented the incompetence of his subordinates, Li Haoran, as a minor overseer, exerted every ounce of his effort in fervent determination. As a great figure once said, where conditions are lacking, one must create them. Currently, Li Haoran finds himself unable to provide thick down jackets for over 4,000 refugees under any conditions. However, the ingenuity of the working people knows no bounds. After the autumn harvest, the leftover millet stalks, which were gathered by old Wang Fu for fuel, were fashioned into curtains by threading them together with rope. Draping them over their bodies, they could ward off a fair amount of the biting cold. Next comes the grain. In this era, millet, being a premium staple, is significantly more expensive than wheat, which is considered a coarse food. 2 dough of millet can be exchanged for 3.5 dough of wheat. The remaining 3,007 or 800 stones of millet in the granary were sold off entirely, converting it all into wheat. This resulted in a stock of 6,000 stones of grain, which would at least sustain them for a while longer. That be why the elevated platforms where numerous biogas pools were being constructed in Nujiazhuang. Scaffolding was busily erected. Dozens of men clad in straw raincoats scurried about, energetically following Li Haoran's directions, wielding hammers and diligently working with a rhythmic clatter. The mortise and tenon technique passed down from the esteemed Master Liu Ban is indeed commendable, yet the lack of proper tools prolongs the process. If one seeks speed, nails are far more effective. 8 large pits were dug into the ground, and columns over 3 meters high were buried a meter deep. Fine beams were then placed atop to form a triangular structure. In just 3 to 4 days, a reasonably spacious shelter was constructed, though it was not intended for habitation. This grass shelter, laboriously erected, was dismantled again as longer columns were hoisted into place, the apex of these columns. A magnificent chrysanthemum was connected that a wooden plank the size of a cutting board was affixed at the center, surrounded by thin wooden rods, onto which slats of wood were nailed. This contraption, just raised amid the clamoring calls, began to spin rapidly in the winter's biting wind. This spinning contraption was of little concern. However, it also set the ropes tied behind it into a hurried whirl, which in turn activated the wooden axle beneath. Amid the creaking sounds, the heavy stone mill began to rotate with fervor. In later generations, when the Netherlands is mentioned, the common perception is that of a land of windmills, while the less discerning might associate it with other connotations. In the West, bread is a staple, necessitating the constant grinding of flour to conserve animal labor. Windmills were constructed to harness the wind's power to turn the grinding stones, in Cervantes' Don Quixote, when the protagonist, having come from the Spanish countryside, first encounters such a windmill. He mistakenly perceives it as a fearsome giant and charges at it with his lance, only to be sent flying by the windmill's sails. From this day forth, wheat would be the staple at Lee Howren's household. He could hardly stomach undercooked wheat porridge, yet he was struggling to sustain his cattle, which could barely survive on half a day's worth of fodder. With such intense labor, the cattle would surely be exhausted to death. To economize on the oxen for spring plowing, he had no choice but to employ these clever methods. Nonetheless, it must be said that this contraption proved remarkably effective. Under the relentless winds of the North China Plain, the grinding stone spun like an electric fan. The wheat grains poured in from above, while the ground flour mixed with bran cascaded down below. Of course, the refugees recruited for labor would not have the privilege of enjoying the fine, white buns and hand-pulled noodles that Lee Howren relished. The flour produced, mixed with bran, was directly placed in steaming baskets made of earthenware, yielding coarse, dark buns with a hard texture. Moreover, these buns could not be distributed for free. Once the steamed buns were set upon the table, the newly compiled account books of the Lee household were also laid out. After over 3 days of rest, the refugees from Yangzhou were herded into a line, where Wang Fu and a couple of literate family retainers recorded their names and pressed their fingerprints, allowing them to receive these dark buns. The price of each bun was, in fact, their complete surrender into the servitude of Lee Howren, stripping them of their freedom. There was no alternative. As M. Ardel Sun aptly put it, this was indeed an era where even being a slave was not guaranteed. Becoming a tenant farmer at least offered a glimmer of hope. Continuing as a refugee might lead to becoming someone else's sustenance. Watching the children gleefully gnawing on dark buns in the snow, the adults could only sigh heavily, clutching the still warm buns. This was the only path forward. No one dared to resist. Recording their names took nearly a full day, and while at it, Lee Howren conducted another resource inventory. It was no wonder that the prominent families of Xuchang were reluctant to recruit refugees. The quality of these 4,000 souls was indeed lacking. Among them, only 620 able-bodied men aged 16 to 40 could perform heavy labor. There were over 800 elderly and 770 or so children who could not work. The remainder were all women. Yuan Shu's militaristic policies had conscripted most able-bodied men from the Yangzhou region, making this ratio relatively high. Given the scant labor available, Lee Howren's hopes for revival rested on a coal mine that he had managed to pry from Chao's hands. In reality, this situation was proving to be quite a financial burden. However, despite the helplessness, it was a reality that had to be accepted. After completing the tally, Lee Howren divided the 4,000 individuals into 7 natural villages based on the counties they had fled from in Yangzhou, appointing 20 respected elders in each village to act as production team leaders. With more than 2 months remaining until spring plowing, after establishing the production units, on the 5th day of rest in Nujiazhuang, all the refugees were brought into the Funyo Mountains by Lee Howren. The day they entered the mountains was quite ceremonious. Over 4,000 people, led by the elders from their respective villages, assembled in a somewhat chaotic formation, barely managing to line up. Meanwhile, the family retainers of the Lee household piled earth into a large mound, serving as the platform for Lee Howren to address the gathering. A few members of the elite cavalry and a dozen burly retainers donned armor, attempting to present a formidable appearance while holding weapons. Accompanied by Wang Fu, Zhao Laotian, and the seasoned elder Niu Wanjin, Lee Howren ascended the earth mound with a stern expression. This was the second time he faced the dense crowd of refugees. Just months prior, he had been a mere office worker, easily managed. But now he had transformed into the owner of a coal mine with 4,000 employees. Leadership is not a role one is born into, and Lee Howren, who had never even held a class representative position, found the multitude of eyes upon him daunting. Yet perhaps it is in a man's nature to harbor a desire for power. The fate of these 4,000 souls lay solely in his hands. Amidst his nervousness, a unique exhilaration enveloped him, unnoticed, After standing on the mound in silence for a moment, driven by this excitement, Li Haoran cleared his throat with conviction. Villagers, from this day forth, this will be your new home. A beautiful life will commence here. Upon finishing his proclamation, there was an utter lack of applause from the workers, which was hardly surprising. Even Li Haoran felt an embarrassing flush. The nearby mountains had been stripped bare, and the wood for constructing mills had cost him dearly, obtained through connections with Guijia from the inner circle of Cao. Now, he simply lacked the resources to build houses for these tenant farmers. In desperation, he had transported over 1,000 bundles of straw from the mountains with ox carts. Come evening, they could only light small bonfires beside the straw piles, as families huddled within the straw for warmth overnight. Such living conditions, to speak of a beautiful life, Li Haoran himself found it hard to believe. An awkward expression crossed his face, and after a moment's hesitation, his tone quickened. Lucien, I promise you, as long as I have a mouthful to eat. None of you will starve. However, there is a prerequisite. You must work for me, Li Haoran, and give your all. Today, I shall lay down the rules for this winter. We have a coal mine at our disposal. You will dig for coal, and for each basket you bring up, you shall receive a bun in return. The village elders will keep count. At night, report to Steward Wang for distribution. Women will be summoned to knead and steam buns. For every pot of buns prepared, a bun will also be allocated. This will be personally overseen by the kitchen maids of the household. Furthermore, I will send people to verify the quantities, and should any village be found guilty of collusion or deceit, the grain distribution for your entire village will be revoked, leaving you all to starve. Remember, this is merely the beginning. By toiling today, you will secure warmth, sufficient food, and spacious homes for tomorrow. All of this will come to fruition, as long as you are willing to work hard and contribute. It is estimated that before his time travel, any small company manager could deliver a speech with 100 times more passion than Li Haoran's dry words. Yet before his statements could fully settle, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Men, women, and children scrambled to pick up shovels from the ready supply, rushing towards the exposed coal mine as if charging into battle, fervently digging with all their might. What drove them was merely the promise of a bun for dinner. Only those who have endured hunger truly comprehend its horrors. The strength of the many proved formidable. Baskets filled with dark coal were rapidly transported to the designated hillock, the blackened mound visibly increasing in size. Nevertheless, witnessing this scene, Li Haoran could not feel joy. He shook his head in a mix of helplessness and self-mockery. Ah, the avaricious coal baron. Chapter 33. Pitching to Cao days could indeed improve, all thanks to coal. Currently, there is a scarcity of timber, yet clay is abundant. With ample fuel at hand, Li Haoran gestured grandly, and the masons in the manor promptly excavated several brick kilns in the mountains. The coal furnace was crackling warmly, producing large blocks of green bricks. That is for cement. It was in no short supply. Limestone. In ancient times, it was one of the primary building materials, and during the Ming dynasty, even the scholar official Yu Qian could compose verses extolling lime, attesting to its ubiquity. One of the essential ingredients in Roman cement. Volcanic ash was indeed absent from Li Haoran's current inventory. However, it could be substituted with slag from iron smelting, and nearby the North City was Chao's military arsenal, where heaps of slag piled high outside the gates, readily accessible for transport. Nevertheless, at this moment, there was still no rebar. Relying solely on bricks and cement rendered the structures insufficiently sturdy, merely a temporary fix. Stacking 2 layers of bricks would yield a height of around 2 meters, creating an interior space of only a few square meters. 7 family members could barely squeeze in shoulder to shoulder. Overhead, wooden poles supported a thatched roof that swayed perilously in the wind. Yet, it was a shelter, providing respite from the elements, especially as Li Haoran had creatively incorporated the distinctive features of the Wang residence. The low, unsightly houses, devoid of elegance, were equipped with heated Kong beds. And while the frigid winds howled outside, a handful of coal was tossed into the stove, warming the Kong to the point of burning one's posterior. After a grueling day of mining coal, the prospect of sitting on a warm Kong, soaking in hot water, and nibbling on steamed buns with pickled radish was a tremendous blessing in this dog-eat-dog world. However, such happiness was fleeting and limited to a select few. To prevent jealousy and potential rebellion from the village elders, the first batch of houses was allocated to 20 elders from each village, while the remaining structures were rewards for the most industrious households. The over 2,000 others would still have to make do with straw piles. Yet, at least there was a glimmer of hope, wasn't there? In the course of a month, the dark coal mountain had been unearthed into a small hill. Yet as of now, Li Haoran had not exchanged a single stone of wheat. Presently, Shudu lacked sufficient fuel for winter. When he initially sought to negotiate with Cao for access to this coal mine, Li Haoran's ambitions soared, envisioning a windfall. However, upon obtaining it, he found himself confronted with a myriad of issues. That it was no wonder that it was not until the mid-later periods of the southern and northern dynasties that coal began to be widely utilized. Igniting coal was exceedingly difficult, and once lit, it emitted a smothering smoke. The market Li Haoran was addressing consisted of noble families and refined individuals. Did they appreciate such a thing? The smoke and soot would deter any prospective buyers. Fortunately, Li Haoran stood on the shoulders of giants. Having grown up in a home with a Kong, he held fond memories of mixing yellow clay with fine coal dust for firing. After suffering a crushing defeat in the Shudu market, he diligently began experimenting with coal cakes. Now, he had made significant breakthroughs. Gleaming, quality chunks of coal were being set aside, while only the broken coal dust was used. This dust was mixed with yellow clay from a nearby creek, continuously stirred with shovels, forming a thick, black slurry beside the warm Kong. Without hesitation, Li Haoran, undeterred by dirt, squatted beside the mixture, playing with the mud as the masons Wang Fu and Wang Gan, along with several other workers, looked on in astonishment. With the increased experience from frequent brick firing, the two masons were on the verge of mastering their craft. Following Li Haoran's specifications, they produced an ample supply of curved bricks. 4 bricks combined formed an irregular circle, and as Wang Fu, Wang Gan, and Chao Hongjie exchanged bewildered glances, Li Haoran meticulously pressed the wet coal cakes into the center of these large bricks, inserting wooden sticks as makeshift candles. Once filled, the coal cakes were placed on the warm Kong to dry. After a full day's labor, the later coal cakes remained moist, while the earlier ones had hardened. Carefully, he extracted the newly inserted wooden sticks, creating a multitude of tiny holes across the surface of the cakes. Like handling a steaming hot pancake, he transferred the black discs into the furnace, layering straw beneath them. Li Haoran could hardly contain his anxiety. This was already the 7th or 8th day of experimentation, having tried countless formulas. If this attempt failed, he felt he might reach his breaking point. However, today, fortune favored him. After incorporating a layer of baked black sawdust, the side touching the straw began to glow within mere seconds, followed by the entire coal cake radiating a bright red hue, emitting a fiery glow from the furnace. Witnessing this, Li Haoran was overcome with emotion, nearly brought to tears. He had finally succeeded with the hive coal number 18. It burned well with little smoke, and crucially, it was far cheaper than the snowflake charcoal produced from timber harvested in the deep mountains. Having long overseen domestic affairs, Wang Fu was acutely aware of the cost-effectiveness of this dark product. He gazed in astonishment at the rising flames in the furnace, and with a beaming smile, he clasped his hands in respect towards Li Haoran, the first to shower him with praise. "Congratulations, my lord!" Straightening his posture, Li Haoran felt invigorated, humming with satisfaction. "Have Wang and I continue to produce more of these curved bricks. The more the better. Then, let the women and elderly, without assigned tasks, come to make the coal cakes. Following this exact formula, we shall indulge in a luxurious life of steamed buns. 1 to eat, 1 to discard, and 2 bowls of soy milk, 1 to drink, 1 to spill." As he beamed with joy, Wang Fu couldn't help but twitch his cheek at the sight of his master grinning broadly. With a workforce of 4,000, the difference was palpable. The 400 laborers, along with over 300 elderly men still capable of heavy work, mined coal, while 200 strong men were tasked with brickmaking and Kong construction. Over 1,000 women took charge of shaping the hive coal, with the remaining elderly, women, and children helping where needed. Within just a few days, Li Haoran's mining area had expanded to include 50 more low, unattractive houses and a substantial storage of hive coal resembling small hills. Yet, despite this progress, Li Haoran could not afford to smile. He now understood the frustrations felt by young people in contemporary Korea. That he once read a report stating that Korean youths envied their Chinese counterparts. For in China, young people could embark on entrepreneurial ventures with ease, opening bubble tea shops or small eateries with merely a registration from the Business Bureau. In contrast, Korea's market was dominated by superchain stores, monopolizing dishes like bibimbap and soup. The only seemingly free avenue appeared to be fried chicken, yet even that industry was fiercely competitive. Presently, the late Han dynasty was not much different. A group of self-proclaimed virtuous families denounced merchants, but in reality, it was these prominent clans that monopolized commerce. This monopoly was so tight that one could hardly spot any stores. Commercial activities in Shudu primarily transpired within the confines of these noble families. For instance, the coal being utilized was sourced from the southern foothills of the Funyo Mountains, designated as a royal forest by Cao Cao for the Han Emperor Xian. Naturally, the royal family did not manage it directly. It was overseen by imperial relatives such as the Grand Tutor Dongcheng. Aside from a few scattered firewood collectors supplying coal to Shudu, the entire city's coal supply was virtually monopolized by the Dong family. And the Jin Yongli family, who had just cast him out, were not coal barons from Shaanxi, yet they remained a family that Cao had to reckon with, leveraging their proximity to the southern Xiongnu tribes to monopolize a significant portion of the horses and livestock transported from the grasslands to the central plains. Furthermore, the Hongnong Yang family, the Sun family from Yingchuan, and various other noble clans had thoroughly cornered the market. After successfully producing hive coal, Li Haoran eagerly opened a shop along the northern street of his residence, hiring several attractive young female attendants for sales. However, after several days of efforts, not a single coal cake was sold. Upon inquiring, he discovered that the neighboring northern estate belonged to Ding Yi, a former official of the Hongnong Yang family, while to the west was the residence of the former warehouse steward, Yang Xiu, now an inspector, also from the Hongnong Yang clan. As for the estate to the east, it was none other than the Jin Yang Wang family, from whom he had been expelled. Although they were not of the same lineage as the General Wang Zifu, they still viewed him with disdain. Thus, he found himself unable to sell anything. Consequently, the leader of this 4,000-strong enterprise had no choice but to personally handle business operations. Once more, he found himself in the Grand Hall of Cao, standing on the imposing three-tiered platform. Yet upon seeing Li Haoran bent over, head to the ground and rear in the air, Cao Cao felt a twinge of aesthetic fatigue, rubbing his forehead in frustration and asking, "What land do you have your eye on this time?" Reporting to the Chancellor, "The 500 acres of mountains you graciously bestowed upon me are adjacent to an iron mine. I do not require land. I am here to offer coal to address the capital's fuel shortage. Please, Chancellor, follow me to the Kong." Though it may be considered a dilemma, Cao Cao, with a measure of patience, followed Li Haoran to the side chamber. He observed as Li Haoran eagerly retrieved the glowing charcoal from the stove and replaced it with 2 blocks of his own honeycomb coal. The charcoal ignited the carbonized wood shavings within the honeycomb, producing a vivid crimson flame that, to be fair, appeared quite beautiful. Yet, for Cao Cao, functionality was paramount. He cared little for the technical nuances behind it. After a cursory glance, he waved dismissively to Li. "You have toiled well. From now on, the coal for the residents shall be sourced from your mine. You may depart. Minister, there are still 30,000 soldiers encamped outside the city, suffering from the bitter cold. The coal from my mine is more than sufficient to meet the demand that I implore you to procure coal from my mine to warm the soldiers." Li Haoran, rubbing his hands together like a cunning merchant, pressed his request that it was likely the first time in his life that someone had come to him with such a sales pitch. Cao Cao was taken aback for several seconds, incredulously pointing at himself to Li. "Are you asking me for money?" with a face as distressed as Yang Bailau's. Hearing Cao Cao's incredulity, Wang Ho hastily knelt as if serving his father-in-law. "Father, no, minister. You order me to recruit. Yet over 4,000 mouths depend on the coal mine for sustenance. I wish to serve the nation loyally, but I truly cannot afford it." "Nonsense. Did I instruct you to recruit 4,000 souls all at once? Do you mean to say that I am at fault? Are you aware of the trouble you've stirred? How many in the court have accused you of treachery? It is I who have shielded you from that. You show no gratitude and dare come here seeking benefits. It seems you no longer wish to hold your position." At 47, Cao Cao had weathered numerous storms in life that he had encountered those who were timid, those with ulterior motives, and those like Guojia, who were arrogant in their talents. However, he had never before met someone as obsessed with money as Wang Ho, who sought to exploit him. It stirred within Cao Cao an impulse to reprimand him severely. Had this fellow changed after a single trip to the execution ground? What perplexed Cao Cao further was that despite his intimidation, Wang Ho remained resolute in his intent, his face drawn like a bitter melon as he lamented. Minister, this is merely to accumulate a dowry for the upcoming Red Festival. Begone! Before Wang Ho could finish his sentence, under Cao Cao's fierce gaze, he hastily adjusted his tune. This is also for the autumn harvest next year. If my subordinates and tenants starve, how can we harvest grain? Wouldn't that be a loss for you as well? Moreover, this would benefit you. Each month, the residence pays the Dong family for coal. Providing 1,000 shur of millet, my honeycomb coal burns just as well and requires only 1,000 shur of wheat to feed the horses. Wheat. This mention caused Cao Cao's expression to shift slightly. But just as Wang Ho felt a flicker of hope, Cao Cao suddenly turned his head and bellowed toward the door. Bring that item here. Item? Wang Ho was left utterly bewildered. What emerged was a large dish containing neatly arranged 10 or so steamed buns, causing a chill to run down Wang Ho's spine. This was the staple food of his household, and only a few of the 30 individuals in his residence could afford to eat white buns. The rest had to endure the hardships of consuming coarse buns made from bran. Unbeknownst to him, someone had presented this information to Cao Cao. The most suspicious were the 9 tiger and leopard riders he had sent. Yet they were also the least suspicious, as they devoured their buns with the voracity of starving ghosts, leaving no trace behind. However, that was a matter for another time. Presently, if he did not manage to appease Cao Cao, he would face bankruptcy and starvation before spring sowing arrived. Thus, the fear flickered momentarily, and looking at the frozen, hard gray buns, Wang Ho bowed deeply. Minister, what does this mean? Is this your residence's staple food? Indeed, made from wheat. Indeed. How much can 1 shur of wheat produce? Wang Ho was genuinely perplexed. This was the minister's residence, not a cooking show. Observing Cao Cao's solemn expression, he regretfully shook his head. That I do not know. However, to make white buns, one needs to sift out about half of the bran. Only then can the steamed buns be soft and palatable. That if the bran is not sifted, the resulting buns will be coarse and less enjoyable, though they are more nutritious and better for health. Furthermore, the bran can be used to feed cattle and horses. The few horses in my residence are fed with bran mixed with fodder, and they do not gain weight any less than if they were fed wheat directly. Wang Ho could not fathom why Cao Cao was so interested in culinary skills, but in order to secure this substantial order, he expressed all he knew, which led Cao Cao to stroke his beard, deep in thought for a full minute before he finally raised his head gravely. Can this be made into military rations? No wonder Cao Cao was so serious over a mere bun. The yield of wheat surpassed that of millet by nearly a third or even half. Yet, during this era, the primary method of preparing wheat was to boil it into porridge. Wheat containing bran and malt was much harder to cook and digest compared to dehulled millet or rice, making it primarily suitable for horse feed during marches. Now, however, Wang Ho had found a way to make wheat soft and palatable, which presented the possibility of replacing millet. The granary's millet reserves stood at around 300,000 shur, whereas his wheat reserves exceeded 900,000, that if wheat could indeed serve as military rations, next year's supplies could multiply fourfold, sufficient for several major campaigns. Noticing Cao Cao's serious demeanor, Wang Ho again found himself in a state of confusion, uncertainly shaking his head. Fresh buns spoil within a few days, but if they are placed on a heated platform to dry, they might last around a year. When it's time to eat, soaking them in water will soften them for consumption. Wang Ho was unsure how long dried buns would actually last, but he recalled reading a story online about a prisoner whose parents, due to poverty, carried a bundle of buns for several months just to visit him. Therefore, he felt somewhat confident in estimating a year. This figure pleased Cao Cao, who stroked his beard and nodded in approval. He hastily commanded, I grant you 7 days. Return with the dried buns you mentioned, place them outside, and then come back to present them to me. Minister, what about the coal procurement matter? Get out. With a thunderous slap on the table, Cao Cao stood abruptly, his sleeves sweeping outward, causing Wang Ho to feel the weight of his frustration and hurriedly exit. There was no helping it. The client was always right. Upon returning home, Wang Ho confidently instructed the eager Wang Gan, get out. Go fetch a basket of white buns and place them on the heating platform to dry. Not a single drop of water is to remain. Following Cao Cao's orders, within 7 days, Wang Ho returned with a large basket of thoroughly dried, hard buns that could be used as projectiles. He entered the minister's residence, accompanied by a little shadow, Cao Hongjie, who seemed unwilling to miss any opportunity to impress Cao Cao. One could not help but wonder how such a sycophantic nature had developed in her. Indeed, Wang Ho made a notable appearance. After the previous heating platform incident, trusted generals like Cheng Yu, Gu Jia, and Xiahou Dun were present, and this time, it was even more lively, with a host of Cao Cao's founding generals like Xiahou Yuan, Chao Hong, and Su Chu all gathered, that a throng of powerful figures watched with rapt attention as Chao Hongjia proudly brought in the large basket of buns. "Greetings, Minister." In the hall, Wang Ho and Chao Hongjia presented a striking resemblance as they bowed in unison, causing Cao Cao's well-groomed beard to tremble with amusement, followed by a resigned wave of his hand. "Wang Lingguan, distribute the buns to the generals." "Understood." Though the order was given to Wang Ho, it was the attendants of the minister's residence who actually assisted in the distribution. The hard, yellowed buns were handed out, and aside from Gu Jia, who was accustomed to snatching food from Wang Ho's stock, the other generals were like country bumpkins, inspecting the buns as if they were foreign artifacts. Su Chu, a stalwart among the elite troops, stepped forward and took a hearty bite, only to find himself with a painful jolt as his teeth met the hard bun, his face gleaming with vitality. Contorted in response, and he gruffly addressed Cao Cao, "My lord, this cannot be eaten." "Wang Lingguan, how should it be consumed?" "Should this contraption be utilized as military rations, it would undoubtedly require the approval of those who partake in its use. This likely explains why General Cao has summoned his military commanders. The success of securing this substantial contract hinges on the satisfaction of the esteemed patrons present today." Wang Ho hastily clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, stating, "For those with conditions, simmer gently for a quarter of an hour. For those without, soak in cool water for half an hour, and it shall be fit for consumption. Our forces are robust and patient." Boiling with fervor, the implementation of wheat among the armies is of paramount importance to Cao Cao. Should today's endeavor succeed, it could potentially triple next year's military provisions. Remarkably, the chief tendering officer has shown leniency. Under his command, a bronze cauldron, worthy of a future museum, was brought forth. Not to mention, the anthracite coal, graciously provided by Wang Ho, served as an advertisement in its own right. Those hard, dense buns were hurled into the cauldron one after another, revealing the undeniable advantages of coal, with its thermal efficiency surpassing that of wood charcoal by several hundred degrees, even reaching 1,000 degrees under closed conditions. Within moments, what appeared to be a thick cauldron began to bubble vigorously, and the previously solid buns rapidly disintegrated. The ancients referred to buns as soup cakes for good reason. After approximately 10 minutes of boiling, attendants began serving the bun broth in bowls, placing one before a general. Though it appeared that this dish should be quite soft, somewhat reminiscent of the later spicy soup, recent experiences with Su Chu left the likes of Xiahou and Sun Yu's kin hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. However, it was Gu Jia who, without a hint of hesitation, took a generous spoonful and promptly nodded in approval. Indeed, while it lacks the fresh, soft texture of a newly steamed bun, the boiling process imparts a delightful porridge-like quality. Paired with meat broth, it would surely float to the surface. Observing that no teeth were lost in the endeavor, the civil and military officials followed suit, eagerly scooping up their portions. One cannot help but pity the ancient folk of this era, who have yet to experience the myriad of delicious foods. None more so than Su Chu, who devoured his portion with reckless abandon, akin to swine at a trough. In contrast, the refined Sun Yu delicately savored his spoonfuls, and after a few thoughtful tastes, he set down his bowl and bowed deeply to General Cao. "If this substance can indeed be stored for an entire year, I believe it to be feasible." Success! Wang Ho's heart fluttered with joy. Chapter 35. Further Endeavors. Wang Ho had successfully secured this business, usurping the contract from the Grand Tutor Dong Chung, initially intended for the winter heating coal of the 30,000 soldiers in the Baifu. It had now been replaced by Wang Ho's anthracite. In this era, project payments were termed annual rewards, but it had been reduced from an annual bounty of 12,000 stones of millet to a monthly allocation of 1,000 stones of wheat. Moreover, the esteemed patron imposed an additional stipulation. Chancellor Cao would allocate 3,000 stones of wheat each month to Wang Ho, who in turn must provide 2,000 stones worth of buns and return the wheat bran for feeding the cavalry. Wheat was unpopular in this time, primarily due to the labor-intensive nature of flour production. With a modest income, Wang Ho also had to allocate over 1,000 women monthly to work for Chancellor Cao without pay, as laborers required sustenance. Thus, the additional income from 1,000 stones of wheat barely covered the consumption, while he was also compelled to divert resources towards the construction of windmills and mills. Hence, while he did not incur losses on this contract, the profits were indeed meager. The clattering noise resonated like a great river surging down a hill. Yet in reality, it was hundreds of women tirelessly sifting flour and bran, while a group of elderly men swept up the bran. These refugees were indeed pitiable. Having been under Wang Ho's command for nearly 2 months, they had not enjoyed a single day of comfort. With many still forced to burrow into straw piles for shelter, devoid of hope, they observed Wang Ho, who sported a budding mustache. They trudged about in a daze, not even lifting their heads. In the distance, a group of 30 or so laborers, their faces grimy from brick and cement, toiled listlessly. It was profoundly unfair. They labored tirelessly to construct the grand windmill, grinding flour, yet dined on the coarse, unpalatable black buns. Their plight was not unique. Wang Ho himself was also troubled. The profits were minimal, not to mention he had undermined a crucial source of income for the royal family of Dong, effectively incurring the wrath of a faction of idle aristocrats. Although Wang Ho had never enjoyed a stellar reputation among the aristocracy, he had previously avoided severe conflicts of interest. Now, however, they were poised to retaliate. Through the lips of the informant Xiao Hongjie, he learned that just yesterday, Prince Dongcheng and several prominent officials had jointly accused him before Chancellor Cao, alleging embezzlement of grain and the unlawful appropriation of commoners' daughters. One of the charges even claimed he had obtained the Yellow Heaven Register from the esteemed Zhang Jiao, asserting that he was excavating coal to cultivate sorcery and plot rebellion. Such imagination. It would be a travesty if they did not write fantasy novels in later generations. Fortunately, on one hand, Chancellor Cao had placed spies around him. Without a doubt, Xiao Hongjie was his most significant informant, eagerly reporting any of Wang Ho's activities to Cao, ensuring he remained under vigilant scrutiny. That, on the other hand, he remained useful. In the coming spring, Chancellor Cao was poised to dispatch Yi Zhifu, Pei Mao to quell the chaos in Guangzhou, eliminating the treacherous Li Ju and Guisi. The buns prepared over these months were intended as provisions for Pei Mao's troops. Without him, no one among Su Du's officials could convert horse feed into human sustenance. Yet, the sense of crisis loomed heavily in Wang Ho's heart. The formidable nature of the Han dynasty's noble families was not lost on this time-traveling individual. By comparison, he was but a small ant against the might of the Wang clan from Taiyuan, which alone boasted tens of thousands of acres of fertile land and thousands of servants and kin. His current comfort stemmed solely from his utility, that if he did not devise a means to strengthen his position. Who knew if Chancellor Cao would one day appoint a grain officer to stabilize the military's morale, potentially sacrificing his own life to quell the resentment of the aristocrats. Moreover, what of Xiao Hongjie? Was she truly Cao's adopted daughter, a niece from a relative? She remained tight-lipped, and despite their shared intimacy, Cao showed no inclination to wed her to anyone else. Their relationship was not particularly fervent. Yet Wang Ho realized that should she marry another, he would undoubtedly be deeply unsettled. Thus, Chancellor Cao's stance left him in a state of agitation, compelling him to elevate his own status to be worthy of her. But how to achieve this elevation? Liu Bei relied on his reputation as the uncle of the grass shoe, while the handsome Guijia thrived on his cunning intellect. Guan Yu's favor with Chancellor Cao stemmed partly from his martial prowess and partly from his unwavering loyalty. What could Wang Ho leverage to ascend? Lost in thought, he unwittingly wandered back to the vast mountain of coal, where the coal surface had been cleared to refine anthracite, leaving behind gleaming chunks of coal. Staring blankly at the shiny coal pieces, Wang Ho suddenly smacked his thigh. Did I end this wretched feudal era? When feudal lords merely opened their mouths, the servants below would run until their legs broke. In a moment of inspiration, Wang Ho's words sent Wang Gan and Wang Ni into a frenzy of activity. The construction of the grand furnace at the Wang residence was steadily improving. With bricks stacked inside and cement applied outside, that a large, flat gourd emerged from Wang Ho's estate by the afternoon. The household staff added materials. Wang Gan, speechless, pondered whether his master was simply restless. The furnace was divided into 2 sections. Above, the discarded coal chunks were tossed in, while below, The newly refined anthracite and sizable coal pieces were layered thickly. Coal smelting iron has been achieved in this era. But coal smelting coal? This was truly unheard of. Observing Wang Ho's enthusiastic direction of the filling process, a half-witted servant could not resist mumbling to himself, "Master, what are you trying to accomplish? The coal blocks below will only burn up the ones on top. This isn't going to forge a great sword." Unaware of the servant's confusion, Wang Ho, brimming with pride, teased, "This is why I am your master, and you are merely the captain of the servants." Eh? Wang Gan was left even more bewildered. Were it not for Chen Deng, could he and his son have transformed from humble caretakers into stewards of the Wang residence? Could this endeavor truly yield a Chen Gong? However, no matter how curious Wang Ganzi was, under Wang Ho's command, a blazing bundle of firewood was thrust into the furnace below. Instantly, in the dim light of the evening, the coal ignited, producing flickering crimson flames. This fire burned throughout the night, releasing a pungent odor of sulfur that wafted through the mountain breeze, stinging the eyes and causing tears to flow. If environmental organizations of the future were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly stamp a glaring red mark on Wang Ho's forehead. The following morning, the thick layers of coal had turned to ash, and Wang Ho, who had comfortably slept behind the windbreak, ambled out looking rather dignified, accompanied by his entourage of sycophants. Observing the furnace that resembled a large termite mound, he waved his hand in delight. "Come on, dismantle it," eagerly curious to see if he could produce something akin to Qinggong. Wang Ganzi enthusiastically set up a ladder and was the first to pull out a still-warm kiln brick. His sturdy followers soon joined in, and in the cacophony of activity, within minutes, the large furnace had been stripped of more than half its structure. However, much to Wang Ganzi's disappointment, the large chunks of coal, resembling sweet potatoes, appeared merely charred and lost their luster, seemingly unchanged. Before Wang Ganzi could recover from his disappointment, Wang Ho, with a wave of his hand that could make one bleed with frustration, commanded, "Where are the blacksmiths? Come here and build me 2 iron smelting furnaces." The hustle continued that in later times, Xuchang would be renowned as a province rich in mineral resources, particularly iron ore, which was one of the most abundant minerals in the Earth's crust. Not far from this mountainous land, a small iron mine had been unearthed, revealing a cliff face glistening with a dark red hue, rich in iron content. The only drawback was that the ore was exceedingly tough. Spotting a gap, Wang Ganzi inserted a shovel, pried it open, but the iron ore did not budge. Instead, the shovel, filled with impurities, was the first to break. Although Wang Ho had never worked in a mine, he had witnessed blasting during his childhood. Gazing at the solid mountain of ore, he lamented how wonderful it would be to have a bundle of dynamite. "Master, what is dynamite?" inquired Wang Ganzi, only to be completely ignored by the callous lord. Dejectedly surveying the area, he pointed at the cliff base, heavily blanketed in snow. With an authoritative gesture, he commanded, "Come, clear this land for me, and have Wang Tieshua bring back all the iron ore." Commands from a leader must be obeyed, regardless of their reasonableness. Returning with over 100 men, under the promise of a reward of steamed buns, a group of men gritted their teeth, wielding crowbars and shovels, and by nightfall, they had finally managed to haul back several hundred pounds of iron ore. In the endeavor to exploit this coal mine, in order to assist Wang Ho in forming his own military unit, General Cao had provided him with 10 skilled blacksmiths from the Ba Mansion's smelting division, which now proved invaluable. Divided into groups of 5, and with the help of several sturdy laborers, within a day, the 2 iron smelting furnaces that Wang Ho desired were constructed. The ancient Chinese iron smelting technique was quite impressive, and the 2 furnaces, standing over 3 meters tall, bore resemblance to the small clay furnaces of later times, exuding an air of majesty. Yet, amidst the trepidation of Wang Tieshua, the chief blacksmith of the Wang household, his master was pacing around the furnace with a grimace, seemingly unsatisfied. "It feels as if something is missing." Chapter 36. The great iron smelting having collected a set of leather-bound editions of 100,000 Ys in his youth, Wang Ho found it most useful now. Early the next morning, after racking his brain for half the night, he summoned the leatherworker and carpenter to finally add the missing component, the bellows. Dismantling a large box, he inserted 2 pull rods, covered it with a piece of cowhide, and thus it was completed. The newly constructed iron furnace was then fitted with an opening, and a ventilation duct was hastily built with bricks and cement. Without waiting for the cement to dry, Wang Ho impatiently ordered the furnace to be ignited for smelting the iron ore. The large coal chunks, which had been dried out for a day, were put to use. The now dull and sooty coal pieces were moved into the furnace at Wang Ho's command, and the iron, where they had retrieved yesterday, was tossed in as well, along with lime as a reactive medium. However, before Wang Ho could excitedly give the order to light the fire, the blacksmith head sent by General Cao, who had been frowning and stroking his chin, suddenly clasped his fists and said, "Master, please hold on." Oh, Wang Ho's gaze fell upon the blacksmith's muscular physique, and he was taken aback. The blacksmith, clearly a bit anxious, inquired respectfully, "Might I ask if the furnace is intended for forging agricultural tools or weapons?" "If it is for agricultural tools, coal will suffice. However, if it is for weapons, I have previously used coal for smelting multiple batches, and they were all brittle and unfit for use. Please consider this." "Master." Impressed by the blacksmith's knowledge, Wang Ho casually replied with a smile, "It is nothing to worry about. We are merely forging some farming tools." Though disappointment flickered across the blacksmith's face, he said no more and respectfully withdrew. This time, it was not the honeycomb coal that ignited, but rather the high-quality charcoal blocks that were thrown in, and even then, it took half a day to catch fire. Yet once the flames erupted, the advantages of coal were fully revealed. The intense heat burst forth from the furnace, as with charcoal could only reach about 1,000 degrees, while coal could easily surpass 2,000 degrees. The heat melted the surrounding ice and snow at a visible speed, causing the unevenly sized iron or chunks to crack rapidly, scattering in a cacophony. "What are you waiting for? Blow air into it." Wang Ho, frustrated at his followers for standing idly by, shouted, but this only left them more flustered. In exasperation, he personally grabbed the makeshift bellows handle, panting heavily as he pumped air into the furnace. The already vigorous flames surged higher, and the heat became unbearable, forcing those nearby to retreat. Observing Wang Ho, drenched in sweat as he operated the bellows, the muscular blacksmith's eyes lit up. He quickly joined him, pushing air into the second furnace. And once again, bright flames erupted. That moment, Wang Ganzi finally came to his senses, taking over the bellows from Wang Ho, and the two furnaces blazed with fervor, allowing Wang Ho to step back for a moment. Rubbing his chin and adjusting the sparse hairs of his newly grown mustache, he gazed at the towering furnace expelling thick black smoke, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. His hands rubbed together incessantly. If the fuel was inadequate, surely the steel products would suffice. With buns to spare and soy milk aplenty, this iron endeavor was crucial for their sustenance. The initial process of iron smelting involves two distinct stages. The first step is the block smelting method, where the first furnace burns for several hours. The non-metallic stone elements crumble under the intense heat, and the scorching furnace ash is extracted, under conditions of oxygen deficiency. The coal produces a substantial amount of carbon monoxide, which reacts with the iron elements in the ore, yielding irregular blocks of pig iron, some still adhering to slag, appearing amidst the furnace dross. Initially indifferent to the extraction of iron from the dross, the blacksmith, with muscles honed by labor, was suddenly struck with astonishment as two still warm blocks of pig iron clashed together, that he examined the enticing piece of iron in his hands for a considerable time, and then, as if possessed, began fervently tossing one after another into a basket. Simultaneously, in the West, the method still relied on charcoal, smelting at temperatures below 1,000 degrees, resulting in spongy iron filled with pores and impurities. It was only through the repeated hammering of the blacksmith that these impurities could be eliminated, thus completing the processing of iron tools. However, they emerged as a formidable latecomer during the Renaissance, in a mere 2 to 3 centuries. They evolved smelting techniques that had developed over 2 millennia from the Han to the Qing dynasties, swiftly achieving industrialization and completely surpassing the East. Fortunately, with the presence of Wang Ho, the smelting industry of the Han dynasty experienced a significant uplift. As the blast furnace began to cool, Wang Ho, having procured a heap of pig iron, did not hasten to continue smelting. Instead, he directed the workers to remain busy, taking advantage of the furnace's lingering heat to melt the surrounding soil. He himself wielded a shovel, swiftly excavating 2 square pits measuring 2 meters on each side and half a meter deep beside the 2 blast furnaces. The bottoms of the pits were entirely leveled. Yet Wang Ho remained unsatisfied. He instructed others to bring bricks, laying them atop with cement to create a smooth layer, resembling two small swimming pools, before he finally expressed contentment. However, after completing this task, darkness was descending, and with the cement needing time to dry, he lit a coal stove nearby and deemed the day's work finished. In a time devoid of smartphones, computers, or even televisions, Wang Ho, like many in the late Han Dynasty, was compelled to forsake his internet addiction, cultivating a habit of early rising. After finishing breakfast around 5, he would stroll about, and by 6, when night fully enveloped the sky, he would retire for the night, rising again at just past 5 the following morning, well-rested. Yet someone was even more diligent. Early in the morning, a yawning Wang Gan awaited 10 strong men from the manor. When they reached the edge of the coal mining area by the iron smelting furnace, the muscular blacksmith was already there, intently studying the 2 large blast furnaces, deep in thought, until Wang Ho slapped him heavily on the back, jolting him back to reality. "Ah, I humbly greet the master," he exclaimed. "What is your name?" Wang Ho inquired, slightly embarrassed that he did not even know the name of his own subordinate. Fortunately, as a lord, he retained his dignity. He straightened his posture, adopting an air of inspection, motioning grandly despite the blacksmith being over 6 feet tall, who promptly clasped his fists in respect, responding, "Esteemed lord, I am Pu, and this is Wang Yuan, hailing from Gong County in Shu." "Very well, Wang Yuan. Prepare to commence work." Wang Ho, unfamiliar with the ancient place names, waved his sleeve and turned back to the furnace. The robust blacksmith was nearly choked by the sudden dismissal, his face flushed with embarrassment. But as he turned to gaze at the blast furnace still shimmering in the morning light, fervor ignited in his eyes. The pig iron smelted the previous day had been halved and, along with nearly sufficient spongy iron, was fed into the blast furnace. This time, however, the quantity of darkened coal blocks had more than doubled, alongside lime powder as a reducing agent. Observing the furnace brimming with materials, Wang Ho gestured for Wang Gan to toss in a bundle of firewood, igniting an inferno that surged once more. The duration of this burning was extended, watching the blacksmith's labor for 2 hours. Wang Ho's stomach began to rumble with hunger around noon, that in an era of scarce resources. Even Wang Ho, who could indulge in lavish meals in later times, found himself unable to ignore his hunger. Disregarding Wang Gan, who was laboring under the heat, he retreated to the back to find a large stove for a meal. The onlookers, consisting of tenants and workers, dispersed, returning home for their meals or continuing to mine coal for bread. Amidst the crowd, the only truly dedicated individual was the iron worker Wang Yuan, who labored with relentless vigor, shedding his heavy outer robe in the frigid winter, exposing his well-defined chest as sweat poured down his body. His eyes, gleaming like copper bells, remained fixed on the task, continuously working the bellows. Gusts of wind surged into the furnace, intensifying the flames, causing the bricks inside to glow red as if they were on the verge of crystallizing. After several hours of searing heat, Wang Yuan suddenly called out, striking the protruding mass in the furnace with his hammer. The molten iron surged forth through the opening, directly injected into the 2 cement pools prepared below. This method of steelmaking belonged to the era's technological advancements, and even in Wang Ho's absence, Wang Shui and Wang Yuan could perform this task with ease. Both men, wielding large wooden poles, stood undeterred by the heat, rhythmically stirring the contents of the pool every few seconds. With each stir, the wooden rods burned away a portion, and after approximately 10 minutes of such labor, the once molten iron began to solidify, its surface becoming mottled with impurities resembling volcanic SH. In the final moments, while the metal remained pliable, Wang Yuan skillfully divided the pool into 9 sections, waiting a few minutes for the metal to cool. He did not hesitate to smash the bricks at the edges, clearing away the top layer of impurities, revealing a slightly dark, metallic gleam of wrought iron, with portions of steel embedded within that moment. Wang Ho, indulging himself with a steamed bun and pickles, was suddenly interrupted as Wang Yuan burst in, exuberantly carrying several pounds of finished wrought iron, exclaiming, "Master, it's completed! I have never seen such superior iron materials in my ancestors' generations of blacksmithing." However, in his excitement, he nearly dropped the heavy load on Wang Ho's feet, startling him and causing him to choke on his bun, his face turning a ghastly shade as he collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, a great traverser of time thus met his untimely demise through a mere bun. That is inconceivable. Chapter 37. The Unparalleled Hoe. The wrought iron was produced, marking the culmination of steel smelting in the late Han era. What remained was for the blacksmiths to gradually infuse carbon, hammering the wrought iron into steel, crafting swords and spears. This process, known as the 100 refinements, involved flattening a piece of iron in a charcoal fire, folding it, and continuing to forge it, hence the phrase steel forged through 100 refinements. However, this method was exceedingly time-consuming. A fine sword could take over 10 days to produce. Even a skilled blacksmith could only forge a few blades daily, rendering the labor and resources needed to equip 100,000 soldiers an astronomical figure. Wang Ho could not afford to wait that long nor expend such resources, so he resorted to a shortcut. For the third time, the previously refined pig iron and wrought iron were once again placed into the furnace, this time with a more skillful approach akin to wrapping dumplings. Lumps of pig iron were encased in flattened wrought iron. Under the astonished gazes of Wang Chui and the others, Wang Yuan followed Wang Ho's step-by-step instructions, using tongs to grip the wrapped pieces, constantly moving them around. Forging steel was no easy feat. The black coal blocks emitted temperatures that threatened to singe hair and eyebrows. Amidst this intense heat, the pig iron melted first into liquid iron, merging with the semi-melted wrought iron. Meanwhile, the bellows propelled a substantial amount of oxygen into the furnace, oxidizing the impurities that lingered on the surface of the steel. After an hour, more than 20 irregular, yet gleaming steel blocks were placed before Wang Ho. Wang Yuan, rubbing his hands together as though he had encountered a stunning beauty, observed in awe, while Wang Ho sat there, somewhat disgruntled, humming to himself. This clumsy fellow had the spirit of a craftsman, but was far too boisterous, nearly choking the lord to death, as if soothing a beloved. Wang Ho's rough hand grazed the iron blocks. After a while, Wang Yuan abruptly clasped his fists with fervor, declaring, "Master, these fine steels must be entrusted to me. I am confident I can forge weapons of unparalleled quality, akin to the legendary Mo Yi and Long Yuan." However, gazing into his eager eyes, Wang Ho shook his head slowly to no. The sound of hurried hooves rang sharply on the narrow path leading to the mountains, as a troop of over a dozen knights merrily trod upon the light snow, ascending the trail. However, upon reaching the mid-slope, the foremost knight, a dashing female rider, suddenly pulled on the reins, coming to a bewildered halt. In a future era, Wang Ho's mining operation would undoubtedly be deemed a prime example of transgression. In scarcely a month and a half, what was once a pristine and tidy hollow had been ravaged beyond recognition. While elsewhere the snow remained white, here it was blackened, encrusted with layers of coal. To the west, the exposed coal had been excavated into a spiraling deep pit that delved steeply into the mountainside. Numerous grimy tenants were seen laboriously transporting coal in wicker baskets purchased from the market. Down on the eastern slope, small, uniformly aligned houses resembled a chessboard, with workers continuously firing bricks for construction. To the north, tenants herded cattle, pilfering timber from the deep woods to meet various construction needs. The southernmost area, adjacent to the road, was a makeshift shelter. One end was occupied by women and the elderly crafting honeycomb coal from clay, while the other had been converted into a blacksmith's forge, with the clanging of metal and the billowing smoke from the smelting furnace rising incessantly. One word to describe the scene: filthy and chaotic. Strangely, within the forge, alongside the rhythmic hammering, there were also sounds of wailing, as the muscle-bound blacksmith, alternating between sobs and strikes, wearily wiped his tears and gestured inside, with a bemused tilt of her head. Chao Hongjie regarded the disordered coal valley that had transformed over the past 10 days, and then gracefully dismounted, casting the reins aside as she eagerly dashed towards the nearest blacksmith shop. "Where is that wastrel Wang Ho? I've heard he has procured quite a bit of fine iron. Summon him at once. I wish to have a few weapons forged for my amusement. A passion for armaments over adornments." The education Chao Hongjie received was indeed unconventional. Upon entering the blacksmith's door, she pounded on the table, clamoring loudly. However, upon hearing her raucous demands, the weeping blacksmith, still hammering away, merely wiped his eyes and pointed inward, continuing to cry with each strike as if he were inflicting pain upon himself, with her heart set on acquiring fine swords and a suit of armor. Chao Hongjie peered curiously inside and skipped further in. It is often said that curiosity kills the cat, And indeed, this young woman proved to be no exception. Meanwhile, Guojia, trailing behind her, exhibited a curiosity surpassing even that of a cat. Clad in a thick down coat pilfered from Wang Ho, he observed the nearly 2-meter-tall muscular blacksmith weeping like a child weighing 190 pounds, fascinated as he transformed a steel block into a hoe, grinding its edge against a new sharpening stone at his feet before hanging it on the wall. Alongside the wall, a significant pile of finished hoes awaited, while workers diligently attached the handles. Overcome by curiosity, Guojia picked one up, weighing it in his hands, and tested the sharpness of its blade against his fingertip. In that instant, he comprehended why Wang Yuan, the burly blacksmith, was wailing so heartily. Slapping his thigh, he lamented, "This is a sheer waste." Shaking off his sleeves, this foremost genius under Cao Cao's command rushed into the coal mine, his expression filled with despair in this wretched feudal society. While others resided in small cottages, Wang Ho had the audacity to privilege himself with a spacious tiled house, complete with an indoor kitchen and bathroom, and the windows even lined with paper. Leaning by the window, Wang Ho sipped the hot tea that Chen Deng had painstakingly procured from the south, still a rarity in this era. While for the first time, Cao Hongjia sat quietly on the edge of the Kong, attentively listening to his leisurely discourse, nodding her head in agreement. "Wang Tuqiu, you are truly squandering resources. Tell your men to cease their work immediately. How dare you use such fine steel, which I acquired for over 100 guan, to forge agricultural tools instead of weapons? I could just kick you. Those who dwell near pigs grow fat. Those who linger near mothers grow soft." While Wang Ho was no effeminate man, his prolonged association with Guojia had led him to adopt coarse language as well. Nonetheless, his anger and sorrow were understandable. In this era, most still relied on charcoal for low-temperature smelting. Anyone with a basic understanding of chemistry knows that the higher the temperature, the more intense the chemical reactions. Without reaching a furnace temperature of at least 1,000 degrees, many non-metallic impurities within iron or remain unseparated, resulting in a drop in the quality of the forged swords. Guojia carried with him a grand sword, an awkward product of this very predicament. A renowned blacksmith had crafted it over 49 days, a true masterpiece, yet its quality was merely medium carbon steel. He had spent over 100 guan on it, nearly bankrupting himself, only to find that the iron used by Wang Ho to forge hoes was of superior quality. Guojia's sense of frustration mirrored that of Wang Ho witnessing someone pouring paint into a Porsche S fuel tank to see if it could run. One word summed it up: utterly wasteful. Yet despite Guojia's fervent exclamations, Wang Ho remained unfazed, leisurely swirling his hot tea. "Brother Guo, I, Wang Tuqiu, am loyal to the Chancellor, and my presence has drawn the ire of numerous prominent families in Xuchang. Even hoarding a bit of manure here has prompted accusations of me disturbing the feng shui. If I were to start forging swords, they would surely accuse me of rebellion. Brother Guo, I simply cannot afford to be pushed onto the execution ground." "Ah, that makes sense," Guojia conceded, finding himself at a loss for words. Shaking his head, he gazed longingly at the blacksmith's shop, and after a moment, he lamented, "Why did you summon me out of the city? Surely it wasn't merely to witness your extravagance?" "Of course not," Wang Ho hastily replied, suddenly earnest. "Brother Guo, you are a man of valor with extensive connections. I greatly admire your friendships across the 3 teachings and 9 streams of Xuchang. Speak plainly, my friend." As Guojia settled into a chair, holding his teacup and crossing his legs, he returned Wang Ho's earlier insult, causing Wang Ho to nearly spit blood in exasperation, with a woeful countenance. He clasped his fists in salute. "Do you know any alchemists or sorcerers skilled in the mystical arts?" "Oh, you, Wang Tuqiu, believe in the words of the likes of Dongfang Shu." Guojia raised an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation, though a sly cunning soon crept across his face. "What isn't it for you, Guo? Just because I praised your altruism, don't play coy with me. I don't care what those Confucian scholars say. I need you to forge me 10 fine swords from that superior steel, 2 spears, and a full set of armor. None of this half-hearted breastplate nonsense. Hold on. That sounds like robbery." Wang Ho's expression soured further, resembling a bitter melon as he bowed deeply. Yet Guojia was not one to be easily deterred. "Wang, in Xuchang, I am the only one with connections to sorcerers. Perhaps Sun Lingzhong could assist as well. Oh, and don't forget about Dong Cheng, the Grand Master, and Yang Xiu. Even your Jinyang Wang clan has ties to the sorcerers. Why not inquire with them? Wang Ho nearly choked on his own blood. While Sun Yu was not exactly his enemy, he belonged to the scholarly class and would not look kindly upon him as for the others. Should they recommend an alchemist, he would not dare accept. Knowing they would rush to report him to Cao Cao, branding him a threat with all sorts of curses and hexes. Left with no choice, Wang Ho contemptuously raised a middle finger. Brother Gua, your righteousness is commendable. I am eternally grateful. What do you mean by that? Oh, we Jinyang are close to the barbarian territories. This gesture signifies gratitude. I see. I appreciate the lesson. Unaware he had been hoodwinked by Wang Ho and having enjoyed a prolonged discussion, Guo Jiao left with satisfaction, while tonight, Chao Hongjie would remain here, and he himself returned to Xuchong. However, passing by the blacksmith shop, he observed Wang Yuan still weeping as he hung a freshly forged shovel on the wall. Reaching out, he grabbed the hoe and struck it against the ground with a resounding crack, the sharp blade embedding effortlessly into the earth. Gazing at the undamaged hoe, Guo Jia couldn't help but let out another deep sigh. Wasteful. Chapter 38. The old immortal. After making 2 successive investments, Mr. Chao's Ba Mansion business incurred a minor loss, but in the second venture involving agricultural tools, Wang Ho finally glimpsed some profit that in the waning days of the Han Dynasty. Aside from food, iron goods held the highest value. After all, only cold, hard weapons could ensure that one could safely consume the warm grains harvested from the fields. Agricultural implements ranked next in importance. Without hoes, shovels, and iron plows, one could not produce any food, and possessing vast lands would only leave one to survive on the bitter winds of the Northwest. Moreover, compared to the shoddy cast iron tools that shattered upon first use, Wang Ho's steel agricultural implements became increasingly sought after in the market. Even the Yang family of Hongno, with whom he had a profound enmity, found themselves bowing their heads before these hefty iron tools. Today, it was the former Grand Commandant Yang Biao, whose residence was not far from that of the young servant Yang Xiao, that a few of Wang's ox carts stealthily parked at the back gate, while over a dozen of Wang's men, akin to thieves, tiptoed as they carried large bundles of straw-bound agricultural tools through the modest gate. Upon exiting, each man bore a box filled with the hard currency of the era, silks and brocades. For over half an hour, they toiled back and forth, and the carts were eventually emptied of over 20 boxes. After the transaction concluded, Wang's men, eager to verify their counts, were suddenly startled when the gate of the Yang residence slammed shut with a loud bang. Akin to warding off a plague, the Wang's nose collided painfully with the heavy iron gate, causing the burly man, standing nearly 6 feet tall, to crouch down in tears. After a while, he staggered back, clutching a hand covered in blood, and with a sincere fist salute toward Wang Ho, exclaimed in a somewhat foolish manner, "My lord, the transaction is complete. This deal has indeed proven lucrative in a society where steel is increasingly essential for warfare. Metal products are in high demand. The Yang family invested heavily, selling a total of 1,000 hoes, 500 steel shovels, and 10 steel plows, in exchange for over 450 bolts of silk. Averaging it out, for hoes weighing about 2 pounds each were traded for a bolt of silk. Though not of the finest quality, in the current market of Shudu, a bolt of silk could still fetch a cash equivalent of 1 guan, or a stone of millet, or 6 to 7 dough of wheat. Calculating costs, thanks to their own technology, the coal was mined from their own land, and the ore was extracted from the mountains. Wang Ho's expenses amounted to little more than some black and white steamed buns, with the monthly iron smelting costs peaking at 150 stones of wheat. This resulted in a staggering profit margin of 300%. Yet, as he observed his household servants cheerfully transporting boxes of fabric to the carts, Wang Ho found it difficult to share in their joy. He had little inclination to offer even a few words of comfort to his loyal servants. After Wang's report, he merely responded with a lazy hum, before turning to mount the ox cart. Presently, his reputation in Shudu was less than favorable. Accompanied by his servants, he navigated the narrow alleys back to his residence. Whereupon entering, he was met with the exuberant figure of Chao Hongjie, her small face flushed with excitement as she hurriedly called out, "Hurry, hurry! I've struck a deal with Hong Heir from the Xiaoho residence. The Xiaoho family's West Manor is also in need of hoes and shovels, at least 1,000 of them." While new business opportunities are typically a cause for celebration, her words struck a painful chord with Wang Ho. evoking a sense of loss akin to a mountain of silk vanishing before his eyes, causing his face to twitch in distress. That my dear young lady. We have no stock left, he lamented. It's no wonder that ancient emperors took an eternity to construct a royal tomb, requiring vast manpower and resources. Years or even decades would pass as scores of laborers toiled away. In contrast, in later times, dynamite and excavators could reshape landscapes in mere weeks. Yet, in this era, workers had to painstakingly chip away at the mountains with chisels. Piece by piece, the iron mine Wang Ho had discovered was not a particularly rich source. That naturally weathered or was depleted after a single smelting. Fortunately, they had a batch of sturdy new steel tools to continue the excavation. Even so, after dispatching 96 strong men to mine, they only managed to extract over 10,000 kilograms of ore in a month, enough to produce around 2,000 kilograms of steel. The recent small-scale transaction with the Yang family had cleared out his monthly output entirely. There was indeed demand in the market, bolstered by the capable Cao Hongjie, who leveraged her familiarity to run errands. But the production capacity simply could not keep up. Perhaps nothing was more disheartening than this. In the afternoon, in the valley of the Funyo Mountains, Cao Hongjie had become a frequent visitor to this grimy and chaotic little mining site. That was a mystery why this young girl was so enamored with swords and weaponry. Over here, Wang Yuan, the blacksmith, was hammering away at a blade, while she stood nearby, gesticulating as though she were the master craftsman, that if they were to forge armor and swords, the profits could potentially multiply. Especially since Wang Ho stood on the shoulders of giants from over a millennium ago. Techniques like soil tempering, oil quenching, and the creation of scale armor could easily outclass the weaponry and armor of the same era. However, he was too fearful to implement such advancements that he hesitated to increase production scale further. With over 4,000 elderly, weak, and ill individuals under his care, Wang Ho already faced resentment from several influential clans in front of Mr. Cao. If he were to recruit a few hundred more strong men, wouldn't that be tantamount to courting disaster? Although Mr. Cao currently needed his services, the most unreliable factor remained human sentiment. One could never predict when Mr. Cao might be in a foul mood, leading to dire consequences for Wang Ho. Didn't history recount the fate of Han Fu and Yang Xiu? Thus, he needed to maintain a low profile. If all else failed, he would have to settle for modest gains, listless, listening to the clanging and clattering of iron being forged and basking in the rare winter sun. Wang Ho gradually began to doze off. Just then, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed along the mountain path. Before he could register what was happening, a flurry of snow kicked up by the war horses splattered across his face, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. Startled, Wang Ho sprang up, ready to confront whoever dared disturb his peace. Before he could even think of avenging himself against the culprit, Guijia, brimming with excitement, rushed toward him, grasping his collar. "Go! Quick, let us go! Aren't you seeking a wizard? Fortune has arrived. A living immortal is truly here." This was the first time Guijia had exhibited such a frantic demeanor. Wang Ho, still processing the sudden turn of events, found himself being pulled toward the horses. Guijia, fueled by enthusiasm, jerked the reins with fervor, his excitement reminiscent of an army charging into battle. Poor Wang Ho, still half asleep, clutched the reins, his tongue flapping in the cold wind. The excitement didn't end there. Before they had traveled far, a sharp reprimand rang out from behind. Without needing to turn around, Wang Ho knew it was the boisterous Cao Hongjie, who, undeterred, would follow them into the fray. Guijia was indeed well informed. The divine being passed through Changsha, the very place where Huang Jin's forces were once repelled. That was a considerable distance from Shudu, and after a long gallop with several attendants, they finally arrived. However, this journey proved worthwhile. Despite the turmoil of war, Changsha County, which had also seen better days, was now bustling with a sea of people. Villagers and townsfolk from miles around had gathered, swelling the crowd to at least tens of thousands, surrounding the charred remnants of Changsha County. Among them were not just the simple villagers, but also numerous scholars and gentry. Guijia was one of them. A quintessential example. From a distance, Wang Ho was taken aback as he beheld the throng. As Guijia surged ahead, eager to plunge into the crowd, Wang Ho called out, "Feng Xiao, wait! What is going on here? Surely the yellow turban rebels aren't causing trouble again." In later times, one could hardly trust friends and family, for they might lead you into a trap. Although Guijia was highly regarded in history, Even a glistening trinket could lead one astray. The moment. If Mr. Cao were to suddenly declare himself a woman, Wang Ho would not bat an eye. The adage warned against mingling in crowded places. Seeing the masses surge forward like fervent fans at a concert, Wang Ho quickly grabbed Guojia by the collar and asked, "Is this the old immortal Yu Ji passing through?" He composed the Taiping Sutra and once presented it to Emperor Shun. Now he has surpassed 100 years. He is universally acknowledged as a living immortal. Rest assured, Guojia, tugging at his collar in annoyance, replied, "Just trust me." However, seeing Guojia's fervent demeanor, akin to that of a rabid fan, only deepened Wang Ho's apprehension. Unfortunately, as he contemplated retreating, he found himself unable to escape the enthusiastic Chao Hongjie, who, like a bull, was pushing him forward into the crowd. "Hey, watch it! Excuse me, my girlfriend is eager to inquire about her fortune." "Young lady, please don't push." "Oh, I apologize, brother." The vehicle could no longer be halted, and amidst the cacophony, the lamentations of Wang Ho echoed, casting aside the horse and the guards outside. Surprisingly, the trio managed to carve out a bloody path through the throngs of people and rushed inside. Indeed, there was an aura of celestial grace within. Beneath the grand old locust tree at the entrance of Changsha County, an elderly Taoist with a long white beard sat cross-legged in a dignified manner. Given the wrinkles etching his face and the whiteness of his hair, this venerable figure was undoubtedly advanced in years. Yet his physique remained robust, his back unbent, his eyes sharp, and his form reminiscent of a vigorous individual in his 30s or 40s. In a later era, he would undoubtedly serve as a spokesperson for some health supplement brand. The formidable presence of the elder was bolstered by two other Taoists, their hair still dark yet bearing signs of age, who also sat cross-legged beside him. Meanwhile, several young Taoist acolytes, ranging from mere children to adolescents, busied themselves tending to a large black pot from which a bitter aroma wafted. The scene resembled a divine intervention. As a young man lay on the cold ground, presumably afflicted by a chill or some ailment, wrapped in a large quilt, shivering against the cold breeze, the older woman beside him, likely his mother, knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Observing this, Guojia exhibited a lack of empathy, turning to Wang Ho with excitement. "Fortune has arrived. The elder Taoist is using talismanic water to save lives. I had only heard of it before, and now I finally witness it firsthand. You, my friend, will surely become a celestial being in no time." With an incredulous gaze, Wang Ho watched the throngs of thousands craning their necks like geese. Fixated on the white-bearded elder, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Chapter 39. Deception Yu Ji. That name sounded quite familiar. Fixing his gaze on the elderly Taoist beneath the grand locust tree, Wang Ho pinched the few sparse hairs of his chin. Recalling with difficulty that it was no surprise that he recognized the name. Anyone notable in this era was marked in the romance of the Three Kingdoms, which served as a significant advantage for him. Yet, just as Wang Ho began to ponder which celestial being Yu Ji was, the elder, sensing the commotion, opened his eyes. With an air of ethereal grace, he glanced at the pleading woman, and, in an astonishing display reminiscent of a heroic figure from the screen, drew his sword with flair. Wang Ho's eyes widened in disbelief as the elder waved the sword above the head of the young man on the ground, his movements comically exaggerated, resembling a playful monkey jumping about, occasionally slapping his mouth and mimicking monkey-like sounds. This eccentric old man, dancing in the street like a viral sensation, received a chorus of approval from the onlookers. Even Guojia, with stars in his eyes, exclaimed, "The legendary five-animal play." The aesthetic sensibilities of the people in this era were utterly beyond salvation, Wang Ho thought, shaking his head in disbelief. Indeed, it was the five-animal play. First, he performed like a great monkey, then transformed into a small crane, followed by a bear. Tens of thousands watched as this elder executed a grand performance with vigor, and to his credit, Yu Ji exhibited remarkable stamina, completing the routine without breaking a sweat, likely possessing more vigor than many younger men. After the display, amidst the adoring gazes, Yu Ji finally concluded his demonstration, sheathing his sword with a flourish and returning to sit beneath the locust tree. There, his disciples had already prepared a sheet of yellow paper and a bowl of water. Yu Ji swiftly took a sip from the bowl and, with a forceful spray, doused the sword before striking the yellow paper thrice. A miraculous scene unfolded. With each strike, The yellow paper bore vivid, bloody sword marks, 3 in total, grotesquely manifesting on its surface. The acolytes paraded the paper around, and every observer gasped in astonishment, witnessing the spectral slaying inscribed upon it. Even Guojia could not suppress his awe, inhaling sharply. Yet just then, a cold chuckle reached his ears, and he turned in surprise to see Wang Ho, his expression a mask of scorn and derision. What followed was predictable. Yuji resumed his seated meditation, while the acolytes incinerated the yellow paper. They ladled a bowl of the bitter concoction from a large vat and administered it to the ashen-faced young man. Remarkably, after consuming the brew, the young man's complexion improved significantly. Within mere minutes, he ceased trembling and rose to bow before Yuji. This extraordinary transformation left the onlookers murmuring in awe, exclaiming, "A living celestial being!" Truly a sage among mortals. Amidst the various accolades, the little acolyte, buoyed by the praise, puffed out his chest and declared, "Today, the master has imparted his teachings. The master, with great benevolence, has taken the spring water from the immortal El Ingi mountain and brewed this ethereal elixir. Those who drink shall be free of ailments, and even the healthy may prolong their lives. Today, those fortunate enough to be here may each receive a bowl." Witnessing this, Wang Ho could not help but smirk. Recognizing the familiar tactics he had encountered in the marketplace, cunning tricks employed to entice the masses to be UYAS for the notion of free celestial soup, he had seen similar ploys before. During a visit to Shanhaiguan, he had encountered a self-proclaimed guide offering free tours, only to be led to a fortune-teller who demanded a hefty donation for a mere consultation. The memory of parting with 200 coins for a trivial wooden axe still stung. Now, as he observed the throngs clamoring for the enchanted broth, Wang Ho crossed his arms, pitying the fools, shaking his head in disbelief. Alas, in this late Han era, the gullible were plentiful, and the con artists were scarcely enough to satisfy the demand. In a moment of distraction, Cao Hongjie dashed into the crowd like a liberated husky, executing a maneuver akin to a slippery eel, disappearing into the mass of bodies. Wang Ho extended his hand, trying to call her back, only to find Guojia colliding with the crowd, much like an Alaskan sled dog, with several large vats of the bitter brew. Even a small bowl could serve thousands. However, in mere minutes, the crowd descended upon it like ravenous beasts, nearly licking the pot clean at Tob Fair. Scholars in this era were not the frail, delicate figures of the Song and Ming dynasties. Guojia, while studying, also honed his skills as a rogue. Utilizing his youthful cunning, he secured a large bowl for himself and managed to swipe another for Cao Hongjie, who joyfully exited the scene. As he walked, he lamented, "Today, I missed the teachings of Brother Wang. What a great loss! Yet to partake in this celestial brew is a silver lining. Indeed, what a revelation!" As he gulped down the concoction, his initial expression of delight quickly turned sour upon tasting the foul liquid. His face turned a shade of green, then blue, and finally purple, as he struggled to swallow the vile brew, nearly choking. Still, he maintained his pride, feigning enjoyment as he finished the bowl, his face a canvas of exaggerated expressions. Declaring, "A divine nectar, truly unforgettable." Just then, Cao Hongjie pushed her bowl towards Wang Ho, exclaiming, "You drink." Instantly, Wang Ho's smile faltered, caught between laughter and disbelief, as he glanced at the mocking Guojia, who was barely containing his mirth. Reluctantly, Wang Ho hesitated. This is not appropriate. After all, it is a rare occasion to have the Red Festival. What is there to complain about? As for me, I diligently practice martial arts and maintain good health, so I have no need for it. Unlike you, who is unaccustomed to labor and is clueless about the world around you. You should quickly consume the elixir gifted by the immortal, lest you find yourself bedridden and requiring my care. Tu Chio, it is indeed challenging to bear the favor of a beauty. Shaking his head in disbelief. This is the first time Guojia has displayed such a mischievous expression, encouragingly watching Cao Hongjie, who looked both angry and concerned. With a helpless sigh, Wang Ho resolutely brought the bowl of soup to his lips that he hesitated before drinking, first taking a whiff, fearful that it contained some deadly concoction like Wusher San or other lethal potions. After a heavy sniff, the bitter taste nearly brought tears to his eyes. Yet in that moment he felt reassured. Having suffered from frequent colds in his youth and consumed countless herbal remedies, he had developed a stronger tolerance for bitterness. Moreover, he detected the familiar scents of two old friends, Huang Lian, and Banlon Jin. No wonder that sickly fellow seemed so spirited that on one hand, the hot soup would surely warm his icy body. And on the other, these two herbs were known for their efficacy against wind-cold colds. It seems that Yu, the old man, may have been a swindler, but at least he possessed a semblance of conscience. Since the concoction posed no mortal threat, Wang Ho pinched his nose, raised his head, and gulped down the bitter soup, grimacing at the taste. Guijia nearly burst into laughter, but his amusement was short-lived as he watched the contented and blissful Cao Hongjie casually drape herself over Wang Ho's arm. The two of them strolling away together. Having been unceremoniously fed a mouthful of dog food, the still single Guijia couldn't help but mutter in discontent behind them. The morals of society are declining, and the hearts of men have grown cold. The sages say, in public, men and women should not engage in intimate conduct. Hearing his mumblings, Guijia, feeling victorious once more, deliberately pulled Cao Hongjie closer, infuriating Wang Ho even further. However, this trip felt fruitless. Observing Yu Ji's pretentious demeanor, he hardly resembled an ancient chemist impervious to heavy metals. With so many people gathered around, after consuming 2 bowls of the bitter soup, the trio soon found their horses and prepared to return to Sudu. However, fate had other plans. Just as Wang Ho was about to pull along the still babbling Guijia, a clear voice called out from behind them. "It is the order of the Duke of Jinyang. My master requests your presence, and I hope you will pause for a moment." "Me?" Wang Ho exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at himself. Chapter 40. Mr. Wang Well, instead of seeking others, they have sought us out. Wang Ho had little need for Yu Ji, but with a mindless devotee like Cao Hongjie, who relished in the excitement, it was hard to ignore. For now, he had only to visit the treasury every half-month to check the accounts. His primary focus was on providing provisions for the army heading west in the spring. Since Guijia was unconcerned about work the next day, Wang Ho did not delay. The group tethered their horses by the roadside and waited. Surprisingly, a multitude of people had gathered, including those who, like Guijia, had come to hear the teachings. Although the elixir had been served and the doctrine shared, it was not so easily dispersed. Among those departing were common folk, while the nobility remained to consult fortunes and inquire about their futures. This was a prime opportunity for wealth, and at first, Wang Ho could understand their eagerness. Sitting beside Cao Hongjie, he entertained her with tales of the future. Yet, after waiting for nearly half an hour, the old Taoist still did not appear. Impatience began to rise within him. Let us leave. This old Taoist has likely forgotten us." He stood up, reaching for the reins, but Guijia hurriedly blocked his way. "Tu Chiu, after all, Yu Lao is a figure of divinity. It is only natural for him to be delayed by his numerous affairs. We have promised him, and to break our word would be ill-advised. That a moment's delay is inconsequential. But my good brother, he is a mere old swindler. Why should we wait for his every word?" Wang Ho retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Oh, Tu Chiu, do not speak so. Offending such divine beings invites retribution. Everyone has their weaknesses." Guijia, typically astute, was uncharacteristically superstitious when it came to the supernatural. Historically, he had met an untimely demise, attributed in part to his excessive drinking and indulgent lifestyle, but also due to his blind faith in alchemists and the reckless consumption of elixirs. That it was amusing to witness such a dignified individual treading carefully around a Taoist. Wang Ho shook his head in disbelief, exasperated, and finally relented. "Very well. Since you insist, we shall wait. We can remain until dawn if need be. You are a person of renown, and if you do not mind losing face, then I, a mere night fragrance warehouse manager, have nothing to fear." Though he spoke with bravado, he had already resolved to ensure that Yu Ji would face consequences for his actions, after a lengthy wait of over half an hour. Darkness enveloped the sky. Most of the audience had departed, and the young acolyte who had initially welcomed them returned, clutching something bulky in his arms, excitedly beckoning them. "Lord Lingguan, you are still here? Excellent. My master requests your presence. Please follow me." Without uttering a word, Wang Ho silently mounted his horse. In this era, both Buddhism and Taoism had yet to solidify their structures. Following the recent turmoil with the yellow turbans, it was improbable that any Taoist temples would survive. Just as Wang Ho had anticipated, Yu Ji was residing in a private villa owned by a wealthy family in Changsha. Upon entering the courtyard, he found a number of Yu's disciples bustling about, busily carrying boxes. indicating that their endeavors had borne considerable fruit that night. The boxes were filled to the brim, and the smaller acolytes huffed and puffed under their burdens. Upon noticing Wang Ho and Guo Jia's arrival, none of the seasoned Taoists bothered to acknowledge them, returning to their tasks. Inside the dimly lit main room, the little acolyte pointed towards the darkened bedroom, seemingly anxious that his share might diminish if he lingered. Wang Ho felt a twinge of displeasure at the lack of courtesy. Fortunately, the old Taoist had some sense of propriety. As Wang Ho and his companions approached the entrance, he emerged from the darkened room, his face etched with age and lined with wrinkles. Still bearing a calm demeanor akin to a statue, that he offered a slight bow to the trio, that I am Yu, honored to meet Lord Wang. M.R.T.G.U.O.S. a man of the mountains. I beg your forgiveness for any discourtesy. Please enter. Wang Ho remained silent, but Guojia quickly returned the gesture with a deep bow. Old immortal, please. The esteemed lord is overly generous. I am but a frail mortal, unworthy of such reverence. I am accustomed to the wilds and do not light lanterns for visitors at night. I hope you will not take offense that as he spoke. The room remained shrouded in darkness. While speaking, Yuji waved his sleeve into the room, and miraculously, several candles ignited spontaneously, their soft yellow flames flickering to life and illuminating the space. This spectacle left Guojia in awe, and even Cao Hongjia wore a face of reverence. However, this display only served to further irritate Wang Ho Dada. This old trickster truly believes he can fool me with such archaic illusions. Initially, Wang Ho had no intention of giving him a favorable impression, but he could not suppress a cold smile as he scoffed. To think that urine can be refined into white phosphorus and wrapped in alcohol to ignite the lamp. You possess quite the remarkable skills. Neither Guojia nor Cao Hongjia grasped the sarcasm, but Yuji's expression shifted, his aged face growing serious that he turned to Wang Ho, taken aback for a few seconds before regaining his composure. His tone became notably more respectful as he gestured towards a modest wooden bench. Please take a seat, my lord. Having traversed through time for nearly half a year, Wang Ho could not adapt to the kneeling posture. Sitting awkwardly on his heels, he felt a cramp in his calves, grimacing in discomfort. Guojia, noticing his distress, grew concerned, fearing that Wang Ho's next words might further offend the old immortal, that in an attempt to defuse the tension. Guojia quickly took the lead in conversation. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Old immortal, to meet you today is truly a stroke of luck, especially to witness your prowess in defeating evil spirits and saving lives. It fills me with utmost admiration. Your praise is unwarranted. It was merely a trivial feat. Indeed, it was a trivial feat. Before Yuji could finish his humble remarks, Wang Ho interjected once more, his tone defiant. Before Guojia could react, Wang Ho stood up again, pointing at the table adorned with candle holders. Brother Feng Xiao, you have a ghost right in front of you. How about I capture it for you? Yuji remained silent, his aged face maintaining an air of tranquility that he did not intervene, simply watching as Wang Ho took 2 bowls of water from the table. With a swift motion, he splashed 1 bowl of yellow liquid onto the surface and abruptly shouted at Cao Hongjia. Draw your dagger and stab it. Startled, having been accustomed to Wang Ho's commands, Cao Hongjia instinctively drew his dagger and plunged it into the table with a clang that the next moment. Wang Ho splashed the remaining bowl of water onto the scene. Guojia, who had been observing the spectacle, jumped up as if scalded. Beneath the dim flicker of candlelight, blood flowed profusely from the wound Cao Hongjia had made, resembling something that had truly been pierced to death upon the table. My goodness, this case has become supernatural. Stunned, it took Cao Xianyang a second or two to regain her composure. Abandoning her dagger, she leapt to follow Guojia, both of them bolting as if burned. Wang Ho, undeterred by their reaction, clasped his hands in a deep bow towards Yuji, exclaiming, Old immortal, your wisdom is profound. Certainly not something a mundane being like Wang can discuss freely that my family is impoverished. And I possess no gifts to offer you, old immortal, that I take my leave. With that, he arrogantly turned to depart, dragging the astonished Guojia and Cao Hongjia along with him. Guo, normally so composed, found himself rendered speechless by Wang Ho's audacity. Yet, just as they reached the door, Yuji called out from behind, beckoning, Mr. Wang, please hold. In this era, the term Mr. carried a weight of respect not commonly found in later times, leaving Guojia utterly astounded. Wang Ho, however, merely turned around, his demeanor somewhat hostile as he questioned, "What is it? Does the old immortal wish to offer further guidance?" "Not at all. Mr. Wang seems to have mistaken me for a charlatan." "Greedy for wealth," Yu Ji interjected that Ku Rong. "Fei Yi, bring over the box." "Yes, master," the two Taoist disciples replied, lifting a heavy chest before Yu Ji. The old man, holding the flickering candle, opened it with a creak, revealing not gold or silver, but a dark mass emanating a pungent medicinal scent that it was filled with Huanglian. Extending the candle towards Wang Ho, the old Taoist finally allowed a smile to break through, pointing at the numerous wooden boxes scattered throughout the room. "My disciples indeed accepted some wealth, but they have families to care for. They travel with me. They must attend to the old Taoist's needs that I cannot hinder them. For these boxes. You may inspect them at your leisure." Guojia remained utterly bewildered, while Wang Ho, pragmatic as ever, wasted no time on pleasantries and began to open each box. Most contained Huanglian, alongside large vessels for brewing medicine, books and alchemical tools, yet not a single piece of wealth was in sight. "This old fellow is indeed a trickster, but he hasn't swindled me for money. He's a stark contrast to those fraudulent masters of the later generations." After inspecting the boxes, Wang Ho led the still confused Guojia back to the bloodied table. This time, his tone softened with courtesy as he queried, "Since the old immortal is compassionate enough to provide medicine for the impoverished, why the elaborate display?" Now considering Wang Ho as a peer of similar stature, Yu Ji smiled broadly and shook his head gently. "Huantin once said, when a person dies, it's like a candle being snuffed out. Nothing remains. Yet, I still believe that within every heart lies the divine." Chapter 41. A prophecy. The renowned musician Huan Tan of the Western Han Dynasty believed that neither humans nor animals possess souls, and that death is akin to extinguishing a candle, leaving nothing behind. However, as a master of Taoism, Yu Ji stubbornly clung to the belief that humans do have souls. Thus, he inadvertently laid the groundwork for the sorcerers and shamans who would plague later generations, employing tricks such as imaginary ghost-slaying or spontaneous combustion to establish his reputation as an immortal. That he dispensed concoctions made primarily from potent herbal remedies like banlan and huanglian, which possess remarkable antibacterial properties, and could be considered contemporaries of Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing. Yet, Yu Ji's core philosophy for treating ailments revolved around strong spirit. In Wang Ho's understanding, it could be more accurately described as psychological influence or suggestion. Take, for instance, the young man suffering from a cold who had just been treated. Physically, he had received the antibacterial concoction made from huanglian and banlan, while psychologically, Yu Ji had vanquished the ghost that had led to his illness and personally administered the immortal medicine. Thus, the young man regained confidence, believing he could survive. With renewed self-assurance, people often create miracles. To be honest, Wang Ho himself was somewhat ambivalent about the concept of the soul. Before his crossing, he had been a staunch skeptic. Yet fate had humorously placed him into the body of Wang Ho, leaving him to ponder what it meant to possess a soul if he was merely a replacement. He listened to Yu Ji's discourse. Guojia was profoundly impacted. The old immortal he had once revered now seemed to rely on theatrics, and the miraculous powers he had believed in could be performed by anyone, even Wang Ho. This revelation shattered his faith. Yet he also recognized the old man's good intentions, as Yu Ji had indeed healed many suffering from disasters. Guojia, stroking his beard in contemplation, fell into silence, after elucidating his actions. Yu Ji turned his gaze, now somewhat fervent, towards Wang Ho. "Mr. Wang, some days ago, I heard of your theory of the cycle of grains. That it was as if clouds were peeled away, yet I have only heard the name and not the essence. Today, I dare to invite you to discuss the path of the grain cycle." No wonder the old man had called for him to stay, seeking to stabilize the morale of his followers. Wang Ho, not one to hide trivial matters, felt no obligation to withhold. Besides, having a figure like Yu Ji, with a following of hundreds of thousands, seeking his counsel was quite an honor. Thus, he gestured broadly, explaining in a manner relatable to this era. Taoism teaches that humans follow the Tao follows the earth follows heaven, and heaven follows nature. The earth produces grains, which sustain both humans and livestock. However, after several years of cultivation, the land becomes barren, as certain substances have been absorbed by the crops, ultimately depleting the earth. This is the Tao following the earth. Manure, expelled after consuming plants, though not entirely. Certainly contains essential nutrients missing from the soil, by collecting it and allowing nature to decompose it, the earth should regain its fertility. This is the earth following heaven, and heaven following nature. This forms the basis of my theory of the grain cycle. Your words resonate like a divine revelation. Wang Ho articulated these seemingly simple truths. Yet even the most straightforward principles require discovery. The Yug had never contemplated this before, and thus he slapped his forehead in realization. Though Cao Hongjie, still somewhat confused, felt a twinge of pride as she held her head high, as if Wang Ho's profundity reflected her own. Observing Yug deep in thought, Wang Ho eagerly revealed his primary intent for seeking the Taoist. By the way, old immortal, I would like to inquire if you have any saltpeter or sulfur. The iron mines are exceedingly hard, and even with steel tools, 100 men cannot extract much. However, if explosives were available, it would be much simpler. That I may not grasp the niter discovered by Nobel in later times, but I am well versed in black powder, an ancient invention that I have settled on producing black powder to blast the mountain. Unfortunately, in this era, the production and storage of saltpeter and sulfur were solely in the hands of alchemists and Taoists, which is why Wang Ho had gone to such lengths to enlist Guoji's help. Yet, much to his dismay, Yug shook his head with difficulty. That in my early years, I followed my master, the previous Yug, in alchemical pursuits. However, these lead and mercury substances did not prolong his life. Instead, they hastened his demise. After burying my master, I devoted myself to the study of theology and pharmacology, having not touched alchemical practices in a long time. That I possess neither saltpeter nor sulfur. However, your ancestral home is Jinyang. There are saltpeter mines in the mountains nearby, and as for sulfur, there are abundant sources in Liaodong and the western regions. That if you wish to refine elixirs, you might seek some from these places. Wang Ho felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yug's words were essentially meaningless. This was the chaotic era at the end of the Han Dynasty, not the modern age where one could simply order supplies online. While Jinyang did have natural deposits of potassium nitrate, given his tense relationship with the Wang clan, he doubted any hope of obtaining it.as for Liaodong. It was under the control of Gongsun Du, with the formidable enemy Yuan Shao standing in between. How could Wang Ho possibly navigate around him to procure sulfur, since Wang Ho could not obtain the two coveted treasures from Yug? He momentarily relinquished his ambitions. Subsequently, after engaging in a conversation with Yug about biogas fermentation, a somewhat despondent Wang Ho refrained from further discussion, and that evening took lodging in an unfamiliar villa, whimsically procured by Yug. The following morning, after successfully administering treatment to the afflicted near Yingchuan County, Yug's disciples promptly began to pack their master's belongings onto the cart. Wang Ho and Guojia, too, hurriedly gathered their essentials. Wang Ho had no duties these past few days, but Guojia did, and as the tardy Wang, arriving a few hours late, would not raise eyebrows with Cao Cao. Yet failing to report to the Prime Minister's residence for an entire day would surely draw the scrutiny of the overseeing Suyu. However, after bidding farewell to Yug and allowing himself a brief respite, Wang Ho suddenly slapped his thigh, as if possessed by a fit of madness, abandoning Cao Hongjie and Guojia to gallop back at full speed. Although he did not seize the wealth of the people, Yug nonetheless possessed some belongings. At the very least, his several ox-drawn carts rendered him wealthier than many. Thankfully, the carts were fully loaded, and within 10 minutes, Wang Ho had caught up with Yug's entourage at the outskirts of Changsha. Yu Lao, wait. Last night's conversation had been quite congenial, and they could be regarded as friends. Observing Wang Ho, breathless and waving, the elder was taken aback and instructed his disciples to halt the oxen before promptly dismounting to greet Wang Ho with a smile and a bow. Oh, official Wang. Have you rushed here in haste, perhaps forgetting something with this old man? Having been lost in thought, initially contemplating a contest of wits with Yug, then plunged into the misfortunes of gunpowder, Wang Ho finally recalled the identity of this celestial being. Listening to the old fellow's jibe, Wang Ho dismounted with a serious demeanor and respectfully bowed deeply. Yu Lao intends to head south to Wu and Yu? Indeed. This old man has spent the first half of his life seeking enlightenment and the latter half practicing it, traversing between the south and north every 3 years. What insights might you offer? Official Wang? Wang Ho, feeling somewhat presumptuous, took it upon himself to divine for Yu Lao, This journey to the south carries ominous portents. Great misfortune and bloodshed await. I implore you, Yu Lao, to reconsider. This is all I can say. Until we meet again. The old man's facade of sagacity was matched by Wang Ho's newfound bravado. Having delivered his message, he swiftly mounted his horse, leaving Yu Ji in a state of astonishment as he dashed away, fearing he might lose control and wreak havoc. Guijia and Chao Hongjia soon caught up with him, offering no explanation whatsoever. Such was the manner of protagonists in dramas, never glancing back with uncertainty. As he watched them depart with an air of nonchalance, Yu Ji could not help but stroke his beard in contemplation. It seemed that this journey would be most unfortunate for Guijia. Not only was his idol shattered, but he also found himself skipping work. Upon their return that afternoon, they were intercepted at the city gate by Chengyu, and Wang Ho was dragged into the Prime Minister's residence, unable to escape. Fortunately, Wang Ho had yet to infiltrate Cao Cao's inner circle of decision-making. Even from 2 halls away, he could hear Cao's furious roars as he feigned a casual inspection of the granary he oversaw. Meanwhile, Wang Ho exchanged a knowing glance of schadenfreude with Guijia, only to be met with an exasperated gesture in return before Guijia hastily entered the Prime Minister's council chamber. It was likely that significant matters were afoot that evening. After Wang Ho had completed his duties, he noted no signs of the council dispersing. After waiting for Guijia for a while at the entrance, he decided to return home. Yet, fate has its ways. One must eventually pay their dues. Early the next morning, while Wang Ho was still cozily nestled under his feather quilt, a loud crash heralded the abrupt opening of his bedroom door. Sending a gust of cold air that jolted him awake, he exclaimed in dismay, "Am I late for work?" Brother Feng Xiao, with bloodshot eyes and a fierce demeanor, Guijia seized Wang Ho by the collar. Yet the question he posed nearly made Wang Ho choke on his own blood. "I didn't get to ask you yesterday. How did you come to know about ghost catching? And how did you conjure that ominous prediction for Yu Lao about bloodshed?" It seemed this fellow had spent the entire night pondering these matters. With his neck in Guijia's grip, Wang Ho could only roll his eyes in exasperation, lamenting, "Brother Feng Xiao, ease up. You're going to choke me to death." Chapter 42. The implicit message. How did I know? I learned it from movies. When I was a child, during the crackdown on Falun Gong, our school organized a viewing of educational films, and one particular film about a wizard's tricks has stuck with me ever since. The technique Yu Lao used to slay ghosts in midair I learned from there. Soaking turmeric in water, saturating the paper, spraying alkaline water on the sword, and with a single slash, it turns blood red. The first bowl of water sprayed on the table in Yu Ji's house was turmeric water. And after Chao Hongjia stabbed with a small knife, the second bowl of alkaline water was sprayed, resulting in a gushing flow of blood. Thus, there are numerous tricks involving talismans, candles igniting spontaneously, and breath of fire. I know plenty of those ghostly antics. The only part that's difficult to explain is the death hexagram I cast for Yu Ji, that I can't very well tell Guijia that I suddenly recalled an episode from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms where Sun Tzu beheaded Yu Ji. How absurd! Gua, who currently rules Wu in Yu, the little overlord Sun Tzu. His maternal family lacks any legitimate claim to rule Jiangnan, and he has just defeated Yin Baihu, forcibly unifying Jiangsu. Within his territory, the mountain tribes are in rebellion, and the great families are also discontent. Young Sun Tzu, having achieved early success, is in a position of great arrogance and decisiveness. With Yu Ji being so esteemed by the populace, he courting disaster by going to Wu and Yu. Given Sun Tzu's temperament, I have a strong feeling he would harm Yu Lao. Recently, Wang Ho had been preoccupied with so many new pursuits that Guijia nearly forgot that Wang Ho had risen to his current status through his silver tongue in Shuzhou. Hearing this line of reasoning took him aback. He stroked his chin in contemplation for a while before Guijia asked, somewhat gloomily, "So, do you think Yu Lao will heed your advice and refrain from going to Jiangdong?" "I cannot say. From our previous discussion, Yu Lao is a person of profound understanding, and I am unsure whether he would prioritize his personal safety over his mission to heal the people. Thus, I can only say, may we meet again by fate." Sighing, Guijia expressed concern for his idol, despite the shattering of his reverence for the celestial, that he could not help but exhale a long breath. However, after a moment of silence, Guijia's expression unexpectedly brightened, and he excitedly changed the subject. "By the way, yesterday the Prime Minister was in such a frenzy. Do you know what the matter is?" "How would I know? I have no desire to find out." Wang Ho had already prepared breakfast, and if Guijia had no further matters, he intended to catch up on sleep. Are you joking? If you wish to live long, you must avoid entanglement in these high-level affairs. Wang Ho yawned, planning to go back to sleep, but Guijia was entirely unfazed by his antics, seizing him by the collar and yanking him upright. Guizi has died. General Duan Wei, dissatisfied with Li Ju, led 5 armies to engage in a fierce battle beneath Chang a month ago, resulting in mutual devastation. The Prime Minister's decision to march westward into Guangzhou has become even more urgent. What concern is that of mine? Feigning death as he slumped in a lazy manner, Wang Ho grumbled, yet Guijia's next words nearly made him spit blood. The Prime Minister intends for you, as the military strategist accompanying the expedition, to venture into Guangzhou. Wang Ho sprang up in disbelief, pointing at himself and exclaiming, I'm just a civil official, managing the granary. Besides, isn't Pei Mao the military strategist? Where did the astuteness you just displayed in analyzing Sun Ce go? Pei Mao is from the Pei family of Fufeng. He is himself a member of the Guangzhou faction. The Prime Minister has appointed him as the military leader solely to leverage his connections with the Guangzhou factions. Ultimately, he remains an outsider, while you, having accompanied the Prime Minister for many years, are a trusted confidant. How can you not understand this? Without warning, Guijia dropped another bombshell on him. Moreover, the Prime Minister specifically mentioned that the 300 troops you are to assemble must be expedited. They need to be trained and ready before Pei Mao departs for battle. Good heavens, I can barely gather a few night watchmen and a couple of refugees without drawing the ire of the likes of Dong Chung, the Grand Minister of Agriculture, Yang Feng, and others. How am I to create a trained troop? Not to mention, I have to manage the coal mines, smelt iron, provide for the Prime Minister's needs, and supply food for thousands of mouths. There is simply no way I can muster the manpower to form a troop. I can't even spare 100 men, let alone 300. A face elongated like a bitter melon. Wang Ho lamented woefully. Yet this lamentation left Guijia utterly speechless. Those capable of assembling troops were either favored by the unique patronage of the era's sovereign or held lofty positions themselves. Figures like Grand Tutor Dong Chung and Minister of Agriculture Yang Feng nominally commanded no more than a mere few dozen private soldiers, while Guijia possessed only 10, that if he were granted 300 private soldiers, he would be on par with Cheng Yu and Zhong Yao in terms of rank and benefits. Yet this fellow remained ungrateful, boasting haughtily everywhere. While Cao Cao found some comfort in this, should all the civil and military officials of Xuchang exhibit the same traits as Wang Ho, there would be no need for conquest. This is the command of the Prime Minister. Otherwise, would you personally seek a postponement from the Prime Minister, my dear brother? Imagining Cao Cao's sullen visage, adorned with a formidable beard and an air of authority. Wang Ho instinctively shook his head vigorously, growing increasingly incensed. Pointing at Wang Ho's head, Guijia exclaimed in frustration, Moreover, don't you usually know how to navigate social situations? Why commit such folly at a critical juncture? Forge a batch of excellent weapons as gifts to the Prime Minister. Once he accepts them, you can then sell more arms in the market. Just make sure you don't sell them in bulk at once. A few swords to the prominent family should suffice, and who would dare spread rumors then? Indeed, had Guijia been in a later era, he could have easily served as a public relations manager. His words sparked a glimmer of realization in Wang Ho's eyes. He had been overly concerned with the reactions of the aristocracy, neglecting the prospect of bribing Cao Cao that if Cao Cao were to accept. Who would dare to gossip? Brother Gua, you are truly a genius. Caught off guard, Guijia received a hearty slap on his pale cheek from Wang Ho, who, elated at the prospect of wealth, seized his down jacket and dashed outside, shouting as he ran, Wang Yuan, Wang Che, where are you all? A big deal is at hand. Fire up the forge. As Wang Ho vanished in an instant, Guijia, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, vigorously rubbed his cheek with his sleeve. This fellow has been ensnared by the allure of wealth. He is beyond salvation. Guijia's half-finished steel sword had cost him 100 guan, which was equivalent to less than 10 jin of steel, yielding a profit of 100 times. It would be disingenuous to assert that Wang Ho was not enticed by the weaponry market. Moreover, Guijia's words were not merely advice. As a confidant of Cao Cao, they also hinted at the latter's intentions. This was no subtle suggestion. It was an overt indication, as if Cao Cao himself had patted Wang Ho on the shoulder, encouraging him. Go for it. Young man, If anything goes awry, I'll take the fall. Although Wang Ho could not fathom why Cao Cao had recently favored a small fry like himself, he knew better than to pass up an opportunity. Armed with his permit, he sneaked out of Xuchang early the next morning, heading straight to his iron mine. Outside the blacksmith shop, the winter mountain winds remained bitterly cold, rustling the coals in the iron furnace, which occasionally crackled loudly. Dozens of long steel bars glowed red in the furnace, and despite the chill, Wang Yuan stood bare-chested, his well-defined muscles glistening with sweat from years of laboring at the forge. Crafting a new sword for Prime Minister Cao, this declaration ignited a spark of excitement in the tall, burly man's eyes. Nevertheless, true to his masterful demeanor and artisan spirit, he quickly tempered his enthusiasm. Acknowledging the gravity of the task, Wang Yuan calmly nodded. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall certainly fulfill this mission." With that, he turned to the coal stove, selecting a steel bar he deemed most satisfactory, placing it on the heavy anvil. And lifting his hammer with resolve, as sparks flew and the rhythmic clang of the hammer echoed, the steel bar gradually thinned under his skillful strikes. Following the most primitive yet refined method of the Han craftsman, he repeatedly forged the metal into slender shapes, folding and hammering over 100 times to extract impurities and achieve optimal quality. Wang Yuan labored tirelessly, sweat pouring down as he worked. Meanwhile, Wang Ho, with a grimace, contemplated his next steps. Since Guijia had voluntarily divulged the details of Cao Cao's urgent military meeting, it seemed the preparations for the battlefield in Guangzhou were set in stone. Assembling a troop of 300 was now an imminent task. Truth be told, what man does not harbor the ambition to command thousands and gallop across the battlefield? Yet 300 seemed too few. Amidst such chaos, they appeared hardly useful, and for Wang Ho, they loomed as a heavy burden. The crux of the matter lay in how to train the troops. Having always been led, Wang Ho found himself utterly at a loss. Lacking any clear strategy, the An army was not merely a band of men donning armor and wielding blades. That was the essence of Cao Cao's Qingzhou troops, since such a significant investment was necessary. Wang Ho naturally aspired to cultivate a force that would remain steadfast even in the tumult of battle, safeguarding their leader at all costs, undeterred to the last man. But how could such a disciplined army be forged? His gaze wandered aimlessly over the tenant soldiers bustling about, transporting coal since dawn, and Wang Ho's mind raced with ideas. Chapter 43. The Advertising Effect Salutations. Prime Minister, grateful for your generous favor, I have selected the finest steel from Funyo Mountain to forge a treasured sword and a suit of armor, which I humbly present to you in gratitude for your kindness. Under the Han system, there was a rest day every 5 days, with the day prior designated for a grand assembly. The Prime Minister's residence also held a regular meeting before the rest day. After laboring for several days in the mountain blacksmith shop, Wang Ho completed the sword and armor just in time for the gathering at the Prime Minister's residence. This was what one might call the greatest advertising effect. With production limited, even as he ventured into the weaponry industry, he was not pursuing mass production, but rather a niche market for luxury items. In this era, wealthy individuals were not as numerous as in later times. Among the potential clientele under Cao Cao's command, a third could be present in this assembly hall, warranting a spectacular showcase. Upon seeing Wang Ho arrive to pay his respects, Guijia rolled his eyes conspicuously. While nearby, his political adversary, the scribe Yang Xiu, and others such as the military officer Wang Lang wore expressions of disdain and contempt. However, Cao Cao's demeanor was peculiar. After a brief silence of 2 to 3 seconds in response to Wang Ho's respectful tribute, he irritably gestured to his attendant. "Bring it forth, Wang Lin Guan." It was no surprise that Cao Cao felt somewhat perturbed. Wang Ho had indeed mismanaged the nuances of etiquette. The quality of the steel he had refined had already spread throughout Xuchang, and even Chao Hong had been flaunting the magnificent sword he had forged for several days. Wang Ho had failed to express any acknowledgement toward the leader who had promoted and rewarded him. Was there any such thing as prioritizing beauty over leadership? Fortunately, Cao Cao still had use for him, and given Chao Hong's unique relationship with the Prime Minister, Wang Ho was spared the fate of being relegated to some remote military outpost like Linchong. However, Wang Ho finally grasped the situation. Presenting his offerings to Cao Cao, he opened the sword box, grasped the heavy broadsword, and with a fierce motion, drew it forth. With a resonant whoosh, the 3-finger-wide, dark green sword was unveiled before Cao Cao's eyes. The blade was adorned with intricate dark green patterns, and the edge shimmered with a series of flowing water-like designs. Cao Cao was no mere scholar. He had once personally led troops into battle. And with a surge of excitement, he abruptly stood and brandished the sword, its ringing sound filling the air. The dazzling blade's radiance caused several nearby civil and military officials to turn pale, rising from their seats in fear. After completing a flourish with the sword, he sheathed it gracefully, calming his breath, and with a hearty laugh, he patted the blade. "What a splendid sword! Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring this treasure. You shall surely carve a path through thorns and restore the glory of our Han dynasty." Unexpectedly, Sun Yu, who usually bore a poker face much like his uncle Sun Yu, suddenly sprang forth with a compliment that was swifter than Guijia's at a critical moment. Just as he finished speaking, Guijia cast a resentful glance at him. Quickly clasping his fists in respect, "May the Prime Minister's martial fortunes flourish. May you sweep across the land. May you achieve countless victories. May you unify the realm." With their words, the flattery erupted, and civil and military officials alike beamed and clasped their fists in admiration, causing Cao Cao's face to flush with pleasure as he reveled in the moment. Yet just then, an unwelcome voice broke through the din, resonating with a pleasant, magnetic tone. "My lord, I have heard that you possess the legendary weapons Etian and Qinghong. Today, the sword presented by Lord Wang is also exceptional. I am curious, which of these two swords is superior? I dare to ask the Prime Minister to enlighten us." The figure standing out was a handsome young man, tall and slender. Beneath his flowing black scarf lay a striking visage, with well-defined features and a neatly trimmed beard, exuding an air reminiscent of a refined scholar from later generations. That as he stepped forth from the crowd, he casually clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Yet this simple action rendered the previously lively atmosphere utterly still. Sun Yu, who had been stroking his beard and smiling while shaking his head, suddenly appeared taken aback, his expression stiffening as he turned away with a hint of reproach. Meanwhile, Cao Cao, who had been enjoying the flattery of his ministers while holding a sword, found the smile on his face falter, struggling to maintain his genial demeanor. The speaker was Yang Xiu, unlike the Grand Minister of Agriculture Yang Feng. Yang Xiu was the son of the former Grand Commandant Yang Biao, belonging to the esteemed Yang clan of Hongnou. Highly intelligent and well-connected in the scholarly circles, it was evident that he had set his sights on Wang Ho, who had a history of opposing the clan. Unlike Dong Cheng, who whispered malicious gossip from the shadows, Yang Xiu's approach was far more artful. Today, since Wang Ho was presenting a treasured sword, he would draw forth the legendary Etienne sword to sever the offering, ensuring Wang's public humiliation. Moreover, Yang Xiu's cleverness lay in the fact that Cao Cao could not refuse his proposition. As the saying goes, in literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Since Wang Ho was presenting a sword, it was only fitting that there be a comparison. His proclamation piqued the curiosity of Cao Cao's generals, such as Xiahou Yuan, Li Dian, and Su Chu. Under normal circumstances, Cao Cao would not allow the enthusiasm of his civil and military officers to be dampened over a mere sword. As for Yang Xiu's abrupt interjection, it indeed disrupted Cao Cao's mood. Yet Yang Xiu remained unfazed. Historically, he was known for a rather famous anecdote involving a box of pastries. When Cao Cao was presented with a box of dairy delicacies and expressed his satisfaction by inscribing the words "a box of pastries" on it, Yang Xiu nonchalantly consumed the entire box, justifying his actions by claiming, "The Prime Minister's command is to be followed." Much like Wang Ho, Yang Xiu had a keen understanding of Cao Cao's character. As long as he proved himself talented and useful, Cao Cao would never harm him, always striving to keep him by his side. This was the essence of arrogance born from talent. However, this time, Yang Xiu slightly underestimated Wang Ho's standing in Cao Cao's eyes. Observing Wang's respectful gesture, Cao Cao did not immediately acquiesce, but instead turned to Wang Ho with a smile and inquired, "Wang Ho, this sword you present, how do you think it compares to the Etienne sword?" This was a gracious way of providing Wang Ho a way out, as the Etienne sword was renowned, a divine weapon celebrated for decades. That it would be far preferable for Wang Ho to concede that his sword paled in comparison to the legendary blade than to face the embarrassment of having his offerings severed publicly. However, Wang Ho was not one to play by the rules. He remained dazed and did not take the opportunity presented by Cao Cao, scratching his head with a look of innocent confusion and stammering, Well, Prime Minister, if the Etienne sword were to be cut, I wouldn't have to compensate, would I? No one could have anticipated such a response, causing even Yang Xiu's lips to twitch, while Cao Cao was momentarily speechless. Before bursting into hearty laughter. Compensate? Of course not. If your sword were to truly sever the Etienne, I would consider it a stroke of luck to have acquired a weapon surpassing the ancient ones. You would be handsomely rewarded. Then, you shall wield my Etienne, while Wang Ho wields your treasured sword. Since you are so confident, let us test here and now which blade possesses the superior edge, the ancient sword with its long-standing essence, or the modern sword that outshines it. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu's eyelids involuntarily twitched that a shrewd politician never speaks without intention. Cao Cao's words carried hidden meanings. The Etienne sword was a treasure passed down from the Han dynasty, while Wang Ho's sword was a tribute to Cao Cao. If the modern sword were to triumph over the ancient, it would symbolically suggest that Cao Cao surpassed the Han dynasty, potentially usurping its legacy. Yet, as Sun Yu observed Cao Cao brandishing the Etienne sword, he felt a sense of relief. The Etienne sword, having been accepted by Cao Cao, was undoubtedly authentic. What could Wang Ho possibly forge that would rival the Etienne sword? It was indeed a remarkable sword, as Xiahou Dun drew it with a resonant hum. Despite being over a century old, the ancient blade gleamed with a cold light, its sharpness undiminished, causing Wang Ho to squint as his eyes gleamed with envy. The brilliance suggested that the steel contained chromium, having been forged in a stainless steel, that if only they could locate the forge of the Etienne sword and utilize the local iron mines to create weapons, they would surely prosper. While Wang Ho was lost in his thoughts, Lu Jin swiftly unsheathed the broadsword he had presented, its 3-foot blade equally humming with energy. However, compared to the glimmering Etienne, his sword, adorned with rust-resistant patterns, appeared rather unremarkable. The two generals exhaled simultaneously, and with a resounding clash, the two swords met, producing sparks that flew in all directions, the elongated blades snapping and crashing heavily into the wooden floor. This is impossible. In that instant, Cao Cao, Yang Xiu, Sun Yu, and even Xiahou Dun, who wielded the sword, were all left astonished. Half of the Etienne lay impotently embedded in the ground, while Lu Jin, in disbelief, touched Wang Ho's sword, which had only suffered a slight deformation at the edge. The two swords were of entirely different calibers. Wang Ho, anticipating this outcome, stood there blinking in astonishment. The to curry favor with Cao Cao. He had invested immeasurable effort into this sword, nearly exhausting his resources. The blade had undergone more than 100 forges. Wang Yuan had folded and hammered it at least 120 or 30 times, employing techniques brought from later generations, with the spine wrapped in even harder and purer cast iron. The wave-like patterns on the blade were remnants from the soil-covered quenching process, and the entire sword had endured dual tempering in both water and oil. If brought to later times, this craftsmanship could fetch a price of 1,000 or 2,000 coins. As for the Etienne sword, despite being an exceptional piece from over a century ago, it could only be considered slightly superior in its forging. How could it possibly be compared to Wang Ho's meticulously crafted blade, forged using high-temperature coking methods? The advertising effect was unmistakably achieved. Even Yang Xiu watched with wide eyes, while Lu Jin, Li Dian, and Eugene, prominent generals of Chao's army, fixated on Wang Ho's offering with fiery gazes. And as for Guijia, he was nearly drooling at the prospect of such a divine weapon, amid their stupefied expressions. The opportunity for flattery finally fell to Wang Ho, who respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Prime Minister! Congratulations, Prime Minister! Your accomplishments are unparalleled, and even my humble sword has borrowed your momentum, surpassing its former self. Following in your footsteps, I am immensely honored." As he lavished praise, Wang Ho's gaze soared, silently pleading with Cao Cao. "Cao Cao, seeing how eager I am to please you, would you consider marrying your niece? That charming girl, to me?" Unfortunately, his flattery only served to snap Cao Cao back to reality, who, with a cold glare, simply retorted, "Get lost." Chapter 44. Lines drawn and unpleasantness arises. "Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring this divine weapon." The chorus of flattery rose once more, leaving Yang Xiu filled with resentment, yet forced to smile as he clasped his hands. Standing beside Cao Cao, this political symbolism left Sun Yu, whose heart leaned towards the Han court, unable to muster a smile. Casting a worried glance at the laughing Cao Cao, he cast a dark look at Wang Ho before lowering his head, quietly retreating into the throng. Yet, amidst the forced smiles and laughter, Yang Xiu and the others seemed to have lost nothing. The greatest loss was suffered by Cao Cao himself. The Etian sword was not merely a matter of a few hundred coins, but potentially worth 10,000 or more. Fortunately, Cao Cao remained in high spirits, receiving Wang Ho's sword from Lu Jin, gently caressing the broad blade with his fingers as if caressing a beauty. He raised the long sword before him, nodding repeatedly. Excellent, swords can renew the old, and so can men from this day forth. This sword shall be known as the Etian sword. In my hands, it shall cleave through all the malevolent spirits plaguing the world, restoring peace to the realm. Success is not merely the result of chance or luck. Witnessing Cao Cao's commanding gesture, the majority of the officials and generals from the Prime Minister's residence were stirred with fervor, collectively clasping their hands in reverence and fervently shouting their allegiance that we shall follow the Prime Minister, our blood and brains laid bare, until death do us part. With a resounding clang, the long sword was sheathed with elegance. And as Cao Cao sat cross-legged at the head of the table, resting the sword upon his lap, he addressed the awestruck assembly of ministers with a commanding voice. Let us deliberate. Cao Cao. Let us take another look at the armor. Like a sword, that armor is no ordinary item. However, Wang Ho, in an effort to leverage General Chao's advertisement, painstakingly crafted it using new techniques. This exquisite piece, born in the late Northern Song dynasty, was forged through cold hammering to create the remarkable Xixiao armor. The steel, refined through charcoal smelting, had its sulfur impurities removed via dry distillation, rendering the metal more pliable. Furthermore, he breathlessly constructed a water wheel by the riverbank, utilizing a hydraulic hammer far exceeding human strength to pound each armor plate until they were reduced from the thickness of large jujubes to that of a bank card. Speaking of you, whether it be the young General Yu Yun or the fierce enemy warrior Wanyanjin Danzi, both were adept at wielding two hefty hammers. This was due to the fact that the armor of that era was excessively thick and robust, making it impossible to penetrate with sharp weapons. Only the brute force of blunt instruments could breach such defenses that a set of superior iron armor could fetch 3,000 guan in Su capital, equivalent to nearly 5,000 stones of wheat. Wang Ho harbored hopes of profiting from the sale of armor. Alas, before he could finish his timid statement, the fervently inspired Zhao Rong of the Eastern Chao clan, with hair standing on end as if electrified, stood up like a fighter among roosters, clasping his tablet and announcing, I have matters to present. A grand court session lasted over 2 hours, discussing finances, military movements, legal matters, and the selection of officials. The ministers, having given no opportunity for Wang Ho to speak, concluded their discussions. General Cao then declared the meeting adjourned and hastily departed for the rear courtyard, eager to test the new heavenly sword, capable of severing the famed blade crafted by ancient artisans, akin to a man who could hardly wait to drive his newly acquired luxury car. Nonetheless, the advertising effect was undeniable. As Wang Ho, with his head drooping, exited the conference hall, he was swiftly approached by the familiar figure of Xiahou Dun, exuberantly grasping his sleeve and bowing deeply. Brother Tuchio, I am willing to offer a fortune of 10,000 guan. I implore you to forge a treasured sword for me. Ah, 10,000 guan? Pah, Brother Xiahou, what are you saying? Given our friendship, rest assured that upon my return, I shall not only craft you a fine sword, but also forge 5 spearheads and a set of armor. Though it may not rival the unrivaled quality of the Prime Ministers, I can guarantee it will be of superior grade. What do you think? Setting aside their past camaraderie, Wang Ho felt compelled to extend this favor to Xiahou Dun, particularly since he had not yet advertised the cold-hammered armor. Xiahou Dun, being a figure of some renown, could certainly promote Wang Ho's craftsmanship, leading to a windfall of silver. Upon hearing Wang Ho's words, Xiahou Dun's single eye squinted with delight as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Tuchio. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. With their relationship solidified and an order secured, Wang Ho could hardly contain his joy. However, before he could exchange pleasantries, the eager Lu Jin, still clutching Wang Ho's sword, pushed forward, also bowing deeply. Excuse me, Magistrate Wang, does General Lu seek a sword as well? Once I finish with Brother Xiahou, I can immediately commence work for you. Thank you, Magistrate Wang. Astonishingly, weapons were in high demand. Exiting the Prime Minister's residence, Wang Ho was greeted by Guojia, who had arrived early, seated in his ox cart, with over 20 large boxes piled beneath him. Upon seeing Wang Ho, Guojia tossed a ledger his way. The underdog has risen, no longer merely a clerk, but now a purveyor of divine weapons. Truly, this is the finest silk from the Yang family of Hongnong, 400 bolts of shoe brocade, worth at least 30 to 40,000 guan. Yang Xiao has also requested a treasured sword. Since I am moving a few boxes, you can delay your sword payment for now. That it was no wonder Guojia got along so well with the inherently suspicious General Cao. They were kindred spirits, both masters of the art of manipulation. Before Wang Ho could respond, Guojia had already distributed the silk, exuding a sly grin. With a resigned chuckle, Wang Ho climbed into the cart. Today, I finally feel like the serf has sung his liberation song. Upon our return, let us indulge in a feast of lamb, brew some wine, and drink until we are inebriated. Shall we? Let us forego the drinking. It is not that I am busy, but rather you must be. As the ox cart creaked into motion, Guojia lowered his voice conspiratorially. The Prime Minister wishes to confer the title of Duke of Wei. However, Sun Zhongling opposes this. Today's event, utilizing your new sword to cut the old one, serves as a test for the ministers and conveys a message of divine will. You have thrust yourself into the Wei faction. Hence, both General Xiahou and his colleagues will greet you with such enthusiasm, while Sun Zhongling and Yang Zhu will increasingly regard you with disdain. Though 300 troops may not seem like many, they could certainly save your life in a critical moment. Return and keep the wine and hot pot for me, and get to work. At Guojia's insightful gaze, Wang Ho could not help but shudder. Indeed, where there are people, there lies a world of intrigue, and acquiring wealth is no simple task. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded solemnly, recognizing the truth in Guojia's words that as they reached Wang Ho's estate. Guojia cunningly diverted the cart, directing his servants toward the renowned taverns of Su capital. Watching his retreating figure, Wang Ho shook his head gravely. Perhaps this facade of a jovial drinker was merely Guofengxiao's disguise and price for seeking a foothold under Cao Cao. It seemed life was arduous for everyone. With a sigh, he mounted his steed, equipped with stirrups and a high-back saddle, and set off with the 9 tiger and leopard riders bestowed by General Cao. Wang Ho strode purposefully toward the outskirts of the city, still striving to carve out a living. Having recently profited from steel agricultural tools, the grain stored outside the city could sustain him for 2 to 3 months until spring. Moreover, the ancient tradition of honoring promises held true. The substantial orders he had secured, though prices remained undetermined, had already seen Yang Xiao advance the project funds, with the integrity of Lu Jin and Xiahou Dun. Wang Ho was confident they would honor their payments once the weapons were forged. With these foundations laid, the establishment of his 300 private soldiers was now feasible. Conditions had become even more favorable. He possessed iron and coal mines, allowing him to produce weapons and armor without spending exorbitant sums in General Chao's armory for inferior goods. However, the acquisition of horses remained a significant concern, requiring careful consideration, though he could afford to postpone that for now. The immediate priority was to select the right candidates. Upon arriving at his mine, Wang Ho summoned Wang Fu, Wang Yuan, and 12 other blacksmiths. From today onward, we shall enhance the workers' benefits. 3 meals a day. Both white and black steam buns will be available at will, with meat provided every 3 days at the end of the month. Each person will also receive a half-month salary. Although he knew that apart from Wang Yuan, none could replicate his skills, it was time to invest in talent and ensure loyalty. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve him? Wang Ho's benefits could already be compared to state-owned enterprise standards in this unjust era of the late Han, that he watched as Wang Fu diligently took notes. Even Wang Yuan, usually stoic, could not help but bow deeply in excitement. "Thank you, master. Do not thank me so soon. The silver I provide is not free. Wang Yuan, you will be responsible for forging exquisite weapons and armor full-time. I will have Wang Fu assign you a few apprentices to assist. The items you produce must be of the highest quality. Wang Che, you too shall select a few apprentices to expedite the completion of the agricultural tools. And once those orders are fulfilled, we shall cease taking new ones. Once these tasks are complete, I will teach you a more rudimentary forging method. The Prime Minister has commanded me to assemble troops. And before spring plowing, we must prepare armor, halberds, and waist swords. We shall obey. Casting a glance at the tenants laboriously transporting coal, Wang Ho rubbed his temples in mild frustration. Moments later, he grumbled, Fu Lao, gather all the able-bodied men tomorrow. Slaughter 10 pigs, distribute 3 white buns to each, and inform them that I shall be selecting the elite soldiers. Understood. Chapter 45. Military orders in Wang Ho's eyes. Everything was novel. The warm Kong, the thick feathered coat. And even the meat seemed to surpass that of other households. The large iron pot, which only appeared in the Song dynasty, had mysteriously traversed time to the coal stoves of the mining community. Fresh pork, slaughtered the previous night and hung in the shed, had been chopped into small pieces, mixed with soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, and thrown into the iron pot to simmer, bubbling with oil. For days, they had subsisted on dry steamed buns and pickled vegetables. And the mouth-watering aroma of meat drew the attention of the hungry immigrants, their mouths watering in anticipation. Unfortunately, only the able-bodied were permitted at the table, while the elderly, the weak, and women could only watch longingly from the sidelines, praying for a chance to dip their black buns in the meaty broth, a slight improvement to their monotonous diet that a few malnourished, starving children gnawed at their fingers nearby, while several young women clutched them, swallowing hard. The pleading look in their eyes almost softened Wang Ho's heart, prompting him to wave his hand and declare that everyone should partake. Yet he ultimately resisted this impulse, observing as Wang Gan led the household servants to shoo the elderly and children away. This was, after all, a cruel end times. Resources were scarce that if he acted out of kindness today and shared with all, not only would it not last long, but how could he then motivate his troops to risk their lives in battle for him? If he were to perish or fail, this small group of several thousand would inevitably disband, and they might not fare any better than they had in Lucien. Leadership sometimes demanded a ruthless heart. With over 600 able-bodied men, those from Najayakan and Zayajayakan had been excluded, as they had already been selected by Cao for military service. What remained were merely the less capable, under the guidance of the village leaders. Groups of coal miners, their faces and hands blackened with soot, swallowed hard as they took their seats at the table. At the front of the table, a makeshift platform had been erected. Today was a significant occasion. Wang Ho adorned himself in a steel-scaled armor with a basin collar, his heavy footsteps echoing as he approached. Cao Hongjie joined him, her small face stern and serious, yet even with Wang Fu by his side. As Wang Ho ascended the platform and gazed down at the 600 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, he felt a wave of dizziness. Fortunately, in this era, he belonged to the gentry. And as long as he maintained a fade of authority, he need not speak much. Wang Fu, the steward, could articulate the necessary words that a product of careful training. The old man appeared more leadership material than Wang Ho himself. With unwavering confidence, he raised his voice, addressing the eager crowd below. You are fortunate. The head of the household has selected you as personal soldiers. For those chosen, food and clothing will be provided, with meat every 2 days. And your families will be cared for. Your ancestral tablets may enter my ancestral hall to receive my offerings, and you shall receive a monthly stipend of 100. To be candid, this treatment was not as generous as that offered by other landlords, who provided their loyal soldiers with 10 acres of land and tax exemptions. However, Wang Ho's total of less than 5,000 acres, half of which he had to pay to Cao, left him with little land to distribute, compelling him to offer additional monetary compensation. Even so, this was still a remarkably high standard of living for the times, akin to a modern monthly salary of 20,000, complete with social security benefits. More importantly, it was their only chance to change their fates. After Wang Fu concluded his speech, the eyes of the rough, sturdy men brightened with hope. Today, for breakfast, the master grants meat. After breakfast, we will run 50 li. And the first to return shall be selected. Bring forth the meat. With Wang Fu's thunderous shout, the long-awaited plates of braised pork accompanied by steamed buns finally arrived. Some could not contain their hunger and immediately devoured the food, while the majority restrained themselves, chewing slowly. This was the first test. They had a 25-kilometer run ahead, and overindulgence would lead to a quick bout of nausea. Those who could not manage their appetites were essentially forfeiting their opportunity. Some mindful individuals merely filled their bellies before setting off northward, while others, lacking the courage to enlist, gorged themselves on food, completely indifferent to the impending race. After a few minutes, aside from 100 or so resigned souls, The vast majority surged forward, and Wang Ho couldn't help but stroke his chin, a smile creeping onto his face. These individuals would soon become his trusted soldiers on the battlefield. A sprint of 25 kilometers. 5 kilometers more than modern military drills was a true test of endurance, particularly in an age when nutrition was vastly inferior to future times. Around 7 in the morning, they set off, and by 10, the first runners began to trickle back. By 11, about 240 had returned. But by that point, Wang Ho had already commanded that a wooden barrier be erected outside the makeshift barracks, sealing off access. Those who had not returned were either physically unfit or lacked the willpower, neither traits suitable for the battlefield. Despite the biting cold of winter, the 200 returning men were drenched in sweat, their body heat transforming into white mist that floated in the frigid air. Though they were panting heavily, each face radiated joy and relief, a fervent excitement glimmering in their eyes as they gazed at the platform. This time, Wang Ho finally spoke, standing on the platform with a grave expression as he scanned the crowd, his voice rising with enthusiasm. "Congratulations, you have passed the first test. You have already taken a step into my personal soldier camp. To have emerged from over 600 candidates, you are all exceptional, and I am pleased. Now, you shall wait here while I return to the city to fetch the household registry and register you as soldiers. From now on, you will all be my Wang Ho's personal soldiers, bound by life and death on the battlefield, ready to achieve great deeds. Subordinates obey." At this moment, filled with youthful vigor, the 240 young men responded in unison, their voices echoing so loudly that the roof seemed to vibrate. Wang Ho nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the platform. However, after taking just a few steps, he turned back once more, adding with solemnity, "Until I return, none shall leave." Understood. After receiving the affirmation, Wang Ho finally departed. The remaining runners were intercepted by Wang Gan and others, who kept them outside the designated barack area. Some sat dejectedly on the ground. Others wept openly, while a few stubbornly clamored to join in, only to be met with harsh blows from Wang Gan and his companions wielding sticks, driving them back mercilessly in contrast to their fellow villagers. Those selected stood tall, their chests puffed out, their heads held high. Yet, the good times were fleeting. As if to balance the scales, the remaining half of the morning's steamed buns and pork were brought out by Wang Fu, inviting the rejected laborers to eat and drink. Around the outside tables, a group of men feasted heartily on meat, and even the women and children were less restrained, familiar faces taking bowls of meat soup back to share with their families. The sounds of their meal echoing into the small barracks. Hearing the commotion, the weary and hungry laborers who had run all morning began to salivate. Why hasn't the master returned yet? Unable to contain their curiosity, some strayed from the line to approach Wang Gan, who, brandishing a large stick, bellowed, "Where the master goes, how can we, mere servants, know? Get back in line." Having encountered a predicament, those who had ventured out to inquire retreated with a sense of chagrin. However, it was not long before a young lad, rubbing his growling stomach, furtively glanced around and stealthily slipped away from the ranks. He deftly maneuvered beneath the wooden pole and escaped the military camp. Making his way to the dining table where he seized a steamed bun, indulging himself with unrestrained delight. Observing this boy as a role model, the formation of soldiers erupted into a flurry of activity. And within a couple of minutes, more individuals began to stealthily slip away. As the number of escapees increased, even the edges of the railing became bustling with movement. Yet the gatekeeper, Wang Ganzi, merely cast a glance outside, remaining utterly indifferent to the happenings within. After managing to sneak a meal, the first boy returned the same way he had left, and once again, Wang Ganzi paid him no heed. Nevertheless, over 100 dullards remained stagnant like nails in their places. Today was Sunday, a day of respite for all able-bodied men. Some, having eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, returned to their warm beds for a nap. Strangely, some even took their sweethearts to hide amidst the haystacks. Others lingered by the railing, pointing and discussing the events inside, their curiosity clearly piqued by the soldiers within. Once more, the same boy, emboldened, glanced around before slipping through the gate. Not far from the haystack, a young maiden was eagerly peering about, and together, they swiftly vanished into a large haystack. Where there was one, there soon followed another. Observing Wang Ganzi's indifference, a stream of men continued to emerge from the military camp. Some returned home to sleep, while others boasted to friends and family. Thankfully, life remained arduous. Otherwise, they might have indulged in a little drinking. The situation had already escalated, and in the afternoon, a dark cloud drifted in, snowflakes fluttering down. The weary and hungry soldiers, already damp with sweat, found their endurance waning that a considerable number began to slip away, and out of 240, only about 80 remained in the camp. The Lord would not be returning today. Let us all go home. As dusk settled, a man in his 30s sighed, having repeated this phrase countless times, and emerged from beneath the wooden pole of the small military camp. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the mountainside, accompanied by the fierce presence of the tiger leopard riders. Wang Ho was rushing back, his demeanor urgent. This caused an uproar. The soldiers, realizing the situation, hurried back. The man who had just turned from the pole attempted to re-enter, but was met with a solid blow to the head. This time, Wang Ganzi and his team of Wang family retainers showed no leniency. With a stick raised, anyone daring to approach was met with a flurry of strikes. "That am my lord. I am Wang Libin, the first to return," cried the young man, clutching his head, seeing Wang Ho's grim expression as he entered the camp. The boy, still bearing the mark of a bruise on his lip, desperately pleaded, "Have mercy. Allow me to return." Wang Ho, his face dark as a storm cloud, turned to him with an ominous tone. "What military orders did I issue before my departure? If you cannot endure a single day, how can I expect you to don armor and charge into the fray before thousands of enemies? Young man, you are ill-suited for military life. Return and labor honestly." Chapter 46. Weapons. Out of over 600 strong men, only 84 were ultimately selected, falling short of the 300 mandated by General Cao. However, Wang Ho did not intend to recruit any further. Better to be selective than to compromise. Consider the first boy who fled. In the chaos of battle, if he were to hesitate and retreat, a gap would form in the ranks, leading to potential defeat. It is no wonder that in later years, Qi Jiguang emphasized 4 prohibitions when selecting soldiers. The first being those who are cunning and slippery. Among the soldiers lamenting at the gate, Wang Ho promptly made them aware of the consequences of their actions. Once their names were recorded in the military roster, each household received a match of silk and a stone of flour as a settlement fee. If 2 brothers served together, they would receive double the provisions. Over 50 families without heated stoves were quickly arranged into proper accommodations. Those with elderly family members were assigned to production teams. And carpenters were tasked with recording each individual's ancestral lineage, crafting plaques to be sent to the ancestral hall of the Wang family in the city, where they would be honored and worshipped. In just one day, the impoverished tenants had begun to form a hierarchy. While others dined on coarse black buns for dinner, those selected for military service feasted on white buns. However, serving under Wang Ho was no easy task. After a long day of settling in, at the break of dawn, while others were still asleep, the 84 new recruits, along with 9 tiger leopard riders, were assembled for a grueling 5-kilometer morning run in the biting cold. Exhausted and panting, the rigors had only just begun. Meanwhile, the rejected soldiers returned to the mines with their coarse black buns, while those who had finished their meal were corralled into the small military camp's training ground, where they were ordered to stand still. Standing may seem simple, yet it is against human nature to remain motionless like a statue. Initially, the soldiers appeared relaxed, but within minutes, some could no longer endure the strain and began to fidget. This time, however, the tiger leopard riders did not show them mercy. That a foot was raised, and a hapless recruit was sent sprawling to the ground, causing the nearby soldiers to jump in surprise. Before the rider could deliver another blow, a hand seized his wrist in a firm grip. Turning in shock, Wang Tsonga found himself facing Wang Ho, who, despite his surprise, clasped his hands in respect at "My lord. Compassion does not govern military discipline. We too endured such trials when we first enlisted. Military orders are paramount. Since you have decreed 2 hours of standing, this man must be punished for insubordination. Otherwise, where lies the authority of our military?" A mere soldier among the tiger leopard riders, who would hold a commanding position in local forces, appeared to have a valid argument. Wang Tsonga spoke with conviction, unwavering in his stance. However, Wang Ho merely shook his head with a smile. "Punishment is necessary, yet let us employ a more effective method." An agonizing scream erupted, echoing through the ranks of new recruits. The punishment proved to be quite effective. The harrowing cries of the unfortunate individual, contorted in pain, left the others trembling, their foreheads slick with sweat. As for its efficacy, indeed, it held merit. If another soldier who had traversed time were present, he would surely break into a cold sweat, recalling some grim memories, for this method is known to be a torture that most new recruits in later years would endure. Informally dubbed the pig slaughter. .3 retainers held the unfortunate recruit, one pressing down on his back, another pulling his arms, while yet another pressed down on his knees, spreading his legs painfully wide, inducing excruciating pain that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow in the frigid air, his cries punctuated by gasps. Walking alongside the soldier, Wang Ho, exuding an air of authority akin to a chairman, continued his admonitions. Standing at attention is essential for fortifying your will. You are my personal soldiers, required to be more formidable than the average soldier. Perhaps soon, you will accompany me to the battlefield, facing the relentless onslaught of vicious foes. If you lack the resolve to stand still, how can you survive in the brutal theater of war? Together, you form a cohesive unit, a formation, should even one falter. Retreat or underestimate the enemy. The formation will shatter. The consequences are dire. If I fall, my territory will be reclaimed, and your families will suffer as they did in the past, facing starvation and exposure, perhaps even becoming prey for others. The new recruits stood in utter silence. Wang Ho, pointing at the unfortunate recruit who had endured over 10 minutes of punishment and now struggled to stand, his legs barely able to close, roared again. Any further violations of military regulations will result in the same punishment. Return to your positions. The practice of stretching muscles holds significant importance in modern military training, for without such conditioning, one can only strike at an enemy's waist, whereas with properly stretched limbs, one can deliver blows to the face. However, Wang Ho was unperturbed by the prospect of further infractions, for transitioning from a disorganized group of farmers to disciplined soldiers under strict military orders necessitated profound and lasting change. Sure enough, barely a few minutes after this unfortunate fellow returned to the military formation, Wang Tsonga, who was inspecting the ranks, had once again seized a new recruit by the collar and dragged him out of the formation. A servant held him down from behind, and this time, Wang personally sat on the ground, spreading the legs of the transgressing recruit. Once more, the heart-wrenching cries echoed before the military ranks, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. For several consecutive days, apart from the necessary military orders for supplies or personally delivering finely crafted swords and armor to General Chao's residence, Wang Ho had been immersed in overseeing training at his mining estate in the mountains. Gradually, this squad of new recruits began to shed the laxity of farmers, transforming into a disciplined and resolute unit. Another notable change was that these fellows had begun to lose their fear of stretching exercises. In the snow, a dozen snowmen stood erect. Wang Tsonga suddenly bellowed, and the recruits adopted fighting stances, launching a powerful kick that shattered the head of a snowman with a resounding thud. After quickly rebuilding the snowman's head, they retreated as another row of recruits sprang into action. Then on another front, 20 recruits lined up, and with a commanding shout from a tiger leopard cavalryman, the recruit on the left seized his opponent's shoulder and slammed him into the snow with a bang, quickly retreating as another pair repeated the action. Meanwhile, a group of 7 or 8 recruits, having made mistakes, sat languidly in the snow while several servants pressed down on their shoulders, assisting them in stretching their legs. Compared to their initial gut-wrenching cries, these recruits, having been punished countless times, had grown somewhat numb to the exercise. Though still gritting their teeth and sweating, they performed the movements with increasing ease. The intimidation of the stretching had diminished, prompting Wang Ho to resort to another form of punishment. Beside these punished recruits, one particularly unfortunate soul had become addicted to stretching and was squatting in a horse stance with a heavy iron bar strapped to his back. During military training, these recruits were invigorated. The meals had improved significantly, with unlimited steamed buns and pickles served 3 times a day, although the promise of meat every other day had not been fully realized. The last 2 meals now included meat, except for breakfast. While the diet wasn't as balanced as in later times, the effects were still remarkable. The increased physical activity, combined with ample food, had transformed these once lean young men into muscular figures. With their bellies full, they had the energy to exert themselves. Moreover, for them, even if falling to the ground was painful, it was far more comfortable than standing still in the stifling military posture or enduring the monotonous drills. Despite the small size of the unit, witnessing this fledgling army slowly taking shape brought Wang Ho a sense of joy, albeit tinged with the realization that maintaining this fewer than 100-strong force was an expensive endeavor. The cost of food and wages alone could support 8 able-bodied men. Nevertheless, Wang Ho felt a budding sense of satisfaction, for this was his capital for survival in a chaotic world. Good soldiers required good weapons to complement them. Even the legendary Xiang Yu, who swept through thousands of troops, relied on fine steeds, exceptional halberds, and impenetrable armor to navigate through the ranks of the Qin and Han armies with ease. Likewise, the legendary Sun Wukong had to venture into the East Sea to seek the golden staff from the Dragon King. As this army trained, the crafting of military equipment was also of paramount importance, with no moment wasted in preparation. However, Wang Ho realistically lacked the financial resources to equip each soldier with refined swords and cold-forged armor. Such high-tech options were too labor-intensive and impractical that in his plans, the equipment for his close guards would be similar to that of Yuan Shao's halberd soldiers, with the primary weapon remaining the halberd. As it was the principal weapon of the northern regions during this era, capable of thrusting, hooking, and even unseating cavalry in formations, halberd soldiers wielded immense lethality, whether facing cavalry or infantry. The secondary weapon for each soldier would be a ring-headed sword. Characteristic of the late Han period, to enhance close combat capabilities and effectiveness against lightly armored infantry. Wang Ho opted for mass-produced weapons using a steel wrapping method. The halberds featured an outer layer of cast iron enveloping a central steel blade to bolster the weapon's strength, while the ring-headed swords were constructed with wrought iron carbonized in the middle and wrapped in steel to enhance blade strength and flexibility, compared to the 15-fold forging method common for weapons of this era. This steel wrapping method significantly improved strength while having the crafting time for armor. He ingeniously employed a technique reminiscent of his time travel. Now equipped with a water hammer, he could directly heat large steel blocks and flatten them into curved plates for breastplates, with cotton padding inside to eliminate gaps in the armor. This method ensured that the defensive capabilities were not significantly inferior to those of quilted or scale armor, while the crafting time was reduced by more than 2/3. Moreover, Wang Ho had also adapted a unique weapon and armor characteristic of the Celts, which had been passed down to the British: the small round shield. The entire shield was roughly the size of a modern wall clock, weighing only 2 pounds with a wooden frame wrapped in steel, adding negligible weight to the arm. Yet when raised against incoming arrows, it could often save a life in battle formations. It could create a makeshift shield wall. And in close combat, a well-aimed thrust could disorient an opponent, making it a valuable asset. Nonetheless, there remained a significant weakness in Wang Ho's military configuration: a lack of ranged weaponry. Whether it was Chu Yi's vanguard at the Broken White Horse camp or Gao Shun's suppression of Hao Meng's rebellion, the renowned crossbows of the late Han played a crucial role. Alas, these heavy implements were currently beyond Wang Ho's means. Their production costs were exorbitant, and he dared not draw Cao Cao's suspicion. After all, the role of his close guards was to protect him in critical moments rather than to breach enemy lines, and with their limited numbers, the absence of ranged weapons could be overlooked for now. As Wang Ho observed the heaps of weapons and armor piled in the blacksmith shop, awaiting distribution to his troops, he helplessly pinched his beard. However, fortune smiled upon him, for just as he was contemplating his choices, the head servant, Wang Ganzi, burst into the blacksmith shop with great enthusiasm, assuming the role of a constable. "Master, master, there is an old Taoist at the foot of the mountain claiming to be an old friend of yours. Come to pay a visit me, an old friend, an old Taoist." Repeating these 3 phrases while pointing to himself, Wang Ho was utterly bewildered. Chapter 47. The gift of the old trickster. Wang Ho has an old friend in the realm of trickery? It seemed he indeed had one day. He followed Wang Ganzi down the mountain. Upon reaching the main road, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Master Yu, what brings you here?" Dressed in a gray-blue Taoist robe, with a head of neatly tied white hair and a wild, bushy beard, the old man lounging on a cart was none other than Yu Ji. Hearing Wang Ho's astonished call, the old fellow finally opened his eyes, smiling as he bowed slightly. "Governor Wang, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" As Confucius said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" After exchanging pleasantries at the foot of the mountain, Wang Ho invited Yu Ji, accompanied by a couple of disciples, to leisurely stroll into his modest abode. Despite being a man of no official capacity, The old fellow was somewhat of a celebrity. Accompanied by around 20 disciples, they arrived in a convoy of 10 carts, each loaded with heavy boxes that it remained uncertain whether they contained the same yellow soil as before. The wheels creaked ominously on the path littered with furnace cinders, drawing curious glances from the tenant farmers as they passed. The old charlatan, with his air of mystique, recited incantations, leaving the farmers in a daze. Upon reaching the mid-mountain mining site, Yu-ji, along with 2 disciples, carried a large box into Wang Ho's small abode. After tossing the box onto the kong, a traditional heated bed, the old man settled comfortably, adopting a typical posture reminiscent of a northeastern elder. As the warmth enveloped him, Yu-ji sighed appreciatively and clasped his fists in respect. Before heading to Xuchang, I had heard tales of Governor Wang's remarkable kong. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. In my travels through Liaodong during the frigid winter, restless nights would have been far more bearable had I been able to enjoy Governor Wang's kong. Indeed, Governor Wang possesses a heart as exquisite as a finely crafted gem. Yu-ji praised, engaging in customary pleasantries. Wang Ho, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Might I ask, Elder Yu, what brings you to my humble abode?" "Oh, a few days prior, did I not receive a dire prophecy from you? Upon returning home, I gazed at the stars by night and delved into the book of changes, increasingly confirming your portent. Even the lowly ant clings to life. How could I do otherwise? Thus, this year, I shan't journey south, but instead intend to impose upon you for a year, residing in Xuchang." Wang Ho's face twitched, feeling as though he had lifted a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Good heavens, Yu-ji was not heading off to his doom, but was instead planning to stay at his place for free meals. The old Taoist alchemy and herbalism were notoriously expensive pursuits, and Wang Ho had no desire to host such a formidable figure without compensation. Maintaining a forced smile, Wang Ho quickly waved his hands. "Elder Yu's presence graces my humble abode. However, my dwelling is quite humble, and I fear I may neglect you, which would be a grave sin on my part. Haha, there is no need for the esteemed official to worry that as a humble Taoist, I find solace in the simplicity of a meal to stave off hunger and a modest bed for a good night's sleep. Moreover, the warmth of Wang Lingguang's abode is akin to spring, a stark improvement from my arduous journey." "Very well." With a cheerful demeanor, Yu-ji settled in, but just as Wang Ho was engulfed in frustration, this old fellow waved his hand with a grin, pointing to a chest and exclaiming, "By the way, did you not inquire about saltpeter and sulfur last time, esteemed official? I recently visited Huangshe Mountain and specifically requested half a chest of saltpeter and half a chest of sulfur from my fellow Taoists. Just for you." Upon hearing this, Wang Ho nearly lost his breath. Good heavens, he was sitting atop a warm kong, with dozens of pounds of gunpowder nearby. If it were to explode, he could not fathom which dynasty he would be sent back to. The Han dynasty was already a distant memory, and he had no desire to experience life as a primitive man again. In utter confusion, Wang Ho dragged the old man out of the house. Rolling and crawling, and after a hurried escape of 20 to 30 meters, he finally broke into a cold sweat when he saw that the house had not blown up, that he turned back and bowed deeply. "I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness, old Yu, and I thank you on behalf of your ancestors." Dinner consisted of hand-pulled noodles topped with egg sauce. Sitting at the kong, even the illustrious Yu seemed like an unsophisticated rustic, wielding his chopsticks with such speed that he nearly swallowed his tongue. Wang Ho could only shake his head in pity. The ancients truly suffered. They had seen so little of the world and tasted so few delicacies. However, after a moment's sympathy, Wang Ho was once again troubled why Yu-ji was no ordinary figure. His reputation was formidable enough to instill fear even in the likes of Sun Tzu, despite the counsel of his civil and military advisors. And even the intervention of Wu Guotai, they still sought to eliminate him. Wang Ho was uncertain whether harboring this old trickster would provoke Cao Cao's ire. Yet he could not simply refuse to shelter him. Tearing apart his relationship with Yu-ji was a minor concern compared to the fact that in this era, sulfur and saltpeter were firmly in the hands of alchemists and Taoists. If he fell out with Yu-ji, it would be exceedingly difficult for Wang Ho to obtain gunpowder in the future. Perhaps he should first report to Cao Cao tomorrow. "Esteemed official Wang, may I trouble you for another bowl of noodles?" In the midst of his reverie, a bowl of egg sauce noodles had been devoured by Yu-ji and his disciples, and no wonder the old man was so robust. At his age, he could still eat so much. Shaking off his days, Wang Ho called out loudly, "Old Fu, more rice." It seemed that Cao Cao's ambitions were far grander than those of the Eastern overlord Sun Tzu. Seizing the opportunity to report his work, Wang Ho cautiously informed him that Yu Ji would be staying in his humble abode for over a year. To his surprise, Cao Cao was utterly unconcerned, responding with a dismissive attitude, as if to say, "What do I care?" With that matter settled, Wang Ho felt a weight lift off his shoulders that in the morning, he pretended to be diligently working as he wandered through the empty Tai warehouse. At noon, he personally delivered the sword and armor promised to Xiahou Dun, and in the afternoon, he slipped back home to await his earnings. However, upon returning to the mine, Yu Ji was nowhere to be found. When he inquired with Wang Gan, the old fellow had brazenly taken his disciples to Nyoja village to investigate Wang Ho's biogas, PIT. It seemed that Wang Ho's theory of the cycle of grains intrigued this Taoist leader, prompting him to choose to abandon his southern journey to examine the reliability of Wang Ho's claims, that as long as the old man did not incite rebellion, proclaiming that the heavens had perished and a new order must rise. Wang Ho had no reason to fret over him. He could continue to pursue his endeavors. Today, the mine was bustling with activity, as it was the day for distributing the first batch of weaponry. The private troops of noble families were superior to the conscripted peasant militias, primarily due to the fact that the conscripted farmers were required to provide their own weapons and armor according to Han law. The quality of arms available in the market varied greatly and was far less stable and reliable than those produced in bulk by the great families. Bestowing weapons was a ceremonial affair in the feudal era, reminiscent of how the samurai in later times held the right to bear swords while commoners did not receive a weapon, albeit still bearing the status of a servant, elevated one's social standing above that of a peasant. Although the 20 military merit system established by the Qin dynasty had become nominal under the rise of great families and the civil service examination system, those who achieved merit on the battlefield still had the opportunity to escape their servile status and gain their own fief. Even if they had to continue their loyalty to Wang Ho as their lord, they would at least attain the rank of a lesser nobleman. Thus, Wang Fu did not dare to distribute the weapons privately and waited for Wang Ho to return before personally delivering them to the small training ground. It was indeed a ceremonious affair. As Wang Fu called out names, the well-ordered troop formation stepped forward in turn, saluting and kneeling before the platform. Wang Ho held the armor and ringed-hilt swords in both hands, presenting them to the recipients, who would then bow, announce their names, and express their gratitude for the Lord's bestowal of armor before carrying their gear away. As for the long spears, they were both lengthy and heavy, yet not significantly heavier than the ringed-hilt swords. After receiving their weapons, they simply retrieved them from the long weapon rack. Strictly speaking, Wang Ho's armor was not even plate armor. It consisted merely of a single piece of hydraulically forged plate at the chest, with the abdomen fashioned from long strips akin to a lobster's underbelly, forming a type of lamellar armor. The back featured a similar design, but Wang Ho was rather stingy when it came to arm and leg protection. Unlike Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry, whose armor extended all the way to the wrists and had numerous plates hanging down for thigh protection, Wang Ho's new armor resembled two turtle shells. However, compared to the mainstream armor of this era, such as scale armor and leather armor, Wang Ho's armor maintained a relatively light weight while maximizing defensive capability. The full-body armor of the tiger and leopard cavalry weighed a staggering 26 kilograms, and when combined with long spears, lances, bows, arrows, and daggers, a heavy cavalryman would carry around 40 kilograms. In contrast, Wang Ho's turtle shell armor weighed only about 13 kilograms, and when adding the long spear, small round shield, and dagger, the total was merely 25 kilograms. This reduction of 15 kilograms in weight meant that on the battlefield, one could conserve more stamina and fight for a longer duration. Distributing armor to 84 new recruits plus 9 members of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry still took Wang Ho 2 hours. After fastening the newly issued turtle shell armor to his body and securing the leather strap on his left side, he swung the long spear, which measured about 3 meters, causing those seasoned veterans to appear somewhat less than impressed. Meanwhile, the new recruits were filled with excitement, occasionally thrusting their spears and playfully wielding their swords, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Yet, these new recruits were entirely unaware that with real weapons now issued, the training would become significantly more arduous starting tomorrow. The afternoon was essentially a reprieve aimed at cultivating a sense of pride and belonging among the personal troops, making them feel superior to their farming compatriots, with new weapons in hand. Wang Ho, in a rare act of generosity, waved his hand and allowed them to return home for the day. Once he finished attending to his personal troops, Wang Ho retreated into the room adjacent to the small military camp, where he opened the box that Yu Ji had brought him the previous day. That a pungent aroma of sulfur immediately assaulted his senses. One could not help but admire the ancient alchemists. It was unclear what sort of expertise this unknown alchemist possessed, but the saltpeter and sulfur inside the box were exceptionally pure, their colors distinctly black and yellow. Yet, gazing at the two heavy containers, Wang Ho's expression turned conflicted. In later times, the ideal ratio for black powder was 15 to 2 to 3, yet here, the quantities of saltpeter and sulfur were imbalanced, totaling over 20 kilograms combined. Even if he utilized every gram without waste, he would only be able to produce a little over 13 kilograms of gunpowder. Wang Ho intended to use the gunpowder for mining, but this amount was merely a drop in the bucket. Even with more supplies, based on Yu Ji's delivery capacity, it was unlikely to meet Wang Ho's needs for iron or extraction. But to simply discard it, that would be a shame, like a monkey scratching its head in distress. He paced around the box several times before firmly closing the lid. Wang Ho then turned and slipped back into the blacksmith shop. There, having just completed the sword forging for Xiahou Dun, Wang Yuan had not even taken a moment to rest, that he continued hammering away at the next sword without pause, leaving one to wonder if he had the bloodline of the legendary swordsmith Gan Jiang or Mo Yi. However, just as he raised his hammer high, a sudden sound echoed from behind him, causing him to nearly throw out his back from the abrupt stop. Frustrated, he set the hammer aside and looked at Wang Ho, who burst into the room with great enthusiasm. Wang Yuan could not express his anger and could only greet him with a pained expression on his muscular face. "Master, how may I serve you?" "Can you forge these?" Having already sketched out the designs, Wang Ho excitedly presented the yellowed papers. Wang Yuan took them in astonishment, glancing at them before inquiring, "Master, what do you need so many iron pipes for?" "I asked if you could forge them. Why all the unnecessary questions?" "Well, I've never forged anything like this before. Please allow me some time to study it." With a furrowed brow, Wang Yuan lamented, spreading his calloused hands in frustration. Chapter 48. A year's plan begins in spring at this time. The Earth's population was merely 2 to 300 million, with no excessive carbon emissions causing global warming, coupled with the unusually frigid climate of the Little Ice Age. This era was indeed exceedingly cold. As October ushers in the winter season, following a celebration steeped in the distinctive customs of the Han Dynasty, the icy landscape persists for over 2 months. Fortunately, the frost and snow are not eternal. By the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, the weather begins to warm, and the land of Shudu, which had been shrouded in pale desolation for half a year, gradually regains its rich, dark hue. Soon, the earth starts to sprout with verdant life, rejuvenating itself. However, the arrival of spring does not necessarily bode well for the Wang family estate. The coal and iron mines atop Wang Ho's mountain can only pause for a time. For in this era, no wealth surpasses the value of grain. Agriculture, the foundation of a nation, demands even the emperor's deference for spring plowing. Most of the laborers at the mines are sent back down the mountain, and the 3,000 mu of land granted by Cao is divided into 7 villages. Though labeled as villages, they lack even a single house. The displaced families, who had only recently settled in their straw huts, are compelled to relocate their straw piles once more, resorting to burrowing into them for shelter at night. The coal mine retains about 400 to 500 elderly and weak laborers to continue extraction. Fortunately, a substantial stockpile of coal was accumulated over the winter, and as the demand for coal briquettes for heating declines significantly with the onset of spring, there is no imminent danger of shortage for the next 6 months. As for coke, ample high-quality coal blocks have been heaped into small mountains, and according to the output capacity of Wang Ho's blacksmith shop, it will not be an issue to last 3 years. The iron mine retains 30 sturdy men, along with Wang Yuan and a dozen blacksmiths who remain at the forge. In this age of salt and iron monopolies, the small iron mine is a rare boon bestowed by Cao. Beyond this, Wang Ho has no other source of income, making it impossible to relinquish such a treasure. Moreover, the Wang family's swords and armor have gained fame in Shudu. A fortnight ago, a general named Li Yin, serving under Cao, donned armor forged by Wang Ho while hunting on the mountain, only to be gored by a wild boar. Remarkably, despite suffering 3 broken ribs and having the boar's tusk shatter against the armor, not a single hole was pierced in the armor. This living testament quickly catapulted Wang Ho to fame, with orders extending into the following year that I end the realm of spring plowing. Wang Ho, a time traveler from a future era, distinguishes himself from other gentry and landlords, while others merely divide their land into plots for tenants to cultivate, collecting the harvest in the autumn, typically a third for private oxen and half for communal oxen. Wang Ho has imported the practices from the 1950s. He establishes production teams, burdened with 3 triangular leather belts on each side, each belt revealing 3 dark, protruding pipe ends. The weight of the belts nearly causes his pants to slip, yet he remains unfazed, proudly raising his hands in triumphant gestures. Brothers, fellow villagers, the plans for the year are set in spring, and spring plowing is about to commence. However, we must heed nature's whims. Our fortune relies on the heavens. Should calamity strike, it could result in total loss. While I may suffer the loss of a few acres for you, it could mean immediate starvation. Therefore, I have resolved to shoulder this risk, regardless of the autumn harvest. I shall accept the outcome. You need not wait for the autumn to see your yield. Each month, I will distribute rewards based on your labor, divided into 7 large teams of 4,200 individuals. Each team consisting of 100 households and 600 workers. They will cultivate 400 mu of land. Each large team will further subdivide into 10 smaller teams, with 10 production team leaders responsible for task allocation and calculating contributions. Planting and transplanting will earn 50 points per mu, irrigation 10 points per mu, weeding 5 points, and ditch digging 10 points. Any additional tasks will be reported to Wang Fu, the estate manager, for decisions. At the end of each month, 100 labor points can be exchanged for 1 share of wheat. 10 points allow for a milling session at our Wang family mill, along with numerous other benefits negotiated between the production team leaders and Wang. The manager to motivate everyone. I will reward each household with 2 share of flour during the first month of spring plowing. Tools such as hoes and shovels will also be generously provided by the estate. Fellow villagers, the more you labor, the more you earn. Prosperity lies in your own hands. Every strike of the hoe is a strike for your own future. Let us all strive diligently. The landlord assumes the risk of cultivation. As long as effort is exerted, it is a guarantee of success that I end this age. Such an opportunity is unprecedented. A.S. Wang Ho concluded his speech. The over 4,000 tenant farmers, from the elderly to the young, could barely contain their excitement, raising their tools high in fervor. But if this enthusiasm were directed towards battle, no army could withstand such a fervent assault. However, amidst the jubilant roars of the farmers, Wang Fu, standing nearby, expressed his concerns with a cautious "My lord, if these common folk toil tirelessly day and night, won't it lead to ruin? What is there to worry about? According to my plan, only upon completing 1 mu of land will they earn 50 points. Besides, with 60 individuals working 40 mu, it would take a month to yield a few share of grain. What one buys will always be less than what one sells. The farmers can never outwheat Wang Ho. The greedy landlord, he muttered dismissively, then turned to the elders, who were overflowing with gratitude, encouraging them with a hearty fist pump. Fellow villagers, let us strive for prosperity and a better life. Before the spring plowing had even commenced, Zhao Laotian from Zhao village and Niu Wanjin from Niu village arrived at Wang Ho's doorstep, clamoring for him to include their 2 villages in the production team plan. With their eagerness to leap into the pit, Wang Ho could hardly refuse. Pretending to deliberate, he designated Zhao and Niu's villages into 2 large teams and several smaller teams, generously granting them new farming tools. The 2 elders, overjoyed, sang praises, blissfully unaware of the shock they would face come on them. Thus, the production relationships that had remained unchanged since the spring and autumn warring states and the Qin and Han dynasties underwent a complete transformation under Wang Ho's influence. What was once a tenant-slave system has now morphed into a different form of employment relationship, subtly loosening the deeply entrenched feudal dependencies. Yet, the true power of this minor alteration in production relationships would only reveal itself years later. The efficiency of collective labor became apparent immediately. In the past, a village with 30 oxen would see their laborers borrowing from one another, and it could take a month to cultivate the village fields. However, with 30 oxen harnessed to the plow, regardless of ownership. The land was tilled in swift succession. Just 10 days after the snow melted, while neighboring fields were still slowly being prepared, Wang Ho's fields had already begun sowing. Yet here, the elderly farmers were beginning to realize just how challenging it was to earn those labor points. In other households, the plowing of the fields merely requires a gentle touch to the surface, while some more casual farmers do not even bother to till the soil, simply scattering seeds directly. However, for Wang Ho, the plowing must reach the depth of his calves. Moreover, the seeds are not carelessly sown. Rather, he meticulously digs deep holes every 30 centimeters, placing the germinated wheat within, and then covering them with soil. This arduous process of sowing is nothing short of backbreaking labor, with the entire family laboring tirelessly, and even after several days, they struggle to complete just an acre of land. But the toil does not end there. Fertilization is also required. Now, Wang Ho has decreed that the biogas pits, which have been confined throughout the winter, are finally put to use. The biogas produced has nearly been consumed, and under Wang Ho's orders, the young men of the village are now breathlessly digging around dozens, if not hundreds, of biogas pits, using large iron spears to break holes in the walls, after an entire winter of fermentation. The mixture of human and animal waste has undergone a dramatic transformation, becoming a thick, viscous black liquid. With the biogas having been burned, the previously pungent odor has dissipated, leaving only a mild smell akin to that of marshy mud. Though seemingly unremarkable, this substance is rich in nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and amino acids, reportedly boasting efficacy that surpasses that of synthetic fertilizers by tenfold. Yes, it happens. This is Wang Ho's first foray into agriculture, and he can only rely on practical experience to uncover the truth that it is said that this concoction does not harm the seedlings. Thus, the biogas residue is released into large jars, while farmers push specially designed wheelbarrows for spring plowing to transport it to the fields. Under Wang Ho's command, the women in his ranks outnumber the men, each village woman wrapping her head with a towel, pinching her nose as she ladles this natural fertilizer onto the land. Every furrow and every seed must be fertilized, resulting in a laborious process that takes over a day to complete just 1 acre. Furthermore, during the month of sowing, fertilization must occur every 5 days, totaling 6 applications in 1 month. After each day's work, they return home to gaze at the meager points recorded on the production team's blackboard, bringing tears to the eyes of the production team members. However, preferences vary as some cherish vegetables over others. The tenants under Wang Ho, exhausted from meticulous farming, groan in discontent, yet some find joy in the toil. Yug, the old man, and his apprentice have taken it upon themselves to cultivate a hillside for vegetables and grains. While others approach for fertilizer with pinched noses, Yuji eagerly buries his face in the biogas liquid, curious to taste this fertilizer. Not to mention, the onlookers turn green with disgust, and just then, Wang Ho arrives to inspect the biogas pits. Horrified by the sight, he retches, expelling his breakfast of noodles and fried eggs, that in the tumultuous world, where chaos reigns, the romantic youth of noble lineage still venture out, reveling in the spring breeze, mingling with equally refined young ladies of noble descent, reciting verses, and perhaps engaging in the serious business of procreation amidst picturesque landscapes. The Han dynasty's ethos was far more liberal than that of the Song, Ming, or Qing dynasties. Surprisingly, one of the most favored spring outings has become Wang Ho's 3,000 acres of fertilized fields that on one hand, its proximity to Funyo Mountain offers a stunning landscape. On the other, Cao has issued a decree mandating the removal of all night fragrance from the city of Shudu. Wang Ho's philosophy of crop rotation has begun to gain traction, drawing the interest of the nobility eager to witness the efficacy of this seemingly filthy substance. Upon arriving at Wang Ho's fields, the noblemen are taken aback by the sight of tenants vigorously applying biogas fertilizer, their shock palpable to be by the end of March, while other households see their seedlings barely sprouting. Wang Ho's crops have already reached knee height, creating a lush, green sea. Given this remarkable growth, this year's harvest appears to be a certainty. Even more astonishing is the density of Wang Ho's wheat seedlings, far surpassing that of others that in times of hardship. Even the affluent landowners have begun to adopt a practical approach, returning to their estates with furrowed brows, contemplating whether they too should stockpile some fertilizer. With hard work and a pressing need for labor, the production team, consisting of around 60 tenants, tirelessly weeds the fields. The biogas fertilizer possesses a miraculous property of pest control, leading to rapid improvements in crop health. "Wow, they've grown so tall," exclaims Cao Hongjie, exuberantly plunging into the wheat field, marveling at the vibrant green stalks. Meanwhile, Wang Ho, with his hands behind his head, gazes up at the blue sky, feeling a sense of satisfaction and perhaps a tinge of greed. Is this height impressive? It barely reaches waist level. Hardly enough to conceal a person, she teases, adopting a haughty expression. What do you need to hide for? Are you plotting something nefarious? With her hands clasped behind her back. She resembles a classic detective, though Wang Ho's demeanor is far from intimidating as he chuckles. Nefarious? Quite the opposite. With an exaggerated shake of his head, he begins to indulge in the familiar nonsensical banter with Cao Hongjie. Recalling the passionate moments shared in the sorghum fields of the past, I admire the great literary figures, particularly Mo Yin, whose happiest realms are often found in the fields. The protagonists always find themselves in the throes of the most genuine, primal emotions amidst the crops. So when the wheat grows tall enough to conceal us, I intend to take you into the fields, contemplating the fervent encounters of Yu Zhenao and Jewer among the sorghum. Wang Ho's mouth waters at the thought. What literary figures? What primal emotions? What do you intend to do with me? She retorts, recalling their escapades in Shuzhou, that, oh no, not again. Don't hit me. If you do, I might just retaliate. Unbeknownst to him, a certain romantic sage online once proclaimed that to win the affection of a beloved, one must be a tad mischievous. Yet at this moment, Wang Ho firmly believes he is merely making a fool of himself. With a flushed face, Cao Hongjie storms ahead, covering her panda-like eyes, while Wang Ho trails behind like a thief, lamenting the demise of his romantic endeavors amidst the wheat fields, desperately hoping his tenants do not witness this embarrassing display. As fortune would have it, just as they step out of the wheat field, the booming voice of Wang Gan fills the air. That am why, Lord. Oh dear, my lord, what happened to your eyes? Why are they so dark? Who did this to you? I'll seek revenge. Cao Hongjie cannot help but blush even deeper, while Wang Ho nearly faints, exasperatedly shouting, I tripped and fell. How does one manage to land directly on their eyes? Keep your mouth shut, or I'll have you practice horse stance until you can't walk. With a disdainful glance at this oblivious fellow, Wang Ho huffs and shifts the conversation, as the intimidation of horse stance indeed holds substantial weight. Even the towering, muscular figure of General Su Chu shivers at the thought, standing rigidly as they finally get to the matter at hand. That my lord, the Chancellor's residence has summoned you and Miss Jie to discuss urgent matters. Wang Ho's swollen eyes twitch once more at the mention of Cao Cao. Such summons rarely bode well. However, as an employee, one must heed the orders of their superior, even if it feels like facing a storm. Moreover, with Chao's loyal follower, Cao Xiaonyang, by his side, they hastily make their way to the Chancellor's residence, where their status becomes apparent. Cao Hongjie strides in boldly, sword at her side, while Wang Ho, regrettably, must relinquish his weapon to the gatekeeper, who resembles the formidable General Su Chu. What is this? Having seen various weapons, Wang Ho's belt, adorned with 6 heavy curved tubes, piques Su Chu's curiosity, his eyes widening in astonishment. General Su, do not mishandle it. This is my firearm, capable of striking with precision within 50 paces, guaranteeing no survivor. A firearm? Holding this item, Su Chu nearly burst into laughter. Struggling to contain his amusement, this chief bodyguard of Chao's finally solemnly hung Wang Ho's belt on the weapon rack at the entrance. He then turned around, clasped his fists, and said, Rest assured, Officer Wang, I shall take excellent care of this bundle of weapons meant for women. Please take your leave. Wang Ho's lips nearly curled in anger, but with Cao Hongjie already vanished from sight. He had no time to waste arguing with this brutish man. With an annoyed grunt, he trudged inside. Having taken only a few steps, the raucous laughter of a dozen guards, accompanied by that of a stout fellow, echoed in from the entrance that Su Chu was nearly laughing like a pig at this point. Despite his hurried attempts, he couldn't catch up. Fortunately, Wang Ho was a regular visitor to the Chancellor's residence, and he easily found his way to the Grand Hall, where Cao Cao convened with his ministers to discuss matters. Cao Hongjie had arrived early, kneeling patiently on a mat. Upon seeing Wang Ho enter with dark circles under his eyes, she rolled them in disdain. However, Wang Ho was too preoccupied to pay her any mind, for as soon as he stepped in, he sensed the tense atmosphere that even his thick-headedness could not ignore. On the third step of the dais, Cao Cao's pallid face was as dark as a stormy night. Below him, his trusted advisors, Guijia, Chengyu, Zhao Rong, Lu Dai, were all furrowing their brows, knowing the gravity of the situation. Wang Ho hastily bowed and prostrated himself in the central hall, announcing, "I, Wang Ho of the Chancellor's Treasury, pay my respects to the Chancellor." "Oh, Wang is here. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Chancellor." Rising, he chose a spot on the far end of the map beside Qiao Hongjie. Before he could settle in, the strong dialect of the old Shaanxi region resonated through the hall. "Officer Wang, you have arrived just in time, that I have just mentioned to the Chancellor that preparations for the expedition are imminent. Yet our provisions remain in Taizong. May I inquire when you will allocate the supplies?" The speaker was the envoy Pei Mao, soon to be leading the expedition to Guangzhou. Despite the fact that his mission was a joint effort with the local warlords to subdue the rebel Li Ju, Cao Cao had only provided 3,000 infantry. However, military campaigns required provisions to be ready beforehand. Moreover, according to Guijia's hints, he himself would be accompanying this army. Wang Ho dared not take this lightly. So he respectfully stood and clasped his fists in response to To Envoy Pei. "The supplies are already prepared at the foot of Funyo Mountain. Upon the Chancellor's command, they will be dispatched to the central military camp." It seemed that today's discussion revolved around the expedition to Guangzhou, which relieved Wang Ho. Although he was reluctant to travel to Shaanxi for work, he at least had some mental preparation. With the provisions in order, he sat back down, awaiting Cao Cao's announcement of the expedition. However, reality often proves disappointing. After Pei Mao's inquiry, the conversation fell silent, and it was Cao Cao who broke the stillness. "Sun Lingzhong has fallen ill. Who shall succeed him in compiling the clan register?" In an instant, the gaze of over 20 of Cao Cao's trusted civil officials, including that of Qiao Hongjie, converged upon Wang Ho. Under the spotlight, Wang Ho felt as though he might bleed from the sheer pressure. And oh wonder, Cao Cao's expression was grim. His trusted high official Sun Yu, who was originally tasked with compiling the register, had abandoned the job. Wang Ho, who had proposed the idea to address the Treasury's insufficient revenue, certainly did not possess the ability to execute this task. Compiling the clan register was a thankless job, and he had no desire to undertake such a burdensome task. Under the weight of their gazes, Wang Ho's face soured, and he clutched his stomach in despair. "Chancellor, I beg your pardon." "Chancellor, the clan register is a vital document for selecting officials from the gentry across the realm. It cannot be entrusted to anyone lacking the stature of an esteemed family." Wang Ho argued, "You, Chancellor, are a descendant of the founding family of the Han. Chao in this matter is not fit for anyone but you." To his relief, Guijia came to his aid, offering a solution. However, before Wang Ho could express his gratitude or hide his earlier discomfort, Guijia's next words nearly caused him to bleed again. "Yet, the Chancellor must oversee the affairs of our court. The compilation of the clan register requires someone to execute the task that I believe Miss Jie, coming from the Chao family, possesses the character needed for this role. As the current Chancellor conducts inspections, she could record matters for your review." Caught off guard, Wang Ho was left speechless before Cao Cao broke into a hearty laugh, stroking his beard. "Zheng Xiao has spoken wisely. What do you all think?" "Indeed, it should be so." Chapter 50. The role of the young demon once again. The same old tactic was employed, shifting the burden on a Qiao Hongjie and expecting Wang Ho to assist. The problem was Wang Ho couldn't avoid being dragged into this pit. Qiao Hongjie had already become like a partner to him. Could he bear to see his woman take the fall? Yet, this was undeniably a thankless task. Wang Ho's inspiration for compiling the clan register stemmed from the idea of Chen Kun, who was still working under Yuan Shao at the time. His policy would endure for over 400 years in China, known by the illustrious title of the nine-rank system. This system involved the court appointing officials to evaluate individuals based on their family backgrounds and character, categorizing them into 9 ranks, from the highest to the lowest. Only those of the middle rank and above could hold official positions, while those of the lower 3 ranks could only serve as clerks, with limited opportunities for promotion. Chen Kun established this electoral system to replace the previously monopolized selection system held by local aristocratic families. However, the 9-rank system ultimately favored the established aristocracy, further entrenching their status and creating a situation where high-ranking families had no impoverished individuals among them, and low-ranking families had no aristocrats. This policy continued to shape the military aristocracy from the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties to the early Tang period. Wang Ho's proposal to Cao Cao to revise the clan register represented another form of compromise. The register, with its extensive records of land and population, wielded significant influence locally. Most importantly, it would categorize the large families that paid the highest tribute to the court as esteemed clans, allowing them to recommend 3 individuals for official positions each year. In contrast, families of average landholdings and tax contributions would fall into the middle rank, with only 1 recommendation for an official position annually. Meanwhile, families with little land, or those who refused to pay taxes and opposed the Cao clan, would be relegated to the lowest rank, receiving no recommendations whatsoever. Holding the status of a recommended official was akin to gaining entry into the bureaucratic world, effectively becoming another form of selling official positions. Cao Cao's interest in this strategy was not only for the financial benefits, but also for its political implications. By elevating his family's status through the clan register, he aimed to build a societal hierarchy that would consolidate power and lay the groundwork for the Cao family to eventually supplant the Liu clan. However, the downsides were severe. This system would completely monopolize the bureaucratic sphere for the aristocracy, leaving the lower classes without any opportunities. Even though Wang Ho was considered a minor aristocrat, he still identified with his previous status as a commoner. Thus, he viewed this strategy as a dangerous remedy. The best candidate for compiling the clan register should have been Sun Yu of the Sun family from Inchuan, that he had long served as a vital link between Cao Cao and the powerful families. When Elbu invaded Yenzhou, it was Sun Yu who connected the local clans to support Cao Cao in expelling Elbu. Yet, the task of compiling the clan register clearly undermined the foundations of the Han dynasty's rule. Caught between the Han and the Cao family, Sun Yu had no choice but to abandon the task altogether. Thus, the burden of this morally dubious task fell squarely on Cao Cao, while the actual execution would rest on Wang Ho's shoulders. To say it was a thankless job would be an understatement. The aristocratic families held themselves in high regard, often disregarding Cao Cao's authority and secretly plotting against him. Many claimed to be loyal to the Han dynasty, but would undoubtedly be classified as lower-tier families. They wouldn't dare to resent Cao Cao, but would they spare Wang Ho either? As the saying goes, it is easier to deal with the king of hell than with a minor demon. This task would ensure that Wang Ho faced a tough time ahead. Those who stabbed him in the back, like Dong Chung, would seem like mere amateurs that he couldn't help but wonder what ruthless tactics these powerful families would employ against him. Having been conscripted into this duty, Wang Ho found himself summoned to a private meeting with Cao Cao, who subtly advised him on a few points, amidst the laughter of Su Chu and the group of bodyguards. Wang Ho left the chancellor's residence, feeling utterly deflated. Youth is blissfully unaware of the burdens of worry, and once again, he had the opportunity to travel for work. Cao Hongjia dashed out like an exuberant puppy, increasingly indifferent to home. Instead of returning to pack her belongings, she made a beeline for the small courtyard assigned to her at Wang Ho's residence. Upon Wang Ho's return, he overheard her gleefully tearing the place apart. Master, with a furrowed brow, the old steward, who had been waiting early at the estate, cast a helpless glance, fully aware that Wang Ho would undoubtedly return to the city after the meeting, that he then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and gravely inquired, "Is it true that the Prime Minister has set forth to the frontier accompanied by the envoy, Pei Mao?"